Lord Count, a letter from Her Majesty the Queen. The voice of a maid echoed through the magnificent palace. Bring it here. A calm, pleasant female voice replied. A delicate hand took the sealed letter from the maid and passed it to Succubi, who lounged on a sofa crafted from pure gold. The maid kept her head lowered, not daring to meet his eyes. In her view, there was only the dazzling glow of wealth. So rich, every time she entered to deliver a report, she still couldn't get used to it. The Count's fortune was famous across the Crescent Kingdom. Some even whispered that not even the Queen's treasury could compare. A true walking nation of gold. No wonder people said Her Majesty had started taking an interest in him. You may leave. The same gentle voice sounded again. Yes. The maid snapped out of her daze, bowed quickly, and retreated. Succubi accepted the letter. A magic seal lay upon it, the kind ordinary hands couldn't open. If forced, the paper would burn itself to ash. Only the intended recipient could break it safely. He didn't even need to read it to know what it contained. On the surface, it was an order. Soap, porcelain, toothbrushes, and other goods produced only in Succubi's territory. But at a glance, Succubi saw the real message hidden beneath the polite requests. The Queen wanted him in the capital. Master, a soft voice said from beside him, Queen Crescent Moon is probably already in love with you. With your charm, even divine light from the heavens can't hide you. Succubi's fingers moved slightly. The letter vanished as if it had never existed. Succubi, he said lightly. Make arrangements for her. Yes, master. After Succubi left, Succubi rose and walked out to the balcony, looking down over his lands. The palace sat high within an enormous castle. Below it stretched his thriving territory, bustling with movement. Carriages rolled through broad streets. Merchants shouted, and caravans came and went without pause. Not only traders from a new moon kingdom, but also caravans from neighboring realms appeared regularly. Even the skies weren't quiet. From time to time, flying beasts crossed overhead, and sometimes even flying ships descended. All of it came for one reason. They came to buy what only Succubi could provide. 20 years, Succubi murmured, the words nearly lost to the wind. 20 years since he had arrived in this vast otherworld called the world of gods. In that time, he had risen from a stranger to a noble, an earl under the divine light of a kingdom. Earl was not the highest rank, with marquises and dukes above, yet Succubi's wealth surpassed countless men of greater title. His inventions had made him rich, yes, but wealth was never his greatest achievement. After a while, he returned inside. With a small flick of his hand, the palace gates shut. Magical patterns lit up across the walls, layer upon layer, sealing the entire structure. At that moment, even if a nuclear bomb detonated inside, not a sound would leak out. Only silence. Succubi lifted a finger and traced in the air. A hexagram formed, precise and sharp. At its center, a black hole spun into existence, deepening rapidly like an opening eye. He stepped forward. The moment he entered, the black hole collapsed and vanished. In an instant, he stood in another world. Below him lay ancient, endless land. Above, there was no sun, only a blood-colored waning moon. Its crimson light poured down like a stain, revealing countless demons moving across the ground and gliding through the air. This was the abyss. As Succubi appeared, a different presence seeped from him, heavy and terrifying. The change was immediate. The demons froze as if struck by lightning. The devil has arrived. One after another, they dropped to the ground, limbs pressed flat, bodies trembling. Some shook so hard they could barely breathe. Succubi's gaze swept over them, indifferent. Behind him, a pair of wings unfolded in silence. With a single flap, his figure blurred and vanished. Only then did the demons dare to exhale. Still, none of them rose. They remained face down for a long time, not daring to move until they were certain he was truly gone. Hurry up. Let's ripen this old nightmare tree together before God returns. Beneath the blood-red moon, dozens of women with dangerously sweet smiles circled a towering, twisted tree. Calling them charming didn't even fit. They were demons, succubi. In the human world, a single fully unleashed glance from a succubus could ruin a man's life. Make him kneel, make him kill, make him die smiling. But here in the abyss, their allure was only one weapon among many. Right now, they were working, one by one. The succubi pressed their palms to the bark and poured energy into the tree in steady waves. The nightmare ancient tree drank it greedily. Its trunk thickened, branches split, and multiplied like veins spreading through flesh. Its presence grew heavier, darker, older. Time dragged. Then, finally, on a high branch, a blood-colored flower opened like an eye. Success! Cheers burst out across the circle. The succubi laughed, hugged, and spun in the moonlight. They had forced the nightmare ancient tree to mature. A milestone. Up in the air, one succubus hovered beside another who wore a crown of black crystal and red gems. Queen, this is perfect. We have 100 nightmare ancient trees now. When the gods return, they'll be pleased. The crowned succubus barely had time to respond. A vast presence spread across the sky, heavy enough to make the air feel thick. God is back. The succubus who spoke first looked thrilled. All around, the others felt it too and instantly brightened with joy. Wings unfurled. Bodies rose. One after another, they flew upward to greet the returning divinity. From the sky, Su-Mo descended slowly. If anyone compared him to the man in the castle above the human lands, they would hesitate. There, he was graceful, noble, refined. The kind of elegance that made ladies forget their manners and lose their breath. Here, he was still handsome, but it came with something sharper. An evil charm, a presence that made women feel danger and desire in the same heartbeat. Bad, wrong, addictive. The kind of aura that didn't ask for affection, it demanded obsession. Succubus blood did that, and that bloodline was one of Su-Mo's greatest gains in these 20 years. On the surface, he was merely an earl in the Crescent Kingdom. In the shadows, in the endless abyss, he was already a demon god. It had started by accident. During one of his early travels, Su-Mo had obtained succubus blood, but not the ordinary kind. This bloodline could evolve without limit, growing stronger the more it was used, refined, and fed. The human world was watched by gods, wrapped in divine light. Too many eyes, too many rules, not enough room to move. So Su-Mo chose the abyss. With an endlessly upgrading bloodline, he became a demon king in less than 10 years. A few years later, he broke through again, leaping past that title and stepping into true dominance. A demon god in a single bound. And in the abyss, there was a dynasty that belonged to succubi alone. The succubus dynasty. When Su-Mo rose, the entire succubus race rose with him. He even changed how they multiplied. No longer the old ways. He turned their future into a system, the nightmare ancient tree. As long as enough magic stones were fed to the tree, it could rapidly breed succubi. Cleaner, faster, stronger. It lifted the bloodline of the whole race, generation after generation. After claiming godhood in the abyss, Su-Mo hid his aura and returned to the human kingdoms. An infiltration began. With almost no resistance, he took the title of Earl of the New Moon Kingdom. With charm refined into a weapon, he even pulled the queen's gaze toward himself, despite her being bathed in divine light. If it continued like this, it wouldn't take long before the Crescent Moon Kingdom belonged to him in everything but name. God! Across the succubus dynasty, countless succubi bowed their heads. Su-Mo's eyes swept over them, calm and measuring. He had already noticed the truth. 100 nightmare ancient trees. Barbara, Su-Mo said, well done. The crowned succubus, Queen Barbara, looked as if she'd been blessed by a miracle. Su-Mo had appointed her ruler, and his praise was worth more than treasure. God, it is my duty. How are things in the Flint Abyss? The abyss had layers like wounds stacked on wounds. Wars never stopped. Territory was taken, lost, taken again. And almost every conflict came down to one thing. Magic stones, crystallized abyss energy. Currency, fuel, power. Succubi needed them in massive quantities to increase the succubi, strengthen them, and expand the dynasty's bite across the depths. Barbara answered quickly, God, it's nearly settled. Flynn Abyss is currently divided between 3 demon dynasties. With our strength, we can seize a major region if we launch a dynasty war. Succubi nodded as if it were already decided. Prepare. In 1 month, I want to see your army. Yes, God. Barbara bowed low, voice firm. Succubi was about to reward her, to pour strength into her bloodline the way only he could, when a loud voice suddenly rang inside his mind, cold and absolute. You have completed the crossing. Protagonist and villain confrontation game begins. Identification in progress.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The sound came very suddenly. When he heard this sound, Sumo's breath moved, and a powerful spiritual sense swept over, trying to find the source of the sound. At this time, Sumo thought of something, and his heart moved. He vaguely remembered what the sound was, because 20 years ago, when he was traveling, Suyu also heard a voice. The voice told him that he had been chosen to take part in a confrontation between the protagonist and the villain. Then, Sumo traveled to the world of the gods. However, after the crossing, nothing happened. No protagonist appeared, and no villain appeared. Sumo once thought that voice was an illusion, until now. Starting now, Sumo was a little surprised. It has been 20 years since he traveled, and the confrontation between the protagonist and the villain has just begun. Sumo thought of something. With a quick movement of his wings, he appeared in another place in an instant. In the next second, he passed through a black hole and returned to the castle again. Then, his succubus bloodline was instantly hidden by him. His breath changed from an extremely powerful demon god to an ordinary human earl in an instant. This is also the power of the succubus blood he acquired. Not only unlimited upgrades. After upgrading to a very high place, as long as he is willing to hide the blood of the succubus, even if a god of the heavens is in front of him, he will not be able to recognize it. He is actually a devil in the abyss. Sumo had just finished all this when a white light enveloped him. Sumo felt that this white light could easily read all his information. However, this white light did not seem to have read the succubus bloodline. White light comes and disappears quickly. Soon, in front of Sumo, a virtual panel appeared. Then, a lot of information appeared. Faction description, the protagonist, the born child of destiny. Every protagonist has a gold finger. They are extremely lucky and extremely difficult to kill. The villain, the stepping stone of the protagonist, mostly has the advantage of power and status at the beginning, but it is easy to be overtaken by the protagonist in the later stage and becomes the stepping stone of the protagonist. Tip 1. The protagonist will get the protagonist value when he kills the villain, and the protagonist value can be used to upgrade the protagonist's gold finger or increase the protagonist's luck. If the villain kills the protagonist, you will get the villain value, consume the villain value, and have a certain probability to capture the protagonist's gold finger. Tip 2. When the protagonist is at a certain distance from the villain, the specific distance depends on the level of the protagonist and the villain. You will know that there is a villain nearby. The villain's early warning distance is 1/2 of the protagonist's. The higher the level, the smaller the early warning distance. Tip 3. When a number of protagonists killed by the villain exceeds 10, his identity will be announced. Tip 4. As the villain, when the early advantage is large enough, find the protagonist and kill them, the probability of winning will be greatly increased. Tip 5. After the protagonist or villain is killed, if the soul imprint is still there, his memory will be cleared and he will return to the original world. If the soul imprint is killed, he will die permanently. This information keeps coming. After a few minutes, finally, all prompts disappeared. There are a lot of tips, all of which are tips about confrontation rules. When the prompt disappears, there are some changes on the panel. Personal information villain exchange, area ranking. Su-mo clicked on personal information. Player, Su-mo. Villain nickname, not repeatable, to be customized. Faction, villains. Occupation, count of the black stone land of the New Moon Kingdom. Level, bronze. Villain value, 0 out of 0. Air luck, -100. Warning distance, 50 kilometers. Rank, none. I'm the villain? What about the trouble? When seeing the camp on the personal information, Su-mo took a look. His hiding was successful. That white light did not detect Su-mo's succubus lineage. Su-mo's identity as a demon was also not detected. In terms of personal information, Su-mo's identity is the Earl of the Mwasher land of the New Moon Kingdom. But the problem is, the faction that Su-mo was assigned to is actually the villain. Originally, Su-mo thought he was the main character template. The development of Su-mo in the past 20 years is a proper protagonist template. Who knows, was assigned to the villain camp. Perhaps the villain camp was assigned at the beginning. My crossing, it should have been an accident. Su-mo thought. After becoming a demon god, his vision was naturally different from when he was an ordinary person. In his opinion, his crossing 20 years ago should have been an accident. It may be 20 years ahead of other players. Therefore, the confrontation game between the protagonist and the villain has only begun now. I'm all a demon. You make me the villain. And because Su-mo hides the succubus bloodline in the judgment, he is still a bronze-level villain. What about trouble? Asterisk. Su-mo felt that if he didn't hide his succubus bloodline and demon identity, the villain level might be very high. However, his crossing was unexpected, 20 years in advance. Su-mo was worried that if he didn't hide the succubus bloodline and the identity of the devil, there would be some unpredictable changes. Therefore, he decided to stabilize the wave first and then observe the situation. The protagonist is treated better. After analyzing the prompts and the information panel, Su-mo thought, every protagonist has gold finger. This is something that villains don't have. Gold finger. Speaking of which, Su-mo's succubus bloodline that can be upgraded infinitely by chance can be regarded as his gold finger. Otherwise, in just 20 years, it would be difficult to become a magician. That is the level of a demon lord, let alone a demon. 20 years of demon gods. In the abyss, apart from those congenital demon gods, they have never appeared at all. In general novels, the villain does have a greater advantage in the early stage. Either the strength is stronger, the status is higher, or there are other dependencies. But the protagonist, with his gold finger, won't take too long to counterattack. Moreover, in this confrontation, the protagonist has an early warning advantage. The villain's early warning distance is half that of the protagonist. Su-mo's warning distance is 50 kilometers. Then, the early warning distance of a bronze-level protagonist should be 100 kilometers. Interestingly, the higher the level of the protagonist and the villain, the shorter the warning distance will be. Is this because the higher the level, the easier it is to find someone? In addition, if the villain kills more than 10 protagonists, the identity will be announced, but the protagonist does not seem to have this restriction. After all the rules were clarified, Su-mo thought about it and left 2 words in the column of the villain's nickname. Phantom. Then, Su-mo clicked OK. There is no repetition. After taking the villain's nickname, Su-mo clicked on the villain exchange area. Inside, there is a public channel. F***CK. I've crossed over, haha. I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen to me. It's great. Did you not read the prompt? What are you happy about? You are not the protagonist. You are the villain, the villain, the villain. 555. I want to be the protagonist. Why did I become the villain? I don't want to be the stepping stone of the protagonist. Can I change the faction? It's a bit promising. What's wrong with the villain? Watch me torture those protagonists. In the public channel, it is extraordinarily lively. After someone passed through, they were still adapting to the surrounding situation. There are also people out there clamoring to be the protagonists. After Su-mo swiped, he opened the forum again, and there was some news on it. Su-mo watched silently for a while. These people, Should have just crossed over now. So, my crossover was indeed an accident, ahead of schedule. Sumo thought. Early crossing is a huge advantage for Sumo. Hint, there is a protagonist around you. At this time, a red light lit up on the panel. Warning is coming. Are there any protagonists around? Sumo looked at the panel, and there was only this sentence on the panel. His early warning range is 50 kilometers. That is to say, within 50 kilometers, there is a protagonist. But the specific information where the protagonist is, I don't know. Nancy, Sumo said lightly. Master, I am here. A female voice sounded. This is another succubus that Sumo put in the castle. Nancy. Nancy is good at hiding and changing, and her strength is equally powerful. Go find someone, Sumo said. Yes, master. Nancy quietly flew out of the castle. I'm going, so the idea is so unreasonable. There's a villain just after crossing. At the same time, in Sumo's territory, on the other side, in the huge caravan, a man looked at the panel in front of him that only he could see and murmured. There's also a prompt message on his panel. Hint, there's a villain around you. You can know the level of the villain by consuming 1 hero point. The treatment of the protagonist is indeed better, and this man can also consume the protagonist value to know the villain's level. On his villain panel, there is 1 protagonist value at the beginning. The villain has a greater advantage in the early stage. I'm just a bronze-level protagonist. Before I get stronger, I'd better cowardly and leave here first. This man did not consume the protagonist value to check the level of the villain, but decided to stay away from the villain first. Asterisk, Jebber, tell the caravan to turn around, and we'll go back. The man opened the door of the carriage and said to his servant who looked like a butler, Young master, aren't we going to buy goods from the Earl of Moshiland this time? Housekeeping. Notify if you let me know. So much nonsense. The man is impatient. Yes, sir. Seeing that the man was angry, the butler obediently went down and made arrangements. Soon, this team of dozens of people and a dozen carriages began to turn around. Follow the road in Sumo's territory and go farther. The direction is right. The distance between me and the villain is widening. The man breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the prompt on the panel. Then, he raised his hand and looked at the ring on his hand. Every protagonist has gold finger. As a bronze-level protagonist, his gold finger is the ring on his hand. According to the instructions on the panel, there is a sleeping soul inside this ring. The strength of this soul is extremely powerful, and it was once a legendary mage on the continent of the gods. Legendary mage, in this man's understanding, each one is equivalent to a small mobile nuclear arsenal, extremely terrifying. Of course, this once legendary mage has only 1 soul left, and his strength is naturally not as tyrannical as it used to be. But as his gold finger, as long as this legendary mage wakes up with the guidance of the legendary mage, his strength can grow by leaps and bounds. I don't know who this villain is, but unfortunately my gold finger is not woken up yet, and my family is too small, just a barren family. When I develop a wave, I will meet you again, whether you are who, since he is the villain, is my stepping stone to Lee Busy. The man named Lee Busy thought. This guy got into the role very quickly. Kill a few more villains, and I can upgrade the ring to become a silver-level protagonist, and a second stronger grandpa will appear in the ring. Lee Busy thinking happily. He did not go to the communication area, so as not to affect his mentality, because some guys are silver-level or even higher-level protagonists as soon as they cross. High-level protagonists have more powerful gold fingers, and the starting point when crossing is also higher. But Li Meng is confident to surpass other protagonists and become the strongest protagonist. The convoy drove away quickly. This bronze-level protagonist, named Li Meng, did not know that the abnormal situation of this team had been noticed. In a dense forest, after receiving the order, several secret posts quickly reported the abnormality of the convoy. In the Crescent Kingdom, Sumo has secretly built a well-established intelligence network. This intelligence network, Sumo did not use succubus, but humans. Succubus is a demon after all, and the Crescent Kingdom shines with divine light, unless Su-Mo directly launches a large-scale invasion. Otherwise, the succubuses can't act recklessly to avoid exposure. In his own domain, the scruples were much smaller. Not long after, in the sky, a figure that could not be seen with the naked eye quietly came. This figure is Nancy, sent by Su-Mo. Nancy restrained her breath and quickly came to the top of the team. Her eyes lit up, glowing red. Such Nancy looks extremely coquettish. Immediately afterwards, the situation inside the carriage became clear to Nancy. Nancy is not Su-Mo's strongest succubus. She is good at hiding and changing. As a demon, on the continent of the gods, her strength has also been suppressed to a certain extent. But with Nancy's strength, dealing with Li Meng, who is not even awakened to Goldfinger, is equivalent to a cross-dimensional blow. Senior, I know you're in the ring. Wake up quickly. Maybe I'll be torn apart by the enemy's hands if it's too late. In the carriage, Li was busy talking to the ring. He wants to awaken the soul in the ring. Perhaps Li Busy's words played a role. Brat, an old voice sounded in Li Busy's mind. Senior, are you awake? Li Busy hearing this voice, very happy. The voice cannot help but a little louder. Master, what are your orders? Outside, the butler's voice sounded. This carriage does not have the magic of sound insulation. Just now, his voice was so loud that the housekeeper outside heard the movement. Mind your own business. It's none of your business. Li Busy said angrily. Senior, after dismissing the housekeeper, Li was busy shouting the soul in the ring again and again. Little guy, don't worry. Although I don't have much power left, I can also unleash a legendary attack. I have sucked so much power from you over the years. If your enemy comes, I will help you solve it. The old voice in Li Busy's mind sounded again. It should be him. In the castle, Su-Mo whispered. He left a trace of will on Nancy's body, and he knew exactly what Nancy saw. Master, the soul in his ring is quite powerful. I am afraid it is a legendary soul. Master, do you want to do it? Master, shield me from the divine light, and I can get it done quickly. Nancy hides in the sky and reports to Su-Mo. Not urgent, Su-Mo said lightly. There's still many people near the convoy, and once the shot is made, there will be some movement. There's no need to influence Su-Mo's infiltration plan for a bronze protagonist. Legendary attack. In the carriage, after hearing the voice of the legendary soul, Li Busy's mind suddenly became active. First check what level the villains are nearby. Li was busy opening the panel, which cost 1 main character value. Soon, he found out the level of the nearby protagonist. Bronze level villain. A happy expression appeared on Li's busy face. Bronze level villains are definitely not too strong. Perhaps you can use Senior's blow to kill this bronze level villain and complete the first kill. This thought popped into Li's busy mind. According to general logic, the blow of Grandpa Ring was reserved to save his life. Never use it until critical time. But Li Meng decided to do the opposite. The villain does have an advantage in the early stage, but the advantage of the bronze level villain is unlikely to be too great. Maybe you can use this blow to kill a villain. At that time, he will be the first protagonist to kill the villain. The reward will be doubled. I'm such a genius. The more Li Feng thought about it, the more feasible he felt. Jebber, turn around and go to the territory of the Earl of Moshi Land. Li Busy instructed the housekeeper loudly. The housekeeper was confused by Li Meng's operation, but after being scolded by Li Meng several times, he decisively decided not to ask the reason and immediately followed suit. So, the caravan started heading towards Su-Mo's territory again. My operation will definitely surprise the villain. Ha! Li Meng couldn't help feeling a little smug in his heart, and he couldn't help but imagine that when he stood in front of the villain, the other party's expression was stunned. Asterisk. Master, this person. Seeing that Li Busy ordered the convoy to turn around, Nancy was a little puzzled. Although Nancy felt the fluctuation of the other party's soul when the legendary soul was fluctuating. But the communication between the legendary soul and Li Busy was in her mind, and Nancy didn't know the specific content. Li was busy with some mental activities, and she did not know. In addition, She naturally didn't know that Li Meng was the protagonist. "It's okay. Stare at him secretly. Don't startle the snake," Suemo said. "Yes, master," Nancy wrote. After she finished speaking, she kept a distance from the carriage. Avoid being detected by the legendary spirits in the carriage. Although this possibility is extremely low, Nancy must eliminate all possibilities so as not to spoil God's plan. Li's busy convoy quickly turned around and drove towards the center of Sumo's territory. Nancy followed quietly. "Owner," a seductive voice sounded. Shiwei is back. She stood quietly behind Sumo and didn't make any more noise, so as not to disturb Sumo. Sumo's hand moved, and a goblet appeared, and in the goblet, light red wine slowly appeared. Sumo sat leaning on a throne made of gold, sipping wine. With his eyes, he could see the situation of the convoy through Nancy at any time. There is a feeling of quietly watching your performance. Seeing Sumo tasting the wine, Shiwei came behind Sumo, and a pair of flawless little hands lifted Sumo's shoulders and pressed them gently. Li's busy convoy was constantly approaching. The villain is panicking now. As long as I get within 100 meters of the villain, I will know who he is. Li was busy thinking about it. He has successfully persuaded the legendary soul in the ring to take action for him when the time comes. As long as the identity of the villain is determined, you can find an opportunity to kill the opponent. Even if the other party is a big man, the legendary soul silently kills the other party, and he will not be implicated. The territory of the Earl of the Black Stone is really prosperous. Li was busy looking out from the carriage. Here, there is still some distance from the Black Rock city of Sumo, but the carriages coming and going have started to get stuck. Those goods. He noticed a merchandise on a wagon with a lot of china and mirrors and the like. There are also porcelain and mirrors in this world. I still want to invent them to make money. This floor, isn't this cement? At this time, Li Meng made a new discovery. He had just crossed over before, and suddenly discovered that there was a villain nearby, and he had not paid attention to the ground. It was only now that he noticed that the ground on which the carriage was traveling was a concrete floor. Porcelain, mirrors, cement. This count of the Blackstone territory is 100% transmigrator. Isn't he the villain? This thought popped into Li's busy mind. Because there were too many distractions, he hadn't thought about why the Earl of Mwasherland had invented so many things just after crossing the road. An Earl. It shouldn't be a big problem. Be careful and it won't be noticed. Li was busy thinking about it. Although the Earl status is not low and his strength is certainly not weak, Li Meng has enough confidence. An Earl can't possibly still have legendary combat power, right? As for the impact on the New Moon Kingdom after killing it, he doesn't care. Soon, the team came to Moshi City. There's only less than a kilometer left. It seems that he really is the Earl of Blackstone. He has been silent. Is he so reckless? Li was busy thinking. Seeing that Sumo didn't move, he had some doubts in his heart. Little guy, hold this. It can make you invisible for a short time. Even the big magician can't find you. You're just an Earl. Go. Leave everything to this old man. Perhaps, sensing Li's busy doubts, the legendary soul in the ring had another soul fluctuation. Not only that, but the legendary soul also gave him a cloak from the ring. Hint, you have acquired an invisibility cloak, which is useful to the Grand Magister level and below. After seeing the prompt, Li Meng was overjoyed. As expected of the grandfather of the ring, what is missing? He put away his cloak and jumped out of the carriage. Jebber, you guys go shopping, and I'll go shopping. Li was busy talking to the housekeeper. After that, Li hurriedly walked towards Sumo's castle. Soon, he approached Sumo's castle, then found a deserted corner and donned an invisibility cloak. After wearing it, Li hurriedly walked in towards Sumo's castle. Sure enough, no one found out. Li Busy is very happy. Master, he's coming to the castle. Nancy Hui reports. Shiwei, lift the magic band on the castle and let him in. Sumo said lightly. Yes, master. Shiwei summoned a magic disc and began to operate it. This magic disc can control the magic prohibition of the entire castle. Otherwise, it's just an invisibility cloak in Sumo's eyes, and any magic band in his castle can be detected. After Shi Wei lifted the magic band, she activated some low-level magic bands. Do a full play. There are magic restrictions at the entrance of the castle, but the level is not high. You can rest assured. Inside the invisibility cloak, the legendary soul hurriedly said to Li. Li hurriedly walked over with confidence, and sure enough, the magic prohibition at the entrance of the castle was not touched. Shout I, there's a letter from the capital. Give it to me, I'll give it to the count. The conversation between the two maids rang out. There are still people leading the way. As expected of the protagonist, luck is so good. Seeing a maid walking into the depths of the castle with a letter from the capital, Li hurriedly followed. The legendary soul in his ring watched silently. Soon, Li Meng followed a maid and came to the heights of the castle. This castle is really big enough, and the maids in it are so beautiful. The villain's little days are good, but your good days are over today. Li Meng looked envious all the way. Really, Sumo's castle is too extravagant. Inhuman luxury. Lord Count, a letter from the capital. Finally, the place arrived, and in a hall, the voice of the maid rang out. Li hurriedly followed. Then he saw that in the hall, Su Mo, dressed in a noble robe, was standing there, opening a letter. It's really you. After seeing Su Mo, Li busy confirmed. The villain is Su Mo. He hasn't found me yet, Senior, let's do it. Li hurriedly said. After finishing speaking, Li hurriedly walked into the hall. However, he had just stepped into the hall with his front feet, and in the hall, a large number of magical patterns lit up instantly. The entrance to the hall was also instantly closed by the magic circle. At this time, this hall can be said to be completely isolated from the outside world. What happened? Li was busy seeing the magic lines that lighted up, and he still didn't understand what was going on. Then, he saw that Su Mo looked at himself lightly. In his heart was a squeak, giving birth to a feeling that all his secrets had been seen through. In the ring of his finger, the legendary soul flew out directly. Senior, it has been discovered. There is no need to hide it. The legendary soul flew above him, and powerful magic fluctuations began to emerge from his body. Discovered. Li was stunned for a moment. How could he be discovered after hiding it so well? I didn't expect you to find the old man, the magic circle here. How is it possible? This is a holy magic circle. The legendary soul was fearless at first and was ready to comment on the magic circle. But when he found out that this magic circle was actually a holy level magic circle, he instantly lost his calm. Although the earl is a noble, a small earl is far from enough to see in front of a legendary mage. Even if he only has a soul, it is not something that the little earl can compete with. But it's just that the earl found him. Who would have thought there is actually a holy magic circle here? This greatly exceeded his expectations. Senior, what's going on? Li Meng heard the unsteadiness of the legendary soul, and he had no idea in his heart. It doesn't matter, holy magic circle. I can't help it, old man, die. After the legendary soul finished speaking, the magic on his body surged. The next second, an extremely powerful attack rushed towards Su Mo. Seeing the attack of the legendary soul coming, Su Mo's expression did not change. In front of him, Shi Wei suddenly appeared, patted her hand lightly, and saw that the attack from the legendary soul directly shattered Shi Wei. You are evil. The legendary soul noticed the fluctuations in Shi Wei that belonged to the succubus, and his face changed greatly. However, before he could finish his words, he saw Su Mo's eyes glow red. This legendary soul trembled, and even his consciousness was completely controlled by Su Mo. The word magic at the back was not spoken. Su Mo stretched out his hand, and this legendary soul was like a bubble, and was recruited by Su Mo. Senior. Later, seeing that the legendary soul didn't hold on to a round, it was done. Li Feng, who was full of confidence before, was immediately dumbfounded. Asterisk thump. In the hall, Li hurriedly knelt down. Big brother, don't kill me. Let me be your little brother. I promise to be obedient." Li was busy begging for mercy. At this time, he has long lost the high spirits he had when he first entered Succubo castle. Succubo stretched out his hand, and the ring on Li's busy hand fell off his finger and flew to Sumo's hand. Bronze ring, the protagonist's gold finger, bronze level, costs 50 villain points. You can get this ring permission. On the panel, the general information of the ring appeared. Other than that, there is no more detailed information. Sumo looked at Li busy. Following Sumo's gaze, Li Meng, who was still begging for mercy, became confused. Soon, Sumo learned what he wanted to know from Li busy. This ring is very interesting. Inside comes a ring grandpa. If you're not satisfied with this grandfather ring, the protagonist who owns the ring can also spend a certain amount of protagonist value to replace a grandfather ring. These ring grandfathers did not appear out of thin air, but some of the once strong men in the continent of the gods. They also have a special understanding of the continent of the gods. After they appear in the ring, they will think that the protagonist rescued or warned them. It will give the protagonist a lot of opportunities. In addition, this ring can also be upgraded from a bronze level ring to a silver level ring. After leveling up, you can spend the protagonist's points to summon a second, stronger ring grandpa. This legendary soul is Li Busy's grandfather ring. Now, even if Sumo gets this ring, there is no way to summon or level up until he gets permission. If you want to capture the gold finger of the protagonist, you have to spend some villain value. The higher the level of gold finger, the more difficult it is to capture. After fully clarifying these situations, and from Li Meng, I'll learn more about the differences between the protagonist and the villain in details. With a slight movement of Sumo's hand, a green flame ignited on Li Busy's body. These flames were so terrifying that Li Meng's whole body turned to ashes. Sumo stares at the place where Li Busy disappeared. Suddenly, he noticed something. The next second, Sumo appeared at the place where Li Busy disappeared, grabbing both hands in the void. "Caught you." There was clearly nothing in Sumo's hand, but a smile appeared on his face. When the villain kills the protagonist, the villain value can be obtained, but the luck of the protagonist cannot be obtained. What Sumo has just caught is Li Meng's luck, although not fully caught, but also grabbed some. You completed the villain's first kill and got double the villain value. Panel. A prompt appears. At a glance at Sumo, the villain panel has undergone some changes. Player. Sumo. Villain nickname, Phantom. Faction, Villains. Occupation, Count of the Black Stone Land of the New Moon Kingdom. Level, Bronze. Villain value, 200-200. Air luck, -82. Warning distance, 50 kilometers. Rank, none. Villain value change from 0 to 200. It seems that, to kill a bronze level villain, the villain value is 100. Because Sumo completed the villain's first kill, it doubled to 200. The luck value also changed from -100 to -82. The change in luck value should be something Sumo grabbed from Li Meng. Damn, the first kill was robbed. At the same time, on the continent of the gods, there are some depressing voices from villains. Whether it is the protagonist or the villain, if you get the first kill, the reward will be doubled. There are also some villains with protagonists near them. These villains have launched their own forces to find and deal with the protagonists. One of the villains is almost chasing the protagonist. Seems like you can get a kill. As a result, a prompt appeared in the communication area, and the villain's first kill was killed by a villain named Phantom. This makes those villains depressed. Is the protagonist killed? F***CK. I've got to hide a little bit more and develop for a while. This villain called Phantom is probably a bit powerful, and I hope it's not near me. The first protagonist was killed, also in the protagonist communication area, causing some discussion. Many protagonists have a sense of crisis. Master, what to do with the legendary soul? In the hall, Shuei looked at the legendary soul that was being made and said. Sumo played with the bronze ring and slowly came up with an idea. He looked at the legendary soul and said indifferently, "Tell me, all the opportunities you know." The legendary soul spoke dumbly. As the grandfather of the ring, although this soul is legendary, it is far from comparable to Sumo. However, the protagonist's gold finger, if used well, can also be used to enhance strength. It depends on how succubi is used. As the owner of the succubus blood, succubi has a very powerful blood skills. Succubus eye. This skill is a spiritual skill, and if the spiritual power is not strong enough, it cannot be stopped at all. This legendary soul was directly controlled by succubi. Soon, he told what he knew, all the opportunities that he planned to give the protagonist. It's quite a lot. After all, it's Grandpa Ring. After the legendary soul finished speaking, Sumo's mind moved and killed the legendary soul. Shiwei, send someone to look for it. Suemo said, Yes, master. Shiwei went to make arrangements. These opportunities mentioned by the legendary soul are very good. There are actually two kinds of power that Suemo has now. One is the power of the demon god brought by the blood of the succubus. The other is the power that hides the blood of the succubus, which belongs to the human side. The second power is not very strong, not even a magic guide level. It would be nice if it could be improved. Maybe one day, Suemo will be a dignified devil, and he will be able to enter the heaven for a walk as a god of the heaven. This ring can be used. The way to use it is also very simple, that is to summon Grandpa Ring. Then, through the eyes of the succubus, you can directly ask them about the opportunities they have prepared for the protagonist. Item, Bronze Ring, which has been authorized, costs 50 villain points, and can be summoned by the Nazgul. After Suemo obtained the permission of the ring, the information of the ring can be seen on the villain panel. 50 villain value, it is not much. Suemo tried it again, and found that it takes 500 villain points to upgrade this bronze ring to a silver ring. According to the 100 villain value of killing a bronze-level protagonist, killing 5 bronze-level villains is enough. Suemo pondered for a while, spent 50 villain points, and tried. Soon, inside the ring, a new old man with a ring appeared. This ring, Grandpa, is still the state of the soul. Did you come out by yourself? Or did I drag you out? Suemo said lightly. Gee, little guy. Inside the ring, there are soul fluctuations. But the soul fluctuation just appeared, and it went out directly. Next second, inside the ring, a transparent soul appeared. In Sumo's eyes, there was a faint red light. Still legendary. After a few minutes, Suemo got what he wanted. This time, it was still the legendary grandfather of the ring who was summoned. However, perhaps he was included in the faction as the villain. The old man with the ring that appeared this time was a necromancer in his previous identity. This legendary necromancer secretly uses living people for research, turn a whole city into undead. This caused the siege of other legendary mages and died. Then, he was summoned by Suemo using a bronze ring. This necromancer knows a lot of opportunities. In addition, as the grandfather of the ring, he still has a lot of power left. After Suemo killed him, he also stripped him of his remaining power. We'll talk about it after the upgrade. After killing the necromancer, Suemo threw the bronze ring into a space used to put things. The current bronze ring is helpful to him, but it is not very helpful. When the number of villains increases, it will rise to the silver level, and then see what level of grandfather ring will be summoned. After dealing with these matters, Suemo said, Nancy used the dark web to find out all the suspicious people in the New Moon Kingdom. He explained some of the characteristics of the protagonist to Nancy in detail. Each protagonist is a traverser and has his own gold finger. No matter how careful they are, if they want to become stronger, they will definitely be different from ordinary people in many aspects. Sumo has already laid out a very detailed intelligence network in the New Moon Kingdom. It is not difficult for him to find a protagonist in the New Moon Kingdom. Yes, master. Nancy took Sumo's words in her heart and left Sumo's castle quietly. Soon, Nancy came to a secret building. Here is the core of the Sumo intelligence network. Nancy is also in charge of Sumo's entire intelligence network. Arya, send a letter to all the intelligence points in the kingdom and let them go all out. After Nancy arrived, she gave an order directly. Yes, boss. The men moved quickly. Soon, a special letter was sent out. These letters delivered through a special magic device. That is, magic letters do not require messengers at all. If you send it on one side, you will receive it soon on the other side. If ordinary people want to send such a magic letter, they have to pay the price of 10 silver coins. You know, in this world, 1 silver coin is equivalent to $100. $1,000 to send a letter? Ordinary people can't use it at all. But here at Sumo, it can be used at will. A large number of magic letters were sent, hundreds of kilometers from Sumo territory. In a city, in a secret room, a magic device lights up. There is a letter from the headquarters. The person in charge of receiving the letter carefully took out the letter from the magic device and presented it to the person in charge of this intelligence network. Such scenes are happening everywhere in the New Moon Kingdom. The protagonists in the New Moon Kingdom do not know yet that an invisible big net has been spread over them. This big net can be called a heavenly net. Boss, how much are these magic potions worth? Let me see. Wow, the quality of this magic potion is very high. What do you think about 1 gold coin? It is good. In a large city, a dialogue sounded. A man wearing a magic apprentice robe went to a shop selling magic items and sold a lot of magic potions. Where did Billy get so many magic potions? He's just a magic apprentice. It may have been picked up. Last year, an apprentice picked up a package of potions and sold it for a lot of money. Damn, this guy actually had shit luck. He has no background. Let's go, we'll grab him. When the man was making a big purchase, he didn't notice that there were 2 guys who were also wearing magic apprentice robes, following him sneakily. The 2 guys followed the man all the way while he was shopping. The 2 guys didn't pay attention, and when they were talking, a passerby just heard it in the back. The pedestrian's expression changed, and then he left naturally. The 2 guys followed the man all the way. Finally, they found a small alley and quickly surrounded it. Billy, it looks like you've made a fortune. Why? Once you make a fortune, do you forget about our old friends? A guy grinned. Billy, hand over all the gold coins you sold just now. Otherwise, we're welcome. The other guy was more direct, and he opened his mouth directly to the lion, trying to steal Billy's gold coins. The man named Billy frowned, and then he suddenly shot. A fireball was sent out by him. They are all apprentices. Who is afraid of who? A guy just didn't care and was directly killed by the fireball. The other guy's face turned pale when he saw it. He couldn't understand how Billy, who was soft yesterday, became so powerful all of a sudden. The guy ran away, but a fireball caught up and killed the guy as well. 2 bugs. Even the protagonist's idea dares to fight, Billy snorted softly, went down with a fire, burned the 2 bodies to ashes, and left there. He didn't know that not far away, a person standing in the dark had heard his words. Master, there is news from Coma City that a suspected protagonist has been found there, and they are further tracking. In the castle, Sumo soon received the news. At the same time, after the man named Billy left the alley, he walked towards a direction in the city. He didn't notice in the slightest that there were eyeliners all over him on the way. These eyeliners are very careful and don't follow all the time. Instead, it was constantly changing, and in front of him, he was in control of his movements. Billy was in a good mood. Although he had just killed 2 people, he did not show any discomfort. As a traveler, he is still the chosen protagonist. In his opinion, people in this world are just NPCs. All will only be his stepping stones. Sooner or later, he will become the strongest protagonist, and all the other protagonists are just his foils. Billy quickly came to a group of buildings in the center of the city. Here is a magic academy. The continent of the gods has developed magic, and there are also many magic schools. Magicians have a high status and are also the best way for many civilian children to change their lives against the sky. It's too hard to be a noble. As long as you have good magic talent and become a noble magician, you can even surpass many ordinary nobles in terms of status. In this magic academy, Billy was just the lowest level magic apprentice. But with the arrival of the traveler, he became the protagonist and obtained the gold finger. In less than a day, he relied on his gold finger to go from a magic apprentice to an official magician in one fell swoop. Spend the gold coin sold today, The magic level should be able to rise a few more levels. Maybe you can enter the level. Billy thought happily. At this time, he noticed something and quickly entered the Magic Academy. There's a villain. He was actually touched by him. Fortunately, I am in the Magic Academy. He should not dare to do it. This guy is probably going to stay outside, and he will not leave the academy. Billy looked at the protagonist panel, a little frightened. Damn it, this guy is actually a student of the Magic Academy. This is not easy. On the other side, a man in a noble robe looked at Billy, who had entered the Magic Academy, feeling a little depressed. He finally met a protagonist who actually hid in the Magic Academy. Entering a Magic Academy to kill, it's not easy. In particular, this Magic Academy is also the third-ranked Holy Moon Academy in the New Moon Kingdom. I don't believe that you will never come out. Let someone contact the Lancet organization to see if they can find a powerful assassin. The villain figured out. Billy went all the way back to the Magic Academy and back to his residence. Most of the villains have their eyes on me. Then don't hide. Anyway, I am hiding in the Magic Academy. Even if he comes in, he doesn't dare to kill me. First, spend the gold coins you earned today, improve your magical talent, and then go to the test to attract the attention of the academy and let the academy treat me as a genius. Billy resets his plans. His Goldfinger is not the same as Lee Busy before. Lee Busy's Goldfinger is the grandfather of the ring. Billy's Goldfinger is a Krypton gold system. As long as you have gold coins, you can become stronger. That's why Billy has grown so fast. Of course, Billy's Krypton gold system is not high level and has many restrictions. He still needs the protagonist value to upgrade the system, so that the restrictions can be lifted and greater permissions can be obtained. When he found out that he had been targeted by the villain, Billy also changed his development plan. Prepare to take the initiative to expose your evildoer, so that the Magic Academy can cultivate him as a genius. As long as he gets enough attention, the villain won't even try to kill him. I can't see it, but I can't kill it. I'm mad at you. Billy's mood changed again. No matter, be careful, they're looking for assassins. This guy is still very careful. Master, it has been confirmed that the protagonist is a magic apprentice from the Holy Moon Magic Academy. It seems that another force is eyeing him. Our people guess that he will probably not leave the Holy Moon Magic Academy for a long time. In the castle, Nancy's voice sounded. Master, the Holy Moon Magic Academy has a legendary mage sitting in town, and there are also temple knights from the Holy See Station not far away, so it's not easy for us to take action. Nancy said again, Holy Moon Magic Academy. Suemo read these words again. Then he took out a magic letter. Soon, Suemo wrote the letter. The magic letter burned and turned to ashes. In the Holy Moon Magic Academy, in a magic tower, an extremely beautiful woman who looked 24 or 5 years old was meditating there. At this moment, a magic device next to her lights up. Inside, a magic letter appeared. The beautiful woman opened her eyes. Originally, she didn't care, but when she saw a symbol on the magic letter, a bright smile burst into the face of the beautiful woman. He wrote me a letter. The beautiful woman was as happy as a little girl. She couldn't wait to open the letter and read the contents. The magic apprentice named Billy. After reading, the beautiful woman walked out the door. Dolly, go check if there's a magic apprentice named Billy in the academy. Beautiful woman. Yes, my lord. Soon, the beautiful woman knew the result. My lord, there is indeed a magic apprentice named Billy. He has just completed the magic level and magic talent test. According to the test results, Billy is already a first-order mage and has a very high magic talent. Everyone was shocked. Called Dolly's men to report. First-order mage, how long has Billy joined the Magic Academy? The beautiful woman asked. My lord, it took him 3 months to become a magic apprentice 5 months ago. Dolly wrote, Okay, I get it. You go and tell Billy that I want to accept him as a disciple and let him come over. Beautiful woman. Yes, my lord. Dolly left. First-order mage. It should be the person he is looking for. He saw this Billy and just want to see him. For so long, he didn't come to see others. After Dolly left, the beautiful woman muttered to herself, with a trace of resentment in her eyes. What? Vice President Melina wants to accept me as a disciple. In another place, Billy, who is surrounded by stars like the moon, was overjoyed when he got the news. He never thought that after he showed his strength and talent, Vice President Melina would actually accept him as a disciple. Although it has only been over a day, he is very familiar with Melina's name. That is the Deputy Dean of the Holy Moon Magic Academy, a powerful, forbidden magician, only one step away from the legend. The most important thing is, Melina is also a well-known beauty, the dream lover of countless people. I don't know how many people want to kiss Fong Zhe. Now, the other party actually wants to accept him as a disciple. The protagonist is cool. Billy couldn't help feeling overwhelmed. This is the magic tower of Dean Melina, right? In front of the towering and beautiful magic tower, Billy looked at the magic tower and was amazed. Just in the vicinity of the magic tower, he felt that the surrounding magic was extremely rich. It is not difficult to imagine how abundant the magic power will be once you enter the magic tower. Look, that's Billy. He has become a super genius of a first-order magician in 2 months, and Dean Melina will accept him as his apprentice. It's amazing. Dean Melina has never accepted an apprentice. Really, Billy pursued me a month ago, but unfortunately, I didn't agree. On the square of the magic tower, there were a lot of onlookers. When these students heard that Dean Melina was going to accept apprentices, they all came to watch. Surrounded by many students, from time to time, there were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. At this time, Billy felt like he was in heaven. The taste of being the protagonist turned out to be so cool. No matter where you are, it is the brightest existence. It's just a villain, and now he can jump. When he becomes a powerful magician, these villains will not be captured. Billy suppressed his inner excitement and walked towards the magic tower with a feigned composure. At this time, he saw that there were a few people sneaking around the students. Although these people are very careful, Billy can see at a glance that these people should be the eyeliner of the villain. When I hug Melina's thigh, it will be you in a hurry. Billy snorted lightly, didn't care at all, and walked into the magic tower. A forbidden mage who is about to become a legendary mage, even a duke, has to be polite to him. And once Melina becomes a legendary mage, her status in the New Moon Kingdom will be even higher. At that time, if the villain in the New Moon Kingdom wants to move him, he will have to wait. Obviously not. Only come dark. But as long as Billy doesn't leave the Holy Moon Magic Academy, it's not that simple for these villains to start at the Holy Moon Magic Academy. Here is the Magic Academy with legendary mages. Not far away, there's a powerful temple knights of the Holy See. People who are idle don't dare to do anything here. That's why Billy is so confident. As long as there is no problem with personal safety, at that time, with his own Krypton gold system, his rise is only a matter of time. Billy, right? Come in. My lord is waiting for you in the parlor on the 2nd floor. After entering the magic tower, a housekeeper received Billy. Okay, thank you. Billy was a little excited, and after thanking the housekeeper elegantly, he entered the magic tower. This magic tower is tall and has many floors. The 1st floor is where some sundries and servants live. The 2nd floor is for meeting guests. Layers 3 to 5 are useful. Above, it was basically Melina's private space. Except for a female housekeeper, no one could enter at all. Seeing that he was about to see the well-known Dean Miliana, Billy was quite excited even if he was the protagonist. He went up step by step. Finally, came to the 2nd floor. As soon as he got to the 2nd floor, he saw a very beautiful woman sitting on the sofa in the middle of the beautifully decorated living room on the 2nd floor. As soon as he saw this woman, he was stunned, completely attracted by her. It's simply too beautiful. He had never seen such a beautiful, temperamental woman before. In another world, those so-called celebrity internet celebrities, even if they are 100 levels long and glamorous, are not half as beautiful as this woman. Is this the legendary Dean Melina? Beautiful. I'm the protagonist, and women are just objects of conquest for me. Billy was very aware of the protagonist, and he forcibly lowered his head. However, in his heart, Melina has been listed as the object of conquest. He can already imagine that in the future, with his own system, Melina will be shocked by him one after another. Then, the scene of being conquered by him. Thinking of that scene, he couldn't help being a little excited. Am I pretty? At this time, Melina's sound was about to make her ears pregnant. Even the sound is so nice. Billy got excited again and nodded subconsciously. Bold, how dare you have evil thoughts on the vice president? At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a magician wearing a magic robe suddenly appeared, and when he moved his hands, a glowing rope suddenly appeared around Billy's body. Tied him up. Billy immediately felt that his whole body magic was imprisoned, and he couldn't move at all. The magician's hands moved again, and Billy was hanged upside down. Suddenly hit by this, Billy was stunned and didn't understand what was going on. President, I'm wronged, I didn't. The instinct to survive, Billy argues. I haven't said it yet. Listen to what this is. Another magician came out and performed a magic. Then a voice sounded. This woman is too beautiful, but sooner or later she will be my woman. When I become a legendary mage, I will conquer her sooner or later. This voice a bit like Billy's voice. Billy's face changed greatly when he heard this voice, because it was his inner voice. His inner voice was actually overheard by the magician, and he simulated it. Billy panicked. He was still about to speak, but the other party had not given him a chance. Directly a silent magic, so that even if he shouts, the voice will not come out. President, what should I do with this person? After the magician cast the silence magic, he asked Melina for instructions. Leave it to me and tell the public that people have been executed. Melina's faint voice sounded. Yes. The two magicians said respectfully and backed away. Seeing the two magicians retreat, Billy, who was still hanging in the air, made a woohoo sound. This guy is still holding on to a glimmer of hope. However, Melina didn't even look at him. She took out a bag and covered him. Put Billy in a small bag. Then, Melina threw the small bag into another bag and flew out of the magic tower to the direction of Sumo's territory. Inside the bag, Billy was about to cry. Although he has a Krypton gold system, he has already used up all the gold coins on his body and cannot exchange anything in the system. Besides, his gold finger level is not high, and when the difference in strength is too large, the system alone is useless. Seeing that there was no way to escape, his fate was uncertain, and Billy's heart sank to the valley. Now he can be said to have fallen from heaven to hell. In the Holy Moon Magic Academy. Soon, the genius Billy, relying on his high magical talent, was disrespectful to Dean Melina and had blasphemous thoughts. After angering Dean Melina, the news that he was killed by the law enforcement team of the college has spread all over the world. The entire college. You deserve it. You think you can do whatever you want with your magical talent. Yeah, Billy is too arrogant. He's not pleasing to the eye. After hearing the news, many students did not feel sorry, but rather gloated. In fact, Billy has been a little too flamboyant and arrogant these days. Master, there is news from Kima City that the protagonist was killed by the law enforcement team of the Holy Moon Magic Academy. In the castle, Nancy's voice sounded. After Sumo listened, he gave a faint Nancy was brought into the human world by Sumo, and she still doesn't know about Melina's relationship with him. This news also made Sumo sure that Melina had already started. With what he knew about Melina, he would be able to see Melina in half a day at most. Really? After half a day, in Sumo's territory, a magic flying ship sailed over from a distance. Sumo was quickly notified. In the sky, the air knights belonging to Sumo escorted the magic flying ship all the way towards Sumo's castle. Soon, the flying ship stopped at an empty place in the upper part of the castle. Sumo is already waiting there. After the door of the airship opened, Melina, dressed in full dress, appeared there. She is beautiful and moving. After seeing Sumo, she has long lost the coldness she had when she was in the Magic Academy. She ran straight over and fell into Sumo's arms under Nancy's surprised eyes. Asterisk, help, who will help me? On the protagonist forum, Billy is still sending out messages for help. This guy was restrained with all his strength, not only unable to move, but also put into a space bag. But Billy can also operate his own protagonist panel. This guy was inside, constantly sending out SOS messages. However, how can the protagonist come to save him? People in this world are not simple. Is this the first protagonist caught by the natives? Everyone, be careful, there are gods in this world. I found that in addition to the backward technology in this world, the magicians in this world are really perverted. If you give them a hint, they can study everything for you. On the protagonist forum, watching Billy's distress message, many protagonists were discussing there. Originally, as a traverser, he was selected as the protagonist, and each has their own gold finger. Each of these protagonists is a little inflated, and they also have a sense of superiority as a traveler. But who knows? It didn't take long before the protagonist was first killed. Now, there's another protagonist caught by the indigenous. It's over, they're villains. Billy was sending a message for help, and found that there was a villain around in the prompt on the panel. He was suddenly a little desperate. Then the surroundings changed. There's light outside. He was in the space bag, dark and invisible. Worse than being locked in a small dark room. Finally saw the light. But Billy was not happy, because no one knew what was waiting for him. Soon, he felt himself floating. Immediately afterwards, he floated out of the space bag. When Billy looked, he saw a magnificent hall. Looking at it again, Billy saw that an outrageously handsome man was standing in the middle of the hall, looking at him indifferently. Through the protagonist panel, Billy instantly knew that this man was the villain. Sky. Dean Molina actually brought him to the villain. Who is this villain who can actually drive Dean Molina? Before Billy had time to think, he saw that red light appeared in the man's eyes. Next second, if Billy gets hit hard, he doesn't know anything. In the castle, Molina was sitting on the balcony, eating fruit, watching Sue Mo's prosperous territory. After handing Billy to Sue Mo, Molina waited outside. She doesn't know what Sue Mo does Billy. She wasn't interested either. For her, seeing Sue Mo was the happiest thing. However, she also won't stay by when Sue Mo is dealing with things. In the hall. Soon, Sue Mo knew everything he wanted. With the eyes of succubus, it is an authentic cross-dimensional attack to deal with these weak protagonists. This Billy couldn't resist Sue Mo's succubus eyes at all. Krypton Gold System. Sue Mo whispers. This Billy is also a bronze-level protagonist. His gold finger is a system that can make Krypton Gold stronger. Unlike the protagonist of the ring stream, the protagonist of the system stream is more disadvantaged in the early stage, but it grows very fast. Like the protagonist of the ring stream, that is, the previously Mang, the grandfather of the ring and his ring still has a legendary attack. This is a very powerful means of life-saving in the early stage. Don't look at busy being taken care of easily by Sue Mo. But that was when Sue Mo had traveled 20 years in advance and had become a demon god. If it was another bronze-level villain, after Li Mongbing made a dangerous move, he would most likely be killed by Li Mang. Billy didn't get off to a great start, but this guy is really hard to kill. This guy is valued at the Holy Moon Magic Academy with the magical talent exchanged by the system, and then he can quickly become stronger with his own system. As long as he is careful, no one can move him in the Holy Moon Magic Academy. Just like another villain, there's nothing you can do about Nabil. Unfortunately, he meets Sue Mo. After figuring these out, Sue Mo didn't rush to kill Billy, because he wanted to find a way to get Billy's gold finger, which is the Krypton Gold System. The gold finger of the system flow is more difficult to obtain than the gold finger of the ring flow. For the gold finger of the ring flow, you only need to grab the ring and spend the villain value to make it your own. The gold finger of the system flow is not so simple. The system can't be seen or touched. Even Sue Mo can't see Billy's system. Only Billy could see it. The system seems to be bound to the soul. Even if Sue Mo sends a demon to occupy Billy's body, there is no way to see Billy's system. Now, Sue Mo is afraid that after killing Billy, his kryptonite system will dissipate directly. After thinking about it, Sue Mo turned on all the magic circles in the entire hall. There are several magic circles in this hall. Last time, the holy magic circle that the legendary soul sensed was only the most superficial level. In fact, this magic circle has reached the level of a god. God-level magic circle. In the magic circle, Sumo can release the succubus blood without any problem. However, to be on the safe side, Sumo rarely releases succubus blood in the world of gods. Here, after all, is the territory of the heaven. When illuminated by the divine light of the gods in the heavens, where there is a demonic aura, the holy see will be notified as soon as possible. Although this world is somewhat backward in technology, it is not generally developed in terms of magic. This time, in order to deprive Billy of the Krypton gold system, Sumo opened all the magic circles. After completely isolating the hall from the outside world, he released his succubus blood. When the succubus bloodline was released, terrifying energy surged throughout the hall. Sumo is once again that terrifyingly powerful demon god. What? At this time, Sumo made a discovery. Because after he released the succubus bloodline and became a demon god, the villain's panel actually disappeared. No matter how much Sumo called, it didn't come out. Sumo's heart moved, and the succubus bloodline was hidden again. Immediately afterwards, Sumo discovered that the villain panel appeared. After Sumo tried this several times over and over again, finally he was sure. When his succubus bloodline appeared and turned into a demon god, he was not judged as a villain. So, because I hid the succubus bloodline before, so in the judgment, only the human side was judged to be the villain. Sumo speculates. This conjecture should be correct. This finding did not make Sumo have much mood swings. This, for him, is naturally beneficial. It also means that his devilish side is even less likely to be noticed by others. This will also be his biggest trump card. In the future, if he turns into a demon god and goes to some protagonists, those protagonists will not even know that this frightening demon god is actually a villain. After figuring this out, Sumo unleashed the succubus bloodline, restoring the power of the demon god. Then, Sumo's power invaded Billy's body, and he wanted to see if the power of God could find out where the system was. Asterisk. In the hall, Billy was still in a state of lost soul. Even that legendary soul can't stop Sumo's succubus eyes, let alone him. Although it is a traveler and has Goldfinger, it is too weak after all. Who is not yet a traveler? The power of Sumo has completely enveloped Billy. Soon, Sumo discovered that there was an invisible force that enveloped Billy. Although the current Sumo has the power of the devil, he has no way to know any information about this protagonist and villain confrontation game from Billy. Sumo quickly understood why. After he completely released the succubus bloodline in the judgment, he became the indigenous god of this world. That is to say, a protagonist or villain is caught by other gods in the world of gods. This god controls his soul, and there is no way to know the information of this confrontation. Having figured this out, Sumo continued to investigate. Soon, he found that although the power of God was powerful, because he was judged as a native, it became more difficult to find Billy's system. Sumo pondered for a while, and slowly disappeared the blood of the succubus. The speed of elimination is not fast. His power is also declining. At the same time, due to Sumo's deliberate actions, his human bloodline is slowly emerging. Then, the villain panel appeared. Got you. Sumo's eyes narrowed. In this way, he managed to find where the system is. Next second, Billy instantly turned into fly ash and was killed directly by Sumo. After Billy was killed, Sumo's hands moved quickly. Immediately afterwards, an invisible thing was captured by Sumo. After capturing it, Sumo quickly stuffed this invisible thing into the villain panel. In the villain panel, soon, an item information appeared. Krypton Gold System. The protagonist Goldfinger, bronze level, costs 100 villain points to obtain permission. Information about the item appears. Sumo took another shot and grabbed a lot of luck, the protagonist belonging to Billy. Krypton Gold System. Sumo smiled. This Krypton Gold System was successfully captured by him. With the power of God alone, there's no way to capture it, because this thing is equivalent to insulation for the indigenous of this world. But the human side of Sumo is itself a villain. So, Sumo managed to capture it. So, if other villains kill the protagonist of the system flow, the possibility of getting their gold finger is not high. Sumo thought, the level of this Krypton gold system is not high, only the bronze level. If the level is higher, the difficulty obtained will be higher. After getting the Krypton gold system and incorporating it into one's own, the villain value required is not much. Only need 100 villain value. It happened to be the villain value obtained by killing Billy. On the contrary, it is more difficult to extract the system. Sumo scanned his own panel. Player, Sumo. Villain nickname, Phantom. Faction, Villains. Occupation, Count of the Black Stone Land of the New Moon Kingdom. Level, Bronze. Villain value, 300/200. Air luck, -50. Warning distance, 50 kilometers. Items, Bronze ring, Krypton gold system unauthorized. Rank, none. When Sumo killed Li Bang, he got 200 villain points, and it cost 100 villain points to collect the ring and summon a ring grandpa. Just killed Billy and got another 100 villain points. So, Sumo now has 200 villains left. Killing Billy this time, the harvest is not bad. After the kill, Sumo also grabbed a lot of luck again. Due to the experience, this time I grabbed more luck than the last time. Kill a few more protagonists, and the luck value will become positive. Sumo thought about it, and directly used 100 villain value to incorporate this Krypton gold system. Let's see how this system is used. You have successfully obtained the Krypton gold system permission. After the 100 villain value was consumed, the Krypton gold system was successfully incorporated by Sumo. System come out. Sumo thought about it and shouted in his mind. Soon, a panel appeared in Sumo's field of vision. This panel should be the panel of the Krypton gold system. The Krypton gold system was thus incorporated by Sumo asterisk. Experience potion, talent potion, magic skill book, magic potion book, alchemy skill book. In the system exchange area, a lot of things appeared. These things can be exchanged for gold coins. Bronze level gold finger has a lot of restrictions. The level of things is not particularly high, and it has a lot of requirements on the strength of the system host. There is no limit to the number of exchanges. However, once the number of exchanges reaches a certain level, the price starts to soar. With Billy's gold coin, it would take some effort to use this Krypton gold system to become stronger. Because Billy didn't start with much gold. Billy's identity is not comparable to that of the first protagonist, Li Meng, who was killed by Sumo. Li Busy's identity is the heir of a baron family, and his identity is not bad. Billy's identity is that of an ordinary commoner, and what the family lacks the most is money. Look, the gold finger of different protagonists is also related to the identity of the protagonist. If you give a Krypton gold system to a protagonist who has a wealth of wealth after crossing, then the protagonist will be against the sky. Now, after this Krypton gold system was acquired by Sumo, it is equivalent to being the richest man in the world, with a system that becomes stronger with kryptonite. As soon as Sumo's hand moved, a mountain of gold coins was released from a space ring. There are too many gold coins. In a splendid hall, a hill was piled up. These gold coins are only a small part of what Sumo has. Then, Sumo started searching. A basic experience potion, only 5 gold coins, is very much for Billy, but for Sumo, it is too cheap. Bought 3 copies straight away. After 3 copies, if you buy more, the price of each copy will continue to increase. But Sumo continued to buy without blinking. I didn't stop until I bought all the elementary experience potions in the exchange area. Then, he started buying magic talent potions again, which cost more, but Sumo didn't blink an eye. After buying, Sumo went on to buy other things. Gold coins are constantly being spent. In the system exchange area, everything was quickly sold out. This scene, it's like a scene of 0 yuan shopping. All sweep. On the floor of the hall, the gold coins kept disappearing, and next to the gold coins, the things exchanged from the Krypton gold system piled up like a mountain. Soon, all the elementary things were exchanged. Intermediate things have great requirements on the strength of the system host. Sumo's heart moved, and part of the succubus bloodline was released, and the strength he showed was different. This is actually cheating, but only part of the succubus bloodline is released, and the system can't tell the difference. So, Sumo can be redeemed again. Sumo started sweeping again. Items of different levels require different levels of strength. But this kind of strength limit for Sumo does not exist at all. Sumo easily broke through the limit of strength. Whether it is a magic guide level, a big magic guide level, or a forbidden spell level, there is no way to limit Sumo. As for coins, is Sumo still short of gold coins? Then, soon, the entire system store was bought cleanly as if it had been purchased for 0 yuan by many people. Is this gone? Sumo looked at the things in the system store and was speechless. It didn't cost a lot of gold coins. There was actually nothing in the system store. All were bought by him. The bronze-level gold finger is still not very powerful. However, it seems to be better than Grandpa Ring. Something more. Of course, the premise is that you have enough gold coins. Grandpa Ring also has some advantages. For ordinary protagonists, there is an extra life-saving whole card in the early stage, and there are people to guide. When Sumo saw it, he spent more than 1 million gold coins in total. Well, for him, more than 1 million gold coins really can only be described as just myself. In this world, the purchasing power of a gold coin is equivalent to 10,000 yuan before crossing. More than 1 million gold coins, it is equivalent to more than 10 billion before crossing. With so much money, buying all the things in the Krypton gold system can almost make a person grow from an ordinary person to an existence above the forbidden magic level in a short period of time. It's too weak. Sumo wasn't addicted. I originally thought that after getting the Krypton gold system, I could buy like crazy. He has too many gold coins. Who made making money so easy for him? Sumo doesn't actually make money for the sake of making money. Inventing things from another world is just to infiltrate the world of the gods. For him, gold coins are enough. Too many gold coins, meaningless. After all, he is a demon. Come to a Krypton gold system, just right. Who knows? This Krypton gold system is so useless, the contents inside were directly swept away by Sumo. If the system is smart, it is estimated that this is the most silent one of the system. After all, it is also a gold finger. It's so shameless to be directly emptied. Sumo took another look, and the exchange area of the Krypton gold system was indeed empty. There is nothing left. Don't know when it will be able to refresh again. Seeing that there was nothing in the Krypton gold system, Sumo directly closed the panel and looked at the exchange things. These things are not very high level. After all, it is a bronze-level gold finger. It seems that if you want to use these gold fingers to enhance the power of the gods, the bronze-level gold fingers are not enough. Sumo thought, bronze-level gold finger, the benefits you get from it. There will not be much improvement in the power of Sumo. However, the human side can be used. In addition, it can also be used to train subordinates. Fine, these gold fingers can be upgraded. Well, I have to find some more protagonists. Sumo thought about it for a while and called Nancy, asking Nancy to increase the reward and let the people in the darknet take further action. At the same time, he also gave Nancy hundreds of thousands of gold coins to let Nancy use the intelligence networks of other forces. He wants to find all the protagonists hidden near the New Moon Kingdom. Asterisk. After letting Nancy arrange it, Sumo put away the remaining gold coins. Then, he put away the mountains of things that were exchanged from the Krypton gold system. These things Sumo can use some himself, and then use some for his subordinates to improve the strength of the human side. His human strength is actually not bad. Even if he hides the succubus bloodline, his physical quality is still strong. Now, it is a powerful sky knight comparable to the existence of the forbidden spell, slashing Sumo with a big sword. Sumo stood there still, not even breaking the skin. But this is only the quality of the body, and other powers on the human side are not enough. After putting it away, Sumo moved his hand lightly to remove the magic circle in this hall. His whole body has returned to normal. Then, he left this hall and came to the heights of the castle. There Melina was drinking coffee comfortably. Seeing Sumo coming, Melina showed a charming smile. "Brother Sumo, are you ready?" Melina asked. Although she looks like an extremely charming and beautiful woman, she is not very old, only in her 30s. It looked like he was 24 or 5 years old. For a magician above the forbidden spell level, this age is not too big. The lifespan of high-level magicians is generally relatively long. With Melina's current strength and magic power to nourish her body, it would not be a problem for her to live for hundreds of years. As for the problem of aging, it will also become slow. Although she is in the Holy Moon Magic Academy, she is the goddess in the hearts of countless people. But in front of Sumo, Melina at this time was like a teenage girl. "Sumo, well, it's done." After saying that, Sumo looked at Melina, her eyes facing each other. Embarrassment appeared in Melina's eyes. Then, she stepped forward gently and leaned against Sumo's arms. Listening to Sumo's powerful heartbeat, a trace of satisfaction appeared on Melina's beautiful face. For so many years, her favorite is to lean on Sumo's arms like this. This reminded her of the night when all her parents and relatives were killed by horse thieves more than 10 years ago. When the horse thief was about to rape her, Sumo came out with one sword and one sword. At that time, after Sumo killed all the horse thieves, looking at her heartbroken, he held her in his arms and told her that in the future, he would be her brother. "Brother Sumo, I am now the Deputy Dean of the Holy Moon Magic Academy. After a while, I will be able to become a legendary mage. When I become a legendary mage, let me be by your side in the future," Melina said softly. Sumo stroked Melina's hair and said, "Melina, the situation has changed now. I still need you to be in the Holy Moon Magic Academy. If possible, you should join the Magic Council of the Continent of the Gods. Are you there? Magic House. Brother Sumo, I can do it." Although she really wanted to stay with Sumo every day, but when she heard that Sumo needed it, Melina still said without hesitation, "Brother Sumo, since I can't be by your side all the time, let me tonight. This is my voluntary." Melina's voice dropped. This night, time became very slow. The realm of time, even if Sumo is a demon, has not yet been touched. That's the realm all the gods want to reach. However, at some point, whether it is humans or gods, there will be some changes in the perception of time. For example, this night, time passed very slowly. Until the next morning, you will feel that time flies a little too fast. The heights of the castle. In the bedroom, it is as warm as spring. Melina, who only fell asleep when it was almost dawn, fell into a deep sleep. There was a happy smile on the corner of his mouth. Sumo hugs her lightly. In fact, in the past, Sumo had always regarded Melina as her younger sister, until once he came back from the abyss and accidentally leaked the breath belonging to the succubus. It happened to be discovered by several temple knights at that time. At that time, Sumo was not yet a demon. The strength is far less powerful than it is now. However, after seeing several temple knights deal with Sumo, Melina unhesitatingly exerted her power to help Sumo block the divine light from the sky. Then, Melina shot with Sumo and killed the powerful Templar Knights. In that battle, Sumo was also injured. Melina took Sumo into the Holy Moon Magic Academy, and the people of the Holy See searched for a long time, but they did not find Sumo. How could they have thought that Sumo was right under their noses? It was also in the Holy Moon Magic Academy that Melina gave her body to Sumo. Until now, every once in a while, Melina would sneak over here. In the Holy Moon Magic Academy, she is the goddess in the eyes of countless people. But here in Sumo, she is a little bird and she is obedient to Sumo. Melina didn't wake up until noon. Brother Sumo. Melina's face was still red when she saw Sumo. Seeing her expression, Sumo has some. After more than an hour, Sumo gave her some of the things she exchanged from the Krypton Gold system. These things won't greatly improve the power of Sumo, but they should help her break through the legend faster. "I'm leaving, Brother Sumo." Melina was a little reluctant. She can't stay with Sumo for too long, lest people find out about her relationship with Sumo. After Suamo gave her a hug, Melina reluctantly boarded the ship and left. Master, I found a lot of suspicious things, and it will take some time to confirm. After Melina left, Nancy reported. Nancy, you don't need to confirm. As long as it is suspicious and the identity of the other party is not high. If you can take it directly, get it over and talk about it. If not, put it back. Succubo said lightly. Yes, master. Nancy wrote. Remember, it is better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. Succubo said again. Nancy lowered her head and said she was taught. Yes, master. In fact, for the succubus, this kind of kill can be executed in another way. That is to kill all suspicious people. Succubus is also a type of demon, and to humans, they are evil. This kind of evil is not a derogatory term in the abyss, but an attribute of the abyss itself. In the abyss, there is no concept of good and evil, and hunting and being hunted are the norm in the abyss. Talking about good and evil in the abyss, that's idiot behavior. If the succubuses had enough power, they wouldn't blink an eye in order to fulfill Sumo's order to kill all the people of a country. For them, God's command is everything. Therefore, Sumo's commands tend to be more specific. The reason why Nancy was left in the world of gods by Sumo was because she understood Sumo's orders better. Sumo doesn't want to kill too many people who are not the main character, not the virgin, but to avoid causing too much movement. Therefore, if the suspicious person caught, if not the protagonist. Haha, compared to other protagonists, am I the easiest one? In a city, a person's self-talk sounded. He was walking around in the downtown area. Every now and then, I stretch out my hand and poke next to someone. To others, he looks like an ADHD patient. But in fact, every time he pokes, he will have a good harvest. You picked up strength plus 0.2. You picked up fire magic experience plus 5. On the panel, with his actions, messages kept appearing. Near the Magic Academy, the gains are indeed greater, but unfortunately, there is no chance to see those powerful magicians. Otherwise, the gains will be even greater. The man muttered to himself. This person is also a protagonist with Goldfinger. Also, his Goldfinger is fun, is to pick up attributes. In his sight, there will be some light clusters around some people. As long as he pierces the light clusters, he can get some attribute values. These light clusters are not fixed, and they will disappear over time. In his guess, these should be some of the power that others exude when cultivating or doing things, but no one can see it and no one can get it. Through his Goldfinger, a system for picking up attributes, he was able to obtain these attributes. He has discovered the law. The stronger the person, the greater the benefit he gets after the bubble around him is punctured. It's a pity that, in his current status, there is no way to come into contact with the existence of Too Strong. He has been wandering around the Magic Academy for the past 2 days. The harvest is really good. It's just that he didn't encounter a Too Strong magician or knight. Many powerful magicians and knights like to practice, and one practice is not short. Magicians, in particular, study magic, and it is possible to stay out of the house for a few years. The bronze level system limit is still too big, and the number of times you can pick it up per day is very limited. When you accumulate some power, you still have to find a way to kill a few villains and upgrade your Goldfinger. The protagonist thought, although Goldfinger is good, it is still a bit uncomfortable due to the level restrictions. Fortunately, for him now, the bronze level Goldfinger is enough. In the past few days, his strength has risen a lot. If you pick up some more magical talent, you can infiltrate the Magic Academy. Then, it's time for me to show off my skills. The protagonist thought happily. His Goldfinger can be said to be the winning type. He doesn't need to do too much himself, as long as he can come into contact with a strong enough existence and keep picking up attributes, he can continue to become stronger. Although the Goldfinger level is low and limited. However, when the strength rises, it is not difficult to hunt down villains and upgrade Goldfinger. Moreover, compared with other protagonists, he believes that he is less likely to be exposed. He just wanders around every day. With so many people in this city, who would notice him? His early warning range is twice that of the villain. and as long as he avoids the villain, he can grow respectfully. Hey, the bubbles on that person are so big. At this time, the protagonist found that the bubbles on a person were a bit big. The strength of this person should be good. At this time, the man was walking towards the other side of the street. After the protagonist found out, he quickly chased after him. I won't poke the bubbles on him. As long as it is broken, today's harvest will definitely be good. He quickly chased after him. The man quickly walked into a side street. The protagonist followed suit. However, just after chasing in, a wooden stick suddenly fell from the sky. Although the protagonist's strength has broken through the first rank, the strength of the person who attacked him was obviously stronger. Before he could react, he was knocked unconscious by a stick. It was said above that Ning would kill 1,000 people by mistake, and you should not let one go. Take this back first. If it is the person you are looking for, we will make a fortune. Well, give him some cartilage powder, then tie him up and send him back. Conversation sounded. So, the protagonist, who was still happily imagining the future just a moment ago, was tied up like this and put in a sack. Then, it was carried away by a carriage, ready to be transported to a place outside the city, and then picked up by a flying boat. Master, this is this group of suspicious people. Early the next morning, a flying ship sailed into Sumo's castle. Several people were arrested. In order to catch more protagonists, Sumo gave the order that he would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let go of one. Of course, if it is not the protagonist, Sumo will generally inject some false memories into these people and put these people back to avoid causing too much movement. During the day, the flying ship brought a batch, but none of them were the protagonists. Now, it's the second batch, and it's coming from the other direction. These people were packed in sacks, their hands and feet were tied, and they couldn't move. After being released, one by one is still in a coma. Sumo's eyes swept over these people. Soon, his eyes stopped on a person. This time, the harvest was good, although a few wrong people were caught, but there was still one protagonist. Nancy, keep this and put everyone else back. Sumo said. Yes, master. Nancy waved her hand, and a few men came in and took the others away. After these people left, Sumo opened the magic circle. Then, a red light appeared in his eyes. Pick up attributes. After 10 minutes, Sumo smiled. Good harvest this time. The gold finger of the protagonist is also a system. Bronze level pickup system. For him, the function of this system is more useful than the bronze level Krypton gold system. The people that the protagonist can reach now are too weak. What attributes can they pick up? But Sumo is different. He also has the identity of a devil. Sumo is the other demon gods who have access to the abyss. In the abyss, there are also many demon gods. This system might also be helpful to Sumo's demonic side. Deprive this system first, and then go to other demon gods to talk to each other. Sumo thought. Asterisk. After one experience, the second deprivation system is much simpler for Sumo. The blood of the succubus appeared little by little, and his power continued to increase. When increased to a critical point, Sumo sensed where the system was. Then, Sumo slammed and killed the protagonist. A killer, Sumo quickly shot, grabbed the system, and put on the villain panel. After doing all this, Sumo hasn't stopped. Taking another shot, he grabbed a lot of the protagonist's aerodynamics. After the grab, Sumo looked at the panel. The luck value has increased again, from -50 to -25. Get another protagonist. His luck value should be positive. You still have to pay attention to things like luck. It doesn't affect you in a short time. After a long time, you will find that it is very likely that the whole world is targeting you. Of course, this time span needs to be very long. Moreover, after the villain has risen to the silver level, he can also use the villain value to reverse his luck. It's just that the villain value is limited. You can directly grab the luck. Why waste the villain value? Pick up the attribute system. The protagonist Goldfinger, bronze level, consumes 100 villain points to obtain permission. On the villain panel, Sumo has already seen the information of the pickup attribute system. It is still consuming 100 villain points to obtain permission. Sumo didn't hesitate and directly consumed 100 villain points. Thus, the authority of this system is obtained. After getting it, Sumo looked to the novice to explain. The novice's instructions are very simple, and some restrictions are mentioned. For example, the current bronze level system has a large limit on the number of attributes that can be picked up per day. You can only pick up 12 times a day. If you exceed this number, the harvest will continue to be halved. 13 times, halving 14 times on the basis of 13 times, and then halving it again. If this is reduced, the subsequent gains will be minimal. System load. In the hall, after figuring out the function of the pickup attribute system, Sumo said lightly, "Pickup attribute system loaded successfully." Then, Sumo looked at Nancy, who was beside her, and found that there was a transparent bubble beside Nancy. This bubble, Nancy couldn't see at all. Sumo reached out and burst that bubble. With his movements, the bubble was successfully popped. Immediately afterwards, on the villain panel, a prompt for picking up the attribute system appeared. You picked up Spirit +5, Charm +3. After Nancy's bubble was popped, the attributes she got were not bad. This is because Nancy herself is relatively powerful. After the bubble is punctured, it should not appear again in a short period of time. Nancy, you are in charge of the castle. After Sumo finished speaking, he drew a hexagram again, opened the passage to the abyss through the hexagram, and left here. When he reappeared, Sumo had already appeared in the abyss. After he looked at the direction, all the succubus bloodlines were released. Then, wings grew on his back. With a flap of wings, Sumo left here. This time, Sumo didn't go to Succubus Dynasty. However, in the case of the Succubus Dynasty, it was always under Sumo's control. The entire Succubus Dynasty is actively preparing for war. The main thing to do in this kind of preparation is to collect enough cannon fodder. The scale of the war in the Abyss is not small. The wars between some huge demon dynasties are tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. This is because, in the Abyss, there's no such thing as the old and the weak. Only the strong and the weak. Ordinary Abyss creatures. In a large-scale dynastic war, the only role is cannon fodder. The role of cannon fodder is to reduce the loss of the main demon in a demon dynasty. People have cannon fodder, but if you don't have cannon fodder, it will be very difficult to fight. Soon, Sumo came to a deep ravine. Here is the Abyss. Many demons are reluctant to come to the Abyss because there are some difficult Abyss creatures in the Abyss. Sumo walked along the Abyss and gully, and soon he came to a huge Abyss. In this Abyss, the number of demons is extremely large, and there is a huge magic circle on the periphery of the Abyss. Here is the location of a powerful demon dynasty. It is still very difficult to enter this Abyss from the Abyss. Even the existence of the Demon King, there is no way to kill it. However, Sumo exuded a strong aura and rushed in directly. Someone invaded. No, it's the devil. Quick, inform our god. When the demons in this demon dynasty discovered that a demon god had arrived, their expressions changed drastically. The king of the dynasty quickly informed the devil behind the dynasty. Only the demon god can deal with the demon god. Sumo rushed toward the Abyss quickly. On the periphery of the Abyss, a huge magic circle has been activated. A large number of magic stones were thrown into the magic circle. Such a magic circle, as long as enough energy is invested, even if a devil wants to break it, it will take a little time. This time is enough for the demon gods of these demon dynasties to come. In the Abyss, it is not easy to start a war between the devil and the devil, especially when the strength is similar or there is no absolute certainty and the opponent has been beaten. God power is precious. Every drop of divine power takes a long time to condense. It is also pointless to waste divine power on meaningless battles. Of course, the brain circuits of many demon gods are inherently strange, and there are also many warlike demon gods. As Sumo approached, under the impact of the powerful breath, the expressions of all the demons in that demon dynasty changed drastically. Even a demon king-level existence can't stand it in the face of the breath of God. Sumo didn't rush into that abyss, though. Instead, it stopped at the periphery of the abyss and the powerful breath was continuously released, making those demons uneasy one by one, for fear of succubi rushing in. At that time, once their gods come later, this demon dynasty will face a lot of losses. At this moment in the sky, a passage opened. Immediately afterwards, in the eyes of human beings, an extremely evil atmosphere permeated. In the passage, a huge shadow appeared. An ordinary person would be frightened into an idiot just by looking at this black shadow. A god, especially a god who fully reveals his own breath, cannot be looked directly at by ordinary people. It's not just a question of courtesy and respect. It's about his own life. The power is not strong enough. Look directly at God. That is the behavior of 100-level death. Our God has come. In that demon dynasty, all the demons breathed a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. Succubus demon god, it's you. After the huge black shadow came, he recognized succubi immediately and made a deafening sound. The sound is not transmitted through the air. It's too far away. If it is transmitted through the air, it takes dozens of minutes for the sound to spread. As a demon god, this huge shadow uses its power to vibrate the space. No matter how far away, the sound can be conveyed in an instant. Sumo's figure is not big. Compared to this huge black figure, it is like a small point. However, whether in the eyes of succubi and the shadow, or in the feelings of bystanders, Sumo's momentum is not weaker than this huge shadow. Succubi had already let his succubus ancestry fade a bit while the giant shadow spoke. You don't need to fade it all out. Just let the human side reveal a little, and you can see the villain panel. After the villain panel came out, succubi directly loaded the system for picking up attributes. Sure enough, there are bubbles. After loading the pickup attribute system, succubi successfully saw a transparent bubble beside this huge shadow. This bubble is too big. A few people can easily put it on. Its color is also different from the color of the bubbles around Nancy. In the description of the system, the size of the bubbles represents the amount of harvest in the bubbles. Besides the volume, there are also some differences in color. If this bubble is burst by succubi, the harvest should be very good. Succubus demon god, do you still want to fight? This demonic way. When succubi first became a demon god, he met him once and wanted to try his own strength, so he had a fight with him. This guy thought that succubi was here to fight him again. Don't be nervous, long-nailed demon god. I'm just here to talk to you. Sumo's eyes retracted from the bubble and said lightly, have a heart-to-heart talk. His words made the long-nailed demon god stunned for a moment. As a demon god, this guy is not stupid, although Sumo's words were beyond his expectations, but Sumo's eyes just caught his attention. So, this guy has quietly swept over the place succubi just looked at, but he didn't find anything. Well, it's just a heart-to-heart talk. Don't you want to deal with that banshee? Maybe we can join forces. Succubi said in a flat tone. Joining forces? Is this true? Sumo's words obviously made the spike demon god interested. It's really, he was bullied so badly by that banshee, and a lot of territory was robbed, but no demon god was willing to help him at all. Hearing Sumo's words, it's no wonder this guy isn't interested. Sumo's wings fluttered, and he flew to the side of the spike demon god. Seeing succubi approaching, the spike demon remained vigilant, but did nothing else, because he felt that Sumo's breath was decreasing. Taking the initiative to lower his breath is a kind of sincerity in the eyes of the long-nailed devil, which means that succubi has no intention of doing anything. Of course, her strength is getting stronger and stronger. After bullying you, maybe she will do something to me. I will help you to explore it later. Next time, I will come to you to discuss the details. How about it? After succubi finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and patted the nailed demon god's shoulder. Taking advantage of the situation, the bubbles around the long-nailed demon god were punctured. You picked up 2 divine strength, 135 strength, 68 agility, and 1 skill fragment. On the villain panel, the prompt to pick up the attribute system appears. Good guy. The things I picked up from the demon god were really good. 2 points of divine power, more than 100 points of strength, and dozens of points of agility. You must know that according to the standard value of the attribute system, the attribute value of an ordinary person is only 10 points on average. The attributes dropped by a demon god are equivalent to more than a dozen ordinary people. Well, this is just a drop, which is equivalent to a little power emanating from a demon god. Divine power is also good. 10 points of supernatural power is a drop. 2 points of supernatural power, very durable. Another big bonus is skill shards. Sumo took a look and saw that this skill fragment was the magic god's housekeeping stunt, God's destruction slash. Although the skill fragment is only 1%, Sumo can also spy on part of the mystery of this skill. If you look for the long nail demon god a few more times, you may be able to produce more skill fragments. This Goldfinger is not bad. Although it is also a bronze level, it has a lot of limitations. But the limit is the number of times, not the harvest. In other words, the size of this Goldfinger harvest depends entirely on what level of people you can reach. For another person, there is no chance to come into contact with the long-nailed demon god at all. If you can't even pass the demon dynasty, how can you be qualified to contact the demon god? Dare to come to this demon dynasty like Sumo? Any powerful demon in it can teach you how to be a man in minutes. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't have the chance to go to the demon god to burst the bubble. Therefore, this Goldfinger, here at Sumo, is the best use of everything. If the protagonist who owns this system knows that Sumo has such a big harvest once he picks it up, I don't know what kind of envy he will be like. The spiked demon god didn't feel the power in Sumo's hand, and with Sumo's statement, he didn't stop Sumo from slapping him. Okay, I'll go check her out, and I'll come back to you after a while. Sumo got the benefit, and after flicking the long-nailed demon god for a while, he shook his wings and left here. He was about to go to another abyss. There it is, exactly what Sumo just said, the place where the demon-level abyss banshee is. Asterisk, the abyss is enormous. This is a huge world, no less than the size of the world of the gods. The abyss can be regarded as a member of the world of gods, but it is a relatively independent world. Soon, Sumo is there. The territory of this demon god-level abyss banshee is much larger than that of the long-nailed demon god. The nameable abyss occupied by her banshee dynasty has several floors. Others are used to produce some resources, and the number of abyss to cultivate cannon fodder is more. And many of these abyss were snatched from the long-nailed demon god. The long-nailed demon god is not weak, but his power is just restrained by this abyss banshee. This is where he gets frustrated. The banshee dynasty is also very strong. In the abyss and ravines, the banshee dynasty is vigilant. Because Sumo didn't restrain his breath, he just appeared and was discovered by many vigilant abyss banshees. There is a devil descending from the ravine. Soon, in the banshee dynasty, the news was received. Those vigilant abyss banshees were about to withdraw, but it was too late. Sumo has come. As soon as his hand moved, the abyss banshees were bound by him. With one more grab, the abyss banshees were caught in their hands. These abyss banshees are somewhat similar to succubus, but they are different abyss creatures. The succubus is good at charm, and the abyss banshee is equally powerful in the mental attack. The difference is that the abyss banshee is often able to quickly switch between entity and incorporeal. Like a succubus, it is impossible to fly when the strength is not strong enough. But the abyss banshee is born to fly. Coincidentally, the ability of the succubuses formed a natural restraint against the abyss banshee. This kind of restraint is not too targeted, but in the battle of the same level, many abyss banshees are reluctant to fight against succubus. This is also why, after hearing that Sumo is willing to join forces with him, the spiked demon god will be tempted. After grabbing a group of abyss banshees, Sumo bound them with strength, and then fully unfolded his breath. The aura belonging to the demon god swept the sky and covered the earth to the abyss where the banshee dynasty was located. This time, without waiting too long, an abyss banshee who looked extremely evil appeared. Lilith, we meet again. Sumo looked at this abyss banshee who was extremely evil in terms of breath and body, and said lightly, He has already seen that there is also a very large bubble beside Lilith. Lilith looked at Sumo and glanced at the banshees bound by Sumo. In his eyes, there's an extremely cruel and evil meaning. Succubus, do you want to start a fight? Lilith's tone was not good, and she felt like she could do it at any time. Sumo said lightly, "No, I just want to talk to you. Have a heart-to-heart talk." These two words made Lilith's eyes even more cold, because she felt that Sumo was teasing her. She is a powerful and evil demon god, and her name, Lilith, in the world of gods, has made many people in the kingdom change their minds. In many records of the Holy See about the Abyss demon, Lilith's name appears frequently. A new succubus demon dared to molest her. However, this is not the most excessive. The most extreme thing is Sumo's wings flashed and appeared not far from her. Lilith's body is surging with power. As long as Sumo has the next move, she will face her thunder strike. Don't be nervous. Look, I took the initiative to lower my breath. Seeing that Lilith was ready to attack, Sumo's face still didn't change. Instead, he spread his hands and said indifferently, "In a demon god-level battle, taking the initiative to lower your breath will cause you to lose your first mover advantage." Lilith looked at Sumo with an extremely dangerous look in her eyes and said nothing. Because of today's Sumo, there's something odd about the move. Sumo is still walking towards her. Lilith's eyes became more and more dangerous. She didn't say anything threatening. For the demon god, no need. Because Sumo can know her attitude through her breath changes. She's probably going to do it for real. But Sumo is still getting closer. In fact, if it wasn't Sumo who was approaching now, but the spiked demon god, she would have already done it. Because the long-nailed demon god is a demon god who is good at power, it is very dangerous to be approached by a stupid big man like the long-nailed demon god. That's why, when Sumo approached, the spiked demon god wasn't nervous. As for Sumo, in Lilith's view, no matter how far or near, they're actually the same. "Lilith, I'm actually here to tell you a piece of news. The spiked demon god has found me and is going to join forces with me to deal with you together. Do you think I promise?" Sumo said as he approached. "Spike." Lilith's gaze became more dangerous, but this time the danger was not entirely directed at Sumo. The long-nailed demon god was indeed bullied to death by her. But if the spiked demon god joins forces with Sumo, even if Sumo is a new demon god, her odds of winning will decrease. She is not afraid of the long-nailed devil alone, and Sumo alone, she is not afraid. But what if Sumo joins forces with the long-nailed devil? Sumo finally got close to her, admiring this banshee known for her evil. Compared with the charm of the succubus, her beauty is more evil. Both are dangerous but addicting. Sumo admired it openly and said, "Lilith, in fact, I am more optimistic about you. Longnail seems to have some plans. I am afraid he will tell me the specific plan later. When I know it, I will tell you next time." After speaking, when Lilith was attracted by his words, Sumo stretched out his hand. "Hey, what do you seem to have here?" Sumo's hand quickly reached over Lilith's right shoulder. Lilith's breath suddenly rose, and she was about to start. But Sumo's hand didn't touch her, and she withdrew. "I read it wrong." "Well, that's it. I'll come back to you in a while." After Sumo finished speaking, he stepped back quickly. Soon, he disappeared into the abyss. Those bound abyss banshees are also released. Lilith stood high up and watched where Sumo disappeared. She still felt a little weird about Sumo's arrival this time, and Sumo's behavior. However, even if it was her, she couldn't find out what was wrong. Asterisk, good harvest. After leaving Lilith, Sumo smiled. The attributes picked up from Lilith are also very good. Lilith is not a power-type demon god, and there are not many power attributes picked up from her. Spiritual attributes, on the contrary, are very many. These attributes are not the biggest gains. The biggest gain is a few divine powers and a small skill fragment from Lilith. Howl of the Banshee. This skill is quite terrifying, and even the long-nailed demon god is a little empty. With a good harvest, Sumo left here. Go to the next place again. After a while, Sumo was there. Repeated the old trick again, forcing out a powerful demon. Then, Suemo walked over. In this way, it didn't take long for Suemo to find a total of 6 demon gods to talk. These 6 demon gods have all been known to Suemo since he became a demon god. It is acquaintance. It's not difficult to pick up attributes from these demon gods. They don't want to start a war with Suemo easily, just a little fooling around. The harvest is good. Picked up a lot of properties. Also picked up a total of 3 skill fragments, 2 rule fragments. Rules are also one of the powers mastered by gods, which can greatly increase a god's combat power. The gains obtained from these 6 demon gods are replaced by other protagonists who have obtained the attribute picking system. I don't know how long it will take to obtain them. Even if the opponent's system has a high level from the beginning and can outperform quality and quantity, it is impossible for them to obtain things like divine power, divine skills, and similar rule fragments for a long time. After visiting the 6 demon gods, Suemo looked towards the abyss. Suemo pondered for a while and decided to check it out after a while. Other demon gods will be discussed later. In the abyss between the devil and the devil, it is easy not to meet each other. If it is an unknown demon god, Suemo wants to get close to each other, unless it is in battle, otherwise there will be some difficulties. And if the battle is turned on, Suemo will not be able to get the villain panel and load the pickup attribute system. For the villain panel, Suemo must reduce the concentration of the succubus bloodline and let the villain panel come out. In the battle between gods and gods, that is a very risky act. He began to return along the abyss and ravine. Above the abyss and ravine, the blood moon is still hanging high, exuding a strange light. It has been a few years since he became a demon god, and Suemo knows that this blood moon represents a powerful and terrifying demon god in the abyss. If you can get close to him, the harvest must be not small. Suemo thought, it is not easy to get close to the blood moon. Moreover, approaching the blood moon is an adventure for the devil, and it can even be said to be an act of courting death. The existence represented by this blood moon is infinitely close to the legendary Supreme Throne. Supreme Throne. That is also a position that countless gods aspire to. Whether it is the god of the heavens or the god of the abyss, they are all vying for that position. Whoever ascends to the highest throne first will be able to become the master of the world. In the past, Suemo also took this position as his goal. Now, this position is still a target. In less than 20 years, he became a demon god. Although the distance from this position is still 108,000 miles away, if this game of confrontation between the protagonist and the villain is used well, Suemo feels that maybe he can get to this position in a shorter time. Suemo looked back from the blood moon. The way is step by step. Now, his task is still to find more protagonists, hunt them down, and get their protagonist value in Goldfinger. Suemo began to return along the ravine, ready to return to the world of the gods. Soon, Suemo returned to the castle. He silently used the things exchanged from the Krypton gold system to improve his human strength. After staying in the castle for a short time, Shiwei came back again. Master, good luck. Guess what happened to me? After Shiwei came back, she said with a smile. Sumo's eyes swept across the protagonist panel. He already knew that Shiwei had brought back a protagonist. Hey, I really can't hide anything from the master. Seeing Sumo's expression, Shiwei knew she couldn't sell. She released a bag from the space bag. After removing the bag, inside lay a comatose protagonist. Master, when I was looking for an opportunity in a place, I happened to meet him. Shiwei told the story of catching the protagonist. In the past few days, she has been looking for the chance she knew from the 2 ring grandpas. These opportunities are in some dangerous places, and they are not bad. Perhaps it was because Sumo's luck was negative. After Shiwei succeeded in a few places, she found that one had been taken first. Shiwei became alert, rushed to another place, and then lurked. Sure enough, after half a day, a protagonist arrived there. It happens to be underground. I could do my best. Otherwise, the soul of the legendary warrior in this person's ring is not easy to deal with. Shiwei said, her strength is stronger than Nancy. After speaking, Shiwei presented a ring to Suemo. Suemo took the ring and quickly saw the information of the ring. bronze ring, the protagonist gold finger, bronze level. After killing the protagonist, you can get this ring permission by spending 50 villain points. Hint: if there are multiple bronze rings, they can be fused. After fusion, the villain value needed to upgrade will be reduced. Another bronze ring can be merged. Sumo saw the prompt. Looking at it this way, the same gold finger should also be integrated. After fusion, gold finger will increase to the silver level villain value, and it will decrease. At this time, in the bronze ring, there is also a bound old man with a ring. After Sumo's spiritual sense swept through, he found that the old man with the ring was a former legendary warrior. There are magicians, warriors, and knights in this world. In contrast, magic is more developed, but there are also many warriors and knights who practice vindictiveness. As soon as Sumo's hand moved, he grabbed the old man with the ring. The old man with the ring has been beaten to death by Shi Wei, and he is sluggish, very relaxed. Sumo asked about some opportunities he prepared for the protagonist, and then the old man with the ring took the lunch. Immediately afterwards, Sumo solved the protagonist who had the ring, and at the same time robbed the protagonist of a lot of luck. After the heir was delivered, Sumo glanced at the panel. I saw that on the villain panel, the luck column finally changed from -25 to 3. The luck value is finally positive. After solving the 4 protagonists, the luck value returned to a positive number. Now, don't worry about it for a long time. The whole world is coming against him. Immediately afterwards, Sumo spent 50 villain points to obtain the permission of this bronze ring. On the villain panel, the authority for this bronze ring appeared. When 2 bronze rings are together, choose any bronze ring to fuse. Sumo chose fusion. Soon, the 2 bronze rings were fused together. Sumo saw that the description of the bronze ring had changed. Item: bronze ring, enhanced. Costs 60 villain points and can be summoned by the Nazgul. Sumo clicked the upgrade button behind the panel of this ring. The bronze ring, enhanced, needs to be upgraded to the silver level, and 250 villain points are needed. Originally, it required 500 villains to upgrade to the silver level, but now it only needs 250. After fusion, half of the villain value required to upgrade is saved. Not bad. Looking at it this way, even if you catch the protagonist with the same gold finger, it is not useless. Their gold finger is equally useful. Asterisk. Damn, these protagonists are too hard to kill. There's a guy I almost chased twice, but he slipped away. I already killed one. 666. I set up a group. Everyone will form a group together. Let these protagonists develop. We will be at a disadvantage. After integrating Goldfinger, Sumo took a look at the villain forum. On the villain forum, it was extremely lively. Today is the 4th day after the game starts. 4 days have passed, and some villains have killed the protagonist. There are also a small number of villains who were silently killed by the protagonist. Overall, the villains are still dominant. There are also many villains who have established some communication groups. However, there is not much information about the protagonist on the villain forum. Even if these villains discover the protagonist, they will not share it. After glancing at the villain forum and getting an idea of the general situation, Sumo closed the villain panel. At this time, a maid came to report that there was a letter from the capital. "Master, it's a letter from Queen Crescent Moon," Shi Wei said after scanning the signature of the letter. It was only a few days after the last letter from the Queen of the New Moon, and she wrote another letter. Such a frequency is rare. While speaking, she had already presented the letter. Sumo took the letter and soon knew the contents of the letter. Her reason for writing this letter is simple. A week later, the god behind the New Moon Kingdom will perform a blessing. It is a great honor for people in the world of gods to accept the blessings of the gods in the heavens. Not only that, such a blessing is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a magician or a warrior. If it is some magician who has encountered a bottleneck after receiving the blessing, there is a very high possibility that they will be able to break through to a new realm with the blessing of God in one fell swoop. It can also improve physical fitness, cure diseases, and prolong life. If an ordinary person can receive the blessings of God, many diseases will be eliminated, and life expectancy will be greatly extended. In the world of gods, every blessing of the gods is a very grand ceremony. Only the most devout believers of God are eligible to receive the blessings of God. The Queen of the Crescent Moon has this qualification. And the reason why Queen Crescent wrote this time is to invite Succubi to the capital and accept the blessing of the goddess with her. She has already applied for a qualification for Succubi. The content of the letter is simple. However, the information revealed made Sumo's eyes light up. "Master, is it good news?" Seeing Sumo's expression, Shiwei asked. Compared with the powerful demon gods in the abyss, Shiwei prefers Succubi in the world of gods. Because in the abyss, Succubi is a god, and the oppressive feeling brought by the majesty of God is inevitable, even if she is the closest person around Succubi. But in the world of gods, Succubi restrained everything. This makes Shiwei a lot easier. She is naturally extremely loyal and respectful to Succubi, but in the world of gods, without the oppression of gods, she should be more lively. Succubi handed her the letter. "Very good, Master. Queen Crescent Moon has really obtained a qualification for you. Master, let me accompany you to the royal capital." After learning the contents of the letter, Shiwei cheered. "Master, let me go." Nancy, who had been hiding at the side, also appeared after hearing about it. Succubi pondered for a while and said, "No, Shiwei, you and Nancy are sitting here. There are too many holy places in the capital, and there are demigods sitting there. If you go with Nancy, the possibility of exposure is too great." "Okay, Master." Seeing that Succubi was not going to take them, Shiwei and Nancy were a little disappointed. However, they also knew that it was too risky for them to go to the New Moon capital. There are many experts in the New Moon capital, not only the sanctuary, but even demigods in secret. Not to mention, it is still the place with the strongest divine light. The gaze of the god behind the New Moon Kingdom can be cast at any time. They are succubuses themselves, unlike Succubi, who are equivalent to having two bloodlines, human and succubus. And Sumo's succubus bloodline is quite special. Not only can he evolve infinitely, but his succubus blood can also be hidden. There's also a special place that the succubus has never appeared male before. That said, Succubi is the first and only male succubus. Their strength is strong. As long as they are careful in other places, it is better. Once they enter the New Moon capital, the possibility of being discovered is too high. Once they are discovered, if Succubi doesn't make a move, they may not be able to escape. And when Succubi makes a move, the identity of the devil will be exposed. At that time, everything he managed in the New Moon Kingdom will fall apart. Once that step is reached, it will not be so convenient to act in the world of the gods. Nancy, intensify the action in the past 2 days and bring all the suspected protagonists who can be caught. The morning after the day after tomorrow, I will set off for the capital." Succubi looked at Nancy and said, "Yes, Master." Nancy said respectfully, "Shiwei, reply to the queen and prepare some gifts." Succubi looked at Shiwei again. "Yes, Master." Shiwei also stood up straight and took orders. "Master, how many people are your accompanying knights with?" Shiwei asked again. 500 people. Don't exceed the count specifications." Succubi said, "Yes, Master. I will select the personnel carefully." Shiwei said, "This matter is arranged in this way." Nancy and Shiwei were both busy. Asterisk. Comments. This person is the illegitimate son of a viscount. Are we really going to do it? It's just an illegitimate child. What are you afraid of? If it's not the person you're looking for, we'll just send it back quietly. The above requires more action. Let's do it directly. Okay, let's take action after he's placed on the order. Late at night, in a tavern, 3 people sat at a table, watching a person in the distance whispering there. These 3 people are also people in the Succubi intelligence organization. The person they were staring at was the illegitimate son of a viscount. This guy's been acting a little out of the ordinary lately. You must know that the status of illegitimate children is very low, and the illegitimate children of nobles basically have no inheritance rights. However, this illegitimate child is a bit special. The Viscount's direct son is ill all the time and may not be able to live for too long. The mind of this bastard became alive. In the past, this illegitimate son was extremely diligent, rushing to do everything, and was better to the Viscountess than to his own mother. Also won the favor of the Viscountess. It's just that, a few days ago, this illegitimate child did not know what happened. Suddenly became decadent. I don't do anything. I don't care about the account. I spend all day long, and I'm willing to degenerate. This guy's favorite thing to do is drink, hang out, occasionally visit the Technical Institute, and sleep well. Some say that the reason he did this was that the Viscount's direct son was cured by the priest of the Holy See. There was no hope, so I fell. Originally, this reason was justified, until, one night, a few gangsters approached him trying to grab some money from him to spend. But this guy led a few thugs to the back of an empty alley, and with one kick, he beat the gangsters into a dizzy, bloody head. Before, this illegitimate child was too weak. All of a sudden, it has great power. Coincidentally, among these little gangsters, they're the little gangster who happens to be an eyeliner for these three people. In the city, the best eyeliner is naturally these gangsters who are idle all day. This little gangster was beaten badly and wanted to take revenge on the other side, but he was definitely not enough by himself. Therefore, the situation of this illegitimate child was reported. Just got caught by these three people. Haha, let you fight so hard. It's still my gold finger cool. You can get stronger when you lie down. In the tavern, the illegitimate child was drinking happily. This guy is also a protagonist. His gold finger is somewhat interesting, and it is also a system that becomes stronger when you lie down. You don't need to do anything at all. You can get the rewards of the system by wandering around all day long. Of course, if you sleep all day, the rewards you get are limited. That's why he runs out every day to drink and drink, to bask in the sun, and occasionally to go to the technical academy. The days were very pleasant, in his opinion, as long as he avoids the villain with early warning and does not let the villain find him. He can become stronger in a stable manner. As for the Viscount's little family property, after becoming the protagonist and having the system, he didn't like it at all. After drinking for a while, the bastard glanced at his system panel. It was found that this meal gave him a good reward. The protagonist stood up happily, ready to go to the next place. Seeing him leave here, the three looked at each other and followed quietly. His strength should be second order. Be careful. Let the person in ambush in front do it. Our strength is still unable to deal with him. The three were talking quietly. Is someone following me? Unbeknownst to the three, the protagonist has discovered them. 3 rats, just to try my new skills. After the protagonist found that the three were not very strong, he snorted softly and walked towards an alley on purpose. However, just as he reached the entrance of the alley, a wooden stick smashed down with lightning speed. The protagonist had been on guard against the 3 people behind him, and before he could react, he was directly hit by the stick. F***CK. The protagonist was knocked by a wooden stick, but he didn't faint, and even cursed. Huh, haven't fainted yet. A voice sounded, and then the wind sounded. Fuck. The protagonist broke down. Then, there was darkness in front of his eyes, and he passed out. It's done. In the darkness, a shadow appeared, clapped his hands, and took out the rope. At the same time, in some other cities in the Crescent Kingdom, this evening, due to Sumo's orders, a large-scale sap fighting operation began. Many suspected protagonists have been sap. Over the castle, the magic flying ships flew one after another. TSK, the Earl of Moshi territory is so rich, so many flying ships use his flag. Yeah, I heard that a flying ship costs at least tens of thousands of gold coins. Tens of thousands of gold coins? My God, how many silver coins do I only earn a month? In the territory, people come and go. Many people saw the magic flying ship in the sky, and they were all amazed by the wealth of the Earl of Moshi land. This is the common denominator of everyone who comes to Mo Shirling. Among the noble groups of the New Moon Kingdom, there is already a consensus. That is when I arrived at Mo Shirling, I realized that I was a bumpkin. The weight of these magic flying ships is actually average, and they can't transport two heavy things in one trip. The speed is naturally not as fast as the planes in another world, but it is much faster than the carriages and other means of transportation. The price is also not cheap. The key is that money may not be able to buy it. However, in Sumo's hands, there are more than a dozen ships, and it may be said that he is the noble with the most magic flying ships in the New Moon Kingdom. What no one knows is, these magical flying ships that flew over the castle were all loaded with suspected protagonists. They don't need to land, just fly over the castle, and Sumo will be able to know if there is a protagonist in it. The flying ship without the protagonist was ordered to return directly. At this time, a flying ship received the order and landed behind the castle. After landing, several suspected protagonists inside were taken to the castle. These suspected protagonists are still in a coma. Sumo looked at several suspected protagonists and soon found the real protagonist. Good luck. Another protagonist is found. Several other suspected protagonists were taken away, and they would be transported back overnight and put back in place. These suspected protagonists, who can be brought directly by sap, generally have a low status in the New Moon Kingdom and disappear for a short time, and not many people will notice. After turning on a magic circle, Sumo looked at the protagonist. Soon, he knew the information of the protagonist. Still a bronze-level protagonist, lying down to strengthen the system. The system of this protagonist is a bit interesting. In this system, if you practice hard, there won't be many rewards. On the contrary, as long as you don't do the right thing and eat, drink, and play all day, you will be rewarded constantly. Of course, limited by the fact that the system is still bronze, the rewards are still limited. After knowing the gold finger of the protagonist, Sumo deprived the system after sending the protagonist back to his hometown. After being deprived, Sumo was not in a hurry to incorporate the system. Instead, this system is stored on the villain panel. He glanced at his villain panel. After killing the protagonist, Sumo now has exactly 250 villain points. After pondering for a while, Sumo used up the 250 villain points. The bronze ring was successfully upgraded to a silver ring. Your bronze ring has been upgraded to a silver ring. You become the first villain to have a silver-level gold finger and get 100 villain points. Your villain level has been upgraded to silver level, luck plus 50. On the villain panel, a large number of prompts appear. After the bronze ring was upgraded to the silver level, Sumo's villain level was also successfully upgraded to the silver level. Sumo looked at his villain panel. Player, Sumo. Villain nickname, Phantom. Faction, Villains. Occupation, Count of the Black Stone Land of the New Moon Kingdom. Level, Silver. Upgrade conditions, have a gold finger, or the cumulative villain value reaches 5,000. Villain value, 700/100. Record 5. Air luck, 77. Warning distance, 25 kilometers. Rank none. New permission, can view. After becoming a silver-level villain, there are many benefits. As soon as he became a silver-level villain, his luck increased by 50 points. Counting the luck that Sumo grabbed from this protagonist, Sumo's luck suddenly reached 77 points. The next rank of silver rank is gold rank. To upgrade to a gold-level villain, you need this villain have a gold-level gold finger, or the accumulated villain value reaches 5,000. Two conditions, if any one is met, can be upgraded. On the panel, there are more records of Sumo. Now, he has solved a total of 5 protagonists. The record is 5. The warning distance has been shortened by half, from 50 kilometers to 25 kilometers. Some more permissions. Sumo click on the new permission column. Silver-level villains have 2 more permissions than bronze-level villains. Permission 1. Silver-level villains can also use the villain value to improve their luck, and the cost of the villain value is 3 times higher than that of the protagonist. Permission 2. After the silver-level villain kills the bronze-level protagonist, the probability of obtaining his gold finger is greatly increased. Asterisk. Comments. Calling. Successfully summoned, you get the Nazgul, the Sanctuary Soul Lois. On the villain panel, the message appears. After the ring was upgraded to the silver level, Sumo spent another 100 villain points to summon a sanctuary soul. Bronze rings can summon legendary souls. After upgrading to silver rings, the souls that can be summoned have reached the sanctuary. Soon, Sumo felt a sleeping sanctuary soul in the silver ring. Grandma ring. Sumo found that in the silver ring this time, a ring grandma was summoned. No, to be precise, not a grandmother, because the other party is quite young. After Sumo's was swept through the ring, he withdrew. Then, Sumo put this silver ring into his space ring. His space ring has a powerful seal inside. Even if the grandmother with the ring inside the silver ring wakes up, she can't peep into the situation outside. It's time to go. After summoning this sanctuary soul, Sumo is ready to go. Soon, several airships carrying Sumo and the knights under Sumo's command set off from Sumo's territory and headed for the capital. According to the rules of the nobles in the world of gods, if there is any noble who has the opportunity to receive the blessing of the gods, he can't wait to take a loudspeaker and preach the past all the way. Sumo naturally wasn't going to do that. The flying ship quickly headed towards the capital. In the cabin of the flying ship, Sumo sat there and used another magic experience book. The things in the Krypton gold system are not bad. In the past few days, the strength of Sumo's human side has increased very quickly. Ordinary protagonists get the Krypton gold system and need to earn money, then exchange things to improve their strength, and then make money, and then exchange things to improve their strength. Here, at Sumo, the gameplay has completely changed. Everything inside was wiped out by Sumo. If it wasn't for this trip to the capital, Sumo would choose to save some villain value and upgrade the Krypton gold system first. After all, in the capital, his demon power cannot be used easily. Lord Count, it's almost time to reach the capital. In the afternoon, on the flying boat, Sumo heard the voice of the maid. The capital has arrived. Sumo got out of the flying ship and saw that, in the distance, a huge city appeared. This is the capital of the New Moon Kingdom, a large city with a population of several million. In the world of gods, a city with a population of several million is already very large, and it is considered a super city. Since there are not many high-rise buildings, the area of the city is also very wide. In the middle of the New Moon capital, in the sky, you can also see a pyramid that seems to be made of gold floating in the air. This is the largest and most core temple in the New Moon Kingdom. Below the temple, there is a huge square. Every day, there are many people in the square praying to the gods in the heaven. This is also the place where the divine light is most concentrated in the entire New Moon Kingdom. In the sky, several flying beasts flew over. All flying boats stop at Plaza 3. On the flying beast, a soldier in uniform said, "Flying is prohibited in the New Moon capital, and all flying ships cannot fly over the city. Outside the city, there are dedicated parking spots." Sumo's flying boat slowly flew towards there. Soon, the flying boat stopped. Then, Sumo's female officer released a gorgeous carriage from the space bag. Under the escort of 500 knights, the carriage slowly drove towards the interior of the capital. "Wow, Mom, look, what aristocrat is here." In the capital city, many children saw the escort team, and they all watched the excitement. This seems to be the caravan of the Earl of Moisher. It is said that the Earl of Moshi is rich, and even the Queen's wealth is not comparable to him. Wow, it turns out that the soap I used was invented by him. Some people recognized the flags on the convoy and started talking. In the Crescent Kingdom, the Earl of Moisherland can be said to be the most famous nobleman in recent years. It can be said that in the New Moon Kingdom, no one knows. He came at the same time. In the palace of the New Moon Kingdom, the Queen of the New Moon also quickly received the news. Sumo is here. The Queen Crescent Moon, who is dealing with political affairs, also had no intention of dealing with political affairs. "Kathy, go and invite the Earl of Moshling to the palace for a dinner party," the Queen of the New Moon said. "Yes, Your Majesty." After a female official took orders, she got into a carriage and hurried out of the palace. Asterisk. Lord Count, The hotel has been arranged. In front of the carriage, a female official respectfully said to Sumo. This female official is a female official that Shui specially selected for Sumo, called Arya, who is more careful. Of course, as a human, she must not know Sumo's identity as a demon. However, it is also a great honor for her to be able to follow the Count of Mo, Shirling, who is in the limelight. For Sumo, this female official is naturally very respectful. In the carriage, Sumo sat there, looking at the villain panel. Just now, an early warning appeared on the villain panel, but it quickly disappeared. This shows that there is a protagonist in the royal city, and probably more than one. Sumo didn't send anyone to look for such things. First, in Wangcheng, even his people couldn't be reckless. The second is this trip. Sumo's main purpose is not to these protagonists. These protagonists, all with Goldfinger, will grow an amazingly fast rate. For example, in the world of gods, a magician with good magic talent, under the guidance of the teacher, usually takes several months to enter the rank and become a first-rank magician. A few days are enough for these protagonists. Even with the system, one day it will go directly to the first order. Although Sumo is strong, he will not let them grow. However, no matter how fast you grow, it will take time to grow, and it is impossible to become a god in a few days, right? Goldfinger alone has an upper limit. Except for those protagonists whose Goldfinger level is high at the beginning, other protagonists, it takes a lot of time to light up Goldfinger. So don't rush these days. Of course, if the protagonist in the capital happens to bump into or provoke, Sumo doesn't mind taking care of it. The carriage headed towards the hotel. Soon, a magnificent hotel arrived. "Sir, please." Arya and the maids rolled out the red carpet on the floor and raised the curtain for Sumo. Sumo got off the carriage and was about to walk into the hotel. "Lord Count, please wait a moment." At this time, a voice sounded. Sumo took a look and saw a female officer riding a magic horse running over under the escort of a group of knights. The flag they played was the Queen's flag. "My lord, it's the Queen's." Arya has good eyesight and said in a low voice. The female officer quickly came close, then jumped off the magic horse and walked in front of Sumo. "My lord, Her Majesty the Queen has already hosted a banquet in the palace. I have invited Her Majesty to a banquet with Her Majesty, and I will also invite Her Majesty to honor you," the female officer said respectfully. Sumo pondered for a while. "Okay, please come with me, my lord." The female officer was a little happy when she saw Sumo's promise and said. So, Sumo got into the carriage again. The carriage followed the female official and headed towards the palace. This time, Sumo's knights did not accompany him. Sumo's carriage was guarded by the knights brought by the female officer. The entire New Moon King city has a huge area and is divided into an inner city and an outer city. The knights brought by the nobles can only stay in the outer city, and they can only bring a few followers when they enter the inner city. In fact, there is no need to worry too much about safety. In Wangcheng, there are not many people who dare to mess around. This is the core of the entire New Moon Kingdom. There is more than one sanctuary in the town. Soon, the carriage drove into the inner city, all the way towards the palace. In the carriage, Sumo was browsing the villain forum. The villains are already forming an alliance. Because these few days have passed, many villains have discovered that the protagonist's growth is too fast. Some protagonists have certain identities. As long as these protagonists are a little bit more careful, they are really not easy to kill. It's like Billy who has the Krypton Gold system. If this guy keeps shrinking in a magic academy, there's really no good way to find his villain. No one wants to be a stepping stone. Therefore, many villains began to publish some difficult information on the forum, such as the identity and location of the protagonist they could not deal with. The protagonist is not an idiot. In the next 2 days, the efficiency of the protagonist found on Sumo's darknet has dropped a lot. This shows that many protagonists are more stubborn. 2 more. When approaching the palace, on Sumo's villain panel, a protagonist's warning appeared again. This shows that there is a protagonist within 25 kilometers of Sumo. This range is not small, equivalent to a circle with Su-mo as the center and a radius of 25 kilometers. The protagonist hidden in the royal city looks a lot. Compared with hiding in the royal city outside, it is indeed the best choice for these protagonists who have little advantage in the early stage. Because there are too many powerhouses here, and the divine light is the strongest. Even if it is Su-mo, unless he directly shows up, he can't show the slightest power that belongs to the demon god here. Other villains, no matter how high their status is, can't do whatever they want. These guys are smart. Su-mo didn't care too much, and now he doesn't have much sense of urgency. Of course, he wouldn't take it too lightly. After all, the total number of protagonists is quite large. Finally, the palace has arrived. Lord Count, please change into the carriage prepared for you by the queen. The female official said. In the palace, the carriages outside were not allowed to enter. Su-mo got into another beautiful carriage. About 10 minutes later, the carriage appeared in front of an incomparably beautiful palace. Lord Count, please. The female officer brought some maids and also spread a clean red carpet on the ground. Su-mo got off the carriage. Under the leadership of the female officer, he walked towards the gate of the palace. Before he got there, Su-mo saw that at the gate of the palace, the queen of the crescent moon, wearing a crown and a delicate face, was already standing there to greet her. She came out to meet her in person. Even if a duke arrives, Queen Crescent, as a queen, will not come out to greet her. In fact, she still has an identity. That is the virgin of a new moon goddess. Originally, Queen Crescent was not a queen, but a full-time saint. It's just that her father and her younger brother, who was supposed to inherit the throne, were attacked by a sanctuary assassin from an enemy country and killed both during a foreign patrol. Apart from her brother, her father had not had time to give birth to any other children. Therefore, she had to serve as the queen of the new moon. In her capacity, being able to come out to meet her in person is enough to show the importance she attaches to Su-mo. When she saw Su-mo approaching, Queen Crescent's face was already covered with a bright smile. She tried to step over the threshold of the gate more than once, but was stopped by an older female officer next to her. Because if she steps out, it's going to be a big violation of the rules. However, when Su-mo was about to approach, finally, Queen Crescent stepped out of the door despite the female official's stop. Came in front of Su-mo. You're here. Queen Crescent Moon opened her mouth, but her voice lacked the majesty she had in the courtroom. On the contrary, it's a bit like, before Su-mo crossed, a little fangirl who worshipped stars, looked like when she saw her idol. Not only the voice, but also the demeanor of the queen of the new moon. Seeing that the queen of the new moon became a little fangirl in front of Su-mo, the female officials behind them also widened their eyes and couldn't believe it. Asterisk. Comments, this is a special product from the Silver Moon Kingdom, Ice Crystal Coral. In the hall of the palace, Queen Crescent asked her maid to present a dish to Su-mo. Although she really wanted to sit opposite Su-mo as the queen and the saintess of the goddess, her restraints were too many after all. Su-mo looked at the snow-white coral presented by the maid and said it was coral, but it was actually a crystal of extremely rich energy. It is a very precious food. In the surrounding kingdoms, generally only the king is qualified to taste it. Other people who have money may not be able to buy it. On the opposite side, the queen of the crescent moon looked at Su-mo expectantly. Su-mo took a sip. How about it? Does it taste good? The queen of the crescent moon was like a child who shared her own food, looking forward to Su-mo's review. Su-mo nodded. The queen of the new moon suddenly had a smile on her face. The last time you avenged me, I haven't thanked you yet. I almost vomited blood when I heard that King Houghton knew the truth. The queen of the new moon excitedly talked about this. This was a few months ago. At that time, the queen of the crescent moon had just ascended the throne. Although there was the full support of the Holy See, there were still many restless factors in the kingdom. Most of these restless factors come from the infiltration of the kingdom of Horton. The Houghton kingdom also took the opportunity to make trouble, trying to pull the Queen Crescent from the throne and secretly support their agents to take the throne. It was at that time that Sumo seized the opportunity to help Queen Crescent Moon with a lot of tricks, smashed the various conspiracies of the Horton Kingdom, and quickly stabilized his rule. At that time, Sumo's series of operations also made the Queen of the Crescent Moon look at Sumo with admiration. What really made the Queen of the Crescent Moon interested in Sumo was that Sumo later used a trick to alienate the Kingdom of Horton and its allies, provoking a war between several sanctuaries between the two countries. Then the Queen of the New Moon seized the opportunity and sent Sanctuary to kill the Sanctuary who had assassinated her father and brother, helped her avenge the murder of her father and brother. Since then, Sumo has left an indelible mark in the heart of Queen Crescent Moon. Not only that, in the eyes of Queen Crescent Moon, Sumo is completely different from ordinary nobles. Sumo's body has a very fascinating atmosphere, tall, heroic, and mysterious origin, which makes the Queen of the New Moon feel the fatal attraction. However, she felt that Sumo seemed to be far away from her, which made her feel untouchable again. This feeling makes Queen Crescent more fascinated by Sumo. The Queen of the Crescent Moon said a lot about the Kingdom of Horton, and after that, she told Sumo about the blessing of the goddess. Those who participate in the blessing of the goddess need to be brought to the Holy See for an inspection to avoid being infiltrated by spies from other kingdoms. But I've already guaranteed you, you only need to go through the last inspection. Some details of the blessing of the goddess by the Queen of the Crescent Moon will be explained in detail. In the world of gods, the Holy See attaches great importance to the blessing ceremony of gods, because if you accidentally let spies from other countries or believers of other gods infiltrate, it may cause trouble to the heavenly world. This kind of trouble, even a small one, is something that the Holy See cannot afford. The Queen of the Crescent really does a lot for Sumo. Sumo has only been in the New Moon Kingdom for a few years, and his identity has some unknown origins. He is different from other traversers, perhaps because he traversed ahead of time. Sumo did not pass through the soul, but directly passed through. Such as Sumo, if it is not a Queen of the New Moon, plus the guarantee of the status of a saint, it is impossible to enter the blessing ceremony of the goddess. The saintess newly trained by the Holy See will soon be able to take office. When a new saintess take office, I can remove the status of saints and concentrate on being my own queen. The Queen of the Crescent Moon soon revealed another piece of news. While speaking, she was carefully observing Sumo's expression. However, to her disappointment, Sumo's expression did not change much. Kings cannot be without queens. Even though the lifespan of the kings of this world is generally very long, they must have descendants in order for a kingdom to settle down. The saints of God need to keep their bodies and minds clean. Don't talk about marriage. You can't even touch the hands of the opposite sex. You can't even think about it. The identities of saintess and kings themselves are in conflict. Therefore, the Holy See is already cultivating new saints so that the Queen of the Crescent Moon can focus on being the king. And once she is no longer a saint, she has the right to choose her husband. Recently, there have been many great nobles in the country who want to make people in the family her husbands. These nobles, larger than Sumo, are all high-ranking nobles at the duke level. A queen's husband must at least be from a duke's family to be eligible. But those people, she didn't look down on any of them. Instead, I fell in love with the little earl, Sumo. This is also a little thought for her to invite Sumo today. One is that she hasn't seen Sumo for too long, and the other is that she wants to see Sumo's reaction. The Queen of the Crescent Moon hesitated, thinking that Sumo might not know this. But let her say it herself, she can't speak. Ultimately, she made no further hints until the dinner was over. However, in her heart, the idea of choosing Sumo as her husband became more and more firm. This time, she also wants Sumo to get the recognition of the New Moon Goddess. The dinner is over. The Queen of the Crescent Moon personally sends Sumo out of the palace. The carriage drove out of the palace. This time, shortly after leaving the palace, several carriages came from the front and blocked Sumo's carriage. Who? The guard knight stepped forward. Earl of Moshi Land. Have you ever heard that 3 out of 3 wins? On the carriage in front, Several people in noble costumes came up and said alone. 3-9? Passer code? Sumo glanced at the villain panel, and there was no prompt. Then, this person is the villain. When the villain meets the villain, there will be no prompt. Let them come over, Sumo said lightly. The escorting knight moved out of the way. The few people quickly came to the front of the carriage. Earl of Moshiland, can you take a step to speak? Don't worry, we have no ill intentions, a young man said. Sumo's gaze swept the few people around him, and finally, he agreed. It is good. Let's see what medicine these guys sell in the gourd. This is the eldest son of Archduke Hill. Archduke Hill is old, and now the entire family is up to him. Who is this? About half an hour later, in a magnificently decorated room with a large number of magic circles, a man was introducing other villains. There are many villains here. Moreover, everyone's status is very high. There are 3 heirs and de facto rulers of the ducal families, as well as several from the marquis families. In contrast, the Earl of Sumo was considered the lowest in the New Moon Kingdom. The villain level of these people was also higher at the beginning. For example, several villains from the Duke family are all silver-level villains. The level of the villain at the beginning should be related to the status and strength after crossing. As for the level of the protagonist, it is related to the level of Goldfinger. The Count knows that many protagonists are already staring at you. After the introduction, the man named Gerald said. As for what he was called before crossing, he did not say. This Gerald had just inherited the position of Marquis. Oh, Sumo looked at each other with a calm gaze. Gerald said, it may not be clear that the Earl is in the remote Inkstone territory. However, in the capital, we already know a lot about the Earl. It can be said that the Earl is an open state in the New Moon Kingdom. Opposition. After speaking, he was watching Sumo's reaction. Sumo's response remains as calm as ever. The products of the other world that he invented are too obvious, and it is impossible for travelers to fail to recognize them. Now, since the game starts only a few days ago, and the world news is not particularly well informed, some protagonists with a low starting point may not know the existence of Sumo. But these villains with high status, it is impossible not to know. Moreover, these people may be suspicious. After all, it has been quite a while since Sumo appeared in the New Moon Kingdom. As a traveler, as long as the IQ is not flawed, he can perceive the problems inside. Sumo said lightly. A few people came to me late at night just to talk about this. Gerald couldn't see anything from Sumo's expression. He glanced at a few Duke heirs and said, of course not. The Earl knows that in the capital, we and the protagonist are basically in a clear state. State of the cards? Sumo looked at him. If that's the case, why don't you guys get rid of them? Gerald showed a wry smile. If there was such a good solution, it would have been solved long ago. In fact, if they were not in the capital, it would have been much easier. Asterisk. Comments is it? Sumo's tone remained flat. These people are looking for him. I am afraid the main reason is still suspicious. Otherwise, none of them can solve it. What's the use of finding Sumo a little Earl? These people don't know Sumo's other identity. Gerald nodded and said, it is not so easy to kill people in the capital, even if we are nobles. In fact, the restrictions on nobles in the capital are even greater. Sumo asked, how many are there? He doesn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore. Why they couldn't solve it, Sumo didn't have to wonder why. In the capital, how could it be so easy to start? The protagonist's early warning range is even larger. As long as the protagonist perceives the danger, there are too many ways to save his life. It's like Li Mang, the protagonist of Krypton Goldstream, who hid in the Holy Moon Magic Academy before. These protagonists all have gold fingers. As long as they show a little talent, enter the Magic Academy in the capital, or some other power that can keep them, is not too simple. In the beginning, there were only a few protagonists, but the protagonists have been coming in these days. There are already more than a dozen protagonists in the capital. If things go on like this, the number will increase. That's what we are worried about. Gerald wrote. Sumo understands their worries. These protagonists also discovered the benefits of being in the capital. In other places, although they are better to hide, but not every protagonist gold finger is suitable for hiding all the time. Some of the protagonist gold fingers need to move around. Has been hidden, their development is also limited. In the capital, as long as these protagonists are more careful and don't give the villains a chance to do something, they could develop faster. After all, where's the capital with such a population and strong people? Just like the protagonist who picked up the attribute system, if he came to the capital, the development would be much faster. Several days after the game started, many protagonists have reacted. On the protagonist forum, there may be people who share their experiences. Therefore, the number of protagonists in the royal capital will probably only increase. We originally thought of intercepting outside the capital, but there are too many capitals, and the warning range of these protagonists is larger than ours. They are more careful and can always bypass us. As long as we can't find them, our subordinates are also very good. It's hard to tell them apart. Gerald said again, these protagonists in the capital have already made him feel difficult. As for why they don't look outside, just kidding, the Crescent Kingdom is so big, they have a lower chance of finding it. Except for one of the other protagonists that Su-Mo killed, the others were discovered by the powerful intelligence organization he built. This intelligence organization has used Su-Mo for several years, but it is not omnipotent. Even if some suspected protagonists are discovered, because of the identity of the other party, it is not easy for people in the intelligence organization to take them away. In addition, there are many more hidden protagonists that have not been discovered. After all, the New Moon Kingdom is a powerful kingdom with a population of over 100 million and a vast territory. Although these villains in the capital city have higher status, they are no match for Su-Mo in intelligence gathering. On the contrary, if you stay in the capital, you might be able to find an opportunity to kill one or two protagonists. Where are they all? Su-Mo asked again. Gerald took another look at the heirs of the dukes who were sitting at the top. After these duke heirs nodded, Gerald said, there should be 3 to 5 in the Holy See, and 2 of them have joined the preparatory group of the Temple Knights. These protagonists are the most difficult to kill. People from the Holy See, the risk of killing is too great, not to mention they are very careful. Holy See, these protagonists are really smart. It was nothing more than in the capital, but he actually joined the Holy See. The people of the Holy See, not even the king, can move casually. Even if they send someone to kill them, once they are found out, the consequences will be very serious. Although they are a little secretive, they may not be able to find them, but those protagonists are not stupid. They are in the capital. How do you kill them? In addition to the protagonist in the Holy See, there are several others in the New Moon Magic Academy. One of them has become a close disciple of Sanctuary. As long as he does not leave the capital, the possibility of us wanting to kill is too small. Gerald continued. Sure enough, there are people hiding in the Magic Academy. There are also 2 protagonists in the palace guards of the palace. Although their status is not high, it is not easy for us to deal with them in the palace. The Queen's guards, we have no chance to intervene. There's another one that shined in the official exam just now, and it has also been taken seriously. Gerald continued. Soon, they will roughly explain the situation of these protagonists in the capital. These protagonists are really hard to kill for them. Of course, it's hard to kill, but it's not impossible to kill. They're also preparing, such as preparing to invite some powerful assassins. The problem is that in the capital, the risk of taking action is too great. The time of the shot is too short to be delayed, and it will be over if it is delayed. As soon as the sanctuary senses the fluctuation of the battle, it will come quickly, and the possibility of escape is very small. Here, the most difficult protagonist should be in the Holy See. I even suspect that there is a chance that there is a gold-level protagonist hidden in it. Gerald said again, gold protagonist. The level of the protagonist does not represent their strength, but represents their gold finger level and their own luck. If there is a gold-level protagonist, then the opponent must have a gold-level gold finger. Gold-level gold finger. Whether it is the growth rate or the growth limit, it is too high. Of course, this is just speculation, and we haven't confirmed it yet. Gerald added, the general situation, Su-Mo understands. So, I want to invite the Count to join our new Moon Villain Alliance. Otherwise, once they grow up, we will all suffer. After Gerald finished explaining the general situation, he officially explained his purpose. As for the benefit after killing the protagonist, whoever contributes the most must get the most benefit. He quickly added another sentence. Crescent Villain Alliance? Suamo asked. Gerald gave an and said, the Villain Alliance established by several Duke heirs has now joined a lot of villains. If we can clean up the protagonists in the New Moon Kingdom in the future, we can also form a group, further marching into the entire world of the gods. After speaking, Gerald looked at Suamo expectantly, not interested in. However, what he waited for was the 3 words of Suamo. Hearing Suamo's answer, the expressions of the other villains in the room changed. One of the villains almost stood up and was about to speak, but was stopped by a Duke heir. Gerald probably didn't expect that Suamo would refuse. He looked at the heir of the Duke who stopped him, and the other nodded again. Gerald said, the Count doesn't have to make a decision too quickly. Let's do this. We can add a villain group first, and we will share any news about the protagonist in the future. It is good. This time, Suamo agreed. So, Suamo joined a villain group. There are quite a few people in this villain group. There are dozens of people. After joining the group, Suamo stood up and left. An earl, and most a bronze-level villain, is so dragged, mad at me. After Suamo left, the villain who was just about to speak finally couldn't bear it anymore. There should be something wrong with this Earl of the Blackstone country. He was too calm from beginning to end. Even if he heard that the protagonist might have a gold finger, there was no change. This is not like the reaction of a bronze-level villain. A Duke heir analyzed it. Well, I also think there's a problem. For example, cement and porcelain were made more than a year ago. Could it be that he crossed before us? Another Duke heir Dow. It shouldn't be possible, but it really doesn't make sense. Let's see if he will do anything. The heir to the highest-ranking Duke here also spoke. Then, they began to discuss how to deal with these protagonists in the capital. Asterisk, there are 3 days left, and I'm also in the capital. I'll take this opportunity to see if I can get rid of some of the protagonists. You must not do it before the goddess blesses you, and then do it after the blessing. I suggest to ambush more people around the capital. Aren't these protagonists gathering in the capital? Find a way to rob and kill some outside. Difficult. Their warning range is wider than ours. In a chat group called Crescent Villain, many villains are chatting. Among these villains, many villains are also preparing to take advantage of the opportunity of the goddess's blessing ceremony to come to the capital for the reason of watching the ceremony. Then join forces with the villains in the capital to deal with these protagonists in the capital. After Suamo's eyes swept over the news of the group, he closed the villains panel. The protagonist in the royal capital is not too difficult for Suamo to deal with. However, he had to wait until the blessing ceremony was over before starting. For him, the most important thing at the moment is the blessing ceremony. Suamo took out a lot of information from the space ring. Scan quickly. These information are the information collected by Nancy's intelligence organization about the various big noble families in the New Moon Kingdom. Sanctuary, no wonder, Suamo whispers. In the New Moon Kingdom, none of these noble families are simple. Among the several nobles that Suamo met just now, a sanctuary was born in a Duke family. This sanctuary is currently in the New Moon capital. This sanctuary should be the greatest support of that Duke family. It is also the reliance of these villains. This is the sanctuary of serious children, much stronger than the sanctuary in the Silver Ring. One only has the soul left, and the other maintains complete strength, which is naturally incomparable. These guys are quite cautious. Even if there's a sanctuary, it is not easily used. Although they were suspicious of Suamo, they probably didn't take Suamo too seriously. As a result, a lot of information is not hidden from Suamo. Suamo could easily see that these guys should be brewing a wave of attacks against the protagonists. Sir, here we are. The female officer Arya's voice sounded. The hotel has arrived. Suamo got off the carriage and checked into a hotel. Arya quickly arranged for the maid to call water and wait on Succubi to wash. Just as he was about to rest, Succubi received another magic letter. Succubi saw that it was written by Melina. She is legendary. In addition, she has applied to join the Magic Council, and the possibility of passing it is very high. After reading the magic letter, Succubi rested. Early the next morning, the people sent by the Queen of the New Moon were already waiting outside the hotel. Today is the time to go to the holy see of the crescent moon. Succubi got into the carriage and soon arrived at the agreed place. It was the center of the entire capital, below the pyramid that was floating in the air. The Queen of the Crescent Moon has also been there. You're here. Seeing Succubi, she showed a big smile. Since seeing Succubi yesterday, her mood has become extraordinarily beautiful. Let's go. After New Moon Queen finished speaking, she stretched out her hand. It's ready to go. And the purpose of her reaching out was to ask Succubi to help her. This is the handrail ceremony for the ladies of the world of the gods when they board the carriage. This kind of handrail is naturally very particular. Just put the back of the hand up and let the lady support it. It would be rude not to grab the other's hand. However, the Queen of the Crescent Moon had never extended her hand in front of a noble before. She is a saint, can't even touch a man's hand. But today, she made an exception. There was also a faint blush on her face. She still looks majestic, but in fact, she is very uneasy in her heart. Because she's worried, Succubi doesn't move. But soon, she breathed a sigh of relief as Succubi reached out and helped her into the carriage. In the heart of the Queen of the New Moon, it was as sweet as eating honey. The two carriages, surrounded by a large number of knights, walked towards the church. This is the largest church in the Crescent Kingdom, and the building complex behind it is where the clergy of the Holy See work. As for the temple in the sky, ordinary people can't enter. There really is a protagonist in the Holy See. Several warning messages appeared on Succubi's villain panel. There are currently 8. This means that there are 8 protagonists around here. These 8 protagonists may not all join the Holy See, and they may also be hiding nearby. After all, the villains here are face to face with them. Don't even dare to do it, unless the villain is dying. Soon, the two approached the church. Not far away, a group of temple knights wearing enchanted armor passed by neatly. Succubi looked there and met the gaze of a Templar knight. This is a protagonist. Succubi recognized it instantly. The Templar also recognized Succubi, and at such a close distance, Succubi's identity was already indicated on his panel. The corners of the Temple Knight's mouth were slightly upturned, and there was a strong provocation in his eyes. Seems to say, "I'm here, you come and kill me." Interesting. Succubi's gaze and expression did not change in any way. Not angry or anything. On the contrary, he found it interesting. The protagonist is a bit arrogant. That team of Temple Knights, that is, the Reserve Knights and the Reserve Knights, the strength is only 1 or 2 ranks at most. This kind of strength is definitely not enough to provoke an earl. Not to mention, this earl is still a villain. But this guy did just that. This is for sure. Succubi can't do anything about him. After all, this is the heart of the Holy See. The sky is the core temple of the Crescent Moon Goddess, and the goddess's eyes will fall at any time. Who dares to do it here? Stop, Succubi said. The carriage stopped. The Temple Knight didn't panic when he saw the carriage stopped, but the provocation in his eyes became stronger. A look to watch Succubi perform. If it weren't for the presence of other people around, this guy might still be provocative. What's wrong? As soon as Succubi's carriage stopped, the Queen Crescent Moon, who had been paying attention to Succubi's side, noticed it, and the carriage also stopped. Then, Queen Crescent lifted the curtain and asked. The Templar's eyes lit up when he saw the Queen of the Crescent Moon. The Queen of the Crescent Moon is not only the most beautiful queen, but also the #1 beauty in the Crescent Moon Kingdom. Such a queen is too attractive for these unrestricted traversers, especially these guys who are the protagonists. I am afraid that conquering the Queen of the Crescent Moon has become one of their goals. At this time, he did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Until Succubi spoke up. "Queen, what's up with that Templar? Just been provoking me." Hearing Succubi's words, The pretty face of Queen Crescent Moon was instantly covered with frost. Kathy, get that team of Templars over here. Dolly, notify the Inquisitors over here. The Queen of the New Moon said coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. Kathy and Dolly take their own orders. Soon, Kathy came to the team of Templar Knights and took out a token. The Saint has an order. You all go over. Yes. The captain of the team of Templar Knights saluted respectfully and then walked over with the team of knights. Why is he with the Queen? At this time, the protagonist of the Temple Knights was a little panicked. He had sensed something was wrong. After joining the Temple Knights of the Holy See, it was too difficult for others to move him. If in other kingdoms the king wants to move him, it is not so easy. But here is the New Moon Kingdom. The current Queen of the Crescent Moon has another identity, the Virgin of the New Moon Goddess. Saintess, the power in the Holy See is very large. Although the current Queen of the New Moon is ready to hand over power to the new Saintess. But she hasn't completed the handover after all. Therefore, if the Queen of the Crescent Moon wants to interfere in the affairs of the Holy See, it's totally okay. After trying to understand this layer, I watched the team get closer and closer to Sumo's carriage. The smile on the protagonist's face gradually solidified. Asterisk soon, the team of Temple Knights came to the front of the two carriages. He should have just come here with Queen Crescent Moon. I didn't do anything excessive, that is, to provoke an earl. Even if Queen Crescent Moon is a saint, it can't cure me. The protagonist's heart quickly settled down again. Although it didn't feel good, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was very likely that he would survive this crisis. In his opinion, it is possible that Sumo happened to be with the Queen of the Crescent Moon. He provokes Sumo, and then Sumo sues the Queen of the Crescent Moon. Sumo is an earl after all. The earl is not too big, but not too small. It can be said to be the backbone of a kingdom. Therefore, the Queen of the Crescent Moon will definitely ask about Sumo's petition. The protagonist is not prepared to default, that is, not prepared to lie. With Goldfinger, his growth rate is fast, but after all, the time is too short. The strength is not strong. If you lie, it is easy to be detected by the people of the Holy See. Isn't that just provoking the earl? The provocation is real. At that time, he made up another reason. For example, he had a holiday with Sumo before, so he came to be a little provocative in expression. It's not too big of a deal. What can be done about him? After thinking about it carefully, the protagonist let go of his worries. Hey, make a big deal out of it. When I grow up, I will kill you and slaughter the dog. The protagonist hummed softly. It's not that he hasn't provoked other villains before. In his opinion, even if he doesn't provoke, the villains will not let him go. Moreover, he likes to watch the villain get angry, but he can't kill him. Thinking of this, he looked at Queen Crescent Moon again. Sooner or later, I'll take you in. The protagonist's thoughts on the Queen of the New Moon are not much. After all, the Queen of the New Moon is too beautiful. Before he crossed over, even those internet celebrities with level 10 or even level 100 beauty were not half as good as her. What's more, there is also the status and the bonus of status. The identity of the Queen directly doubled the charm and absorption of the Queen of the Crescent Moon several times. Holy Maiden, the 8th team of the 3rd Reserve Regiment of the Knights Templar, is reporting to you. This time, the captain of the Temple Knights reported loudly to the Queen of the Crescent Moon. The captain doesn't know the situation yet. For them, the Queen of the New Moon status as a saint is much more important than her status as a queen. So, when they saw the Queen of the Crescent Moon, they only called the Holy Maiden, not the Queen. The Queen of the New Moon swept over the protagonist and said nothing. Seeing that Queen Crescent Moon did not speak, her face was a little cold, and there was confusion in the head of this team of Temple Knight captains. Don't understand what's going on. Queen Crescent didn't say a word, and he didn't dare to leave, so he had to stand up straight and wait for Queen Crescent's instructions. It didn't take long. In the distance, a carriage came quickly. When he saw the flag on the carriage, the protagonist's expression changed again. Even the people from the court are called. The protagonist is starting to be less optimistic. The Inquisition. Is the Inquisition which is equivalent to a law enforcement agency in the Holy See. It's just that they don't judge ordinary people. They don't even care about some criminals. They judge the infidels in the Crescent Kingdom, and they also oversaw the people in the entire Holy See. In addition, preventing demons from deceiving people is also an important job for them. In fact, there are very few heretics now. There is more than one God. If some people believe in other gods, they will often sneak to the kingdom of that god, and the tribunal cannot judge the affairs of other kingdoms. People in the Holy See are very afraid of the Inquisition. What if the people from the court are here? I don't believe it. A few expressions and eyes can kill me. I am the protagonist with more than 100 luck. The protagonist so comforted himself. Soon, the people from the tribunal came. A total of 2 people. The 2 men were wearing dull black robes, and the emblem embroidered on their necks was unsettling at the sight of them. Presiding judge. The protagonist recognized one, and although he was sure that he would be fine, his heart sank. Even people at the presiding level were dispatched. He didn't think about it either. This is the order of the Holy Maiden, and the level of the people dispatched must not be too low. Saint, what are your orders? The presiding judge didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the topic. The Queen of the Crescent Moon didn't watch Succubi. His eyes swept across the knights of the temple. Her gaze made the hearts of the reserve knights swept tensed, although they were confused and had no idea what was going on. But now the battle is so big that even the people from the referee are dispatched. Obviously, something happened that they didn't know. Soon, Queen Crescent's gaze rested on the protagonist. After staying for a second, Queen Crescent looked at the presiding judge. Chief Judge Chris, may I ask, because I'm about to step down as a saint, so even the reserve knights of the Holy See can disrespect me, and even blaspheme me with disgusting eyes? The Queen of the New Moon said coldly. Her words instantly shocked the protagonist. To suffer. The protagonist's face changed greatly. He never imagined that the Queen of the Crescent Moon would actually call his provocation towards Succubi her own. This move is too cruel, because if it is a provocation to Succubi, at most a few words will be scolded, just an earl. It's nothing here in the Holy See. But now the Queen of the Crescent Moon is taking things over. The nature is different. Equally horrified was Chief Judge Chris of the tribunal, because the words of the Queen of the New Moon are too heavy. The Queen of the New Moon has never said such a heavy word before. Judge Chris's expression also changed drastically. The Holy Maiden rests her anger. I will definitely give the Holy Maiden an explanation. Presiding Judge Chris did not shirk. After reassuring the Queen of the Crescent Moon, he turned around. "Boo," he said fiercely. "My lord, I am wronged. I did not treat the saint." The protagonist couldn't collapse anymore. He clearly knew that he couldn't hide it if he wanted to. So, run out and get ready to clarify. But he never imagined that before he finished speaking, Chief Judge Chris moved his hands. In the next second, if the protagonist was hit hard, his eyes darkened and he vomited out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, a rope suddenly appeared on his body, instantly tying him up. "Saint, this son has been taken by me. Please let me go." After Judge Chris eliminated the protagonist, he said to Queen Crescent Moon. The Queen of the Crescent Moon swept over the protagonist, and then naturally swept over Succubi. Sumo's fingers pointed at him without a trace. The Queen of the New Moon understood instantly. This person is not only disrespectful to me, but also disrespectful to the Earl of the Blackstone Country. Let him be expelled from the Knights and handed over to the Earl of the Blackstone Country. The New Moon Queen said lightly, "Let it be handled by the Earl of the Blackstone Land." Judge Chris was taken aback. People of the Holy See, even if they make mistakes, it should be handled by the Holy See. The Earl of the Blackstone Land will handle it for me. Is there any problem? Judge Chris? You don't know yet. The Earl of the Blackstone Land will also participate in this blessing ceremony. That's it. I'll let you hear first and wait. After the Earl of Moisherland has dealt with the matter, he will come again. After the Queen of the Crescent Moon finished speaking, she got back into the carriage without giving Judge Chris any chance. Presiding Judge Chris still wanted to speak, but had no chance. The words of the Queen of the Crescent Moon have obviously had an effect. It is said that succubi is handled on behalf of, and being able to participate in the blessing ceremony is also a symbol of piety in itself. So, Judge Chris finally accepted the plan. I will detain the person first. After the Earl has dealt with the matter, he can come to the court to find me and bring the person. Judge Chris said to succubi. Puff. Hearing Judge Chris's words, the protagonist, who had just recovered from the concussion, spat out a mouthful of blood. Asterisk. Damn it. Why is this happening? The protagonist is desperate. He never expected that the consequences of provoking succubi would be so serious. There were not many villains he provoked before. For example, when Gerald, whom succubi had met, came here, he provoked him with his eyes. Gerald had nothing to do with him and was very depressed. Gerald had just succeeded the Marquis. Sumo's identity is only an earl. Don't talk about the Marquis. As long as he doesn't make other mistakes, even the few Duke-level villains come here, and there is nothing they can do about him. But here's an earl in the succubi district, but he overturned. What to do? See if they can save me. The protagonist was in a hurry. Thinking of this, he quickly opened the protagonist panel, ready to ask other protagonists for help. Just as he was about to operate, he was hit hard again, and as soon as his eyes darkened, he passed out. Drag him down, don't let him wake up. Judge Chris said coldly. This is not going to give the protagonist any opportunity to appeal and give this matter directly. The two Temple Knights dragged the unconscious protagonist into the carriage and headed for the dungeon. The movement here has already attracted the attention of many people. There is the largest church in the Crescent Kingdom, and many people come to pray every day. However, these people did not have the opportunity to approach and could only watch from a distance, not knowing what happened. Tang Hua is finished. When the protagonist was dragged away, in the distance, a person hiding in the crowd narrowed his eyes. This man is also the protagonist. He didn't see the whole thing, only saw the scene where the protagonist who provoked succubi was knocked out and dragged away. They must be notified of the news. The protagonist quickly sent the message to a group. In the New Moon capital, not only the villains are in a group, but the protagonists are also in a group. There are a lot of people in this group. There are more than 20 people. There are also some protagonists on their way to the capital. What? Tang Hua was taken away by the people of the referee. What happened? I didn't see the front, but there's a villain there, and that villain should be the Earl of Moshi Land. Earl of Mwasher territory? A duke is at the headquarters of the Holy See, and there is no way to take Tang Hua. How did Earl of Moshi territory do it? Is Tang Hua provoking the other party? I have persuaded him to be a little more aggressive in the early stage, but he doesn't listen. Even if you provoke an earl, it's nothing, right? Why did you call the court? As the news appeared in the protagonist group, the group became lively in an instant. The protagonists are all out. Tang Hua has become a Temple Knight, and as a result, in the Holy See's territory, he was knocked unconscious by the people of the Inquisition and dragged down. The point is, there's also a villain in there. This matter, no matter how you look at it, has something to do with the villain. Naturally, these protagonists who are hidden in the capital are concerned. What they care about is not Tang Hua's life or death, but the process of this matter. The current capital is the safest place for them. The Holy See is the safest place. These few days, even the Duke-level silver villains have no way to deal with them. However, a protagonist has overturned. Not knowing what was going on, they were very uneasy. By the way, Queen Crescent Moon is also here. She and the Earl of Moshi Land seem to have come to the Holy See together. At this time, the protagonist of the scene saw the Queen of the Crescent Moon, who was back on the carriage. The Queen of the New Moon is also there. The Queen of the New Moon is the Holy Maiden of God. I understand. In the protagonist group, a protagonist said, most of the counts of Mo. Shirling killed Tang Hua with a knife. The protagonist continued, I feel the same way. The Earl of the Blackstone territory mostly used the Queen of the New Moon. However, his relationship with the Queen may not be ordinary. I'm going, you say that. Why am I a little nervous? I just joined the palace guard. Don't worry, Queen Crescent Moon should just be used. Don't forget that she is a saint, under the shroud of divine light. She is naturally insulated from love. Anyway, this Earl of the Blackstone country is probably a formidable enemy. Everyone, be careful these days and don't make any mistakes. In the group, the protagonists express their opinions. This incident has had a big impact on these protagonists, letting them know that even in the Holy See, it is not 100% safe. Give the villains a chance, and they'll roll over too. However, since they don't know the relationship between the Queen of the Crescent Moon and Sumo, there are not many protagonists who are too worried, although they are a little uneasy. In their opinion, the main thing is that the protagonist named Tang Hua was too arrogant. This guy's favorite thing to do is to provoke villains. The Earl of the Blackstone territory, I feel that his level of difficulty is no less than that of the villains of the Duke family. Well, a lot of people in the capital have been talking about him in the past 2 days. When everyone encounters him, they should be very careful. Behind the cathedral, in another tall building, in a wide hall, a pure white holy light fell down and fell on Sumo's body. Cover Sumo completely. This is a routine inspection by the Holy See. All those who participate in the blessing ceremony are subject to inspection. In fact, there are still many steps to check. However, with the guarantee of the Queen of the Crescent Moon, Sumo only needs to go through the last step, under the shroud of holy light. If Sumo has the slightest bit of a devilish breath on his body, he will be discovered. Even if a person signed a contract with a demon or something, it would be detected. The power of the contract is invisible, but as long as the contract is signed, there is always a trace. At the same time as the holy light shrouded, a special magic circle moved around Sumo. In the magic circle, there is a sacred breath. Sumo felt that this magic circle could even examine the soul. Of course, not to check what other people are thinking, but to check the purity or piety of the soul. Count, please don't do any resistance. You need to do the last check. A bishop's voice sounded. Sumo made a without making any resistance. A divine breath enveloped him. Sumo felt that his soul was being scanned. However, the scans of the protagonist and the villain at the beginning of the game did not detect Sumo's identity as a demon. Even if this magic circle might have been bestowed by the goddess of the new moon, to him, it was nothing short of a pediatrician. What? At this time, there was a soft whistle. Immediately afterwards, a cardinal stood up at the control panel of the magic circle. Why is his soul purity so high? The cardinal looked at Sumo with some surprise on his face. Bishop Phelan, what's wrong? The Queen of the Crescent Moon walked over. When she saw the numbers on the magic disc, surprise appeared on her pretty face, because the number displayed above is impressively higher than when she was testing. She is the virgin of the new moon goddess, the saint that is the most devout person to the saint. In the entire Holy See, no one has a purer soul than her. Now, unexpectedly, Astra, sure enough, does it work? In the magic circle, Sumo was basically determined when he heard the whisper. His soul purity, after being measured, is indeed very high. This is because after Sumo's succubus lineage evolved to a certain stage, it also began to evolve his soul. For the Holy See, the purity of the soul is, to a certain extent, equivalent to the degree of piety. Like the Queen of the Crescent Moon, the purity of the soul tested by the Holy See of the Crescent Moon is very high. But if she goes to the Holy See of other gods, it will naturally fail. Sumo's soul is pure and pure. This is the effect brought about by the evolution of the succubus bloodline to a very high stage. His bloodline stage is already extremely high. However, blood is not the same as strength. The higher the bloodline, the faster the growth and the higher the growth limit. Due to the high pedigree, Sumo is also growing faster and faster. Even if there is no other Goldfinger, his strength on the demon god is constantly rising. Sumo's succubus bloodline is no match for many powerful innate demon bloodlines. In the course of evolution, there have been other changes, just like the purity of his soul. The current sumo is going to be tested by the holy see of a celestial god, and the purity of the soul will be very high. Of course, a person with a high degree of soul purity suddenly appears, and he will definitely be suspected. If there is no identity and status, it will even be controlled and investigated by the holy see. That's why sumo has been in the New Moon Kingdom for such a long time. With the foreshadowing, it comes naturally. Lord Phelan, could there be a problem with the magic circle? At the magic disc, another bishop asked. Impossible. This is a sacred magic circle given by the goddess, and there is no possibility of a problem. Cardinal wrote, then how to deal with this matter? The bishop asked, pray first and see what God means. As for the Earl of the Black Stone, when the cardinal said this, he subconsciously looked at the Queen of the Crescent Moon. Soul purity is so high. If it is someone else, it must be placed in the Holy See first, and then do various background checks. The world of the gods has special rules of operation. These laws are reinforced by the gods in the heavens, and the gods cannot easily take action in the world of the gods. This is to avoid bringing disaster to ordinary people in the world of gods. The demon gods in the abyss, once descended to the world of gods, will also be severely suppressed. The gods of the heavens will not come easily. If it is a general crisis, the God of the heavens can completely bestow power on the Holy Son or Holy Daughter in the Holy See. The higher the purity of the soul, the easier and easier it will be to communicate with God. It also means that it can carry more power from God. If sumo is an ordinary person, after being investigated and there are no problems, he will be cultivated by the Holy See. It is even possible to make sumo the new sun if the crescent moon goddess intends. However, sumo is not an ordinary person. He is the famous Earl of Moshi Land. At the same time, the relationship with the Queen of the New Moon is not ordinary. So, the cardinal wants to see what the Queen of the Crescent means. The Queen of the New Moon glanced at sumo and said, since there are no problems with the inspection, then I will take him away first, and then act according to the goddess when she has something to do with it. The cardinal pondered for a while and said, okay, then it's up to the saint. After finishing speaking, he closed the sacred magic circle through the magic disc in his hand. Let's go. The Queen of the Crescent Moon came to sumo and said, Queen, what happened? Sumo pretended not to know and asked. The Queen of the New Moon hesitated for a while, but still told sumo, there are no problems with the inspection. You can participate in the blessing ceremony, but there is an accident. Sumo looked at her. The Queen of the New Moon said, it has been detected that your soul purity is very high, higher than mine. If the goddess personally confirms that there is no problem, the goddess may choose you to be the holy child. When the Queen of the New Moon said these words, she was actually quite worried, because once sumo is chosen as the holy son, that is, he will never marry. You don't have to worry too much. The goddess has never established a holy child. I guess she should give you more blessings. The Queen of the New Moon said again. She was clearly worried, but she made sumo not worry. Sumo said, oh, holy son, that's fine. Hearing sumo's words, Queen Crescent Moon's nervous heart suddenly relaxed. Well, what is the oracle of the goddess? I will tell you as soon as possible. There is a side hall in the palace. You can live there for the past few days. In this way, I can also reassure the Holy See. The Queen of the Crescent Moon looked at sumo eagerly and said, it is good. Sumo agreed. The Queen of the Crescent Moon was happier. Lord Count, this person will be handed over to you. In the dungeon of the Inquisition, the protagonist, who was still in a coma, was handed over to sumo. The female officer Arya brought by sumo put the protagonist in a space bag that could hold people. Sumo glanced at the Inquisition's dungeon. According to the prompt on the villain panel, there should also be a protagonist. After reaching the silver level villain, once the distance with the protagonist is too close, the specific distance will be displayed. He didn't say much and left here with someone. The man was taken away by the Earl of the Black Stone Land. Unfortunately, the presiding judge's magic is so powerful that I can't wake him up. After sumo left in the dungeon, a man in a black robe sat among the protagonists. He is the protagonist in the dungeon of the Inquisition. In the dungeon, he was a small boss, but he couldn't speak. After the protagonist is taken into the dungeon, the guy tries to wake him up and figure out how he got smothered by succubi, but he apparently failed. Damn it, the time is too short. I'd better continue to sign here. The referee is relatively independent from the Holy See, and he doesn't even want to infiltrate it. The protagonist thought. His gold finger is a sign-in system, so he plans to hide here all the time and sign in silently to become stronger. It's just that the time is too short, his gold finger level is limited, and his strength is not particularly strong. Asterisk what? One of the protagonists of the Knights Templar Reserve was taken away by the Earl of the Blackstone Land. In a separate mansion in the royal capital, Gerald's voice sounded. In the royal capital, the protagonist and villain are basically in a clear state. Although Gerald and the others cannot rashly attack the protagonist, there must be surveillance. They also have a lot of eyeliner in the capital. What happened at the headquarters of the Holy See, because it happened in the square, was quickly reported by their eyeliner. This news shocked Gerald all of a sudden. On the other side, several other Duke-level villains also quickly received the news. Not long after, these villains who lived relatively close gathered together. Several villains were a little surprised. There is the headquarters of the Holy See. Succubi can actually be there and get a protagonist. As soon as they came, they did what they couldn't do for days. How not to surprise them? Have you seen your eyeliner clearly? How did the Earl of Moisher Land get the protagonist? Asked the Duke heir. The villains present shook their heads. Their eyeliner is not everything. That is, some commoners disguised as going to church to pray. I can just watch the movement near the church. The core thing, their eyeliner can't touch at all. At that time, their eyes were only seen from a distance, and they were unable to approach because the guard knights brought by the Queen of the New Moon prevented them from approaching. According to my eyeliner report, the Queen of the Crescent Moon is also there, so I guess that the Earl of the Blackstone territory may have used the Queen of the Crescent Moon to kill people with a knife. Another Duke, Heir Dow. There is a possibility that the Queen of the New Moon is a saint of God, and her power in the Holy See is not small. Well, looking at it this way, the relationship between the Earl of Moisher Land and the Queen of the New Moon should be better. The main villains in these villain alliances exchanged their information. Their guesses were similar to the protagonists in the capital, and they all felt that succubi was likely to kill with a knife. Naturally, they could not have imagined that the fact that they could get the protagonist so quickly was actually because Queen Crescent played well in order to protect succubi. I don't even know that the relationship between the Queen of the Crescent Moon and succubi is already good enough. The Queen is wholeheartedly thinking about marrying succubi after stepping down as a saint. Even so, these villains are still impressed by succubi. I'll just say that this Earl of the Inkstone territory is not easy. Gerald, try it out and see if you can pull it in. We'll do it in a few days. Every extra strength is a point. Headed by the Duke, Heir Dow. It doesn't matter if I can't pull in. I feel that there's always something wrong with the Earl of the Blackstone Land. Don't let him know our plan. Well, one more person means one more strength, but one more person to share the benefits. Several other Duke heirs spoke up. Succubi guessed right, and they really brewed a wave of attacks against the protagonist. And in their attitude towards succubi, they obviously have some differences. The Holy See actually handed Tang Hua over to the Earl of Moisher Land. What are you doing? At this time, in the palace, the two guards of the palace guard were talking in a low voice. The palace is divided into inner palace and outer palace. The outer palace is where the king handles political affairs, meets officials and nobles, or receives foreign guests. The inner palace is the residence of the king. Generally speaking, whether it is a male king or a female king, in the inner palace, they like to use female guards. That is, female knights or magicians are stationed. The outer palace is not so particular, mostly male guards. It is not so simple to join the palace guard, and the background review is very strict. Although the identities of these two guards, after passing through, are general, their backgrounds are innocent. Therefore, after becoming stronger through Goldfinger, they signed up as soon as possible. After passing the assessment, they successfully joined the palace guards with their strength. Of course, they can only be considered peripheral, and their status is not high. The status in the palace guard is somewhat similar to that of a chores. But even if they were doing errands, it was difficult for the villains who were nobles to move them. After knowing that the Holy See handed the protagonist to succubi, the two guards were a little puzzled. At the same time, there is some vague unease. "Hey," I said, "Leaf Fay, if the Queen has a good relationship with the Earl of Moshiland, are we in danger here?" One protagonist asks the other. "Don't worry. No matter how good the relationship can be, the Queen of a New Moon is not stupid, and the Earl of Moasher territory uses such an obvious use. Once she reacts afterwards, she will definitely have an opinion on the Earl of Moshi territory." The other protagonist consoled. "That's right. The Earl of Moshiling still can't get involved in the affairs of the palace. We don't go out these days and don't give him a chance," the previous protagonist said. Although the two protagonists were a little uneasy, they still decided to stay in the palace. Rely on their Goldfinger first, and then get stronger. "Stand up, the Queen's car will be here soon." At this time, the voice of a captain of guards sounded. The two protagonists quickly stood up straight and stopped chatting. Soon, at the gate of the palace, Queen Crescent's carriage slowly drove in. After the Queen Crescent's carriage drove in, another carriage followed immediately behind. After driving in, Queen Crescent's carriage stopped. "Kathy," the faint voice of the Queen of the New Moon sounded. "Your Majesty, please order." Kathy rode. "Send an extra team of guards to be responsible for the safety of the Earl of Moasherland at night," the Queen of the New Moon said. "Yes, Your Majesty." Kathy takes the lead. "Captain Yemo, take your people with me." Soon, Kathy had an arrangement. In the team of guards she called, the two protagonists happen to be here. The two protagonists don't know what tasks they have at this time. The two carriages went forward along the avenue of the palace. Several guards follow behind. Finally, to a palace. "Sir, here we are," the female officer Alia said. After entering the palace, succubi brought only a few people, including the female officer Arya. Arya lifts the curtain for succubi. Succubi got out of the carriage. The Queen of the Crescent Moon also got off the carriage. "For the past few days, you should live here. This is the token. You can enter and leave the palace at will." She handed a token to succubi. Succubi took the token. "Then I'll go back. If there is any news, I will send someone to inform you." The Queen of the Crescent Moon gave succubi a sweet smile and got back on the carriage again. She still has a lot to deal with. "What's the matter? How did he appear in the palace?" At this moment, when a protagonist saw succubi, he immediately felt a little bad. The two looked at each other. "Don't worry too much. Isn't it normal for nobles to visit the king in the palace?" The two chatted quietly through the protagonist panel. At this time, Queen Crescent's carriage had already left. However, their team of guards did not leave with them. The two protagonists were puzzled. Then he saw that succubi looked in their direction lightly. "He found us. So what if he finds out? Does he dare to attack in public? Learn a lesson, don't be provocative." The two protagonists are not too worried. But he did not provoke succubi with his eyes and expressions like the protagonist of the Holy See headquarters. Sure enough, succubi retracted his gaze. Then, succubi walked towards the palace, and soon disappeared into the palace. The two protagonists breathed a sigh of relief. "Everyone cheer up. The Earl of Moshiland is the Queen's guest. If something goes wrong, it will be difficult for us." After succubi entered the palace, the captain of the escort said loudly, "What? He wants to live here." The two protagonists were suddenly surprised. "Captain Yemo, are we going to stay here forever?" The two protagonists found the captain of the guard and asked. "Of course, we are responsible for protecting the safety of the Earl of Moshi territory. If the Earl of Moshi territory is dispatched, he has to take the order as soon as possible, you know?" Captain Emo said in a stern voice. "Got it, Captain." The two protagonists stared at each other. They never thought that succubi, a villain, lived in the palace. It has been a long-standing rule not to keep guests in the palace. But now, Sumo has become a special case. Although this is only the outer palace, it also proves that Sumo has an unusual relationship with Queen Crescent Moon. That's all. They're two weak protagonists. We're actually sent to guard Sumo's safety. This F***CK. Life is really impermanent. The large intestine wraps the small intestine. It's quite like sending two little sheep to the wolf, and letting these two sheep be responsible for protecting the wolf. What should we do? He will probably take the opportunity to attack and kill us. A protagonist panicked. The other protagonist was calm before, but now panics. Talent. In a room in the palace, Sumo looked at the unconscious protagonist and whispered. After entering the palace, Sumo used a magic disc he carried with him to set up a small magic circle in his room. The range of this magic circle is not large. It is limited to Sumo's room. However, the level is very high, and it has reached the forbidden spell level. As for more advanced magic circles, it is difficult to arrange them in a short period of time because light passes through the magic disc, especially when Sumo can't use his demon power. Such a magic circle can play a role in covering up movement. As long as Sumo doesn't make too much noise in the room, there shouldn't be any problem. Just now, he already knew the gold finger of the protagonist through his succubus eyes. The gold finger owned by the protagonist is not a system, nor is it a ring grandpa, but talent. The protagonist is endowed with a super talent, bronze-level divine talent. Once the protagonist cultivates the power related to the divine power, the harvest will increase exponentially. No wonder this guy entered the Temple Knights and made such rapid progress. After knowing the gold finger of the protagonist, the next step is the issue of deprivation. It is much less difficult for a silver-level villain to deprive a bronze-level gold finger. Within 3 minutes of killing the protagonist, you can deprive this bronze-level divine talent by spending 100 villain points. After he figured it out, Sumo's finger moved, the flame rushed out, and the protagonist was instantly killed. You kill a bronze-level protagonist and get 100 villain value and 10 luck value. On the villain panel, the prompt comes out. After becoming a silver-level villain, killing the protagonist can also get a very small amount of luck. However, Sumo's hand moved again, grabbing some luck again. However, this time, since he couldn't shoot unscrupulously, the luck of grabbing was much less. Even if there's a magic circle to cover it, in the capital, you have to be careful. In fact, in the capital, even a large magic circle could not be deployed. The magic circle in the entire capital is a hole, and when a slightly larger magic circle is deployed, it will be noticed. It's not a problem if Sumo only has a small one in his room. It's just a matter of grabbing less luck. Sumo didn't care. Do you consume 100 villain points to get this protagonist talent? The prompt appears again. Yes. Sumo chose yes. You have successfully acquired the bronze-level divine talent. A prompt appears. This talent was collected by Sumo. After solving the protagonist and gaining his talent again, Sumo withdrew the magic circle and silently used what was exchanged in the Krypton gold system. The two guys outside, Sumo wasn't ready to move today. At this time, outside the palace, the two protagonists did not dare to leave the other guards, for fear that Sumo would suddenly come out and kill them. Don't worry too much. There are no excuses, and he won't shoot. Let's do our own thing and don't give him excuses. A protagonist consoled. Those guys in the group told us not to run away. They definitely wanted us to test out the relationship between the Earl of the Blackstone Land and the Queen of the New Moon. The other protagonist said. The two chatted through the protagonist panel, and the surrounding guards naturally did not notice. It's unrealistic for us to escape now. There are too many people staring at us. Once we leave the capital, it's too easy for other villains to kill us outside the capital. The two protagonists console each other. It is not so easy for them to escape. Once they are out of the palace, the eyeliners of the other villains will follow them. If they leave the capital again, the other villains will teach them how to behave in minutes. Therefore, the two protagonists thought about it and had no choice but to accept the suggestions of other protagonists in the protagonist group. First, hold still. At the same time, don't give Sumo a chance to attack. Even so, they're still uneasy. They're really not sure what is the relationship between Sumo and Queen Crescent Moon. These two guys were not in the mood to sleep all night. It's really embarrassing. When we grow up, we will pay them back with interest sooner or later. At the same time, in the Abyss, where the Succubus dynasty was, a team of powerful demons flew up from the Abyss. Being able to fly in the Abyss and ravines, these demons are not weak. This is the Succubus dynasty. Those who come here will stop. These demons were stopped by the Succubus stationed in the ravine. We are under the command of the long-nailed demon god. The demon god has faith. Please hand it over to your god. A demon, king-level demon, flew out of the Succubus dynasty, said, "Long-nailed devil." Hearing the demon king's words, the succubuses quickly reported it. Soon, Succubus Queen Barbara flew out from Space Door. She flew over and took the letter from the demon king. "Please turn it over to your gods as soon as possible. This matter has some urgency." After that demon king finished speaking, he led people back into the Abyss. Barbara returned to the core of the dynasty with the letter from the spike demon god, and then took out a magic device. In the palace, Sumo's heart moved. With a slight flick of his finger, the magic disc on the ground lit up, and a magic circle silently activated, obscuring the connection between the room and the outside. Then, with a movement of his ring, a white magic worm was released. This is the mother-in-law monster. Even if they are separated by a world, they can communicate. Sumo here is the female devil. There are also a large number of submagic insects in the hands of the succubus. The demon worm sent out a mental wave that only Sumo could understand. Soon, with this mental wave, Sumo knew the message from Barbara. The long-nailed demon god gave him a letter. Without Sumo's permission, Barbara naturally dared not open the letter. Also, she may not be able to open it. Barbara opened the letter. Sumo gave orders through the female demon bug. In the Abyss, Barbara took out another device and placed the letter carefully. Then opened. As soon as it was opened, a small long-nailed devil jumped out from inside. "Huh, succubus? Didn't I ask you to hand over the letter to your demon god? Hey, what qualifications do you have to talk to me?" As soon as the little spike demon god saw Barbara, he roared like thunder. Asterisk, the voice of the little long-nailed demon fell, and there was a mental wave from a demon in Barbara's hand. "Long nail, what's the matter, tell me?" This mental wave was passed on by Sumo through the mother-in-law monster. Although it is not strong, it can be barely used to communicate. The long-nailed demon god felt Sumo's mental fluctuations and said, "Succubus demon god, do you want to join forces to make a vote?" "Make a vote? How?" Sumo asked lightly. "The bait I threw in the world of the gods was activated. There are a few wise careerists who want to trade with me. They will use the blood sacrifice method to help me open the channel." Long-nailed demon Shinto. "Oh." In the room, Sumo frowned. In the world of gods, someone wants to trade with the devil? Dealing with demons often doesn't end well. Moreover, it is not so easy for the devil to come. The stronger the force, the larger the channel required. Don't look at Sumo's ability to penetrate into the Abyss freely in his own territory. That's because Sumo's succubus blood can be hidden at will. When the succubus bloodline is hidden, the passage that Sumo needs is very small. Other demons can't. It is more difficult for them to reach the world of the gods and requires a larger passage. Even the gods from the heavens have restrictions on coming to the world of gods. It makes no sense that the devils can come easily, right? Sumo is just an example, not for reference. The long-nailed demon god said excitedly, "The location should be the New Moon Kingdom. That area is the territory of the 7 moon goddesses. The 7 moon goddesses have not been very harmonious for a long time, and the New Moon Goddess may not have support in a short time. When that time comes, we will be together. Come, do a big vote." New Moon Kingdom? The expression on Sumo's face was rather odd. "So, the plan of those guys is like this. The courage is not small." In the room, Sumo whispered. After the spike demon god said the name of the New Moon Kingdom, Succubi instantly thought of the villain alliance. Those villains didn't feel simple to Succubi, and Succubi always felt that they would make big moves recently. Originally, Succubi was still guessing what the villains are going to do. They are currently on the bright side, that is, a sanctuary-level combat power. Although a sanctuary is powerful, it is not enough to do things in the capital. Now, Succubi knows. These guys are obviously preparing to trade with the demon gods in the abyss. He even did not hesitate to launch a blood sacrifice to open a channel for the devil. To disrupt the situation, they will take advantage of the chaos to kill the protagonists. Succubi easily guessed all their plans. After all, the status of these protagonists is too low. Although the growth is fast, the time is too short. In a few days, there is no way to grow too much. Even so, if nothing else happens, it will be difficult for this villain alliance to get so many protagonists. But what if something bigger happens? For example, devil invasion. At that time, the New Moon King was in chaos. This villain alliance has a sanctuary, and it is not only difficult to kill these protagonists who are not very high in the chaos, and there will be no problems. Ordinary people are not qualified to trade with the devil, and it is easy to be discovered. But these guys are big nobles in the New Moon Kingdom, and everyone has a lot of energy. Not to mention, they're still traversers. I am afraid that they have already arranged it, and if they do it more closely, they will not be implicated in themselves. Travelers really have no taboos. Succubi whispers, even if the devil invades, even if it is repelled, I don't know how many people will die, but these few people don't care so much. According to their plan, if it works well, the protagonist in the royal capital, let alone killing a clean one, it is no problem to kill more than half of them. Don't forget, these days, the number of protagonists who come to the capital is still increasing. After these villains got the most difficult protagonists in the capital, they got their gold finger. Their own growth will also accelerate. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the demon invasion, they dispatch the sanctuary to find the protagonists in other areas. Maybe it can really purify the protagonist in the New Moon Kingdom. These guys are bold and not small. If it wasn't for the spike demon god who just happened to find Succubi might not have guessed it. However, things just happen to be so interesting. Several people in the villain alliance can't think of it. The demon god they contacted was actually the spike demon god, Succubi knew. Asterisk in Sumo's eyes, the spike devil is a big fool. But compared to humans, this guy is too cunning. Those villains trading with the spike demon god is no different from walking a tightrope on a sea of fire. Succubus demon god, how is it? There are already several passages near the New Moon capital. My people have already passed through some, but the passage is not big enough and needs to be widened. If you want, I will give you a passage. After the spike demon god finished speaking, he asked without hearing Sumo's answer. Succubi asked lightly, when are you going to start? The long-nailed demon god did not have any doubts and said, of course, the blessing ceremony of the new moon goddess is about to end. At that time, the most devout believers of the new moon goddess will all be in the capital. How about we distribute the souls of these devout believers according to their contribution? Succubi pondered for a while and said, okay, you give me a passage. Then it's settled. Don't open the passage too much in the past 2 days. The magic circle they spread is too weak. The passage is too large and easy to expose. If the passage is lost, your people will not be able to come. When the time comes, don't say, I didn't take advantage of you. After the little spike demon god finished speaking, he threw out a mass of black energy. Inside is the imprint of a passage. Immediately afterwards, the little spike demon god once again turned into a letter. When needed, it could be activated to communicate with the spike demon god. Barbara placed the letter in a sealing device. Barbara, open the passage, send someone to take a look, and then contact me. Succubi ended the call after giving Barbara an order through the mother bug. The female worm has carried his will for such a long time, and it is almost unbearable. After feeding the female worm a little energy, Succubi took the female worm into the space ring. Then, Succubi removed the magic circle to avoid attracting attention. In the capital, except for some specific areas, magic circles suddenly appeared in other areas. Once they were detected, they would be paid attention to. This is to avoid some assassins and the like using the magic circle to cover up the movement and kill. Of course, like the magic disc in Sumo's hand, not many people have it. On the other side, after receiving the order, Barbara quickly used a lot of magic stones to open the passage. Then, Barbara sent some servants of the succubus dynasty into the passage. As soon as they entered the passage, these servant demons appeared in a magic circle. Here, there's still a lot of distance from the capital. This magic circle arranged in an abandoned building obscured the divine light in the sky, so that after the appearance of the servants and demons, they were not noticed. There are no humans in the magic circle. After a servant demon went back to report the situation, a succubus appeared in the magic circle. The succubus observed the magic circle. Soon, everything was figured out by her. These situations were reported to Sumo by Barbara in the early morning of the next day. The range of the magic circle is not small, and the layout is different. It is purely drawn using magic stones as the driving force, plus short-term magic patterns. The entire magic circle will completely dissipate just after the blessing of the new moon goddess. Not even a trace will remain. There are no humans around in the magic circle. The guys in the Villain Alliance did a perfect job, completely plucked them out on their own. It's not easy to find them. This passage can be used to let the demon army enter in advance and hide. As for the coming of the devil, it is still not acceptable. This passage is too small. Several guys in the Villain Alliance must have other arrangements. Maybe a large number of dead soldiers have been arranged for a blood sacrifice at that time. Just waiting for the demon army to rush out and the attention of the new moon goddess is attracted, the blood sacrifice begins, and the power after the demon god descends will shatter everything around the blood sacrifice venue. There is no trace at all, and it is not easy to trace who organized the blood sacrifice. These guys have taken themselves out again. There are many dead soldiers who want to open the channel of the devil and participate in the blood sacrifice. Ordinary nobles, it is basically impossible to do all this quietly. Those guys are not small. It is also worthy of their identity after crossing. After figuring out the situation of the magic circle, Sumo basically understood the layout of several guys in the Villain Alliance. As for the Spike Demon God, this guy called Sumo, but he didn't want to give Sumo some benefits. As a demon god, how could this guy be so kind? Otherwise, why did he just give Sumo a channel? It's clear, wanting Sumo to give him a little attention and a little pressure. Then, give Sumo another sip of the soup to get rid of Sumo. This guy's head is not that stupid. Sumo smiled. He sat on a chair made of gold, looked ahead, and thought silently. This chair is what Sumo carries with him. No way. He is not used to sitting in other chairs. Soon, Sumo had a plan. Spike, I'm sorry. Sumo's plan is doomed to be a nail in the coffin. Moreover, it has to be severely pitted. More than just spikes. There are many people who Sumo wants to pit. Even a few Duke-level villains have such big moves. Sumo is a dignified devil. How could it be possible for them to steal the limelight? Of course, for him, the most important thing now is the blessing ceremony that is related to the next evolution of his bloodline, and more importantly, the understanding of celestial power. The Villain Alliance's action this time is just right to take advantage of it. If you use it well, this time, you might be able to bring the new Moon Kingdom into your secret control in one fell swoop. I'm so sleepy. Me too. Being the protagonist is really tiring. Why is the protagonist in the novel so handsome? Maybe we are too rubbish. Look at the forum. There are some very powerful protagonists who dare to confront the villain. Yeah, who made us bronze-level rubbish. Fortunately, he didn't make a move, which means that he didn't dare to shoot unscrupulously. At this time, outside Sumo's palace, the two protagonists who joined the palace guard were quietly chatting on the protagonist panel. These two guys didn't sleep much last night. They really can't sleep. Sumo is next to him. How can they sleep? As for going, they don't dare to go. The captain of the guard is still there. How do they go? Isn't that giving Sumo an excuse to deal with them? Therefore, these two guys were on the alert all night, and stayed up all night abruptly. Although their strength is already good, they're also a little uncomfortable to endure like this. At this time, the sound of the palace gate opening sounded. There is movement. The two protagonists quickly stood up and looked at the palace gate. I saw that Sumo appeared there and waved to the captain of the guard. The captain of the guard walked over. Then they saw again Sumo pointed at them. The two protagonists looked at each other and felt bad. "You two, go in and help the count carry something," said the captain of the guard. "Oops, he's gonna be tough. Why can he command the captain of the guard? Once we go in, if he makes any excuses, he may forcibly kill us. And at most, he will be blamed by the queen. How to do. The two protagonists suddenly panicked. They are not the protagonists of the ring stream. Otherwise, they would still want to fight with Sumo. Although the protagonist of ring stream needs to practice on his own, there is an additional means of life-saving in the early stage. Even as long as you are brave and make good use of it, you may be able to kill the protagonist in the early stage. What are you still doing? Seeing that the two protagonists did not move, the captain of the guard said loudly for fear that Sumo would be angry. If it was another noble, the captain of the guard would not sell at all. Nobles can't control the queen's guard. But Kathy, the queen's most trusted female official, specially instructed last night to deal with Sumo with the highest standards. What Sumo asks must also be met. The captain of the guard naturally dare not offend Sumo. Seeing that the captain of the guards was angry, the two protagonists could only bite the bullet and go forward. Like two ants with broken legs on a hot pan. In a hurry, but there is no escape. The two kept asking what to do on the protagonist panel, but none of them had a good solution. If they don't obey the orders, they won't be able to pass the level of the captain of the guard. So, in the end, the two of them came to the front of the captain of the guard. "Captain, what do you need to move? We stayed there for a night last night. We didn't sleep much. We're not physically strong. I'm afraid it will delay the Earl's affairs. Do you want to replace two people?" The two protagonists are still struggling. A protagonist even quietly took out a handful of gold coins, ready to bribe the captain of the guard. Sumo glanced at the two guys lightly, then turned around and entered the house. Are you courting death? The count has appointed you to help, but you dare to scoff at me. Who am I? Go, or the count will get angry." The captain of the guard snorted softly and said, "Captain, then come in with us." The protagonist took out another handful of gold coins. "Roll." How dare the captain of the guards accept them? One person and one kick, kicking them towards a gate. Seeing this, the two protagonists could only cry and walk into the palace. After walking in, they saw that there were still some people in the palace carrying things. Really moving things? The two protagonists were taken aback. They didn't know it at all, and when they entered the palace, they were already hit by Sumo's illusion. They haven't slept all night, and they are too anxious, and their spirits are already in a trance. Even if Sumo doesn't use the succubus's eyes, it's easy to get them to talk. The door to the palace was not closed. "You two go and move that box." In the vision, a man spoke to them. The two protagonists walked into the depths of the palace, and soon came to a separate room. As he was about to move things, in this room, Sumo's eyes glowed red. The two protagonists were stunned for a moment. Soon, a lot of information was spat out by them. 17. Sumo whispers. These two protagonists know a lot of things. For example, they know that there are currently 17 protagonists in the capital. Moreover, there are still some protagonists coming. They don't know what the other protagonists' gold fingers are, but they generally know which one is the most powerful. In the New Moon Magic Academy, the protagonist who was accepted as a closed disciple by the sanctuary was very powerful. According to their description, Sumo felt that the protagonist should be a talent stream. The magic talent may be full, at least a silver-level protagonist. There's another one deep in the Holy See, which is very valued by the Holy See and is being secretly cultivated by the Holy See. It is said that the protagonist may even enter the sight of the new moon goddess. Sure enough, the protagonists gathered. It is not easy to find so many protagonists in other places. Asterisk. I didn't expect that he didn't kill us. I said, in the palace, as long as we don't make mistakes. How dare he easily kill people? It will make him offend the queen, and his status in the kingdom will decrease. Well, what these villains can rely on now is mainly their own identity. Without identity, they are nothing. I still have to be careful. The feeling of this Earl of the Blackstone land is very different from other villains. Outside the palace where Sumo lived, the two protagonists came out, chatting happily on the protagonist panel. Because when they first entered the palace, the Earl of Mwasher land really only asked them to move things. Didn't kill them. This gave the two protagonists a sigh of relief. Li Fei, Hanyu, how is your situation? In the protagonist group, the other protagonists asked with concern. We're okay. The Earl of Mosheling didn't dare to do it. Among the two protagonists, the protagonist named Han Yu explained the situation one by one. Look, I told you not to panic. You two are too nervous. I don't blame them. After all, the Earl of the Blackstone territory has dealt with Tang Hua as soon as he came, and the means are ruthless. It's normal for them to be nervous. Looking at it this way, after all, the Earl of Sherling can't do whatever he wants. That's fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to come to the capital. Come here while the blessing ceremony begins. These days, the capital has 3 steps and 1 post, and 5 steps and 1 soldier. These villains dare not take action. In the protagonist group, the atmosphere quickly relaxed. Your Majesty has a request. At the palace soon, Mo received a notification from a female official. He left the palace and glanced at the two protagonists who were guarding outside the palace. The two guys quickly stood up straight and looked straight ahead, like other guards. Tang Hua's lessons were there. This time Mo didn't kill them again, so they felt that as long as he didn't make a mistake, Mo wouldn't dare to do it. Mo looked away and got into the carriage. The gold finger of these two guys is a bit interesting. The gold fingers of the two guys are a bit similar. As long as they work 9 to 5 somewhere, they will continue to be rewarded and their strength will continue to grow. The stronger the place they are, the faster their strength grows. No wonder these two guys went to the palace to join the guard. Not just to save lives, more to become stronger. The gold fingers of these protagonists are really strange. Every gold finger can become stronger as long as the level is raised. These two guys didn't know that Mo didn't kill them, just because their gold finger was a little useless in Sumo's opinion, and they were not in a hurry, and Mo didn't want to affect the later plans. Otherwise, it would be too easy to find an excuse to kill these two people based on his relationship with the Queen of the New Moon. Not long after, Mo appeared in another palace. Mo, the goddess has sent down the oracle, and I just received the news. The Queen of the Crescent Moon saw Mo coming, said, looking at her expression, "This oracle doesn't seem to be good news. What did the goddess say?" Mo asked. The Queen of the New Moon said worriedly, "The goddess hopes that you will go to the Holy See again. She will cast her eyes. I feel that the goddess may want you to be her holy son." I see. This news is really not good news for Queen Crescent Moon. She stepped down as a saint in order to concentrate on being a queen. Find yourself a good husband and give birth to a descendant. The king cannot be without a queen. It is not a good thing for a king to have no descendants. Once the king dies unexpectedly and has no descendants, even if the Holy See intervenes, the entire king will inevitably fall into chaos. God is indeed powerful, but there is more than one God in this world. If the king has no direct descendants, the kingdom has no legitimate heir. The minds of some careerists will become active, and they will also seek the support of other gods. Anyway, they only want the throne of the king, as for which god the whole kingdom believes in. To these careerists, it doesn't really matter. Even in order to get what they want, even if they trade with the devil, they can do it. The Queen of the Crescent Moon wants to marry Mo, but once the goddess of the Crescent Moon chooses Mo as her holy child, how will she marry? That's what worries her. Otherwise, this news is definitely good news for an ordinary earl. The weight of the count and the holy son of the Holy See is incomparable, whether it's in terms of status or power. After the death of the son, the possibility of the soul being introduced into the heavens is not small. As for sumo, it has other meanings. If you change to the long-nailed devil, you can become the most trusted son of a goddess in the sky through perfect disguise. This cowhide, the long-nailed devil, is estimated to be able to blow for tens of thousands of years. No, a lifetime. Queen, didn't you say that the goddess never had a son? Sumo asked. The queen of the crescent moon nodded. I have never had it before, but I have never seen a man with such a high degree of soul purity before. And when a man faces the goddess, as long as he has a little distraction, it is impossible to pass. Speaking of which, she thought of a solution, but this solution was quickly denied by her. Because this method is disrespectful to the goddess, it may also affect sumo. She wanted sumo, when the goddess of the new moon cast her eyes, to deliberately have some thoughts of admiration and admiration for the goddess. There are distractions, indicating that the belief is not firm enough, and the possibility of a new moon goddess choosing sumo is very low. Let's go to the Holy See first. Maybe the goddess is just curious. The words of Queen Crescent Moon were more like comforting herself. So the two set off again. As the carriage drove out of the palace and came to the square below the temple, Queen Crescent's mood also became complicated and even a little uneasy. I'm afraid that sumo is really favored by the goddess. There's still a lot of protagonists near the temple, but this time there's naturally no protagonist. Even those protagonists will deliberately avoid sumo and avoid meeting sumo. In this way, the carriage drove all the way to the back of the church. Cardinal Phelan appeared. After a brief greeting with sumo, Phelan said, "Your Excellency, please take a shower and change clothes first." Soon, the two nuns led sumo to a solemnly decorated room. After putting away the clothes, they walked out. In the room, sumo was the only one left. The hot water was already ready, and although there was no surveillance, sumo simply washed it with hot water. Then, he put on his clothes and entered a magic circle with a cleansing effect. The magic circle will completely remove the dust and the like from the body. Such a magic circle is very extravagant for ordinary people. The energy needed to activate it once can be converted into ordinary people's meals for several days. Things related to magic are naturally expensive. This is also the reason that although magic in this world is extremely developed, the living standard of many ordinary people is not high. The cost of using magic items is too high. After everything was done, sumo went out the door. "Holy maiden, please bring the count into the temple." Cardinal Ferran wrote. This time, the reason why he was so solemn was because he wanted to enter the temple. That is, the floating pyramid in the sky. Asterisk. Comments. In the empty temple, Queen Crescent was in front and sumo was behind and stepped inside. Soon, the two came to the center of the temple. The Queen of the Crescent Moon looked extremely holy in pure white clothes. This is her aspect of being a saint. She prayed. With the prayer of the Queen of the New Moon, the temple lights up. The pure white holy light illuminates the entire hall. The layout in this temple is not complicated. It can even be said to be quite simple. The walls are made of a special metal that contains magical substances. There are no other decorations. But in mid-air, you can see a crescent moon that seems to have just risen into the sky. This is the symbol of the new moon goddess. Goddess of the new moon. One of the 7 goddesses of the moon. In the abyss, the 7 goddesses of the moon have a lot of fame. When the holy light came on, the interior of the temple felt extremely empty, as if it were endless and had no boundaries. That new moon also seemed to hang in the sky, reflecting the afterglow of the day. The Queen of the Crescent Moon was still standing there, praying devoutly. Soon, finally, in the temple, there are new changes. The interior of the entire temple is still empty, but inexplicably, there is a sacred atmosphere. Everything around, even the air, seems to be alive. The sight of the new moon goddess has come. Sumo thought. He stopped all his thoughts. The succubus blood is also tightly hidden. This is the first time he has officially appeared under the gaze of a celestial spirit. Not as a demon, but the identity of a human earl. whether he can escape the detection of the other party. Succubi has enough confidence. Speaking of which, after becoming a demon god, Succubi's reputation has not yet spread to the heavens. I'm afraid that the new moon goddess doesn't even know that a demon god has been silently added to the abyss. Who made him become a devil so quickly? The gaze of the goddess came silently, and even the queen of the new moon did not notice it. She is still praying. Succubi noticed, but there was no clue in his expression. The goddess looked at Succubi for quite some time. Imo, the goddess will give strength. You pray with all your strength to see if you can communicate with the goddess. The queen of the crescent moon received the oracle and said to Succubi. Succubi prayed, and as he prayed, he soon felt that a grand door opened. Behind the gate is a sacred place full of endless light. Immediately afterwards, a force rushed out from there, and soon entered Succubi's body. With the entry of this power, Succubi felt that his succubus bloodline was about to move. Not the right time yet. Succubi forcibly suppressed the desire for the succubus blood. His succubus bloodline, after 20 years of evolution, has reached an incomparably high level. It has also faced a bottleneck. This bottleneck requires Succubi to break through with the power of the gods in the heavens. However, the demon gods and the gods in the heavens are inherently opposites. Which gods in the heavens will lend Succubi the most core power for Succubi to analyze? The goddess of a new moon is a breakthrough that Succubi found. The power of a new moon goddess quickly entered Succubi's body. Succubi's breath is constantly improving. Soon, it reached the forbidden spell level, then the legend, the sanctuary. Beside, on the pretty face of Queen Crescent Moon, there is surprise. Because of the power of the new moon goddess that Succubi carries, there are too many. You know, this is the first time Succubi communicated with the goddess of the new moon. The first communication, actually, there is such an effect. The power of the new moon goddess is still flowing into Succubi's body, and finally, the breath on Succubi's body has risen to the level of a demigod in one fell swoop. This is not Succubi's own power, but the power of the crescent moon goddess. In this way, the gods of the heavens can temporarily give power to their own holy son or holy daughter and can solve many things. The higher the purity and piety of the soul, the more power it can carry. Ordinary people are naturally unable to carry the power of God at all. It's not over yet. The breath on Succubi's body is still rising. Soon, it reached the peak of the demigod level, almost to the level of a pseudo-god. False gods are only one step away from the real gods. On the continent of gods, when a demon god descends, he is often suppressed to the level of a false god. Not far away, the pretty face of Queen Crescent Moon was already covered in surprise. She did not expect that Succubi could carry so much power of the new moon goddess. She is a saint, and she can barely carry the power of a demigod. The duration is also very short. But Succubi communicated with the goddess of the new moon for the first time. The power he carries is actually approaching the pseudo-god. Finally, the breath on Succubi's body trembled. The power he carries has reached the level of a pseudo-god. Then, those powers faded quickly. The goddess of a new moon took back her powers. The queen of the new moon didn't know whether to be happy or worried. Succubi carries too much power, which shows that Succubi's soul purity is not generally high, and the communication with the new moon goddess is so smooth. The first communication can carry the power of pseudo-god level. Such Succubi. It's hard to keep the new moon goddess unmoved. In the temple, the power of the new moon goddess was withdrawn very quickly. The reason why he retracted it so quickly was probably because he was worried that the first time he lowered his strength, if it lasted for too long, it would have an impact on Succubi's body. Even the holy son and the holy daughter cannot carry the power of God for a long time. After the power of the goddess was withdrawn, her gaze did not withdraw. After staying on Succubi's body for some time, Succubi felt that the eyes of the goddess of the new moon were withdrawn again. Then, the queen of the crescent moon received a new oracle. Let's go. After receiving the new oracle, Queen Crescent's mood was more complicated. Because, according to the content of the oracle, the goddess of the new moon is probably really tempted by sumo. This kind of temptation, of course, does not refer to the temptation between men and women. Rather, the goddess of a new moon probably has the heart to make sumo her holy son. Although, the goddess of the new moon never conceived a son. Seeing that sumo is very likely to be favored by the goddess, her heart is full of mixed feelings. She should be happy for the goddess of the new moon, because a more powerful son or daughter is of great significance to the gods. If God wants to come in person, some ceremonies need to be prepared, and there are certain risks. The loss of power is also considerable. However, through the way of the Son or the Virgin, it is possible for a god to bring down the greatest power with the least loss. At this time, the upper limit of the power that the Holy Son or the Holy Daughter can carry is very important. The upper limit of power that sumo can carry, due to the special laws of the world of the gods, almost reaches the ceiling of the continent of the gods itself. For the goddess of the new moon, it means too much. But sumo is already the one and only favorite in her mind. In addition to sumo, there is no other person in her heart. I don't even care about other men. Her love for sumo, but even the divine light of the new moon goddess can't stop it. Under the shroud of divine light, the saintess are naturally insulated from emotions such as affection and love. But here at sumo, it is an exception. Of course, things are not settled yet. The Queen of the New Moon guessed that this should be because the goddess is still planning to observe for a while and then make a decision after the blessing ceremony. After all, it's no small matter. In addition, Sumo's wishes are also taken into account. If Sumo is not willing, the goddess of the crescent moon is also difficult to force. The two left the temple, appeared in the teleportation array below. Holy Maiden, the goddess has just sent an oracle. Let us treat the count with high standards. Cardinal Phelan has arrived. After speaking, he took out a white token with a unique magic wave on it. Count, if you need it, you can use this token to mobilize a team of temple knights. Bishop Farron presented the token hands to Sumo. Although I don't know what happened in the temple, but since the goddess of the new moon specially passed down the oracle, it is a powerful explanation. As a cardinal, Bishop Farron knows too well what this means. Therefore, even if he had a high position in the Holy See, Bishop Farron, who had to respectfully salute him even when the Duke saw him, unconsciously became respectful when facing Sumo. In fact, in other kingdoms, the king had to salute when he saw the cardinal. The Crescent Kingdom is still an exception, because the Crescent Queen herself is a saint of God. Even the Holy Order was given to him. When the Queen of the Crescent Moon saw Bishop Farron's actions, her mood became more complicated. Sumo has yet to show a desire to join the Holy See. However, Bishop Farron gave Sumo a holy order that could mobilize the Templar Knights at will. That's a Temple Knight. In the Holy See, there are very few people who have the right to mobilize. Thank you, Bishop Phelan. Sumo was rude and took the holy order. No, I'm just following the orders of the gods. With the holy orders, the Earl can take a look around the Holy See and learn about the deeds of the goddess. Bishop Phelan invited. Sumo really turned around in the Holy See. Bishop Phelan personally accompanied him. With Sumo, I visited everywhere. The Holy See headquarters is very large and has many people. There are hundreds of thousands of clergy in the Holy See alone. There are also a large number of magicians, priests, magicians, magic weavers, knights, etc. in the Holy See, as well as a special alchemy department, which is responsible for making some magic supplies. Like a magic flying boat. From the situation of the Holy See, we can also see the background of God. In terms of heritage, the current Sumo is not as good as the new moon goddess. After all, the world of his becoming a god is too short. In addition, the powers mastered by the demon gods and the gods in the celestial world are completely different. This library has many books that we have collected, including some ancient magic and magic. The time for these magic and magic is too long, and many of them are no longer practical, but they still have a lot of reference value. After a short while, Bishop Pharaon brought Sumo to a library. The books in this library are indeed some old. Each book has a corresponding magical protection that guarantees that they will not rot over time. Sumo picked up a book at random and turned it over. The magic recorded in the book is indeed ancient, and it is difficult to perform it completely until now. The way it is performed inside is quite different from what it is now. Times are changing. In the wizarding world, the same is true. Old does not necessarily mean good. Magic itself also has a process of development and optimization. New magic has to be optimized too much in terms of casting efficiency and consumption. However, if some special ancient magic can be displayed, the power is quite impressive. After turning a few pages, Sumo looked in one direction. There, a man with a broom beside him who was looking at an ancient magic book was stunned when he saw Sumo, because this guy in the Holy See Library, who is responsible for sweeping and cleaning, is also a protagonist. Damn, this is the Earl of Moshi Land. Why is he here? The protagonist's heart was subconsciously tight. He did not expect that Sumo actually entered the core area of the Holy See. Asterisk. Sir Bishop, there is an emergency. At this time, a clergyman whispered into Bishop Pharaon's ear and spoke. Bishop Pharaon's expression changed, and he looked at Sumo. Count, I still have some situations to deal with. The Count can move around at will, and the Count doesn't have to worry about any safety issues in the Holy See. Sumo said lightly. Okay, the bishop will do his own work. Bishop Pharaon nodded at Sumo and left in a hurry. The time is just right. Sumo whispers. Sumo knew why Bishop Pharaon left. Moreover, the time to leave is not much different from what Sumo calculated. As soon as Bishop Pharaon left, in this library with a large number of ancient books, there were only the staff guarding the door and the guy who was sweeping the floor in the library. At this point, the protagonist has regained his composure. Maybe he came in under the pretext of borrowing a book. He definitely wouldn't dare to touch me here. The protagonist guesses. He didn't worry too much, because he predicted that Sumo would never dare to do anything in the core area of the Holy See. He didn't provoke Sumo either, but continued to flip through the book. As a handyman in this library, the protagonist sees himself as a sweeper of the other world. Because of his gold finger, he can extract ancient magic from these ancient books for himself. It can also extract the remaining magic power or other power from some ancient objects. For example, he extracted a trace of divine silk power from an ancient book, which greatly increased his strength. That's why he's in this library. In his opinion, as long as he can successfully nest here for a year or two, he can become a kind of existence like a sweeper in martial arts novels. This is the safest place for him. Although he pretended to be reading, he was also looking at Sumo from the corner of his eye. I saw that Sumo really seemed to be looking for books, taking out a book from the shelf from time to time, and then putting it back on it. But Sumo is close to his position. The protagonist became wary. His own strength should not be particularly strong. He guessed. The advantages of many villains in the early stage come more from their identity and status, as well as the power they have. In a way, this is more trouble than its own strength. How can it be compared to having a powerful force alone? The strength of these villains themselves is not particularly strong. Soon, Sumo approached. Hello, Count. Seeing Sumo approaching, the protagonist quickly put the book away, stood up straight, and saluted Sumo. He wouldn't give Sumo any excuse to find fault. Sumo's eyes stayed on him. The plain eyes seemed to have enormous power, making the protagonist feel a little uncomfortable all over his body. After being watched by Sumo for nearly a minute, the protagonist felt out of breath. My lord, do you have any orders? The protagonist gritted his head. Sumo withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, It's a good hiding. I hope that in a day's time, other people can hide as well as you. After saying that, Sumo turned and left here. What's the meaning? The protagonist was full of doubts. However, seeing that Sumo left, the protagonist was relieved even though he was sure that Sumo would not dare to shoot. I have to quickly extract that magic so that I also have a certain amount of self-protection. The protagonist thought. His gold finger is somewhat similar to the gold finger of picking up attributes. Harvest depends on the level of items you can access. The level of contact of the protagonist who picks up attributes is too low. And this protagonist, hidden in this library of the Holy See, acts as a sweeping monk. Here, there are a large number of ancient magic books. His growth rate is much faster. Don't look at his lack of appearance. In fact, this guy's own strength among the protagonists in the capital already belongs to the strongest group. Who made the environment of this library so suitable for him? Where was this caught? At this time, in a secret room in the headquarters of the Holy See, there are some abyss creatures that look a bit terrifying. This is an earth demon, not a demon, but a type of abyss creature. To the north, Xinguang caught a faint demonic aura. After we chased it, we found a small passage in an underground cave. That passage has been blocked by us. A temple knight in mithril armor said, "Have you searched the surrounding area?" Bishop Phelan said, "A vigorous search is underway and nothing else has been found so far." The temple knight said again, "The blessing ceremony of the goddess seems to have attracted some demon's covetousness. Don't make any noise about this matter. Please inform the holy maiden. Comprehensively strengthen the guard of the capital, and then send some temple knights and magicians from other areas to come back." Bishop Phelan quickly made arrangements. Of course, the blessing ceremony of the goddess cannot be interrupted because of some demons. At the same time, this incident should not be spread out to avoid causing panic. But he didn't take it lightly. Instead, he wanted to raise the alert level of the capital by another level. After thinking about it, Bishop Phelan still felt unsafe. He is getting old, and he will retire after being a cardinal for a few years. He has been stable for a lifetime, but he cannot make mistakes in the last few years. I'm going to pray to the goddess. Let the goddess have some preparations first. After Bishop Pharaon finished speaking, he left here. Bishop Pharaon didn't know that the demon he coveted this time was not a simple demon. That's exactly what Sumo is for. Sumo also made the small passages of the demons and the underground. That channel has been around for a long time, and Sumo is only now enabled. It's just a very small passage, and even stronger succubuses can't get through. Sumo naturally won't let the succubus come over. Just use the cannon fodder everywhere in the succubus dynasty. And that's it. Just used to make the Holy See vigilant. In this way, the long-nailed devil is not so easy to obtain. The loss of the Crescent Kingdom would not be much. Sumo can operate more space. No surprise to Sumo. At noon the next day, the Queen of the New Moon, who has been busy until now, found Sumo. "Mo, there's a new situation. This time the blessing ceremony, it is very likely that demons will make trouble." As soon as the Queen of the Crescent Moon saw Sumo, she told Sumo this secret that few people in the Holy See knew. "The devil is making trouble." A look of surprise appeared on Sumo's face. The Queen of the New Moon nodded. "Yes, the people of the Holy See found a passage in the northern mountains and also killed some abyss creatures. Although no other passage has been found so far, the devil is likely to have some actions." After speaking, it seems that Sumo is worried. The Queen of the New Moon added, "But don't worry, we have already made some preparations. The goddess will definitely give you more blessings this time." Sumo made an O sound. "I'm going to rest for a while. Go to bed early tonight. At 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll go to the Holy See together." The Queen of the New Moon said, "It is good." Sumo agreed. He returned to the palace, rested, and looked like he was not going anywhere. Outside the palace, the two protagonists in the palace guard were not as worried as before, but they were still cautious for fear of giving Sumo an excuse to do it. Time flies. An afternoon passed quickly. Tomorrow morning is the time for the grand blessing ceremony to begin. Night falls. Tomorrow is the blessing. In the capital, it was even more lively. The entire capital was brightly lit. In the sky, a large number of magical flames also floated, illuminating the entire capital. The streets of the capital are also very lively. People come and go. Some taverns were even crowded with people from all directions. There are also a large number of merchants who have seized the opportunity to sell goods on the street and make a lot of money. The blessing ceremony is not held every year, but often only once every few years. It is also a grand event for the New Moon Kingdom. Those who are qualified to come to participate came to the royal capital early. There are some people who are just here to join in the fun. I want to see a miracle. There are also some businessmen and the like who take this opportunity to come and want to take this opportunity to make more powerful contacts and increase their personal connections. The entire royal capital, because of this blessing, may have added millions of people. Is this the royal capital? It's really prosperous. Although this otherworld's technology is not very good, its prosperous level is not inferior at all. In the crowd, a person stood on the street, looking at the street where people came and went, said, "I'm in the capital. Is anyone out for a drink?" Then the person sent a message on a panel that no one else could see at all. What a coincidence. I'm here too. The capital is really lively. I've already found a few villains, but they haven't done much. Do you believe it? In the capital, the villains don't dare to do whatever they want. On his panel, in a group of protagonists, a lot of news appeared. Obviously, this is a protagonist who has just arrived in the capital. In addition to him, there is another protagonist who also rushed to the capital. All are preparing to develop in the capital. Everyone, be careful. It's been a few days, and these villains haven't moved. This is not their style. I feel that they may be ready to bring us a big wave. In the protagonist group, there is a protagonist. What kind of big things can they come? How dare they do it? There are also protagonists who don't care. Now, what's the situation? At the same time as the protagonist group became lively in the royal capital, in a tall building, several people gathered there. They didn't chat directly, but in a small group of just a few of them. Everything is business as usual, but the vigilance of the capital seems to have been strengthened a lot in the past 2 days. Tomorrow is the gift of blessing. It's normal to increase the alert, as long as they don't find it. Well, let your subordinates keep an eye on them and pay attention to the movements of these protagonists at any time. It is good. These people are the Duke-level villains in the Villain Alliance. They have been preparing for so long, and as soon as the blessing ceremony is over tomorrow, it is time for them to start. The reason for waiting for the blessing ceremony to end is also very simple. Because the goddess of the new moon has just completed a large-scale blessing, restricted by the laws of the world of gods, the difficulty of her arrival will increase in a short period of time. In this way, once the demon invades, it can further chaotic the situation. For them, the more chaotic the situation, the better their chances. The number of protagonists is approaching 20. This time, how can we kill more than a dozen? Together, these Duke villains feel that the harvest this time must be great. You can get a lot of villain values and the most important Goldfinger. As long as there is Goldfinger, with the resources in their hands, they believe that they can develop faster. Goldfinger is very important. What kind of Goldfinger keep? Let's discuss it first, and we'll try to find a Goldfinger that suits us. A Duke-level villain said, well, knock them out first, and then kill them together, which will also facilitate the distribution of benefits. Another Duke-level villain also spoke up. In their view, the plan has been more than half successful so far. This plan is also seamless in their eyes, and it is impossible for others to notice. Although the vigilance of the royal capital has increased significantly in the past 2 days, this strengthening is more of a secret. Nor did they agree. Tomorrow, the blessing ceremony will begin. Strengthen your guard. Isn't it a normal operation? In the entire royal capital, undercurrents are surging. The protagonists are still unaware that the crisis is coming. As for Sumo, in the palace of the royal palace, he rested silently. The night was getting darker. The New Moon King capital is still extremely lively. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The two protagonists who were guarding outside the palace also got the opportunity to take turns and went to rest in a special cabin on the side. After Sumo didn't move them for 2 consecutive days, their vigilance was also put down. In this way, they fell asleep in a daze. After 12 o'clock, a protagonist suddenly woke up because he heard a voice. You have clocked in at work for a week in a row and received a bronze treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Hey, do you have a treasure chest? The protagonist came to the spirit, looked forward, and saw his own protagonist panel in a trance. There seems to be a treasure chest on the panel. Open. He excitedly opened it. You open the bronze treasure chest to obtain prophecy. On the panel, a prompt message appears. Prophecy? 2-6. The protagonist was very happy. He didn't expect that a treasure chest would explode with prophecy. Use and see. Immediately, he used prophecy. With this use, some vague pictures and information appeared in his field of vision. I saw that the capital was in chaos for some reason, and their protagonists were being hunted down by an extremely powerful enemy. Not even a protagonist with a ring could block that enemy. Only a few protagonists hiding in the Holy See managed to escape. He himself was killed. Call. This terrifying scene was so real that it made the protagonist sweat. He didn't notice at all. His main character panel was actually fake, and even if he opened it, he wouldn't be able to see it. This so-called reward, the so-called treasure chest, the so-called prophecy, are just a backhand left by Sumo a few days ago. Sumo planted an illusion in the depths of the protagonist's consciousness. Today, after a few days of deep planting, this phantom seed quietly burst open, formed a fantasy that the protagonist could not distinguish the real or the fake at all. Li Fei, wake up, wake up. The protagonist hurriedly woke up his companion. What's wrong? Asked his companion. After I was in the guard for 7 days, I got a prophecy. Guess what I saw with the prophecy? The protagonist said, Prophecy? What did you see, Hanyu? The protagonist, named Li Fei, was a little envious. He joined the palace guard day later, and it has not been 7 days. The protagonist, named Hanyu, told the terrible scene he saw in the prophecy. Oh my God! Li Fei was also frightened. These villains are indeed brewing a big wave. Li Fei didn't doubt it. After all, the scene that Hanyu saw was seen through the skills given by Goldfinger. It seems that it is only safe to go to the Holy See tomorrow. Do you want to inform them? Hanyu asked. Li Gui pondered for a while and said, Let me know. Otherwise the villain will kill them, and after they get their Goldfinger, it will be more difficult to deal with in the future. 2. Hanyu immediately sent a message in the group, talking about his prophecy and the scene he saw. At this time, many protagonists have risen. There are also protagonists still sleeping. What? Is your prophecy so good? You actually see tomorrow's situation. A protagonist asked. Of course, this is what I opened the treasure chest. I can guarantee it is true. Hanyu, who has been completely bewildered by the magic seed, vowed. The illusion continued for a lot of time, and in a short time, he couldn't tell the difference. I just said that these villains are brewing a big move. Hanyu, have you seen the chaos they caused? Another protagonist asked. I didn't see it. I just saw that the capital was in chaos, and then their strong men were chasing us. We died a dozen or so, and only a few people in the Holy See headquarters survived. Hanyu said, The Holy See headquarters, are you sure? Tell me more about what you saw. The group of protagonists was lively. In the middle of the night, is it noisy? The Holy See headquarters, in an attic near the library, the protagonist of the sweeping monk who lived in it was awakened. He set up message reminders to avoid missing important messages. After waking up, as soon as the protagonist group was opened, the protagonist's face changed after reading the news. Then, he remembered what Sumo said in the library yesterday. Sumo's words yesterday made him wonder for a long time. But because he wanted to extract the magic from an ancient magic book, he didn't think too much. Thinking about it now, Sumo seems to have something else to say. Most of the actions of the villains are true, and Hanyu's prophecy should be accurate. Yesterday, the Earl of Imo Shirling went to the library of the Holy See headquarters and gave me a hint. The protagonist quickly started talking in the group. In the group, the other protagonists also quieted down and listened to him. I was still thinking about what that sentence meant. Now that I think about it, the Earl of Mwasher Land must have known the actions of other villains, so it hinted us. The protagonist said, The Earl of the Blackstone Territory is also a villain. Is he so kind? A protagonist said immediately, It's not kind. He wants to kill us himself, And if the other villains kill us, he won't get any benefits, so he ran out to disrupt the situation. The other protagonist, dispassionate analysis. Yes, I feel like this. There is competition among these villains. Who doesn't want to be the strongest villain? The protagonist of the sweeping monk hurriedly said, "This Earl of the Blackstone country is a bit interesting. He is not afraid that after we have survived this wave, he will grow to a point that he cannot control." The calm protagonist hummed softly. "Let's not talk about the Earl of Moshiland. Since it has been confirmed by many parties, most of this matter is true. What should we do?" A protagonist asked. "Go into the Holy See headquarters. I don't believe it. They dare to do it at the Holy See headquarters. This is what I saw in the prophecy." Hanyu suggested, "No matter whether others go or not, he is going anyway. Well, tomorrow I'm thinking of going over to see what the power of God is like. So let's go to the Holy See headquarters." Another protagonist has a decision. Since this matter was discovered by Hanyu through the skills bestowed by Goldfinger, it was also confirmed by the protagonist of the sweeper. Plus, they themselves participated in the whole process of reasoning. So, no protagonist has any doubts. Besides, if there's a crisis, going to the Holy See headquarters is also the best choice. As a result, these protagonists quickly took action. Prepare to rush to the Holy See headquarters overnight. Asterisk, they've all acted. What should we do? Sneak past now. Seeing that in the protagonist group, many protagonists left for the Holy See headquarters overnight, and the two protagonists outside Su-Mo Palace discussed it. They were in the palace guard, and it was not so convenient to go. However, with the crisis of life and death ahead, they didn't care so much anymore. Li Fei, I feel that even if we get through tomorrow's life and death crisis, this king's capital can't stay. If we can survive tomorrow, we can leave the king's capital in the chaos, even if we join some evil screams. Anyway, our Goldfinger, as long as you clock in at work, there will be rewards. Han Yudao, who was planted by Su-Mo. Let's see what the situation will be tomorrow. Now I have to hide from the headquarters of the Holy See. Let me think of a way to get the best of both worlds. I'd better stay here. The protagonist, named Li Fei, thought of a way. This Earl of the Blackstone territory is not easy to deal with. I have an inexplicable feeling that he is more difficult to deal with than several other Duke-level villains. Hanyu said, no matter how difficult an Earl is, no Duke will be difficult to deal with. If nothing else, a Duke has many times as many private troops as an Earl. You don't have to worry too much. We'll talk about it tomorrow, and we will grow up later. It's too easy to kill him. After Li Fei comforted Hanyu, he quickly thought of a clever plan. He excitedly said, since the Earl of the Blackstone territory doesn't want us to be killed by other villains, then tomorrow morning we will apply to go with the knights guarding him, and he will definitely agree. Is it still possible? Hanyu was stunned for a moment. This is a tall bird. How is it? Am I smart? Seeing Hanyu's expression, Li Fei was immediately convinced by his own wit. This evening, many protagonists have begun to act. In a magic academy, several protagonists acted together and walked towards the headquarters of the Holy See with a big drum. Go to a place with many people. Don't go to a dark place. Just go through the main street. There are their eyeliners everywhere. A protagonist is afraid that other people will walk away, said. If they don't want to be attacked on the road, then walk in the light. Now, knights in armor can be seen everywhere in the capital. There's also a team of Royal Capitol Guards patrolling. There are many people on the street. Many people got up early and headed towards the Holy See headquarters. After all, the capital is so big, they still have to walk for several hours by walking. As long as they keep walking in the light, the villains will not dare to do anything. Guy isn't coming. It's normal for him not to come. His teacher is the sanctuary. In the capital, who would dare to attack a disciple of the sanctuary? Alas, it's a pity that I'm a step late. Otherwise, I would be able to worship under a sanctuary gate. Don't worry, it's only a few days, we have a chance. The protagonists walked along the main road, following a group of nobles towards the headquarters of the Holy See. In the crowd, many eyes have already been staring at them. The same scene is also happening in other areas. Several Duke-level villains have too many eyeliners. As the actual rulers of the Duke family, they can mobilize a lot of people. In the capital, all the protagonist areas that they learned about were monitored by a large number of eyeliners. For example, in a steam bun shop with a booming business, the boss and a few girls are selling steam buns. It looks like a normal businessman. However, no one noticed that there was a little heir who was not very busy inside, and his eyes were always paying attention to the outside. So, soon, the actions of these protagonists were reported to several Duke-level villains. They went to the Holy See headquarters at the same time. Did they notice something? This news made several villains who had gathered together frown. If these protagonists go to the Holy See headquarters at the same time, the difficulty they want to do at the Holy See headquarters has increased a lot. No, hands-on isn't actually the biggest problem. The problem is how to get yourself out after you do it. They can guarantee that they will not be involved in the invasion of demons. Originally, some demons also liked to invade after some God's blessing ceremony, but doing it at the Holy See headquarters will eventually lead to some hidden dangers. It shouldn't be. They're not so capable yet. I feel that they should be afraid that when all the attention of the capital is at the headquarters of the Holy See, we will take the opportunity to shoot. Well, it should be like this. These protagonists are all very sophisticated. After a few villains discussed, they also let go of their worries. Immediately, another problem arose. These protagonists have arrived at the headquarters of the Holy See. What will they do then? Once the demons invaded on a large scale, it would be nothing to kill a few people in chaos. In such a war, I am afraid that a lot of people at the level of Legion commanders will die. The identities of these protagonists are not high, so the problem should not be big. A Duke heir said solemnly. That's right, don't worry too much. Once the demon is killed, the entire king will be in chaos. If the sanctuary takes action, there is no trace of others to follow. It's not a big problem to get a few of them. Another Duke heir. Well, it's good for them to be together, and they can save you everywhere to look for them. However, just in case, after the demon invasion, let the gangsters you bought take the opportunity to create a little chaos in the city and make the situation worse. Make it a little messy, eh? It is good. These villains soon made a decision. Whether it is the protagonist or the villain, each has some actions and plans. In the abyss. In an extremely huge abyss, a large number of abyss creatures and demons are still drilling into some channels. In the void above the abyss, there's a magic circle that is full of evil at first sight. The arranger of this magic circle is the long-nailed demon god. This guy first set up a magic circle on his side, so that once the blood sacrifice in the New Moon Kingdom begins, he can descend to the continent of the gods at the fastest speed. Roar, succubus demon god. How are you preparing? The spike demon talks to Sumo while watching his army of demons. In the succubus dynasty, the little spike demon god has been released. Then, through the little spike devil, this guy saw that a large number of abyss creatures had entered a passage under the drive of the succubus. The long-nailed demon god was relieved. As long as Sumo is out, he didn't expect Sumo to fight. All he needs is Sumo's devilish breath. In this way, you can share a lot of pressure for him. This is the mark of the magic circle. After they start the blood sacrifice, you can come over and go with me. If you have a way to pass by yourself, you can. The spike demon god throws another light ball to Sumo. After this light group is placed in the teleportation array, it can be positioned by the mark in the light group and directly transmitted to the place where the spike demon god is. No, I have a way to go by myself. Among the submagic bugs, Sumo's mental fluctuations came out. That's fine too. After the little long-nailed demon god finished speaking, it quickly turned into a letter. This guy has a lot of tricks. I really don't know where it came from. After finishing the conversation, on the other side, the long-nailed demon god muttered. After finishing the conversation with the spiked demon god, Sumo put away the female demon bug and then withdrew the magic circle. At this time, the time has come to more than 4 in the morning. It's almost time for the appointment with the Queen of the Crescent Moon. That is 5 in the morning. The distance to the Holy See headquarters is not far from here. But the Queen of the New Moon naturally had to go earlier. Sir, hot water is coming. Arya has already called hot water, and 2 maids stepped forward and waited on Sumo to wash. In some habits, Su-imo is not a maverick. He is more like a noble than the nobles of this world. Elegant, calm, and without the pedantic and old-fashioned feeling of some aristocrats. People can't help but feel good when they see it. After washing outside, the female official sent by the queen also arrived. Suimo walked out the door. Outside, the carriage is ready. Dear Earl, please let us escort you to the Holy See headquarters. At this time, a voice sounded. When Suimo saw it, it was the two protagonists who spoke. Can. He didn't care, and Suimo saw through the self-righteous wit of these two guys at a glance. He got into the carriage. The two protagonists joined the guarding knights. Originally, they were not qualified to follow to the Holy See headquarters. Look, I said he would agree. The protagonist, named Li Fei, was proud to show off to Hanyu, and had a great sense of accomplishment. Hanyu didn't have much sense of accomplishment. On the contrary, he inexplicably felt that he and Li Fei were in front of Su-imo, as if they were two clowns jumping on the beam. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Damn it, we are the protagonists. There was a powerless cry in his heart. Even the Duke-level villains did not make them feel so oppressed physically and psychologically. Damn oppression. Asterisk. Comments to gorgeous carriages, under the escort of a large number of knights, walked along the main road towards the headquarters of the Holy See. The headquarters of the Holy See, the huge square below the temple, was already crowded with people. The area of this square is incomparably large. You know, the pyramids floating in the sky are all behemoths with a side length of several hundred meters. The total area of this square has exceeded 1 square kilometer. 1 square kilometer is equal to 1 million square meters. In other words, even if only one person stands in 1 square meter, more than 1 million people can stand in this square. 1 square meter is naturally more than one person standing, and the area of this square is not exactly 1 square kilometer. After all, this square can hold almost half of the people in the capital. At this time, there were too many people in the square. These people are divided into different blocks, and there is no excessive accumulation. In the sky, the magic ship flew around, maintaining order. All the magic circles in the capital have also fully opened. Although the sky has not yet brightened, the temple has already lit up like a small sun. Bright light illuminates the entire square like daytime. When the queen's carriage drove outside the square, it stopped. Need to replace an open carriage and enter the church. The carriage is pulled by several all-white unicorns, and, along the way, the Queen of the Crescent can be worshipped by everyone in the kingdom. The Queen of the Crescent Moon came to the carriage in full clothes. Now, she is the queen. Therefore, her dress is a graceful and gorgeous king's dress. I saw her phoenix crown, dignified manner, and a faint majesty on her beautiful face. This is her side of being a queen. She boarded the exclusive carriage. Her Majesty the Queen. Some people, who rarely saw the Queen of the Crescent Moon, cheered excitedly. Even the royal capital, there are not many opportunities to see the Queen of the New Moon. Queen Crescent Moon is so beautiful. She's absolutely amazing. Her looks, her temperament. Well, she's absolutely beautiful. Everyone is the protagonist. Who can get her in the future will depend on their ability. In the crowd, those protagonists have come to the square. After seeing the Queen Crescent who boarded the carriage from a distance, these protagonists chatted in the group. Such an incomparably beautiful Queen of the Crescent Moon. These protagonists who are transmigrators are naturally very tempted. In the protagonist group, they are relatively restrained. On the other hand, several Duke-level villains occupy a better position. As the heirs of the Duke, at this time, they were all by the side of the old dukes of their respective families. These old dukes are on the verge of death, and the actual power is already in their hands. There they are. The focus of these villains is different, and their focus is on the protagonists. Perhaps human beings have the instinct to keep warm in the face of a crisis, and more than a dozen of these protagonists have gathered together. Moreover, they also deliberately hid next to a group of temple knights who were not easy to mess with. There are also some protagonists who are not with them, and have found some places to hide. In the square, the voices were getting louder and louder. Now, it's time for the Queen of the Crescent Moon. It was not until she put on the costume of a saint and became a saint of God that she belonged to God. Seeing that the Queen of the New Moon boarded the carriage, a female officer was preparing to start the carriage. "Slow," the Queen of the New Moon said suddenly. The lady stopped. The Queen of the Crescent Moon turned around and looked at Succubo, who had just stepped off the carriage. She reached out to Succubo and made an invitation. "Imo, come with me." Hearing her words, the expressions of the surrounding female officials changed slightly, but no one said anything. The other people around looked at Succubo one after another. What? Why did Queen Crescent invite him? What kind of occasion is this? Is he an earl qualified to board that carriage? Not far away, Li Fei, the protagonist of the guards, was crazy DSS Succubo on the protagonist panel. Han, you saw Queen Crescent Moon's movements from a distance, and the feeling of not seconds in his heart became stronger and stronger. Li Fei, the Queen of the New Moon, has an unusual relationship with him. If we can survive today, we should leave the capital or even the New Moon Kingdom. If it weren't for the lack of sound in the communication on the protagonist panel, his voice, I'm afraid there will be a vibrato. No matter the protagonist and Goldfinger, their current strength is still too weak. As the queen of a powerful kingdom with a population of over 100 million and many sacred areas. For them, the Queen of the Crescent Moon has been an irresistible existence for a long time. Before they, just joining the palace guard, made several Duke-level villains dare not do it. Enough to illustrate the power of the queen. But now the relationship between the queen and a villain actually reached such a point. Queen, on such a high-profile occasion, openly invites Succubo to board the car with you. What this means, it couldn't be more obvious. On the carriage, the Queen Crescent looked at Succubo with clear eyes. Her actions, even Succubo didn't expect it. Contact with the clear eyes of the Queen of the New Moon, seeing the hidden love in her eyes. After Succubo paused for 2 seconds, finally, he stretched out his hand and took the hand of the Queen of the Crescent Moon, and then he got into the carriage. An incomparably bright smile burst into the face of Queen Crescent Moon. What if Succubo becomes a holy son later? As long as today, Succubo stands with her, sharing this much-anticipated moment in the eyes of more than 1 million people. That's enough. Even if the goddess is to blame, she admits it. The unicorn pulled the gorgeous carriage and slowly walked towards the cathedral. Wow! Seeing Succubo appeared by the queen's side. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the square. He really went up. At the rear, Li Fei's eyes suddenly widened as Succubo boarded the carriage that symbolized the king's power. Succubo really went up. A dare to invite. One dare to go up. Beside him, Hanyu also widened his eyes. Mood has fallen to the valley. Li Fei, I have decided that as soon as today is over, I will leave the capital while the capital is in chaos. Hanyu confronted Li Fei on the protagonist panel. Leaving the capital is a risky thing in itself. Now they are stared at by the villains, and once they leave, the villains will find an opportunity to do it. Their gold fingers made them much more profitable in the capital than outside. Compared with clocking in some small places outside, the rewards you get are naturally different. The more advanced they are, the more rewards they get. But the Queen of the Crescent Moon actually invited Succubo to go up. Succubo also really dared to go up. What does this mean? In Hanyu's view, it couldn't be clearer. In the past few days in the palace guard, the two of them have a deeper understanding of the king's power than other protagonists. In this case, the average male king will bring his queen. If it is the queen, she will bring her husband. With the occasional exception, the king would bring his own heir to the throne. There will be no more. Today, another exception was born. Together with the Queen of the Crescent Moon, Succubo stood on it. You know, there are millions of people here. People from half of the capital have come. These people are not ordinary people. There are a large number of nobles, large and small officials, and many celebrities and big businessmen. It can be said to be very precious. In the New Moon Kingdom, the group of people located in the upper part of the pyramid are basically there. Not only that, but it is also the headquarters of the Holy See. Even the temple in the sky has been lit up, and the goddess said that she will cast her eyes from time to time. On such an occasion, the Queen of the Crescent Moon invited Succubi to stand with her. This attitude could not be more obvious. This is taking Succubi as her husband. Being witnessed by so many people is no joke. If the Queen of the New Moon chooses another man in the future, her prestige in the eyes of the public will probably drop by half. Because of this, after realizing this, Hanyu made this decision. He has panicked. No matter what, I must escape from the capital today. Sumo's relationship with the Queen of the New Moon has reached this stage, and he will stay in the palace again, only to find his own way. Although it was dangerous to leave the capital, but with the predicted chaos, they had a chance. At the same time, he was a little fortunate that Succubi didn't do it a few days ago. I didn't do it a few days ago. It should be because he was worried that it would affect the Queen of the New Moon's opinion of him. Hanyu quickly made up his mind about this matter that he thought was very reasonable. The Earl of Inkstone. On the other side, several Duke-level villains were also seen from a distance. Their location is very close. Several Duke-level heirs looked at each other and chatted on the villain panel. It seems that once the Queen stops being a saint, it is very likely that she wants to marry the Earl of Moshi Land. It should be like this. This matter should have no impact on our plan. Well, even so, this Earl of the Blackstone Land is very clever, and he quietly won the Queen of the New Moon. TSK. Queen Crescent has always been a saint, and she has never touched a man. Such a superb woman. It's really cheap for him. Several villains are very calm. Their minds have always been on their plans. Compared with their plans, this matter is not a big deal for them. As long as their plans are successful, their gains will be enormous. Given time, when they become stronger, they may unite, and they may be able to be tough with the Queen. Naturally not too worried. Mountains will fall if you rely on mountains. Trees will shake if you rely on trees, and everyone will run if you rely on them. As a traveler, don't you understand this? His starting point is low, and that's all he can do. It's also a skill to be able to handle the Queen, but he'd better stay out of the way. Several Duke-level villains continued to chat. When these villains were chatting, the protagonist group was already lively. Why did the Earl of the Blackstone Land stand with the Queen of the New Moon? Their relationship seems unusual. Fuck, he took the Queen's hand. That's the Earl of the Blackstone Land that you talked about earlier? Many protagonists have not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Li Fei, don't go to the group to discuss. Hanyu's eyes flashed. He was hesitant to share what he had learned with the other protagonists. It turns out that this is the reliance of the Earl of Moshi Land. No wonder he doesn't want other villains to kill us. Originally, I was still thinking, what kind of confidence does he have as an Earl? But now it seems that his confidence is the Queen of the Crescent Moon. The very calm protagonist came out again and calmly analyzed it. I don't know how much he can take advantage of Queen Crescent Moon. Li Fei, Hanyu, I advise you to leave the palace guard. Yes, come and join the Magic Academy. The Magic Academy is relatively independent. As long as you don't make mistakes, the Queen can't come to deal with you in person, right? As soon as the protagonist analyzed it, the other protagonists also spoke up. You didn't understand that Queen Crescent took the Earl of the Blackstone Land as her husband. After hesitating for a while, Hanyu finally shared this information, because he felt that he and Li Fei escaped with a single goal. Talking about a few more protagonists to escape can distract the villains. I'm going to the Queen's husband? That would be a little bad. This Earl of the Blackstone territory is a talent. The Earl is a bronze-level villain at most. He actually took care of the Queen directly. This threat level has skyrocketed. Would you like to do this? I regret coming to the capital. It would have been better if I knew that the nest would grow slowly in other places. I regret it too. Wait for a while. Let's go. As soon as Hanyu shared it, many of the protagonists in the royal capital panicked. When the villains and the protagonists saw Succubi standing in the carriage, they had different reactions. Above the carriage, Succubi stood there, staring calmly ahead. Despite being watched by millions, Succubi's expression was indifferent. This is a big scene, just a few million people. In Sumo's heart, there was not even a single wave. Beside him, The Queen of the Crescent Moon was holding Sumo's hand tightly. It's not that Sumo doesn't let go, but the Queen of the New Moon will not let go. After the uproar, the people in the square were also discussing constantly. But soon, many people recognized Sumo. It's the Earl of Moshi Land. Some people shouted, "The Earl of Inkstone, 1 past 10, 10 past 100, and soon you can pass one piece." More than one who recognized Sumo. Under the spread of these people, all the people soon recognized it. Standing next to the Queen of the Crescent Moon is the famous Earl of the Blackstone Land in the Crescent Moon Kingdom. For ordinary people, there are too many nobles in the Crescent Kingdom. Not to mention earls, there are a few dukes, and what they know clearly, they are all terribly small. Not to mention the duke's name. If many dukes did not have much deeds, not many people knew their names. However, the Earl of Moisher Land is an exception. It's a household name in the Crescent Kingdom. This is also a name that makes countless people curious. In the same way, the people also held a favorable impression of the Earl of Moshi Land. Because of the various things invented by the Earl of Moisher Land and some subtle changes brought about by the New Moon Kingdom, they have benefited a lot of people. Many commoners yearn to go to the territory of the Earl of Moisher, because it is said to have the highest salary and the best benefits in the entire Crescent Kingdom. There, even civilian children can go to school without any fees. The key is to take care of the food. Some craftsmen can be healed by magicians even if they are injured on the job. Women can also find suitable jobs, and the wages are not low. In the descriptions of the people, the territory of the Earl of Moshi is already comparable to the existence of heaven. So, in the carriage, after the news spread that the man holding hands with the Queen was the Earl of Moshi Land, the people were all excited. The Earl of the Black Stone Land. I don't know who yelled. The Earl of the Black Stone Land. Immediately, someone shouted again. The Earl of the Inkstone Land. The Earl of the Inkstone Land. Soon, in this square, everyone shouted. People follow the crowd, not to mention in such an environment. Then, in the entire square, the shouts of millions of people were attributed to the name of the Earl of Moshi Land. With the voices of millions of people, even the edge of the capital could be heard. Everyone was shouting. Even some nobles in the New Moon Kingdom were also driven and shouted there. Millions of people shouted one person's name in unison. It's hard to see such a scene. His reputation, so hot in the crowd, seeing that the people around were shouting for the Earl of Moisher Land. Many people even jumped up and shouted. The protagonists who gathered together were shocked by Sumo's popularity. Sky, what a prestige. Which villain would have such a reputation? Those Duke-level villains can't do it at all. Even if they climbed to a high platform that everyone could see, there were very few people who could recognize them. This Earl of the Black Stone territory. By the way, check his villain level. I just checked it, but I can't find it. It means that it is higher than us. Who is at the silver level? Check it out. Many protagonists were surprised. There are also protagonists who thought of Sumo's villain level. I found it. It's silver. Unscientific. How can Earl be silver? The extremely calm protagonist spoke up. The reason this guy is cooler is because he has a higher gold finger level. His words suddenly stirred up 1,000 waves. Silver rank? Is there a mistake? I see on the forum that a fallen Earl villain killed by the protagonist is a black iron rank. That is the fallen Earl, and the normal Earl should be bronze without exception. F***, this is too magical. It's like a passerby suddenly became a big boss. Hey, a silver-level Earl. Although there's still a few silver-level ones in the capital, I suddenly feel that this Earl of the Blackstone country is probably the biggest boss in the New Moon Kingdom. Asterisk in the square, because the villain level of Sumo was found out, these protagonists were not calm. The protagonist does have more privileges in the early stage. It's like, in the early stage, the villain has no villain value, but the protagonist has one protagonist value. This 1-point value of the protagonist can be used to check the level of a nearby villain. Each protagonist has one chance, so in general, they don't use them indiscriminately. The silver-level protagonist will have one more protagonist value. That is, there are 2 chances. If there is a gold level protagonist, there will be 3 protagonist points at the beginning and 1 more chance. Of course, it doesn't matter if any protagonist kills a villain in the first place and gets 100 protagonist value. In the protagonist group, it was completely lively. Listening to what you guys said, I won't come to the capital. The New Moon Kingdom is so big, I can grow a nest wherever I go. That's right, I'm not coming. Some of the protagonists who have joined the group and have not yet arrived in the capital are very happy. Went straight home. I still don't understand how an earl can be a silver level villain. Silver level villains are basically Duke level, and there are very few Marquis level villains. This world is strictly hierarchical. No matter how rich the earl is, in terms of hard power, it is impossible to surpass the Duke. Even the Marquis rarely surpasses. He should have some hidden strength. I said long ago that there is something wrong with the Earl of Washerland. He invented those things too early. Several protagonists discussed the matter, and other protagonists soon joined in. You said, he is a silver rank. Will he be promoted after killing the protagonist? At this time, a protagonist suddenly came. As soon as the sentence came out, the group of protagonists instantly became quiet. Impossible. Then, the protagonist replied with 3 words. To upgrade from bronze to silver, you have to kill 5 protagonists. It's only been over 10 days, and the protagonists are scattered. How could he kill 5 protagonists in such a short time? Yes, and if the villain wants Goldfinger, he has to consume the villain value to get our Goldfinger, and the upgrade progress is even slower. The other protagonists quickly replied. They have rejected this possibility, because when the protagonist came to this sentence just now, the hearts of these protagonists were subconsciously tense. The eyelids couldn't help but jump. This guess, it's so scary. Even as an earl, it was even more terrifying to have silver-level strength than the Earl of Mo Shirling. The level of the villain at the beginning depends on the strength brought by the identity after crossing. At the beginning, there were not many villains with silver-level strength in the judgment, and there were not too many. A few Duke-level villains in the capital, aren't they all? But in the past 10 days, these Duke-level villains at the very beginning got a few careless protagonists. Evenly divided, no one could be divided into one. There are still a lot of villains. In the past 10 days, it is estimated that 1 or 2 protagonists have also been killed. Any more, never heard of it. So, just be careful, silver-level villains are actually not scary. But what if the Earl of Mwasher territory was a bronze-level villain at the beginning and killed a silver-level villain all the way? Moreover, in just a few days, he killed 4 or 5 protagonists and rose to the silver-level villain. How? How scary would this be? Some protagonists subconsciously feel that it is impossible. Because of this, it is difficult for silver-level villains to do it. Time is too short. Not to mention, in the past few days, the Earl of Moshiland has been in the capital. Apart from getting the provocative protagonist at the beginning, there is no other action. In this case, if this speculation comes true, didn't the Earl of the Blackstone Land kill several other protagonists in the first 3 or 4 days? How powerful does the Earl of the Blackstone Land have to be? The question is, why was the powerful Earl of the Blackstone Land judged to be a bronze-level protagonist in the first place? This is where the contradiction comes. This contradiction can't be resolved. The Earl of Moshi territory cannot be upgraded by killing the protagonist. In this way, he should have hidden strength. After a protagonist analyzed these contradictions, he said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, today, no matter what, I want to escape from the capital while the chaos." There are protagonists who have no intention of discussing. He is not afraid of other silver-level villains. But now, the Earl of Mo Shirling made him feel flustered inexplicably. The protagonist was uneasy, and he vaguely felt that terrible guess, maybe it was true. The Earl of the Blackstone territory, I am afraid that it really depends on killing the protagonist to level up. He wasn't even interested in discussing it. Not only him. In the square, some other protagonists lost interest in discussing and closed the protagonist panel one after another. They are equally disturbed. Originally, what they were most prepared for were the Duke-level villains. But now, The Earl of the Black Stone Land became the biggest threat in their hearts. They're starting to realize this Earl of Moshi Land, who has been doing nothing since he has secured a protagonist since he came to the capital. I'm afraid there's also a wave of attacks that they can't imagine. Otherwise, why would the Earl of Moshi Land deliberately imply them? These protagonists are not stupid. After trying to understand these key points one by one, their faces became more and more gloomy. It was in stark contrast to the surrounding people who cheered the name of the Count of the Black Stone Land. If we want to control the New Moon Kingdom in the future, this Earl of the Black Stone Land must be removed. When the protagonists are worried one by one, several Duke-level villains see the problem from different angles. Naturally, they can't check Su Mo's villain level. One by one, they're still discussing this matter in a condescending manner from the perspective of the overall controller. The ambitions of these Duke-level villains are naturally not small. Getting these protagonists in the capital at one time is only their first step. After it is done, after dividing up the gold finger and villain values of the protagonists, they will further enhance their strength with their own resources. The second step is to eliminate the protagonist in the New Moon Kingdom, and the villain value obtained in this way can also be used to improve the Goldfinger level. Also removes threats. The internal threat of the kingdom is relatively greater. Even if the protagonists in other kingdoms grow up, to a certain extent, it is difficult to go to other kingdoms to make trouble. This is the same as before crossing. Even if you're in Longwa again and again, if you go to northern Myanmar, if you are not careful, you will still be beaten. Maybe it's the kind that doesn't take narcotics, unless your strength is so powerful that you can make a kingdom jealous of you, or the enemy you deal with, just a small character. Their third step, of course, is to control the entire New Moon Kingdom, either openly or secretly. Once you have control of the Crescent Kingdom, you can start the fourth step. The fourth step is to march into the world of the gods. The plans of these guys are very detailed. Because of this, with such prestige in the New Moon Kingdom, the Earl of the Black Stone Land, who was also favored by the Queen, was a thorn in their eyes. In particular, the Earl of Moshi Land has never meant to join them. Not only did he not join, it seemed that he wanted to start another stove. The Earl of the Inkstone Land. The Earl of the Inkstone Land. In the square, the shouting of the people was still going on. Crowd mania. A Duke-level villain snorted softly and said, in his eyes, these people are too stupid. One by one fell into the crowd frenzy. On the carriage, the Queen of the Crescent Moon held Su Mo's hand tightly. Suddenly, she made another bold decision. She held Su Mo's hand and raised Su Mo's hand high. This time, the cheers of the people grew louder. In the whole square, the sound waves went straight to the sky, and even the clouds in the sky were washed away. Finally, the carriage that Su Mo and Queen Crescent took to the cathedral below the temple. In front of the cathedral, there's already a very large platform. All those who are eligible to be blessed by the goddess will go to this platform. Cardinal Phelan was already waiting there with other bishops, as well as high-ranking clergy in the Holy See. He had already seen the actions of the Queen Crescent Moon. At the beginning, Bishop Farron's eyelids also twitched, and the other bishops behind him coughed lightly. You know, the current Queen of the New Moon is still a saint, although it is already in the process of stepping down. This is out of line. Don't cough, I'm not blind. The Earl of Mo Shirling is the one who the goddess has given to the Holy Order. So that's it. Bishop Farron brought this matter to light in one sentence. It's already like this, what else can he say? If it was someone else, he would be displeased too. But Su Mo is different. The goddess of a new moon has focused on it. According to Bishop Farron's speculation, Su Mo may have become the Son of God. Holy Son and Holy Daughter holding hands. Seems that makes sense. Bishop Phelan comforted himself in this way. The carriage has arrived. Several maids came, and with their help, Queen Crescent and Su Mo got out of the car. The cheers in the square finally subsided. Queen, count, please. Bishop Farron made a gesture of invitation. The Queen of the Crescent Moon is going in to change her clothes. Bishop Farron naturally couldn't leave Su Mo outside. After entering the cathedral, accompanied by several maids, Queen Crescent went to a special dressing room. Bishop Phelan accompanied Sue Mo. The Earl's spirit is good. For today's blessing, the goddess will definitely pay attention to the Earl. Bishop Farron and Sue Mo chatted casually. After about half an hour, finally, Queen Crescent came out wearing a simple yet extremely refreshing and holy saintess costume. Accompanied by some nuns, the Queen of the Crescent Moon stepped to the middle of the high platform and prayed there. As she played, the light emitted by the temple slowly changed. In the sky, there seemed to be music. There are also a lot of flowers falling from the sky. The blessing ceremony has officially begun. Astra's colorful petals falling from the sky. The sky of the whole temple square suddenly turned into a sea of flowers. Floral fragrance. Everyone's spirit is lifted. Wow! In the temple square, many women wow. Really, this scene is too gorgeous. Is this the power of God? In the square, the protagonists raised their heads and looked into the sky. They simply can't see where the petals come from. These petals seem to be born naturally. With a rhythm that can make people feel happy, it slowly grows in the air and then slowly falls. Although many of them have come into contact with magic or the power of vindictiveness, the strength in magic is already considered okay. Basically, it is the first glimpse of the mysteries of the magical world. But this scene is still beyond their understanding. These protagonists, for a moment, all forgot their worries, put down their worries, raised their heads, and watched the petals fall like raindrops. Several Duke-level villains also temporarily stopped chatting in the group. They all raised their heads and looked into the sky. In the sky, the petals are still falling. Finally, the petals fell down. Some people have already raised their toes and stretched out their hands. I saw a petal fall on a woman's hand. It smells so good. The woman brought the petals to her nose and sniffed. In the fragrance of the flowers, the petals turned into an incomparably warm energy that entered the woman's body. This woman's whole body, a warm feeling rose up. The state of the body has improved faintly. This feeling is so wonderful. Not just her. There are too many petals. In the square, all the people raised their toes, stretched out their hands, and grabbed these petals. This is the general blessing of the goddess at the beginning of the blessing. People in the entire square can get a little bit of it, equivalent to divine light. Everyone who gets the petals gets some benefit. Then, they will not begrudge their praise for the new moon goddess. Amazing. I feel that my anxiety has been reduced a lot. The power of divinity in this petal, displayed on such a large scale, the god of this world. Really powerful. In the protagonist group, after a protagonist touched the petals, he sighed there. Yeah, the power of God is amazing. Everyone, we are all protagonists. As long as we don't die, one day we will be able to aspire to the throne. Another protagonist said, aspiring to the throne. These 4 words made the protagonists in this protagonist group excited one by one. The blood in the whole body could not help boiling. Become a god, how can it be so easy? If it was before crossing, no matter how good they were, they wouldn't have any chance. Even among the people in this world, among the countless creatures, very few can eventually become gods. It is not enough to accurately describe the small probability of becoming a god. But they're all protagonists. Everyone has a gold finger. These gold fingers allow them to have an extraordinary growth rate. The point is, as long as the level of Goldfinger is improved, they will not face the bottleneck faced by people in this world. For example, some people have been in the legendary realm for many years with 1 card, and they can't break through the sanctuary for life. Some people are stuck in the sanctuary for life. With their Goldfinger, they can ignore these bottlenecks. They all have the opportunity to become powerful gods, worshipped by countless people, have great power, sitting and enjoying a long life. I thought that one day, after they became gods, they could sit leisurely on the bright throne, taste the wine of heaven, with the most perfect goddess, looking down on all beings. Just a little bit of power can make millions of people cheer for them, sing their praises aloud. Their hearts surged again. What an exciting scene that is. For a while, in the protagonist group, no one spoke. Obviously, that scene was so intoxicating. They're all addicted to it. After a few minutes, the group of protagonists began to liven up. Masters, the biggest gain from coming to the Holy See headquarters this time has allowed me to see the limitlessness of this world. Yeah, I was worried at first, but now I have infinite fighting spirit. What are a few Duke-level villains? And where the Count of Moisher land? When he was waiting for me to become a god, looking back and looking back, they were just some small stepping stones. Well said, as the protagonists. We were too timid in the past, but we can't blame us, who gave the villain a greater advantage. But in the future, we will not. Yes, but we can't be too contemptuous. The power of the villains cannot be ignored. Let's take them as our sharpening stones. Villains can't kill us. They only make us stronger. Wait until the 8th of August next year. I will bloom and kill 100 flowers. Kill, kill, kill. Haha. I hope in the future we can join hands to become gods and stand at the top of the world together. However, this time, the liveliness among the protagonists was completely different. If a person who does not know the situation comes in, he may feel that he has entered a positive energy group that shouts slogans every day. Because after seeing the power of God, these protagonists were all excited. They have new ambitions. That is, become a god with supreme power. For them, as long as they don't die, it's not too difficult, even if they are still weak. But with the help of Goldfinger, the probability of them becoming gods is much greater than that of people in this world, according to Sumo's understanding of Goldfinger. In theory, every protagonist or villain with a gold-level Goldfinger has the possibility of becoming a god. And if Goldfinger can be upgraded to above the gold level, it is almost a sure thing to become a god, just to see if you can live and grow up to that time. After all, other protagonists or villains will definitely hunt you down. In front of this ambition, the obstacles brought by several villains seem so insignificant. Then, these protagonists, who were still in a low mood before, have regained their spirits again. In the protagonist group, a solution was discussed. These protagonists are serious this time. It's not a one-time hit or inferior chicken blood. They're not blindly confident, but carefully analyzed. The first thing they analyzed was why the capital fell into chaos. However, they got too little information to analyze. Hanyu, haven't you seen more of your prophecy? Can you use it again? A protagonist asked. No, the use of prophecy is limited, and it takes several days to use the CD once. Hanyu, who was still influenced by the illusion, said, no matter how the chaos is caused, the Duke-level villains will definitely take advantage of the chaos. Although this is the headquarters of the Holy See, we have to be careful. Well, according to what Hanyu predicted, it will be fine for the time being at the Holy See headquarters. So what we are discussing now is whether the next plan is to escape from the capital or stay here. Me and Li Fei must flee, or we will die if we stay in the palace guard. I won't run away. I want to stay in the Holy See, and I will be able to join the official temple knights immediately. As long as I'm not as arrogant as Tang Hua, the Earl of Moisher will not have a good way to take me. I'm not going to run away either. My Goldfinger can grow the fastest in a magic academy. I have to face difficulties. Of course, I'll talk about it later today. Then you stay in the royal capital. I'm still going to sneak away for the respect. The protagonists discussed it one by one. After being aroused with great ambitions and having the ambition to become a god, some protagonists also thought of staying in the capital, especially those protagonists who are valued in the Holy See and the Academy of Magic. There are also protagonists who are still ready to escape. There are also protagonists who are ready to wait and see the situation. God's power. In the area of the nobles, several Duke-level villains are also chatting. Compared to those protagonists, they appear much more composed. They also naturally yearn for the power of God, but now they are more concerned with the success or failure of their plans. According to the experience of previous years, the blessing ceremony will end before noon, and when it is about to end, you can act. Well, don't worry, I'll make arrangements. When, after the rain of petals, a long bell rang throughout the square, the believers take the stage. Immediately afterwards, a bishop's voice sounded. Then, in the crowd, those devout believers who were qualified to participate in the blessing ceremony began to ascend to the high platform in the middle under the envious gazes of everyone around them. Not all of these believers are of high status. In fact, there are quite a few civilians inside. These civilians are all in the area where they live, such as the famous devout believers. For example, an aunt in her 60s, it is said that she set off a year ago when she came to the capital this time. Walk the whole way, kneel at 3 steps, and bow at 9 steps. Even some vicious robbers dare not hit her idea. There are also places where there are very pious and respected old people. Many of these elderly people live longer. This is because they have also received the blessing of the goddess before, and their lifespans are much longer than others. And in good spirits, their existence can effectively stabilize some places and can also increase the piety of believers in a small area. God's blessings are naturally selective. In contrast, among these groups, the number of magicians is much smaller. There are more knights and magicians, especially the Knights Templar. In Sumo's view, this is probably because the more you understand the mysteries of the world, the less likely it is to be devout. That is for sure. You have the possibility of becoming a god. Are you still devoted to other gods? It is more difficult for knights to increase their strength, and it is also more difficult to become gods, and knights pay attention to chivalry. Very loyal and different. As for magicians, their powers themselves largely come from gods. It is very different from a magician who likes to explore the mysteries of the world and investigate the essence of the world. Also, there's a big difference between piety and loyalty. The God of the heavens needs the piety of the believer in order to be able to produce faith. In the abyss, the most important and most valuable thing is loyalty. Loyalty, surrendered to great power or out of fear, is also loyalty. Myers, help me up. An old voice sounded. Yes, Father. Miles, who was wearing a noble robe, helped an old man up. This old man is an old duke. The old duke is very old and has long since given up and handed over all power to Miles. He is also the one with the strongest comprehensive strength among the silver-level villains. Miles supported the old duke and stepped onto the high platform. Obviously, the old duke also got the opportunity to enjoy the blessing, which can make him live a few more years. Several other old dukes did not have this opportunity. It doesn't mean that you are aristocrats. You must have a chance. In particular, after some nobles sat up, they were faintly sluggish. But it is not enough to not give a quota, and it cannot appease the entire noble class. So Miles' father got it. Some nobles also got it. As for Miles himself, and didn't get it. Finally, Miles helped the old duke to the high platform. Then he was stunned, because Sumo was passing by him, towards the center of the high platform. He also qualified. Miles was a little surprised, and then he realized that it was probably the qualification given by the Queen of the New Moon. Seeing that Sumo didn't even look at him, Miles felt a little unhappy in his heart, although everyone is a traveler. But after crossing, you have to follow the rules after crossing. He is the heir to the Duke, and the one he supports is also the old Duke. But Sumo didn't even say hello. Thanks to him, his heart to win over Sumo was still so strong. Sooner or later pull out your nail, Miles thought after helping the old Duke to a position near the center. Myers, the Earl of Moisher Land, actually sat in the middle. When Miles returned, he made a new discovery. Sumo actually lived in the center of the high platform. There is the position of the Queen of the Crescent Moon. Sumo's position is almost next to the Queen of the Crescent Moon. Even Cardinal Phelan was on their periphery. This soft meal is delicious. TSK, TSK. A Duke heir is sour. What's so special? They don't even have the chance to enjoy the blessing. As a result, Sumo, by virtue of the identity of the Queen of the New Moon and the Holy Maiden, actually reached the core position in one fell swoop. He is not sour to be a ghost. In his capacity, he certainly couldn't get in touch with the secrets of the Holy Sea's core, and he didn't know that Sumo was not the Queen of the Crescent Moon by virtue of taking that position. Look at the position of the Earl of Moshi. The Queen of the Crescent Moon is so good to him. Damn it, Even if I get the queen in the future, it will not be complete. In the protagonist group, some protagonists are also sour. As for ordinary people, they don't take it seriously, and they all like it. In this way, after more than an hour, all those who were eligible to participate in the blessing ceremony sat on the high platform. For this blessing, these people bathed and changed their clothes before they set off. Many people do not eat or drink water for a day, just to keep their bodies clean. With so many people and such a wide range of blessings, after the blessing is over, it must be difficult for the new moon goddess to come in a short period of time. A Duke heir looked at the dense crowd on the high platform and sneered in the group. When the long bell rang again, immediately after, in the sky, a lot of holy light hangs down. It's about to start. Everyone cheered up. I saw that those holy lights quickly gathered together to form a bright beam of light. What? This situation has never happened before, and some people opened their eyes and watched. Then they see an angel with a pair of pure white wings, dressed in white armor, with a holy breath surging on his body, slowly descended from the beam of light. Wow! When seeing this angel come, all the people, wow. Angel! Did the goddess of the new moon notice something and came to the angel in advance? When this angel appeared, the expressions of several villains changed. At this time, Miles' eyes moved. He received news from the sanctuary and the family. The breath is not very strong, and at most it can maintain a demigod's combat power for a period of time. The purpose of the arrival should be mainly to shock. Don't worry too much. The power of the devil is not something she can handle. Miles quickly sent Sanctuary's observations to the group so that the hearts of the other villains settled down. Asterisk, it shouldn't be a big problem. If the goddess of a new moon notices the abnormality, it is impossible for only one angel to descend. In the villain group, a few words from Miles made the other villains settle their minds. In the sanctuary of the Miles family, after realizing the approximate strength of this angel, they were not too worried. Now they belong on the arrow. Had a post. Even if the new moon goddess noticed the abnormality, they could only continue the blood sacrifice and open the channel for the devil to come. I'll go. Is that an angel? This aura is so powerful. As soon as you appear on the stage, you have a feeling of shocking the audience. If God comes in person, will it still be worth it? These long legs, TSK, I will become a god in the future, and I will also get some angels. In the protagonist group, because of the arrival of the angel, it became lively again. As for many ordinary people, they have already begun to worship. In the sky, after the angel descended, the holy light disappeared. This angel was dressed in white armor all over his body and also had a helmet on his head. Can't see her face. However, that graceful figure plus a pair of long legs and that hair showed her female identity. After she came, she did not fall, but with a slight movement of her right hand, a soft light appeared beside her. This soft light enveloped her, formed the appearance of a crescent moon. This crescent moon hangs in the air, and the light it emits blocks the light of the sun that has risen in the air. At this point, for the millions of people in this square, the sun no longer exists. It is the moon that illuminates the whole world. Little angel. On the high platform, Sumo also glanced at the angel in the sky and then withdrew his gaze. The new moon goddess sent an angel to sit in town, and it did not exceed Sumo's expectations. So that's fine. Otherwise, once the long-nailed demon god suddenly appeared, the current power of the new moon king capital would not be able to stop it. Even if it is suppressed, the long-nailed demon god has the power of a pseudo-god. 3 demigod-level powers can block it. Sumo thought, there is a demigod in the crescent capital itself, and the queen crescent can be considered a demigod after gaining the power of the goddess. Plus this little angel. It's enough to block the long-nailed devil. All this is under Sumo's plan and control. When, immediately after the angel came, another long bell rang again. In the sky, a white holy light began to fall. On the high platform, everyone was enveloped by the white holy light. The blessing ceremony officially started. The entire blessing ceremony, the official blessing time, is actually not long. The preparation time in front of it took a lot of time. The official blessing lasted for an hour in total. The blessing of the goddess is not a direct installation, but a blessing to the devout believers in a silent way, or make their bodies tougher, or boost their physical vitality so they can live longer, or cure all diseases in them. For some nights and the like, it may also increase their strength and allow them to break through the bottleneck. Such a blessing ceremony consumes a lot of money. The gains are also not small. After each wave of blessing ceremonies, the piety of the believers in the entire kingdom will rise by one level. The new moon goddess can also gain more faith. White holy light shrouded. Sumo felt that his body was in a warm state. An energy with a divine breath was pouring into his body. This energy is extremely pure, giving Sumo the feeling that it is the energy after diluting the divine power. So, there is such a good effect. Under the nourishment of this energy, Sumo can feel that every cell in his body is benefiting. The power of the celestial gods comes from all living beings to a large extent, so the feedback can also nourish all things. Sumo thought. Sumo felt the blessing of the new moon goddess and began to quietly introduce some of the energy into his hidden succubus bloodline. Last time, he didn't do it because all the attention of the new moon goddess was on him. This time is naturally different. So many people, Sumo is careful, there will be no problem. At this moment, new changes appeared. In the sky, a brighter holy light appeared and slowly fell. The size of the holy light represents who the goddess cares more about. Seeing this holy light appear, everyone watching became curious. They all want to know who is the lucky one this time. Then they know. It's Sumo. The holy light enveloped Sumo asterisk. It's the Earl of Moshur, and the goddess has blessed the Earl of Moshi. In the crowd, someone shouted. Originally, when the initial blessing began, the holy light that enveloped Sumo was not small. Now, the goddess of the new moon is paying more attention to Sumo. A blessing to Sumo alone. Such extra care is rarely seen in every blessing ceremony. Some who also watched the last blessing ceremony a few years ago quickly discovered that this time the goddess of the new moon gave Sumo an extra blessing far more than before. That holy light is not only brighter, but also larger in diameter, covering Sumo's whole person. Even Sumo received more blessings alone than the queen of the crescent moon. This also means more divine favors. Even the goddess has recognized the Earl of Moshur land. So, is the Earl of Moshi land soon to become the queen's husband? 35. Some people speculate. In the kingdom, it seems that only the Earl of the Black Stone land is worthy of our queen. Yeah, other nobles, even the heirs of the Duke family, are eclipsed in front of the Earl of Moshi land. That's great. The Earl of Mosheling has become the queen's husband. In the future, our kingdom will definitely be better. It would be great if the Earl of the Black Stone land could further become a king. 46. In the square, seeing that Sumo was blessed by the goddess of the new moon and received more blessings from the gods, the people started talking. Their understanding of the matter is simple. That is, the goddess of the crescent moon most likely endorsed Sumo, agreed to Sumo to become the queen's husband. So, send additional blessings to show God's favor. Naturally, they liked it. Many civilians even hoped that Sumo can become the actual master of the kingdom. They were all envied by the prosperity of Sumo's domain. It's not that easy to go to Sumo's territory. Many commoners belonged to the subjects of different nobles, and it was not that simple to 633 to break away from that noble. There are also a large number of free people, but the conditions for joining the Sumo territory are not generally harsh. But what if Sumo became the actual master of the kingdom? In the eyes of these commoners, maybe the entire kingdom can become as prosperous as Sumo's domain. This is the charm of the Earl of the Black Stone land in the Crescent Kingdom. Even if Sumo wants to be king now, there's a large number of people in favor. Even the goddess of the new moon gave him extra blessings. F***. This should also be because of Queen Crescent Moon. It should be these people around are saying that, but there may also be some hidden secrets that we don't know. Wu Fan, didn't you see him in the core area of the Holy See that day? Did you hear any news? No, I'm just a library sweeper. How can I get access to the core news? 35. 66. At this time, in the protagonist group, the protagonists also discussed this matter one after another. Many protagonists are a little puzzled when they see the additional blessing of the new moon goddess to Sumo. Vaguely, they felt that things might not be as simple as the people around them said, but they couldn't find any other reason. Perhaps, because of the request of the Queen of the New Moon, the goddess seems to have publicly recognized the Earl of Moshiland, and if nothing else, the Earl of Moshiland is the man of the Queen who is a sure thing. A protagonist said sour and envious. Who wouldn't want to be the man who became the Queen of the Crescent Moon? If he could become the man of the Queen of the New Moon, at this stage, which villain would dare to touch him? On the other side, several Duke-level villains naturally saw this scene. Myers, I suggest taking this opportunity to deal with the Earl of Moisherland. Otherwise, he may become our confidant in the future. It's important to solve the protagonist. As for the Earl of Moshiland, it depends on the situation. If it can be solved, it will be solved. Several villains have secretly thought of getting rid of Sumo. On the high platform, after the new moon goddess intensified the blessing, Sumo felt that the divine energy entering the body further increased. He sat there motionless, absorbing part of this energy. The other part was quietly sent into the succubus bloodline. Soon, Sumo discovered that his succubus blood was devouring these divine energies frantically. While swallowing, it is also quickly parsed. Divine energy is rapidly disappearing. The succubus bloodline is still deeply hidden. There is only a thin thread, which continuously transmits energy into it. I don't know what will change. 35. Sumo is curious. He also doesn't know what the next stage of the evolution of the succubus bloodline is. The succubus bloodline, in the abyss, was not originally a very high bloodline. The strength of the succubus is not weak among the demons, but it is definitely not the strongest group. However, Sumo's succubus bloodline has evolved many times, almost reached a ceiling. That is, there is no way to get in. It is absolutely impossible to replace it with another succubus to reach his current bloodline level. Sumo has long been on a road that no succubus has ever traveled, and now, this road will produce new changes. What exactly will change? Sumo himself has no idea at all, seeing that the succubus lineage was still devouring the divine energy blessed by the goddess of the new moon. Sumo quietly changed the utilization ratio of divine energy. Half and half. Half is used to nourish the body. Half of them are all given to the succubus blood. If it is possible, he will choose to send all the divine energy into the succubus bloodline. However, that was too obvious. There is a possibility that the goddess of the new moon noticed the abnormality. This is doing things under the nose of the new moon goddess. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. On the high platform, time passed slowly, and the holy light enveloped Sumo, gradually and continuously delivered gentle and extremely soft energy. Sumo absorbs these energies unceremoniously. What he is doing now is unprecedented. In the abyss, no demon has ever been able to do it. A powerful devil can actually make a goddess in the heavens willingly bless him. If this is replaced by any demon god, after returning, they will have to blow it up. While Sumo absorbs it, he also silently analyzes the power of the new moon goddess. Although the energy of blessing is very thin compared to divine power, but through analysis, you can also glimpse some of the mysteries of the goddess of the new moon. Divine power, one of the core secrets of God. The power of different gods is completely different. For the gods of the heavens, if there is a hostile god who completely deciphers the secret of your divine power, then before the battle begins, you are half lost. Sumo also did not make it too obvious to avoid being noticed by the new moon goddess. If the goddess of the new moon blessed Sumo alone, the probability of detecting it would be higher. Fortunately, there are tens of thousands of people here. In the square, millions of people watched and talked in a low voice. The protagonist continued to discuss countermeasures. He is also trying his best to prevent accidents. Time goes on. Several heirs of the Duke looked at the time more often. There are 10 minutes left. It's almost over. Well, at the last minute, notify those demons. Let the demon army move first, absorb enough attention, and then carry out the blood sacrifice. It is good. Several villains discussed. Seeing that the blessing ceremony is coming to an end, and the plan is about to be launched, even they can't help but feel a little nervous. 50 minutes passed. On the high platform, Su-Mo absorbed a lot of divine energy from Goddess Crescent Moon. The succubus blood is still being absorbed continuously, like a bottomless pit. With such a long period of absorption, the succubus bloodline has finally changed. This change, in Su-Mo's view, is quite strange. That is, the blood of the succubus actually began to show the characteristics of the sacred. For now, it's just a feature, because the bloodline has not completed the transformation. So if I complete this evolution, my succubus bloodline will become an unprecedented sacred succubus bloodline? Su-Mo thought. Holy succubus bloodline. The combination of these words seems a little out of place. Succubus is the devil. Succubus blood is demon blood. Devil and the word holy are not related by nature. Sacred, this is a power characteristic that belongs to the heavenly realm. But now, Su-Mo's succubus bloodline has divine features too. If this is to be said, I'm afraid, even in the abyss, the Zeon represented by that round of blood moon will not believe it. Right? Doesn't this mean that if Su-Mo's succubus bloodline has really completed the transformation and has both sacred properties, he can rely on the succubus bloodline to possess the two powers of heaven and abyss? Moreover, these two powers will be perfectly blended together. This is not a switch, but fusion. Su-Mo hides the succubus bloodline and reveals the human bloodline, which is a bloodline switch. The two bloodlines are still incompatible. However, once the succubus bloodline has sacred properties, it is fusion, authentic fusion. Su-Mo can completely rely on the succubus blood to master the divine power. Light and dark, all in one. If this were true, Su-Mo could walk a path that no god has ever traveled. If this becomes, the highest throne can be expected. As a demon god, Su-Mo naturally sees a bright future in this path. The future is bright, but there are also risks. Because once Su-Mo's sacred succubus bloodline is discovered by other demons, there will probably be more demons coveting him than ever before. There will also be an unprecedented number of heavenly spirits coveting him. If you want to ascend to the highest throne, how can you be safe, peaceful, and peaceful? Su-Mo wasn't worried. On the contrary, he is on this road. If this is true, it goes on like this, it doesn't seem like enough. Su-Mo thought. That is, although the goddess of the new moon has stepped up her blessing on Su-Mo. However, the energy he absorbed was still not enough to complete the transformation of the succubus bloodline. Su-Mo can understand why this is the case. The goddess of the crescent moon is a blessing augmented by the standard that Su-Mo is a human being. With the advanced level of the succubus bloodline, these sacred energies are really not enough. According to Su-Mo's estimation, if you want to complete the further evolution of the succubus bloodline, I am afraid that such a blessing ceremony will have to be done several times. The blessing ceremony is not held every year. So how long do you have to wait? Fortunately, you guys have helped me. 39. Su-Mo showed a small smile. The blessing ceremony is not enough, but Su-Mo has a way. The big moves of these villains indirectly help Su-Mo. Let Su-Mo be confident enough to get more divine energy from the crescent moon goddess. Spikes, Spikes, I hope you will be stronger later. Su-Mo looked in one direction. The demon army under the command of the long-nailed demon god should be about to start. Time goes on. Soon, it was only a few minutes before the end of the blessing ceremony. The ceremony is almost over. Everyone cheers up. The protagonists are all nervous, because In Hanyu's prophecy, as soon as the blessing ceremony was over, the capital fell into chaos. Come on, there's only 1 minute left. The villains are also a little nervous. In the sky, the descending angel was still like a crescent moon, hanging there without any awareness. Move me all. 99. At this time, around the capital, a large number of demons had already gathered in the magic circles that were used for concealment. There are too many of these demons. The magic circle itself is not particularly large, and its only function is to cover up the movement. If someone passes through the area of the magic circle, they will not notice any abnormality. It is like this magic circle full of demons and abyss creatures, which is a circle with a diameter of more than 100 meters. The area is about 10,000 square meters. If it is a human, this area can squeeze tens of thousands of people. But the devil is different, because demons can fly. In this magic circle, from the ground to the sky, it is already densely packed with demons and abyss creatures. Its number at least several 100,000, and there is more than one such magic circle around the capital. In other areas, there are also several magic circles. In one of the magic circles, the succubuses waited quietly with a large number of servant demons. Time goes by little. 1 minute passed quickly. There is only 1 minute left before the blessing ceremony ends. On the temple square, some people were completely unaware of what was about to happen. In a small town outside the capital, a person burned a letter after receiving a message. With his burn, time is up. As he was burned, the demons, under the command of the spike demon god, roared. Immediately after, in all the magic circles, all the demonic auras exploded. All of a sudden, the magic circle that was about to disappear was smashed. Then, these demons flapped their wings, roared, and rushed towards the capital from several directions at the same time. When these demons moved, a strong demonic aura rose into the sky. The sky around the capital seemed to be covered with a layer of gray. Mom, what is that? In a small town outside the capital, a little boy playing outside saw the changes in the sky and called out to his mother. His mother turned her head and saw that in the sky, densely packed demons appeared. The devil, it's the devil, my God. Let's get in the house. 99. The little boy's mother was terrified. In the small town, everyone found the devil very quickly and hid in their houses in a panic. But those demons had no intention of wasting time in this small town and flew straight to the capital. At their speed, it won't take long at all. The Xinguang instrument has changed. Such a strong demonic breath, demonic invasion. Hurry up, sound the alarm. Holy See headquarters. There was a panicked voice of a cleric. Whoa! Immediately afterwards, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the capital. In the sky, the angel in the crescent moon has already revealed his figure. She looked around and saw the incomparably strong demonic aura around the capital. Her eyes, for one. The next second, she turned into a beam of light, slammed into one direction. What's the situation? Why did the alarm sound? Come, the chaos in the capital of the prophecy is coming. 35. Everyone, be careful. Try to lean towards the position of the temple knights. The protagonists, who were already vigilant, realized one after another. Chaos in the capital was predicted to come. The villains take advantage of the chaos and attack them. However, they still don't know what happened. Let's start. Success or failure. This is all in one fell swoop. 99. On the high platform, a few villains looked from a distance to the more than 10 protagonists who had heard the alarm from the capital, with a strong killing intent in their eyes. Saint, the devil is attacking. There are at least several million. On the high platform, the Queen of the Crescent Moon quickly received the news. The new Moon Queen's expression changed. Millions of demons are coming. Sky. The New Moon Kingdom has not encountered such a level of demonic invasion for many years. She looked up at the sky, and she could already see the permeating demonic aura around the capital. Just from the demonic aura that covered the sky, you can see how amazing the number of demons this wave has attacked. These demons came over without a sound. Where do they come from? Now, though, is not the time to think about it. Fortunately, We were well prepared, and the goddess also descended the divine envoy ahead of time. Beside, Bishop Pharaon was also shocked by the scale of the demon, but he was not too worried. Due to the discovery of demons before, the guarding power of the royal capital has already been strengthened a lot. They have also prepared the ceremony long ago, and let the goddess of the new moon descend an angel ahead of schedule. Coupled with the defensive strength of the capital itself, Bishop Pharaon thinks it is not difficult to defend. Mo, stay by my side. I will send a team of knights to protect you. 99. The Queen of the Crescent Moon quickly turned around and said to Sue Mo. As a saint, at critical moments, she can also carry the power of the new moon goddess, exerting a demigod-level combat power in a short period of time. Kathy, send someone to evacuate the crowd. It's too risky for so many people to gather here. Bishop Pharaon, continue to prepare for the summoning ceremony. If the demon army is too strong, I am afraid that the angels will need to come down. The Queen of a New Moon quickly arranged. The battle of the high-level powerhouses spreads too far, and if the devil invades the city, so many people gather here, they will definitely be targeted. A powerful demon with a powerful attack skill fell, and I don't know how many people will die. Although there's also a magic circle here, the devil may not be able to attack, but this risk, the Queen of the New Moon cannot take it. Demon invasion. Everyone quickly evacuate. Too many gatherings will be targeted by demons. Soon, a large number of magicians used amplification magic to spread the news of the demon invasion. My God, the devil has invaded. Go home. There are too many people here. 35. In the square, the crowd began to riot. It's actually a demon invasion. No wonder the king is so messy. What should we do? Stay here first. Can't go now. Let's take a look at the situation. 11-inch. In the protagonist group, the protagonists in it quickly reached an agreement. Although some protagonists have decided to leave the capital, the risk of leaving now is too great. They have already seen the demonic energy soaring to the sky, and there are demons everywhere. Are they going out to die? When many people were evacuating, these protagonists leaned toward the cathedral one by one. On the other side, several villains stared at them, and they were still waiting for the opportunity to make a move. At this time, outside the capital, the demon army had already rushed over from several directions. Holy Cross. 39. A squeak sounded, and an incomparably bright sword light appeared, sweeping away a large area of the demons that were rushing in front of them. Angel. A powerful demon narrowly avoided her attack. You won't be complacent for long. The demon sneered. At the same time, in the royal capital, below, a mansion in an underground space completely blocked by a magic circle. Hundreds of people dressed in red, holding hands, stood on a blood-colored six-pointed star array, chanting extremely strange-sounding words. If you look closely, their wrists have already been cut. The reason why the six-pointed star formation was blood-colored was because it was dyed red by their blood. Finally, their blood lit up the entire hexagram. These hundreds of people are already extremely weak, but their faces have extreme fanaticism. They are the dead men trained by several Duke-level villains. After the six-pointed star array lit up, the blood-colored light illuminated the entire underground space in an incomparably eerie way. Immediately afterwards, these hundreds of people exhausted their last strength, biting off their tongues and falling down. The blood-colored rays of light in the six-pointed star array suddenly made a big splash. The passage is open. In the abyss, in front of the long-nailed demon god, an evil magic circle has also lit up. This guy is already wearing pitch-black armor and holding a weird weapon. A child will be completely frightened at a glance. He laughed loudly and slammed into it. Behind him, densely packed demons also roared and rushed in with him. Boom! 35. Almost instantly, the long-nailed demon god appeared in that underground space. His body had just gone out ahead, and everything there was shattered. All the corpses, all of them, were all torn apart. Between the collision of his demonic breath and the laws of the world of gods, no matter can be complete. That's why the evil hexagram itself that lights up still exists. Immediately afterwards, the entire body of the long-nailed demon god rushed out. Boom! This time, the huge mansion seemed to have been bombarded by a nuclear bomb and shattered instantly. Ha ha ha! The huge demon body of the long-nailed demon god rushed out from there, and loud laughter resounded throughout the capital. The devil! The angels outside the capital felt the powerful aura, and when they looked back, they saw the long-nailed demon god with a height of 100 meters. His face changed suddenly. Little angel, isn't this surprise exciting enough? In front of the angel, the powerful demon who was almost killed by her smiled. How could the demon god come directly to the capital? At this time, the Holy See headquarters, Bishop Farron's expression also changed greatly. The devil's aura was so powerful that as soon as the other party appeared in the capital, everyone in the capital felt a suffocating feeling. Some people who accidentally looked up and saw the long-nailed demon god were almost scared stupid. The consequences of looking directly at God are not ordinary seriousness. The Queen of the Crescent Moon had already prayed, and she was not panicking. On the opposite side, the long-nailed demon god has already rushed over. The place where he descended was still more than 10 kilometers away from the headquarters of the Holy See. But for him, this distance was almost in the blink of an eye. This guy rushed over directly, and the magic circles on the road were useless to him. He has entered the land of no one and killed the headquarters of the Holy See. Prepare to catch the most devout believers of the new moon goddess here. The souls of these believers, whose souls are purer than ordinary people because of their piety, are the best nourishment for him. Behind him, there are also a large number of demons. These demons didn't make trouble in the capital, and they followed them to the headquarters of the Holy See. Pray quickly and open the passage for the goddess. 35. In the temple, a large number of temple maids are holding a summoning ceremony. It's just that the new moon goddess has just given a wide range of blessings, and before that, an angel has been sent down in advance. It would take time for another angel to come down, or for her to come down in person. It's not too long, but it's not too late. F***CK. The demon gods have come out. If this can't be stopped, we're all going to die here. 35. Hanyu, you're sure that everything will be fine at the Holy See headquarters. Why do I feel that we're going to be blamed? All the protagonists at the headquarters of the Holy See have also panicked. They never imagined that a demon god would appear. Demon god. Whenever the devil descends on the world of gods, even if he is repelled, the loss every time is incomparable. If you don't pay attention, if you are affected by the battle, they will finish playing. At this time, they could not have imagined that this demon god was created by several silver-level villains to deal with them. These protagonists only had time to send a chat message with their minds, and the long-spiked demon god was already approaching. That huge body, in the process of rushing over, actually became a little bigger. This is because he is fighting against the laws of the world of gods. Otherwise, the divine body, in his complete state, is more than this size at all. Seeing that the long-nailed demon god was killed, the hidden demigod in the sky finally shot. This demigod is obviously a magic god, and when the wand in his hand moves, he sends out a terrifying attack. Demigods, you also want to block me. The long-nailed demon god slammed into the attack and shattered the attack. But at this time, a sword light full of sacred aura slashed over. That sword light is like a crescent moon. Divine skill, crescent slash. The angel's coquettish shout sounded immediately. This sword light finally made the long-nailed demon god cheer up, and with a sharp wave of the weapon in his hand, the angel's attack was shattered. After successively resolving the attacks of the two major demigods, the long-nailed demon god was closer to the headquarters of the Holy See. When he blocked the attack of the angel and another demigod, his other hand had already grabbed it violently. That hand kept getting bigger and bigger, and when it was grabbed, the whole square was darkened. If this falls, I don't know how many people will die. God! There was chaos in the square. Seeing that hand was about to fall, finally, Queen New Moon moved. There was also a demigod aura on her body. The hands had already formed the seal, and a new moon suddenly met the hand. Scar of a new moon. In the coquettish voice of the queen of the new moon, bright moon marks rushed towards the giant hand. At the same time, the angel and another demigod also stepped up their attacks, putting pressure on the spiked demon god. With the joint efforts of 3 demigod-level combat powers, that giant hand was finally completely smashed by the Moonscar attack by the Queen of the New Moon. "Hey, you can't stop me." The long-nailed demon god roared loudly, and the weapon in his hand danced wildly, hitting the square again with another terrifying blow. At the same time, the demons behind him have also rushed into the square frantically. "Stop them." Bishop Pharaon greeted him with the temple knights and a large number of magicians. Shield of the New Moon. The Queen of the Crescent Moon raised a huge shield, like a crescent moon, to block the attack of the long-nailed demon god. The angel and another demigod were still attacking, but the long-nailed demon god was really too sturdy. He was ready to take down the believers in the square under the attack of the two. Boom! The shield of the crescent moon was instantly shattered by the attack of the long-nailed demon god. The face of the Queen of the New Moon changed greatly. At this moment, in the sky, an obvious beam of light fell violently, repelling the attack of the long-nailed demon god. That is the goddess of the new moon, with the help of the attack from the temple. A huge temple is naturally not a decoration. This temple plays a role in collecting beliefs and also stores a lot of energy. At critical moments, it can play a role. After being blocked twice, but still blocked by several demigods, the long-nailed demon god was furious. "Death to me." The spiked demon god made an even more terrifying attack. At the same time, the square was already in chaos, and all the people were fleeing to the church. A large number of demons have rushed into the square and fought fiercely with the people of the Holy See. It can also be seen that in the sky, several sanctuaries continue to attack, intercepting some powerful demons. In this huge square, the battlefield has long been cut. The demonic energy that permeated everywhere reduced the visibility of the surrounding area. In order to protect the people below, the sanctuary has been continuously expanding, and the area is constantly being cut, as if there are many small worlds. It's a complete mess, so to speak. On the outskirts of the capital, millions of demons are also attacking. These demons, in fact, act as a restraint and attract attention. Of course, if the war goes well, the long-nailed demon god doesn't mind raising the entire New Moon King to the ground, so as to make his reputation even louder in the world of gods. It has become a nightmare for many people. For him, this is a very fulfilling thing. "Mom, this devil is too sturdy. Chuwu, don't be separated from us. If you encounter a powerful devil, the legendary soul in your ring will come in handy." At this time, more than a dozen protagonists who gathered together were trembling and heading towards the cathedral. This battlefield is too chaotic. They walked and walked, not knowing where they were going. Sanctuary, the reason why it is sanctuary, is because they have mastered the power of the realm. After the different fields are opened, an area can be cut. You look, it seems normal there, but when you step into a whole new place. That is the realm of the sanctuary. There are still several sanctuaries where 947 sits in the capital. Except for one on the periphery of these sanctuaries, all the others have come to this square. The continuous expansion of their fields also makes this battlefield more fragmented. As for the legendary combat power, there are quite a few here. The number of these more than 10 protagonists is 2 more than at the beginning. The 2 protagonists gathered with them for fear of being killed in the melee after seeing the demon attack. They had thought they could get to the cathedral soon. However, as soon as the demon god is killed, the demigod level and the sanctuary level battle together, and their barbecue. The battlefield was completely cut, and they didn't even know where the cathedral was now. From time to time, a demon flew across the sky, and then an attack shot down the demon. They also don't know where those attacks came from. The collision and connection of the fields of multiple sanctuaries also made this battlefield even more broken. In addition, some magic circles on the square are also fully opened, which further cuts the entire square even smaller. In fact, this is the best protection for the people, and it is also conducive to the fight against demons. But for more than a dozen protagonists, it's not so good. They soon found out. They got lost. These more than 10 protagonists have pinned their hopes on a protagonist named Chu Wu at this time. Because this Chu Wu is the protagonist of the ring flow and has a bronze ring. Inside the bronze ring, there is a legendary soul. Chu Wu lived up to expectations and directly summoned the legendary soul in his ring. Once summoned, the legendary soul also lived up to its expectations and quickly found a way. Go this way. Toto. Chu Wu led more than a dozen protagonists in one direction. There are demons in the sky. Don't be afraid. We are too weak now. These demons don't look down on us. 35. F***CK. I must grow up. This feeling of being weak is so uncomfortable. These protagonists are depressed, trembling, and very aggrieved. They are simply too weak before the power of God. Not to mention gods, just those demons flying around. Any one of them will be enough for them to drink a pot. However, they're not discouraged. After all, they have fought chicken blood before. After seeing the power of the demon god, they are more eager to grow up. It should be here soon. Chu Wu Dao. The other protagonists saw hope. At this moment, suddenly, accident regeneration. The scene in front of them suddenly changed. Going into another field, 35. A protagonist cursed. This is clearly into the field. 12 people, it's not bad. You're so self-consciously gathered together. It is too cooperative. At this time, a voice sounded. When these protagonists saw it, they saw that a villain wearing a fine, noble robe appeared in front of them. Their faces changed suddenly. This villain, many of them know, is the silver-level villain in the royal capital, the heir of a duke family, Miles. Comments. Myers. This is the headquarters of the Holy See. Can you bear the consequences of doing it here? The 12 protagonists gathered together and looked at Miles. They haven't been too flustered yet. Because this is the headquarters of the Holy See, it is very close to the cathedral. Miles may not dare to do it here. In the past, some of their protagonists have also met with Miles. But Miles remained very restrained and did not take risks. The Holy See headquarters? There was a sneer at the corner of Miles' mouth. This battlefield is so chaotic, I don't know how many people will die. Just a few insignificant characters. Who do you think will care about you? Miles said lightly. Hearing Miles' words, the 12 protagonists finally realized their current situation. This is indeed the headquarters of the Holy See. But now this battlefield is so chaotic, the dead are normal. Don't talk about them. I'm afraid the nobles with higher status and the like will die in vain once they are accidentally affected and die. No one is going to investigate anything at all. After all, even the demon god appeared. I'm afraid, even if a few dukes die, or die in a sanctuary, or even a demigod, no one will find it strange. That is the devil. Even if the opponent's strength is suppressed by the laws of the world of gods, it is easy to exert the combat power of false gods. The New Moon Kingdom does not have the power of false gods. A demigod can still stay in the continent of the gods. Pseudo-gods are already infinitely close to gods. Once they become pseudo-gods, there is no way they can stay in the continent of gods for too long. When a demon god descends, unless there is a holy son or a holy girl, it can carry the power of a pseudo-god. Otherwise, it is often necessary for the gods themselves to descend, or to descend upon a large number of angels with demigod-level combat power, in order to be able to repel them. But it will take some time to come, especially after the New Moon Goddess has just completed the blessing ceremony. Now, the long-nailed demon god's fight is a time lag. After thinking about this, the expressions of the 12 protagonists changed. They guessed and guessed, but they never expected that the situation would develop like this. I didn't expect that Miles would take this opportunity to kill them directly. Although they're the protagonists, their status in the New Moon Kingdom is really not high, and if they were killed in such chaos, they were also killed. On the opposite side, Miles looked at the 12 protagonists with a sense of accomplishment in his heart. In fact, he really wanted to tell these protagonists that this time, he made the big money in the capital. Seeing the entire New Moon King City under his control, it fell into chaos. All the situations are developing in his favor. Miles has the feeling of a chess player. All people are his pawns. What about the Holy See? What about the demon god? And what about these protagonists with Goldfinger? It's not that he was toyed with the palm of his hand. This feeling of using the world as a chess piece makes him intoxicated. Looking at these flustered protagonists, Miles couldn't help it. Because if he told all this to the 12 protagonists, he would see the astonished expressions and open mouths of these protagonists. His sense of accomplishment will be unprecedentedly satisfied. However, although that would make him very happy, the risk was still too great. So, in the end, Miles wasn't ready to speak. "Are you so sure you can kill us?" In front of the 12 protagonists, the protagonist with a bronze ring, Chu Wu, said solemnly, "In the past 10 days, the legendary soul in his bronze ring has also become stronger. Legendary power that can be maintained for a short period of time. This is also his greatest strength. That's right, you're in the field of a sanctuary, when this sanctuary does not exist." A protagonist who has just arrived in the capital said. "What a fool." Miles laughed. "Then why do you think about it?" "I will do it in the field of this sanctuary." Miles rode. The faces of the 12 protagonists changed again. No, Miles' family is the sanctuary family. So, he directly dispatched this sanctuary to kill us. "It's over," a protagonist said desperately in the group. Some of the other protagonists who were not here were confused and asked what happened in the group. But these protagonists have no time to reply to them. At this moment, the situation has changed again. Hundreds of demons suddenly rushed into this field. Then, a figure chased after him. As soon as he came in, the field was completely closed. The figure's hand moved, and the hundreds of demons were instantly shattered. Sanctuary. The protagonist, named Chu Wu, changed his face. The figure who came in was a sanctuary. Moreover, the other party was very careful and did not come in the first time, but deliberately let in hundreds of demons. He followed up so that people outside would not be suspicious. No wonder Miles didn't do it the first time. He is procrastinating. Chu Wu suddenly regretted it very much, because he felt that if he fought with the legendary soul before, he might be able to kill Miles. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Do you regret not killing me just now? Opposite, Miles seems to be a wise man who penetrates the heart and can easily see through Chu Wu's mind. This made Chu Wu feel even more frustrated. On the opposite side, that sanctuary didn't seem to be ready to talk nonsense at all. After killing a few hundred demons, the sanctuary took action. "Senior, save me." Chu Wu can only rely on the legendary soul. As his gold finger, that legendary soul did not hesitate to face the sanctuary. However, just as his attack was launched, it was easily shattered by the sanctuary, and then all the power was locked and unable to move. The gap between the legend and the sanctuary is too great. In particular, this is the realm of this sanctuary. In the realm, this sanctuary, facing the non-sanctuary, is a godlike existence. Seeing that the legendary soul was controlled, all the protagonists were desperate. "Fight him." A protagonist actually has a whole card, but it is limited by the gold finger level, and the use of this whole card is very expensive. But now, he is ready to fight with each other desperately. The sanctuary shot again, ready to stun the 12 protagonists, and then hand them over to Miles and the other silver-level villains to kill. But at this time, he noticed something and looked sharply in one direction. There, a figure appeared. Clap, clap. Applause sounded. The sound of applause came so suddenly that all the protagonists and Miles couldn't help but look there. The 12 protagonists were suddenly stunned, because suddenly appearing in the realm of this sanctuary is Succubi, the Earl of the Black Stone Land in their eyes. Wonderful. 35. Sumo's voice sounded. The Earl of the Black Stone Land. Miles also didn't expect Succubi to appear here. Seeing Sumo's astonishment, he didn't even think about how Succubi could break into a completely closed field. However, someone thought about it. "How did you get in?" The sanctuary of the Miles family spoke up. This is an old man of considerable age, an uncle of Miles. the younger brother of the old Duke of the Miles family. His realm has been completely closed. When completely closed, here is a small, independent world. There is no way to get in unless it is broken with force. However, now Suemo has come in. Not only came in, but also quietly came in. Such a Suemo, although his aura is not strong, made this sanctuary raise 12 points of vigilance. It can be said that it is like an enemy. Guess. Suemo faced the sanctuary with a friendly smile. Where's the Earl of the Black Stone Land? I just got separated. This battlefield is too chaotic, and our people have been scattered a lot. It may be in which field or magic circle. Find him quickly if something happens to the Count. How can we tell the Queen? 3. In the square, a group of knights was also anxiously turning around. Originally, Queen Crescent asked Suemo to follow her, but because she was worried about being affected by the remnants of the battle, Queen Crescent asked that team of knights to escort Suemo to church. But who knows? After a few steps, Suemo disappeared. This makes them anxious. This team of knights could only find it on this chaotic battlefield. The silver level ring in his hand is definitely a silver level ring. When the team of knights found them in circles, the protagonist Chu Wu's exclamation sounded in the area of the sanctuary. Because just now, Suemo took out a ring and summoned a soul from it. The strength of this soul has already reached the sanctuary. Moreover, the strength has recovered quite well, and it can actually block the sanctuary of the Miles family. Seeing that Suemo has such a powerful ring in his hand, Chu Wu, who is also a ring with gold finger, is instantly determined. Sumo's hand is a silver grade ring. A villain actually has a silver level ring. This discovery surprised the 12 protagonists. The villain's gold finger can only be taken from the protagonist. The possibility of killing a silver level protagonist directly from the beginning is too low, especially the ring flow. Inside the ring, there is a sanctuary soul. Therefore, the ring that Suemo captured can only be bronze at the beginning. In other words, Suemo, a silver level ring, can be upgraded. My God, he actually has a silver level ring. How many protagonists does this have to kill? 35. It's over. This time it's really over. Our guess has come true. He really killed the silver level. Why is an Earl so perverted? In the group of protagonists, the news that the 12 protagonists were hysterical sounded. What happened? What happened to you? Are you talking about the Earl of Moshi Land? Where are you? 99. Some of the other protagonists who were not here were also at a loss and asked crazy questions. But no one replied to them. These 12 protagonists are only venting their emotions, and they are not distracted to read the news in the group. On the opposite side, Miles' face also sank. Seeing the ring in Sumo's hand, he guessed it too. We all underestimate you. 9. Miles said solemnly, I didn't expect that you actually have a silver ring. If I guess correctly, the phantom who completed the first kill is you, right? Miles wrote. Suemo glanced at Lois, who was fighting against Sanctuary, and said lightly, That's right. Miles' eyes showed a hint of appreciation. I haven't seen an opponent like you for a long time. Before crossing the road, I was sitting on a top 500 listed company. I originally thought that I would not be able to meet after crossing. Man, you are an exception. 99. Having said that, he paused for a while and said again, Let's join forces. Your sanctuary soul is dying. The soul is the soul after all. You can't beat me. Come on, join hands with me. I can eliminate all the other villains. Let's become the strongest villain together and divide the world. How? After speaking, Miles looked at Suemo calmly. Suemo did not answer his question. Although Lois' strength has recovered a little in the past few days, she really can't beat the sanctuary of the Miles family. It is only the soul after all. However, Lois has dragged on enough. His eyes swept around, and he easily saw through this field. There are no human beings around this area. On the battlefield, the long-nailed demon god roared again and again. Although he was at an absolute advantage, he couldn't take it down within a minute or two. In a few minutes, the new moon goddess will be able to descend. At that time, the long-nailed demon god had to retreat. This guy also realized this, and was already shouting the succubus demon god. Want to get Su-mo out. Long Nail, this stupid big man, failed to give Su-mo more surprises after all. The goddess of the new moon stored more energy in the temple than Su-mo expected. It seems that one cannot underestimate any god of the heavenly realm, even if the other party is a goddess. Certainly, everything is still under Su-mo's control. Next, it is the question of how to obtain more divine energy from the new moon goddess. Just a little thing to fix. It's like the dozen or so protagonists, as well as the villain Miles. The time has come. Later, the goddess of the new moon will not be so generous. That being the case. So let's get started. As soon as Su-mo's hand moved, he threw the two protagonists out of the space bag. The two protagonists were Han Yu and Li Fei from the palace guards. These two guys weren't lost. They were captured by Su-mo. They didn't fall into a coma. As soon as they appeared, when they saw the other protagonists, they immediately felt that they had found an organization. But when I saw the despair on the faces of these protagonists, I almost cried again. F***CK. It's really been served in one pot. Seeing Su-mo's actions, Miles' eyes showed a hint of appreciation. Apparently, he thought that Su-mo threw out these two leads in order to work with him. The person who knows the current affairs is Junjie. Cooperate with me. You will not regret it. 5. Miles said lightly. Su-mo glanced at him calmly, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Then his obtained breath began to soar wildly. The succubus bloodline began to be released with full force. In a very short period of time, the succubus bloodline has been completely released. Boom! The aura on his body was madly climbing. This explosive breath is stirring in this field. If it wasn't for Su-mo's deliberate control, this field would be shattered in an instant. Opposite Su-mo, Miles' face changed. Behind Su-mo, more than a dozen protagonists felt the terrifying breath of Su-mo's body, and the complexion also changed. That breath was terrible, terrifying enough. Their minds were completely deterred. Even more frightening is these dozen or so protagonists who had just felt the breath of the long-nailed demon god have an inexplicable feeling. The aura on Su-mo's body right now is not weak at all compared to the aura of the spiked demon god. After realizing this, these dozen or so protagonists have completely opened their mouths, even though they haven't thought of the key point yet. The devil. Opposite, the face of the Myers family's sanctuary changed dramatically. Because of the surprise he received, his voice was completely lost. The body trembled violently. His face turned pale in an instant. Opposite him, Lois, who had been beaten to the point of being unbearable by him, turned around and saw that as the object of her protection, her appearance had actually changed. A junior in the original impression has suddenly become a demon-level existence. Such a terrible ultimate boss. Her face was also full of surprise and puzzlement. He is the devil. The words of the Myers family sanctuary were like a bolt of lightning, splitting the brain of a protagonist. Let him finally realize this extremely terrifying point. Subconsciously, it screamed. Even the sound has changed, as if the volume has been raised dozens of times at once. P.S. Don't worry that the identity of the protagonist, the demon god, will be exposed to the new moon goddess. It will be arranged. The next chapter will be around noon tomorrow. Demon. These two words also split the brains of other protagonists. It was like a blast of thunder exploding in the minds of these protagonists. Blow them up. Hearts are shaking under the impact of Su-mo's terrifying demonic breath at close range. The brains of these protagonists are almost frozen. The movement of thoughts became stagnant. Even thinking becomes slow, as if time had frozen. There is only shock and horror that cannot be described in words. How is this possible? At the forefront, the ring flow protagonist's face is full of disbelief. Behind him, the other protagonists have also been greatly impacted. The Earl of the Blackstone territory is actually a demon god. This F***CK. It's just as outrageous as it was to blow up firecrackers, only to find that a nuclear bomb exploded. It is simply out of the world. even if you see it with your own eyes. These protagonists are all shocked one by one. Some protagonists are already beginning to doubt life. In the crowd, Li Fei and Han Yu, the two protagonists in the palace guards, had their eyes almost bursting. Han Yu has long felt that Su Mo is not as simple as it seems. However, he never expected it. Su Mo's is not easy, is so easy. The other side of Su Mo is so scary, terrifying to despair. Demon God, don't talk about the devil. Now they are as weak as ants in front of the sanctuary. A sanctuary stomps and stomps. One can be trampled to death. It can be said that if Miles is not afraid of implicating himself before, even using the sanctuary to forcibly kill some protagonists is actually feasible. However, in that case, their family is bound to offend the Queen and the Holy See. In the future, he will gradually lose power in the New Moon Kingdom. This is something that Miles, a self-proclaimed chess master who likes to lay out and manipulate everything, cannot tolerate. The sanctuary is so terrifying to these protagonists, like an insurmountable mountain. Not to mention the devil. A sanctuary is not much different from an ant in front of the devil. The devil wants to kill this sanctuary, stomping his feet. He can also trample to death. Even if the strength of this demon god in the world of gods is suppressed to a false god. How is this possible? Li Fei's mind was full, and only these words were left. He couldn't believe his eyes at all. The same is true for the other 12 protagonists. Each and every one of their eyes squinted to the maximum, and their brains were full of incredible, and the blood on their bodies coagulated. Their mood is also extremely complicated. You must know that after they witnessed the miracle of the new moon goddess before, they were all excited, full of ambition for the power of God. There is an incomparable desire and yearning for it. It's like being beaten by chicken blood. Everyone is eager to ascend to the throne, become a supreme god. For them, as long as they don't die, it's only a matter of time before they become gods. With all kinds of gold fingers, it can be said that all roads lead to Rome. However, in a blink of an eye, they didn't pay much attention to it before, and after making some speculations, the little Earl felt that it was difficult to deal with. He turned into an extremely powerful demon. One, the ultimate dream before them. They also thought that all roads lead to Rome, but the other side is already standing in Rome. At this time, Su Mo did not fly into the sky, and the actual position was still in front of them. But in their eyes, Su Mo is already incomparably tall, as if he has reached the highest point in the world, looking down at all beings with indifferent eyes. That was the scene they imagined and were intoxicated with. But now, they had become the object of being looked down upon. They became the beings who were looked down upon. Even if they clearly feel that they are standing at the same height as each other and want to see each other, they have to look up. This feeling makes these protagonists despair. The difference is too big. They are still in the dust. The other party has already reached the sky, where the stars and the moon are plucked and the rays of light are billions of meters. Such a difference. This F***CK. How's it going? Across from them, Miles' face changed the same way. Originally, in Miles' view, Su Mo's biggest support was the Queen of the Crescent Moon, an earl who relied on soft rice to rise to the top. The Queen's man, who sounds glorious, can also borrow a lot of power from the Queen. However, it is far from being on a par with the Duke who holds the power in his own hands. The power is in one's own hands. Such Su Mo has also become a thorn in their eyes, and the other Duke heirs also want to take this opportunity to get rid of Su Mo. Until Su Mo appeared and released the sanctuary soul through the silver ring. This made Miles admirable. This guy also instantly speculated that Su Mo was most likely the villain Phantom who completed the first kill. To be able to complete the first kill, but also to kill so many protagonists, to raise the ring to silver. Such Su Mo is definitely not easy. Then, he moved the love talent heart. A starting point is not high, but in a short period of more than 10 days, he was abruptly killed to become a silver-level villain. Such talent is rare in the world. Through the former controller of a Fortune 500 listed company, Miles believes that in this world, no one can compare with his own wisdom. In his opinion, within the so-called legendary sanctuary, no matter how strong the power is, it cannot compare to him in terms of wisdom and strategy. The lower ones work hard, the middle ones work hard, and the upper ones work hard. These powerhouses in this world, in Miles' eyes, are just some stupid fellows. Although he holds a powerful power, he is limited by the inherent social system, and his power is simply blinded. Such a world is also the stage for a person with both ambition and strength like him. It is precisely because of this that this guy has planned this huge plan to mess up the New Moon King. If it wasn't for Sumo, this guy's plan would probably have been successful. Think about it. If the goddess of a new moon does not come down to a powerful angel in advance, just relying on the new moon queen and that demigod, even if they cooperate with the temple, trying to block the spike demon god for so long is simply impossible. BBC. It's not that Sumo made the new moon goddess vigilant. The long-nailed devil may have succeeded now, and then went away. This Miles is indeed a ruthless character, desperate to achieve his goals. Even the devil dares to use it. But Sumo, who has a silver ring, made Miles look up to him. Even the heart of support. Such Sumo makes Miles look down on other partners in an instant. Originally, Miles thought Sumo was interested, but he never thought about it. It was just his self-righteousness. From the beginning to the end, Sumo is not in his logic at all. All his layout in Sumo's place is so ridiculous. Sumo is actually a demon. Such a thing, even Miles, a scheming guy who has been calculating for a lifetime, has never imagined it. The brain is completely frozen. The terrifying oppression brought by the breath of the devil made it difficult for him to even think. So close contact with a god, especially if this god is still hostile, for ordinary people, losing the ability to think is just the most normal thing. Not being an idiot is a good thing. Miles turned his thoughts with difficulty. He had faintly realized that this game of chess with the New Moon King as the chessboard and everyone as the chess pieces, although he played extremely wonderfully. But in Sumo's hands, I am afraid there is another chess game that is 10,000 times bigger than his game. That game of chess is the real chess. Now, that he is so big, he can only get a glimpse of it, but he can't know the whole picture. All his layouts, all his plans, have become a small pawn in the opponent's chess game. When realizing this, Miles felt an unprecedented sense of frustration in his heart. Sumo's strength and power only frightened him, but not frustrated him. This guy even dares to trade with the devil, and dares to treat the devil as a pawn. How could he be frustrated because the opponent is strong? But when realizing that such a grand layout had actually become a pawn in the Sumo chessboard, Miles' sense of frustration was stronger than ever. It was so strong that he seemed to have aged countless years at once. So, am I the pawn? Miles showed a wry smile, and deep despair appeared in his heart. That was the kind of despair that he would not have even if he faced another demon god. This is the deepest despair. Desperate to the point of despair, Miles felt that even if he repeated the game 1,000 times, 10,000 times, he would not be able to break the chess game. Then, in such despair, his body quietly shattered. At the same time, the sanctuary of the Miles family let out an unwilling roar, but it didn't have the slightest effect. His whole body strength has been completely locked, and his consciousness has already fallen. Next second, the body of this sanctuary was burning with flames. This old man who has been a sacred place for many years, the biggest support in the Miles family, just like this in the rising flame, he instantly turned to ashes. While Miles and this sanctuary died, behind Sumo, the 14 protagonists who were deeply shocked and also felt the deep despair, also quietly turned to ashes. Sumo didn't leave them much time. Not too inked either, even without saying a word. The power of the devil has been revealed, and it is the best choice to get these protagonists at one time. After those protagonists turned to ashes, their despair and shocking thoughts remained in the air, and then completely washed away under Sumo's devilish breath. Gone. The next second, Succubo shot with all his strength. The luck belonging to the 14 protagonists was dragged wildly by Succubo. Now, he, in fact, is not full of firepower because he still retains a trace of human blood. Otherwise, the villain panel can't come out, and he can't capture the gold finger of these protagonists. In addition, if he is full of firepower, even if he deliberately suppresses, this field can't bear it at all. The sanctuary is dead. The realm is already collapsing. For Succubo, time is enough. The luck of the 14 protagonists was all taken by Succubo in just 10 seconds. You killed a bronze-level protagonist and gained 100 villain value and 10 luck value. You killed a bronze-level protagonist and gained 100 villain value and 10 luck value. You have killed 10 protagonists in total and gained an additional villain value of 100 and luck value of 10. 35. You have killed 10 protagonists in total, and your villain's identity and location will be revealed in 30 minutes. You killed a bronze-level villain. On the reverse account panel, a large number of beeps sounded. This wave, the gain of the villain value is not small. Putting these 14 protagonists in one pot, the harvest is naturally a lot. After killing 10 protagonists in total, you will also get an extra 100 villain points and 10 luck points. In addition, after killing 10 protagonists, the identity of the villain will be completely revealed 30 minutes later. Also leaves a 30-minute buffer. This, to Succubo, doesn't really matter, because in the New Moon Kingdom, his identity could not be hidden. Even those protagonists who did not come to the capital and hid in other places, as long as time passed, they would know that the Count of Mwashur Land was the villain. Because of the special nature of his territory and the things he invented, Succubo himself is an open villain in the Crescent Kingdom. As for the whole world of gods, if you know his identity, you will know. At this stage, no one has been able to reach out to other kingdoms. Even if he can reach out, it is the protagonist or villain of other kingdoms who is afraid of Succubo, not Succubo who is afraid of each other. Succubo didn't look at his villain panel, because he is trying his best to take the luck of these protagonists. While grabbing luck, Succubo also grabbed all their gold fingers. These gold fingers have entered the villain panel one after another. There are many types of gold fingers. There are several different types of systems, a bronze ring, and several talents. Succubo wasn't in a hurry for the inclusion. After getting rid of these protagonists, he has other things to do. It's not too late to compile it later. After killing all the protagonists here and putting all the gold fingers into the villain panel, as soon as Succubo's hand moved, he put Lois, who was still a little confused, back into the silver ring. Then, the only trace of human blood in his body completely dissipated. The villain panel also disappeared. Now he has completely become a powerful demon. The breath that belongs to the devil is no longer suppressed. At the same time, a strong demonic energy also enveloped him. In this way, even if the new moon goddess is in front of him, don't even think of recognizing him. And then, the breath of the devil rose into the sky. In an instant, it will break through this already crumbling field, soar to the sky. A large area around him was filled with a strong demonic aura. The aura of this demon god caused an incomparably great movement. Ha ha ha! Succubus demon god, you are finally here. Your speed is much slower than mine. In the sky, the happy laughter of the long nail demon god resounded. This stupid big man still has too few means. If he is given enough time, he can still break the blockade of these three demigods, forcibly take down the believers in the square. However, with him alone, time is not enough. Now, seeing that Succubo finally made his move, the long-nailed demon god is also extremely happy. There's also a hint of emotion. Although this succubus demon god came out of nowhere. When he came out, he ran to fight him. But it seems to be fine. First, he promised to deal with Lilith, the abyss banshee who had beaten him especially badly. Now, it is even more important to take action at a critical moment. This is a good brother. In the abyss, such a good brother is too rare. The long-nailed demon god suddenly burst into tears. One more. On the square, the face of the angel who was fighting changed dramatically. The Queen of the New Moon also showed a strong look of surprise on her pretty face. She could hardly hold on, although God can use his own saintly son and saintess to lower the power, so that the strength of the saintly son and saintess soars. But it didn't last long. After a long time, Queen Crescent's body will definitely not be able to hold on. Even so, if you persist for a while, the goddess will be able to descend. With the large amount of energy stored in the temple, there was still hope. But who knows? Another demon god appeared. I'll fight now. The 3 demigod-level combat powers have already made their full shots, and they can't tell the difference at all. Otherwise, the long-nailed devil will kill most of the believers in the square. Boom! As soon as Sumo appeared, the devilish aura on his body was further diffused, and almost the entire square was affected by his devilish aura. Those ordinary people in the distance who have fled to the edge, one by one involuntarily fell into the illusion. After he further disrupted the battlefield, he brazenly took a shot and hit the temple that was attacking. If you want the new moon goddess to be more generous later, you have to make her feel bad first. In addition, it is necessary to delay the speed of her arrival. Attacking the temple is naturally the best way. With Sumo's blow, a large number of divine patterns appeared on the surface of the temple. This is no ordinary magic pattern. It's a god pattern. It is a divine pattern drawn by the crescent moon goddess herself. The defensive power of such a divine rune is astonishing. As long as there is enough energy, even a god cannot break through it in a short period of time. Sure enough, these divine patterns lit up, blocking Sumo's attack. However, the entire temple trembled violently. All the god patterns are darkened. No, if it goes on like this, the temple won't last long. Inside the temple, the expressions of a large number of temple maids who were carrying out the summoning ceremony changed drastically. Their summoning ceremony was also interrupted, which was greatly affected. And because of this trembling of the temple's original attack on the long-nailed demon god was also slowed down. The 3 demigods suddenly couldn't stand it anymore. Ha ha, succubus demon god, I recognize your brother. 99. The long-nailed demon god laughed happily. If this temple, 3 demigods, how could it stop him for so long? It's happened. The queen of the crescent moon, the angel, and another demigod, their expressions changed drastically at the same time. On the other side, no one noticed, below, Sumo, a succubus, and some abyss creatures quietly appeared. In the hand of this succubus, there's a special artifact. Those abyss creatures brought in a lot of magic stones to supply this artifact. With the operation of the succubus, the artifact was activated instantly. Then, a ghost that was exactly the same as Sumo quietly rushed into the sky and overlapped with Sumo's figure. Boom! Sumo made another attack that shook the temple violently. A large number of divine runes have lost their color. This temple has not lasted long. This demon god is even stronger. The temple can't hold on anymore. The Queen of the New Moon and the angels are in a hurry, but there is nothing they can do, and they can't hold on anymore. Boom! Sumo's 3rd attack arrives. As soon as the 3rd attack came out, Sumo fell quickly. What replaced him was the ghost that was simulated by the artifact and had exactly the same breath as his. After landing, Sumo restrained his breath and sneaked to the vicinity of the cathedral. Then, all the succubus bloodlines converged. Now, he has once again become a serious human being. Sumo looked at the simulated ghost, smiled, and then he prayed. Next, it's time to act. The 2 demon gods descended, and after being bombarded by him 3 times in a row at the temple, the goddess of the new moon could not descend for a short period of time, and it was not even feasible for angels to descend. Now he has become the only way for the goddess of the new moon to come to the power and turn the tide. The new moon goddess should be very generous, right? What's the matter? So many portraits are grayed out, and they are all dead. At the same time, in the protagonist group with many protagonists, a protagonist discovered the 14 protagonists whose avatars were grayed out and asked in surprise in the group, there are still quite a few people in that protagonist group. In addition to the protagonists in the capital, there are also some protagonists who have not been to the capital. There are dozens of people. Moreover, the number of people in this group is increasing every day, because every day some protagonists in Crescent Kingdom find this group and add them. The competition between the protagonists and the protagonists is relatively less intense, relying on their own gold finger for development. Grouping together for warmth in the early stage and communicating more is actually the best choice. Originally, after the 14 protagonists were blocked by Miles, the news sent out in the group made the group extremely lively. The protagonists who are not in the capital are also paying attention to each other. Get up. The protagonist in the royal capital is also related note. In addition to these 14 protagonists, there are now 6 protagonists in the capital. Among them, there are also a few in this square, but they did not go with the 14 protagonists, but hid in other places. There are also several hidden in the Holy See headquarters and the Magic Academy. For example, the protagonist of the Sweeping Monk style, this guy is all in the library. Even if it is the blessing ceremony of the New Moon Goddess, he does not come out. There is also one who was cultivated by the Holy See Corps, but also did not come out. Another one fought in the Knights of the Temple. Not here either. And the incomparably calm, silver-level protagonist is also not here. These protagonists are also paying attention to these 14 protagonists. Not sure what happened to them. The discussion in the group was also extremely intense. They were discussing what the 14 protagonists encountered. The messages before the 14 protagonists first mentioned Miles and Sanctuary. This made them guess that the 14 protagonists should be surrounded by Myers with the Sanctuary in the family. However, immediately afterwards, a protagonist suddenly exclaimed and said silver ring. He also said that he really killed the silver level. And the protagonist is shouting, "Why is an earl so perverted?" Although the 14 protagonists did not say who he was. But because of the previous discussion, the protagonists in this group didn't have much effort, so I guessed it. The mentioned by the 14 protagonists should be the Earl of Moshi Land. The news that the Earl of Moshi Land had killed the silver rank also caused exclamations and discussions in this group, because they were guessing before, how did the Earl of Moshi Land reach the silver level? From the very beginning, he was rated as silver by virtue of his own hidden strength. Or is it abruptly killed to the silver level? In contrast, the latter is naturally more terrifying. Now, through the news of the 14 protagonists, they have also been confirmed. The Earl of the Blackstone Land was actually killed at the silver level. The news was shocking. However, this discussion is off topic because there is a bigger problem. According to the news of the 14 protagonists, Miles and Sanctuary blocked them. At the same time, the Earl of Moshi Land also appeared. Whether the 14 protagonists can escape the danger has also aroused discussion. Who knows? The discussion was lively, and the avatars of the 14 protagonists suddenly turned gray. On the avatar, a red cross appeared. This is not offline. Instead, it means that the 14 protagonists are dead. Now, in this group of protagonists, it's like a stabbed ant nest, and everyone is shocked. Suddenly, 14 protagonists died, still dead at the Holy See headquarters. These protagonists are not surprised or difficult. There was no message behind the 14 protagonists. Even the power of the demon god was revealed, and Sumo knew that the 14 protagonists could send messages on the protagonist panel with their own thoughts. As a succubus god who is naturally good at spiritual attacks, how could Sumo give them a chance? Under his control, the 14 protagonists could not even turn their thoughts, except that their emotions could change drastically, and it was impossible for them to send messages. Now, he has not yet publicly exposed the strength of the demon god on a large scale. Like this, a small exposure is not a big problem. How did they die? There's the headquarters of the Holy See. Is the villain so arrogant now? Yes, the villains dared to kill people at the headquarters of the Holy See. So how can we get along? Some protagonists who were not in the capital and didn't know much about the situation asked anxiously. Now the headquarters of the Holy See is too chaotic. The demon gods are still attacking. The The domain of the sanctuary and the magic circle have cut this place apart. F***CK. Why is there still a demon god? A protagonist news is halfway through, and there is no news. I'm going, 2 demon gods? Are the kings so exciting? Is this the rhythm of the new moon kingdom being destroyed by the demon god? This is too magical. Don't we have to fight the villain? And the whole kingdom was destroyed by the devil. In the protagonist group, the protagonists in other places screamed in surprise. 14 died at once. It's too cruel. I don't know who killed it. If it was killed by one person, I'll be able to know his identity later. When the other protagonist screamed, a whisper sounded in the library deep in the Holy See. The speaker is the sweeping monk-style protagonist hidden here. This guy is determined to hide here and not go out. For now, he is relatively safe here. This place is located in the core area of the Holy See, and the war has not yet spread to this side. It might be Miles, but it's more likely to be the Earl of the Blackstone territory. I didn't expect that his silver level was really killed. He is more terrifying than I thought. It's just that Miles also brought a sanctuary. What should the Earl of Moisherland do? Still, they joined forces? The sweeping monk-like protagonist made his own guesses there. Then, he glanced outside the door. Outside the door, the old guy who had been sleeping there all the year round had already left to participate in the battle outside. The sweeper-style protagonist knew that at this stage, the old guy guarding the library was the real sweeper. The strength has been comparable to the sanctuary. This is one of the reasons why the protagonist chose to hide here. The old guy is gone. This is a chance the book on the second floor extracted him. The protagonist made a decision and went to the second floor with a broom. Boom! On the temple square, the temple in the sky trembled violently again. Sumo's 3 full-strength attacks almost destroyed the temple. It's not easy to change to a demon god to achieve such a victory after 3 attempts. But who let? Has Sumo entered this shrine? Last time, when I entered this temple with Queen Crescent Moon, Sumo was not idle. In secret, he has mastered and cracked many key points of this temple. In addition, in the blessing ceremony of the new moon goddess, Sumo has a certain analysis of the power held by the new moon goddess. Therefore, the power brought by Sumo's attack on this temple is much greater. 3 attacks almost destroyed the temple. Most of the functions of this temple have also been abolished. Even if there is still a lot of energy stored in it, the temple cannot attack. Energy is just energy. Without the divine runes in the temple, these energies simply cannot be transformed into powerful attacks. Your temple is dead. Ha! You are finished. Today I'm going to destroy a city with long nails. The long-nailed demon god cried out in excitement when he saw that the temple was destroyed by Sumo with 3 blows. He saw the hope of destroying the entire New Moon King. Once the New Moon capital is destroyed, the name of his long-nailed devil will be even louder in the world of gods. It can make more people afraid. What majestic thing that was to him. Just thinking about it makes him excited. However, immediately, the long-nailed demon god felt that his own pattern. Is it a little smaller? Because after the temple was destroyed by Sumo so quickly, according to the current style of play, with a succubus demon and him, they can completely destroy the entire New Moon Kingdom. Destroying a city is nothing compared to destroying a country. Destroying a city is only a few million people. Destroying a country would kill hundreds of millions of human beings. If the Crescent Moon Kingdom is destroyed, how loud will he be known as the long-nailed demon god? Oh, 99. Thinking about it like this, the layout suddenly opens up. As soon as the long-nailed demon god thought of that scene, he couldn't help roaring twice in excitement. I wanted to shout destroy the country again, but I had already shouted it out just now. And now it seems that the atmosphere is a little out of place. Never mind. I'm going to destroy a country today. The long-nailed demon god is not reconciled. He has to roar to be happy. Opposite, the new moon saint and the angel heard his words, and their faces changed drastically again. They knew that the long-nailed demon god was not roaring. But it is really possible. Even if the new moon goddess comes, and the two demon gods are here, I am afraid it will be difficult to stop them, unless the new moon goddess can find support. Even if they found support at that time, the new moon capital had already been destroyed. The two looked at each other. Even that angel, there was a hint of despair in his eyes. Die! The attack of the spiked demon god has arrived. On the other side, the demon god, who had struck the ruined temple with 3 blows and had an equally terrifying aura, also attacked the temple again. With this blow, the temple will be completely destroyed. Seeing that the devil's attack is about to launch. Sudden, in front of the cathedral, a sacred aura rose into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a figure wrapped in holy light suddenly rushed into the sky. This person exudes a terrifying aura. The power of this breath has already surpassed that of a demigod. Vaguely, has reached the level of false gods. As soon as the figure wrapped in holy light rushed into the sky, it blocked the last blow of the huge ghost against the temple. Roar! How can a false god appear? The long-nailed demon god roared when he saw the figure in the holy light. After his arrival, his strength has been suppressed to a false god. Seeing that it is about to take this place, it can destroy a city or even a country. Let him grow the name of the devil god, which is louder than some congenital devil gods in the abyss. However, at a critical moment, another false god appeared. 4 flowers. This pseudo-god gave him the feeling that it was incomparably powerful. B. The long-nailed demon god gave birth to a strange sense of familiarity. This trace of familiarity is strange. It seems that he is aware of it as a demon spirit. Because it was too strange, the long-nailed demon god didn't care. When he saw it, he saw that the pseudo-god was really powerful. And when he made a move, he actually blocked the big shadow of the succubus demon god. The succubus demon god is being suppressed too much here. The long-nailed demon god suddenly felt bad. The suppression he received was relatively small because he mainly relied on the divine body to fight. For other demon gods who rely more on energy or other forms of attack, the suppression is even greater. This pseudo-god is obviously a son or daughter of the new moon goddess, who has been elevated by the power of the gods. Not suppressed at all. Succubus demon god. You resist? I will help you right away. 35. The long-nailed demon god roared and increased his attack, preparing to deal with the 3 demigods first, and then deal with the false god. It's him. 35. On the other side, the queen of a new moon recognized the figure in the holy light almost instantly. That it is Sumo. It can only be Sumo, because the queen of the crescent moon knows that only Sumo can carry the power of the crescent moon goddess. When he first communicated with the goddess of the new moon, Sumo carried the power of a false god. This time, perhaps the situation was too dangerous, and Sumo was carrying more power. The current Sumo, the breath has far surpassed the last time, stronger than the general pseudo-god. A bright smile appeared on the face of the new moon queen. Sure enough, it was he who finally came out to support the overall situation and turn the tide. The one who can stand at the forefront no matter what the difficulties. Dot on the side, the descending angel also found it. We do our best to block one and buy him time. The angel did not talk nonsense and attacked with all his strength. The other demigod also showed the strength to suckle and even started to use some life-saving cards. When the 3 demigods fought against the long-spiked demon god. On the other side, Sumo's attack was overwhelming, and the attack of the ghost on the opposite side looked extremely terrifying. No one dared to approach. This is the battlefield of God. Who dares to approach? Even if the sanctuary approaches, there's a danger of being torn apart in an instant. But in fact, if a sanctuary is really close, you will find that these attacks look terrifying, but in fact there is no power at all. That ghost with a terrible breath on his body is just Sumo's breath simulated by an artifact. That is a tiger skin. Of course, don't even think about tearing this man in the skin of a tiger. Demigods can be torn apart. After the sanctuary passed, it was barely able to tear it apart. But the legendary level, don't even think about breaking it. Sumo looks like he is fighting this ghost, but in fact, every time sumo hits, he is bluffing. Then, take the opportunity to swallow a part of the power descended by the goddess of the new moon. It's normal for such a fierce battle to consume a lot of power, right? Even if the battle is over, it is normal for Sumo to swallow all the power descended from the crescent moon goddess. The new moon goddess is really generous this time. Seeing that 2 demon gods descended, and she was unable to descend for a short time, even the temple was destroyed. The temple is destroyed, and the speed of her descent will be further slowed down. When she arrives, there may be no new moon king. Of course, she could also take a faster approach. That is, she, like the spike demon god, launched a blood sacrifice at the cost of the lives of a large number of believers. But then, the long-nailed demon god will laugh. If the new moon goddess really wants to do that, her power and divinity will soon be polluted, and she will degenerate into a demon god, and it will be a matter of time. Therefore, after Sumo prayed, the goddess of the new moon accurately sensed the position of Sumo's existence and communicated. The goddess of a new moon also dropped a lot of power without hesitation. This time, the goddess of a new moon descended with more power than the last time. It is also that the power of Sumo has been raised to the level of a pseudo-god in a short period of time. Then, Sumo started to fight with the ghost he created. It's totally beating yourself up. To outsiders, the battle was still extremely fierce. I saw that the attacks on both sides were overwhelming, and the movement was extremely large. And Sumo, in the battle, constantly devoured the power of the new moon goddess. Divine energy madly entered the succubus lineage. This time, much more than the blessing ceremony. His hidden succubus bloodline, after devouring the sacred energy belonging to the goddess of the new moon, is also undergoing rapid transformation. After this transformation is over, his succubus bloodline should be able to transform into the sacred succubus bloodline, an unprecedented bloodline that has never appeared in this world. 5. Sumo shouted, and once again issued a terrible attack. Then, he devoured a large part of the power bestowed by the new moon goddess. P.S. Go to sleep. Other updates will be lost in the afternoon. It's okay. The Holy See has another strong shot, and another demon god was blocked. In the group of protagonists, one of the protagonists sighed and said, "This protagonist is another protagonist in the Temple Knights. This guy has been with other Temple Knights, and he has not experienced many battles, mainly evacuating and protecting the crowd from the spread of the battle. The demons who rushed directly into the capital with the long-nailed demon god were all very powerful, and the preparatory knights he belonged to were not very qualified to fight against such demons. That is, the demon armies of lower quality outside the capital, they can fight." The protagonist was also worried for a while. The first is to worry that the villain will find him in the chaos. Second, I was worried that the Holy See would not be able to stop it, and the entire New Moon King was destroyed by 2 demon gods. Now, seeing that another demon god was blocked, he was relieved and quickly reported the good news to the protagonist group. "Chen Yongming, something is wrong. Look at the panel, and then look at the man who fought the devil." 99. At this time, another message appeared in the protagonist group. After the protagonist, named Chen Yongming, saw the news, he quickly swept to his panel. I saw the warning notice. The warning reminder has been flashing. After all, the villains in the capital are basically all here. Before it was visible to the naked eye, it was equivalent to face-to-face. So he didn't pay attention to the warning notice. But looking at it now, his face has changed. Looking at the face under his helmet wrapped in the sacred light group, his expression suddenly became very 477 colorful. The expression on his face is a little distorted. How is it possible? How could he be the Earl of the Blackstone Land? The protagonist was shocked. In the protagonist group, there was an exclamation. What happened? What happened to the Earl of Moisure? 35. Brother, don't talk in half. Quickly share the information you know. If you die, we will help you avenge later. 5. 1. In the protagonist group, the other protagonists hurriedly asked, "They are not purely for fun. This information itself is at stake with their lives. The more you know about the villains, the better they will be able to fight against these villains in the future. On the temple square, the protagonist, named Chun Yo-ming, was still in extreme shock. On the other side of the square here, a protagonist hiding there alone. His face is also full of astonishment. Impossible is still in his mouth. Because, in the protagonist panel of him and Chun Yo-ming, it was shown that this radiant figure was fighting with that huge ghost. Earl of the Black Stone. When seeing the villain at close range, even if the villain is disguised, the warning on the protagonist panel allows them to see the identity of the other party. The Earl of the Blackstone territory was actually the one who blocked another demon god. This discovery, for the two protagonists, brought too much impact. The impact on them was no longer than the impact when the 14 protagonists found out that Su-Imo was actually a demon. Because the impact was too great, the two protagonists fell into a semi-sluggish state. As a result, no matter how the other protagonists in the protagonist group called it, they couldn't reply. After a while, the protagonist who first discovered and informed the Temple Knight, Chun Yo-ming, finally recovered. Then, he quickly made the news public in the group. What? Blocking the other demon god is the Earl of Moshi Land. Is there a mistake? You really don't have dazzling eyes? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Earl of Moshi Land be so powerful? How could it be only a silver-level villain? At least it must be a gold-level villain. Did you two fall into a demon's illusion? In the protagonist group, the pot exploded in an instant. The protagonists in it all expressed their disbelief. After all, it's so unscientific. A silver-level protagonist just found out before that the Earl of Moshi Land is a silver-level villain. And it was later confirmed that it was the silver-level villain who had risen up by himself. Even if he ascended by himself, it is more terrifying than other Duke-level villains. But it is impossible to soar to the point of fighting against the demon god all of a sudden. Therefore, none of the protagonists believed it and felt that the two protagonists in the square were probably involved in the battle and had hallucinations. What? The Earl of the Blackstone territory blocked the demon god. At this time, the protagonist of the Sweeping Monk also saw this message. Subconsciously, he didn't believe it either. But he did not rush to deny it, but opened the door and came to a small balcony outside the library. From here, you could see the situation on the other side of the temple. Since Su-Imo was flying very high, the protagonist of the Sweeping Monk saw a strong, holy light in the sky. Look at the main character panel again. The face of the protagonist of the Sweeping Monk also changed drastically. He also saw the message on the main character's panel. That is the Earl of the Blackstone Land. Fuck me. The protagonist of the Sweeping Monk almost jumped up. It's really true. That's really the Earl of Moshi. I saw it in the library too. The protagonist of the Sweeping Monk shouted in the group. I go. Wu Fan saw it too. What the hell is going on? Don't scare me. If it's true, I'm carrying a carriage and fleeing the New Moon Kingdom overnight. I'm ready to go away. 66. The words of the protagonist of the Sweeping Monk immediately surprised the people in the protagonist group. Many protagonists know that he is not in the square. That is not affected. Even he said so. Isn't that true? F***, that's too scary. Don't worry too much. It should be the power of the New Moon Goddess. At this time, suddenly, in the protagonist group, a protagonist who seldom sends news sent a message. The power of the New Moon Goddess? In the protagonist group, many people are confused because they know too little about it. Lance, what do you say? There is the protagonist who sees his nickname and asks. God can give power to a holy son or a saint who is extremely devout to himself and can communicate with himself, just like the Queen of the New Moon. After she obtains the power of the New Moon Goddess, she has the power of a demigod in a short time. I was wondering why the Earl of the Blackstone territory was blessed by the New Moon Goddess. From this point of view, he should have a very high degree of piety. Therefore, the Goddess of the New Moon can use his descending power to come down, which will definitely cause a lot of damage to his body. He is taking his life to win the attention of the Holy See. The protagonist named Lance suddenly sent a large paragraph. After the other protagonists read them one by one, they understood the situation and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, it almost scared me to pee. Me too. But in this way, after the battle is over, the status of the Earl of Moisherland in the Holy See will be extremely high, right? This time, he is equivalent to turning the whole battle around. 35. There are also protagonists who thought of this. What I care about now is who killed the 14 protagonists. You don't have to worry about the Holy See. The Holy See is doing its best to train me. I am confident enough to become the new Cardinal Archbishop. When the time comes, I will let him stand in the Holy See. Not enough. 99. The protagonist named Lance said solemnly, "This guy hasn't spoken much." It turned out that he was the protagonist who was cultivated by the Holy See Corps and even prepared to be the next red-clothed archbishop. In the Holy See, the status of the saint is naturally very high. After all, she is the most trusted person by God. But the real master and the one who controls the operation of the entire Holy See are still the cardinal. This Lance obviously doesn't know yet. Although he was trained by the Corps, Suit Mo didn't take his life to blog. The purity of the soul is not at the level of the Holy Sun, and it carries the power of God, which is very harmful to the body. But Sumo's soul purity has already surpassed that of the Queen of the Crescent Moon, so it won't hurt at all. This point involves the decision of the goddess, who only knows about the Cardinal Pharaon and the Queen of the Crescent Moon. Even this Lance, who was trained as the next red-clothed archbishop, did not know. After Lance spoke, although the other protagonists were still in shock, they finally stopped screaming and ran all night. In the protagonist group, the atmosphere was a little more relaxed. It's finally done. When the protagonist group was shocked again in the holy light in the sky, Su Mo showed a smile. In this way, directly swallowing the power descended by the new moon goddess is much faster than the blessing ceremony. His succubus bloodline finally swallowed up more than half of the divine energy. The hidden succubus bloodline swallowed enough energy. Begin to be silent. Begin the transformation of bloodline. This transformation process does not last for too long. Once the transformation is completed, the succubus bloodline will officially become the sacred succubus bloodline. Although bloodline is not directly equivalent to strength, according to Su Mo's past experience. Whenever the bloodline completes a transformation, his strength will rise. As for the other changes brought about by the metamorphosis of the bloodline, there must be some. For example, the growth rate is faster, the strength of the same realm is stronger, and so on. There are also some changes in the bloodline itself, the bloodline skills, and so on. In short, once the bloodline has been transformed, the benefits to Su Mo are numerous. Seeing that the bloodline was already changing rapidly, Su Mo attacked again and then prayed again. The power of the goddess of the new moon descended. He swallowed too much, and the goddess of the new moon had to replenish it. Otherwise, the later play will not work well. Now, the benefits are largely in the bag. Next is the finish. He can say it himself, as long as he pretends to be able to drive away this simulated ghost. But there is still a big stupid man with long nails to solve. With Su Mo's prayer, he again felt the channel of communication with the goddess of the new moon. The crescent goddess did not begrudge. A lot of power dropped again. Once these powers are obtained, Su Mo's aura is back at its peak. Even under the interpretation of Su Mo, it seems more powerful than before. Looking at the simulated shadow on the opposite side, Su Mo's aura exploded again, and he suddenly launched a terrifying attack. On the opposite side, the phantom was hit by this attack, and it suddenly dimmed a bit. At the same time, in the sky, not knowing what the new moon goddess did, a lot of holy light hung down. There are faint signs of opening the passage between the heavens and the continent of the gods. Long nail, retreat, the new moon goddess is coming. Under the control of the succubus, the simulated Su Mo's voice was emitted through the artifact. Then, the succubus controlled the magic shadow and jumped violently, rushing out in one direction. Seeing that the phantom retreated like this, Su Mo attacked again and attacked the long nail fiend. The spike demon god roared, and the weapon in his hand shattered Sumo's attack. 2.6 He glanced at the sky unwillingly. The new moon goddess just made a move, really wanted to come, at least a few more minutes. But the pseudo-god on the opposite side is too strong. The succubus demon god has retreated. He will not leave again, wait for the new moon goddess to come down, and then want to leave without paying some price. It is basically impossible. Wow, damn it. Sooner or later, I'm going to kill this place. After the long-nailed demon god roared viciously, under Sumo's pressing step by step, he finally stopped fighting and rushed towards the mansion. It smashed most of the demons that were still rushing out and got into the passage directly. A large number of demons also began to retreat frantically. In this battle, the demon dynasty of the long-nailed demon god will lose a lot of demons. The long-nailed demon god also honorably completed his mission. Sumo took the opportunity to swallow the power of the new moon goddess again. The last few blows are too exhausting. The new moon goddess will definitely understand. Sumo stored these divine energies. This is to worry that after the transformation of the bloodline is completed, divine energy is still needed. Chase and kill all these demons. After swallowing, Sumo did not stop and continued to pursue, preparing to swallow some of the power of the new moon goddess in the process of chasing. Such opportunities will not be many in the future. The fight didn't last long. The demons come fast and retreat fast. The powerful demons escape the fastest, and the weaker ones couldn't escape, and they were basically killed. This demon invasion, because of Sumo's intervention, lasted less than half an hour and ended completely. The battle is over. In the capital, there is a mess. Queen, the casualty statistics have come out. Fortunately, this time the earl shot in time. The battle did not last too long, and the casualties were not very large. 39. In the temple square, the female officer Kathy glanced at Sumo and reported the loss to the Queen of the Crescent Moon. In this battle, due to the fact that the demons went straight to the temple square and the duration was not long, the Holy See and the Queen of the New Moon had already strengthened their vigilance, and the loss was not great. However, the Sanctuary of the Miles family was killed in this battle. In addition, the New Moon Magic Academy was also attacked by some demons. Fortunately, the support was timely, and only a few students disappeared. Kathy said again. Hearing that a sanctuary had died, the Queen of the New Moon asked for details. Kathy said, I don't know exactly how he died. It should have been killed by the devil who came later. In addition, Miles, the heir of the old Duke, should also have died together. The Queen of the New Moon arranged, do a good job of comforting and send some condolences to the old Duke. Beside him, Sumo rubbed a ring in his hand, which contained a magical message that only he could read. After serving the 14 protagonists in one pot, Sumo did not personally take action against the other protagonists. However, Sumo let the succubuses take advantage of the chaos in the capital. The demons who attacked the New Moon Magic Academy were the succubuses. Led by a demon king-level succubus, he rushed in and grabbed a protagonist who was still hiding there. This protagonist is exactly the disciple of the Sanctuary in the New Moon Magic Academy. The Sanctuary was in the square at that time, and there was no time to support it. In addition, when the succubus in the last square is withdrawn, the other protagonist who is hidden in the square will also be caught and then taken away. This protagonist should be the one who was admitted to the official before. The two protagonists, now both in a coma, were placed in a space bag and then thrown at a secret location outside the city. Sumo has sent a loyal hand to take it. This subordinate won't know what's in the space bag. In this way, this trip, Sumo got a full 16 protagonists. In the capital, there should be 4 protagonists left. These 411 protagonists are all in the Holy See. One was nurtured by the Corps, a sweeper protagonist, one in the Inquisition, and one in the Knights of the Temple. Seeing that Queen Crescent was arranging things, Sumo checked his villain panel. Player, Sumo. Villain nickname, Phantom. Faction, Villains. Occupation, Count of the Black Stone Land of the New Moon Kingdom. Level, Silver level, gold level Goldfinger, or the cumulative villain value reaches 5,000 can be upgraded. 2200/1500. Record, 20. Air luck, 560. Goldfinger, silver ring, Krypton gold system, divine talent. Not included. Available for viewing. Warning distance, 25 kilometers. Rank none. The two protagonists caught in the back have not been killed. Therefore, Sumo's new villain value is 1500. After killing 14 protagonists, plus the first one to complete 10 kills, an extra 100 villain value is added. The record has become 20. The luck value has also greatly increased, from the previous 100 or so to more than 500 suddenly. After reaching the silver level villain, each time you kill a protagonist, you will be rewarded with 10 points of luck. From each protagonist, Sumo can also grab 20 points of luck. Add it up, and in one fell swoop, your luck has reached 560. The roll of luck is more. I can't see it at the moment, but there's so many things, it must be very useful. The harvest this time was not bad. Not only did he successfully transform his bloodline, but he also killed so many protagonists in one fell swoop. In addition, another layout of Sumo is about to be realized. That is the secret control of the New Moon Kingdom. This kind of control is secret control. It's not that Sumo has occupied the New Moon Kingdom as a demon. That's unrealistic. It is possible for a demon to attack the world of gods, destroy a city, or even destroy a country once. However, it is unrealistic for the demon god to blatantly occupy a kingdom on the continent of the gods. That would cause all the celestial spirits to besiege. Sumo looked at the inventory on the villain panel again. Inside, there are a total of 15 Goldfingers. The Goldfinger that he obtained before, which became stronger while lying down, has not been authorized yet, and he just put it here. All bronze. 35. Sumo whispers. These 15 Goldfingers are all bronze. There are a total of 5 systems. Lie down and become stronger system 1. Go to work punch system 2. Become an official become stronger system 1. Add point system 1. 1 ring, bronze ring. There are a total of 8 kinds of talents. Although these talents are bronze rank, they are also very high. Moreover, these talents are Goldfinger, which can also be upgraded by spending the protagonist value or the villain value. There are 8 kinds of talents, 6 kinds of magic talents, 1 kind of warrior talents, and a whole line talent. When you become an official, you become stronger. This system is the protagonist of the official who was admitted to it, right? Sumo thought. One of the protagonists was admitted to an official, not just to seek shelter. But is Goldfinger so? You could become stronger by becoming an official. It is estimated that the model of this Goldfinger is that when the official position is promoted, the strength can be improved. Sumo glanced at his villain value. His current villain value should be able to incorporate 2 Goldfingers and then upgrade to silver at the same time. It is definitely not enough to be promoted to the gold level. To upgrade to silver Goldfinger, only 500 villains are needed. To upgrade the gold level Goldfinger, it has been doubled by 10 times and requires 5,000 villain value. If there is a Goldfinger of the same type, it can also be fused to reduce the villain value required for upgrades. The same type here means the exact same type. Ring Flow Goldfinger is the most convenient. Just fuse the 2 rings directly. Like a system, it must be the same type of system. Different types can't be integrated yet. After Sumo swiped these Goldfingers, he was not in a hurry to spend the villain value to gain permission. These Goldfingers have limited improvement in his strength in a short period of time. After all the other protagonists in the capital have been resolved, it will not be too late to see which one will be included first. Among the remaining 4 protagonists in the capital, there are definitely silver-level protagonists. There may be more than one. As for gold, Sumo is not sure. The 4 protagonists in the Holy See, this time Sumo did not have enough time to clear it because he wanted to complete the bloodline transformation. Now that the transformation of the bloodline is complete, it is time to clear the last 4 protagonists. Mo, are you tired? At this time, a gentle voice sounded. Sumo retracted his gaze from the villain panel and saw that the Queen of the New Moon was looking at him with affection. Before, The Queen Crescent's love for him was still contained but not revealed, will not be clearly expressed, especially in public. However, after this battle, Queen Crescent's admiration for Su-mo has risen to a new level. Even though there are still many people here, the love in Queen New Moon's eyes has not been concealed in the slightest. Su-mo was about to speak when the wind blew. A figure fell from the sky. When Su-mo saw it, what fell down was the little angel who descended from the goddess of the new moon. Said to be a little angel, but in fact she is tall, at least 1.7 meters tall. This height is tall for women, but not too tall. If it is too high, it will not look good. This little angel is shrouded in white armor. After falling, the mask on her helmet opened, revealing a delicate face. When Su-mo looked at her, she looked tall, but her face was rather petite. As an angel, her skin is also watery, which may be said to be too good to explode. When Su-mo looked at the little angel, she also looked at Su-mo. For eyes facing each other. Su-mo's eyes were bright and clear, although the succubus bloodline has been hidden. But that amazing charm can't be hidden no matter how, especially Su-mo's eyes. Even if he doesn't use the succubus eyes, a woman will fall quickly if she meets Su-mo's eyes for a long time. After this little angel made eye contact with Su-mo, perhaps she was defenseless. Her eyes were actually attracted by Su-mo's eyes. Su-mo's eyes are deadly attractive to ordinary women. In a few seconds can make an ordinary woman fall in love with him. But actually, it is even more attractive to the powerful beings like angels who have been able to peek into the mysteries of the world. Because in his eyes, it seems that the sky is full of stars, and there are secrets of the whole world. So that this little angel actually looked at Su-mo for half a minute. It was not until the voice of the red-clothed Archbishop Phelan sounded that the little angel came to his senses. She made a low, "Ah," and then the visor on her helmet fell all of a sudden. Inside the mask, one of her pretty face turned red. Even it was already red to the neck. If it weren't for the helmet on her face and the protective gear around her neck, she wouldn't have the face to stay here. Sky. She actually stared at a man for so long. This man is just a human being. But unfortunately, at that time, she just couldn't take her eyes away, and again, she felt that she would still be like that. How could this be? She was an angel who never showed any emotion to men. If the goddess knew about this, the little angel's face turned even redder. Count, thanks to you this time, we have prepared magicians for you to eliminate some hidden diseases that may be brought about by the battle for your body. After the magicians are recuperating, the goddess hopes to see you. 35. Bishop Pharaon said to Su-mo. Beside her, Queen Crescent Moon's mood became complicated again. She also needs to go to the Holy See and let some female magicians recuperate for her. Therefore, after Bishop Pharaon invited, the Queen of the Crescent Moon also followed. Just received the news that the sanctuary in the Miles family has also died. In the capital, in a room, the remaining Duke-level villains gathered there. Before, they did not go. Because we went together, the goal was too big, and it was easy to be suspected. So, only Miles went. These Duke-level villains are all here waiting for news. After Miles was killed, they saw that Miles' head was grayed out. The complexion of each one also changed greatly, and I don't know what happened. The battlefield was too chaotic. Even if they sent people in, they couldn't find anything. Until the end of the battle, they received the news that the sanctuary of the Miles family was also killed. How did you die? A Duke-level villain asked. It is said that he was killed by that demon. 99. Another Duke-level villain who collects information. Myers had already blocked more than a dozen protagonists at that time. How could it be so unlucky that he just bumped into a demon? A Duke-level villain said to Presley. He wasn't feeling sorry for Miles. Instead, he was depressed for not getting the dozen or so protagonists. Dozens of protagonists. A dozen gold fingers. They can be divided into several. Sadly, it's gone now. That said, the dozen or so protagonists were also affected by the devil, and then died. Well, it should be like this. When Miles died, the warning information on our panel was less than a dozen. Unfortunately, these protagonists died in vain, and those gold fingers must have disappeared. 99. 650, the other Duke-level villains are also a little depressed. They've been planning for so long, and they're about to achieve it. I never thought that when Miles was about to succeed, a second demon would appear. Such a development, even if they wanted to break their heads before, could not have been predicted. For a while the remaining Duke-level villains were depressed, one by one deeply felt the impermanence of the world. I feel like our negative luck is starting to work. A villain said, the impact of a short period of time on the air transport value is actually very small. Seeing that they were so unlucky, these Duke-level villains, after being depressed for a long time, attributed this matter to luck. It was the only explanation they could think of. Something's wrong. Everyone, I just learned that Miles and his family's sanctuary died at the same time. When these Duke-level villains were discussing, the protagonist in the Temple Knights also heard the news of the death of Miles and Sanctuary. The protagonist suddenly felt that something was wrong. Unlike several villains, he didn't know the villain's plans or where Miles was at that time. But he knew that Miles and his family's sanctuary, as well as the Earl of Blackstone, the 14 protagonists, were together at that time. Then, the 14 protagonists died. Originally, they thought that either the Earl of the Blackstone territory killed it, or Miles killed it, or maybe the two killed it together. But now, Miles and the sanctuary and the family are actually dead. 14 protagonists also died. The Earl of Blackstone is still alive and well. Doesn't this mean these people, it is possible that they were all killed by the Earl of Moshiland? The villain Phantom completed the first 10 kills and became the first openly identified villain. His identity is Count of the Mwasher land of the New Moon Kingdom and is currently a silver-level villain. The record list is activated, and Phantom is the first villain to land on the record list and gets a villain value of 200. All villains or protagonists who have completed the 10 kills can log on to the record list. At the end of each month, the protagonists or villains will be rewarded according to their rankings. At this time, 3 pieces of news that all protagonists and villains could see appeared on the panels of all protagonists and villains. These 3 messages soon caught the attention of all the protagonists and villains. In the New Moon capital, several Duke-level villains gathered in the room immediately noticed the message. When the villains looked at them, their expressions suddenly changed drastically at the same time. The Earl of the Blackstone, Phantom, he completed the 10 kills. Several Duke-level villains raised their heads and glanced at each other. From the eyes of the other party, they all saw deep consternation. The Phantom is the Earl of the Blackstone land? He completed the first 10 kills? At the same time, in the group of protagonists, the protagonists in it also shouted. Not only them. When these 3 pieces of news were announced, a lot of protagonists and villains were noticed. The villain will get 10 kills so soon. Phantom, isn't this the villain who got the first kill, and now the first 10 kills? I had a hunch that this villain is not easy. 5. The Earl of Mwasher territory. Why is an Earl a silver-level villain? All the silver-level villains here are dukes. 666. This Earl of the M.O. Shirling is a bull. I feel that his silver-level villain is killed. Is it so scary? The record list has been announced. Let's go watch it. With the announcement of Sumo's identity, the forum became more lively than ever. Whether it is the protagonist forum or the villain forum, there are a lot of discussions. In addition, there are a large number of protagonists and villains who are also discussing this matter. The first 10 kills. In the eyes of many villains, this is of great significance. Some villains who were quite strong from the beginning are all interested in getting the first 10 kills. However, to kill 10 protagonists, how can it be so simple? The protagonists are relatively scattered. As long as these protagonists are careful, it will still be difficult to find them. Like the New Moon capital, there are 10 or 20 protagonists concentrated, and it is not easy to start. This time, in order to deal with them, Miles even brought the demons in order. As a result, it was still mixed up by Sumo. Of course, without Sumo, Miles really would have made it this time. But now, just over 10 days have passed, and the first 10 kills have been taken by Sumo. Some people still remember the Phantom who took the first kill. Seeing that Phantom has won another 10 kills, there are naturally more people discussing. The topics of discussion are also varied. Some people are discussing why the Earl of Moisherland is an earl and is a silver-level villain. There are also people discussing how the Earl of Moisherland did it. There are also many protagonists they're cheering each other on. Because there are such fierce villains, these protagonists are naturally worried. Although they are not in the same kingdom with the Earl of Moisherland, they will both become stronger in the future, and sooner or later, they will have an intersection. Brother Mo, there is a villain who gets 10 kills first. He is a silver-level villain. A group of villains with a large number of people is also discussing this matter. Did you make a mistake? Is the silver-level villain so attractive? Brother Mo is at the gold level, and he hasn't had 10 kills yet. Immediately, another villain spoke. In this villain group, there is a gold-level villain. The level of the villain at the beginning depends on the comprehensive strength they have, such as identity, status, family power, and so on. There is also a certain possibility, depending on individual strength. Silver-level villains are already very strong. Like the heirs of several silver-level dukes in the New Moon Kingdom, each one holds the power in their respective families. The strongest combat power in the family is basically above the legendary. Other aspects, such as economy, private army, family connections, and influence, etc., are very good. Miles' family has a sanctuary, but Miles is no match for this Mog. This Brother Mo, the villain's level can actually reach the gold level. The overall strength at the beginning is probably very strong. Such villains are very rare. In the Crescent Kingdom, there are no gold-level villains. Brother Mo, how many are you missing? Someone asked. 4. In the group, Brother Mo replied. Then Brother Mo opened the villain forum, and a leaderboard had already appeared on it. After clicking on a leaderboard, Brother Mo found that there was only one leaderboard on the current leaderboard. List of records. A little open, there's only one name on it. Phantom. After the name are Villain Level, Kingdom, Identity, Record. Phantom, Silver-Level Villain, Crescent Kingdom, Earl of Moisherland, 20. It's this format. Brother Mo's expression was not too dignified at first. In his opinion, this silver-level villain was able to win the first 10 kills, possibly due to good luck. Just met a bunch of protagonists. There's so many protagonists, and some protagonists also like to hug together for warmth. This situation is also possible. However, when he saw the final record, his eyes suddenly narrowed. That record, not 10, 20. 20. This means that the Earl of Moisherland has killed 20 protagonists. 20 this, the complexion of Brother Mo, the gold-level villain, couldn't help changing. A silver-level villain actually killed 20 protagonists in such a short period of time. Sky. He has become the leader of a very large killer organization. He not only possesses great strength, but also has a large number of killers in the organization. In the past 10 days, he launched all his forces and used the killers in the organization to launch an assassination. With those killers, he only won 6 leading roles. But a silver-level villain killed 20 so quickly. The Earl of Inkstone. Brother Mo read the name again. In his eyes, fighting intent burned. He doesn't believe that he, a gold-level villain who is pitifully rare at this stage, will lose to a silver-level villain. Go look at the record of the Earl of Moisherland. It's 2F*CK scary. It's actually 20. 99. I saw it too. How'd he do it? 20 protagonists. I searched for several days and only found 2 protagonists. It took a lot of effort to get one, and he was killing 2 protagonists a day. Kwa is afraid. So strong. Is he really a silver-level villain? 9. On the forum, because of Sumo's record, 1,000 waves were stirred up again. Originally, after winning the first 10 kills, everyone would discuss it at most. Not too sensational. However, after the record list appeared, all the protagonists and villains came together to take a look. The number to see the record is 20 hours. Immediately shocked. This was far beyond their expectations. There will be much more discussion. In particular, the villain rank of the Earl of the Blackstone Land is still the silver rank. A silver-level villain, actually so fierce. Many bronze-level protagonists are there wondering, if this continues, will they be hunted down soon? You successfully penetrated into the Holy See and quickly gained the bishop's trust, who entrusted you with important tasks. 99. You have gained a lot of military exploits in the battle against demons. You have been blessed by God. Your divine talent has attracted the attention of God, and God has given you a lot of power to help your strength reach a higher level. You became a bishop of the Holy See and gained the right to control an area. When the protagonist and villain forum was lively in a kingdom, a protagonist was using his gold finger there. His gold finger, something special. It's a gold finger called the protagonist simulator. Moreover, the protagonist's luck is very good. His gold finger was actually gold at the beginning. Gold level gold finger. This luck is so good. The level of the protagonist is not equal to strength, but is determined by the level of gold finger. The gold finger of the protagonist can be simulated once a day. Every time, he can extract different talents and roles from gold finger and choose different paths to simulate. For example, this time, what he chose was divine talent. Then, go the route of joining the Holy See. The simulator can be continuously simulated. After the simulation, he can see whether the road is correct or not. At the same time, after the simulation is over, he can also get rewards. The amount of the reward depends on the simulation results this time and the progress of the simulation. Due to the high level of Goldfinger, as long as every simulation goes well, he will get very rich rewards. This time, he was engrossed in the simulation again. The simulation of the simulator consumes his mental strength, but he can still support it. Soon, the simulator simulated that he became a cardinal. You have become the cult of the Red Code, and you control the entire Holy See. Even the gods are very satisfied with your work. You almost control the entire kingdom. 35. With your own strength, you eliminated all the villain forces one by one, and the villains were killed by you one by one. You gained a lot of protagonist value, and you also entered the leaderboard, and your luck further improved. You have completely mastered the entire kingdom, and even the king has to bow his head in front of you. You start to march to the surrounding kingdoms and want to eliminate the villains there. God is very satisfied with your expansion. You have built a bigger kingdom for him and captured more believers for him. God regards you as the person he trusts the most and keeps improving your strength. You conquered a kingdom, wiped out all the villains, and made other villains famous. Your fame is getting bigger and bigger in the surrounding kingdoms. All the villains are afraid to hear your name. And you have also entered the top 20 on the protagonist list, becoming a giant-level protagonist. 95. The simulation of the simulator is getting deeper and deeper. This time, he made the right choice. It actually simulates external expansion. However, seeing that the simulation has reached this stage, the gold-level villain is getting more and more nervous. Can be seen. His hands were clasped together. The pupils also dilated, staring nervously at the simulator. Don't. This simulator protagonist is muttering to himself. The simulation continues. Finally, a few minutes later, that line of words that made him desperate appeared again. F***CK. This simulator protagonist is broken. Fuck. The simulator protagonist jumped up, holding his head there and yelling hysterically. How many times? There's no end. Why is it like this every time? Why? He is a gold-level protagonist. Why is he stuck there every time? The eyes of the protagonist of this simulator are bloodshot, and he looks at the panel of the simulator. At the bottom, there's a line of red letters. You were killed by the Earl of Blackstone. A simple line of words completely ended this simulation. The simulation is over. It's really nothing. Before, he had made a few wrong choices, and it would have ended because he was accidentally killed by the villain. However, in the last week, after he mastered the rules, he simulated the very back several times. But, after he simulated to enter the world of gods, the same result would appear. You were killed by the Earl of Blackstone. You were killed by the Earl of Blackstone. You were killed by the Earl of Blackstone. Time and time again. No matter how he modified his talents, roles, and routes, it was useless. This time, still. Damn, who the hell is this Earl of Moisure? And where is he? The protagonist with a gold-level gold finger is desperate. After every simulation, it is impossible to bypass the Earl of Moshi Land. Every time, he was killed by the Earl of the Black Stone Land. If it goes on like this, he worries that the Earl of the Black Stone Land will become a lingering nightmare in his heart. And because he gets stuck here every time, his gains in the simulator are also limited. The highest time is to simulate the strength of the sanctuary and be killed by this Black Stone Land Earl. That is to say, if I can't get around him, even if my strength becomes stronger in the future, I will never try to obtain more than the sanctuary. Award. The gold-level protagonist finally calmed down and thought. Now, the impact does not seem to be particularly large. Although the number of rewards has decreased, it is still much richer than other protagonists. However, the most powerful simulation was when he had the power of the sanctuary realm, Zhao does, and was killed by the Earl of Moshi Land. This is hard. This means that in the future, he will not want to obtain rewards above the sanctuary. In the simulator, he takes a different route, and the simulation process is completely different. For example, he took the route of cultivating magic, and when he reached the legendary level, he was killed by the Earl of the Black Stone Land. He took the route of the Holy See and became a red-clothed archbishop. He had the protection of God, and he was able to directly command demigod-level combat power, and he also began to conquer the surrounding kingdoms. Result: still killed by the Earl of the Black Stone Land. He went the king's side, married the king's daughter, and with his wit, finally ascended the throne with an army of millions. As a result, F***CK was killed by the Earl of the Black Stone Land. He wondered why this happened. It seems that the Earl of Moshi Land is a hurdle in front of him. If he grows up smoothly and is not killed by other villains, he will always be killed by the Earl of the Black Stone Land. His way was completely blocked by the Earl of Moshi Land. This made him very desperate and speechless. After receiving the reward for this simulation, the protagonist opened a forum and prepared to chat with people to relieve his depression. Seeing this, his eyes widened, because the forum is full of news about the Earl of Moshi Land. The Earl of Blackstone, it's him. The protagonist of this simulator did not expect that the person who made him despair actually appeared. Moreover, the other party is now only a silver-level villain long, an unreasonably strong silver-level villain. In just 10 days, 20 protagonists have been killed. Call. The protagonist of this gold-level simulator is even more desperate now. P.S. The new January is here. Can I ask for a monthly pass? Yetion, don't believe in evil. After a long time, the protagonist of the gold-level simulator ran to sleep with red eyes. He needs to recharge his batteries and wait until tomorrow to simulate again. He didn't believe it. He couldn't get around this Earl of the Black Stone Land. Every simulation, his starting point is different, because every day his strength is advancing a little bit. Therefore, he gave himself enough blood, and his fighting spirit rose again. Sooner or later, I'm going to see in the simulator, you killed the Earl of Blackstone Land. Sure enough, it's him. I guessed it. Why are you panicking? It's better to leave early if you want to leave the New Moon Kingdom, so as not to give him the villain value. I will deal with this Earl of the Blackstone Land. 5. On the other side, among the protagonists of the New Moon Kingdom, after a period of panic and discussion, the protagonist named Lance finally spoke up. It seems that there's a strange magic in his words. As soon as Lance spoke, the emotions of the other protagonists in the group quickly calmed down. At the same time, several Duke-level villains in the New Moon capital were relatively silent. They originally thought that Miles, Sanctuary, and the dozen or so protagonists were killed by the devil. Now, after seeing Sumo's record, they are sure that 100% of the dozen or so protagonists were killed by Sumo. But at that time, Miles and Sanctuary obviously blocked more than a dozen protagonists. Linking the two together, the faces of these silver villains suddenly turned ugly. Because Miles and Sanctuary, it seems that Sumo killed, can kill Sanctuary. As for the connection between Sumo and the demon god, although they also feel that there are some problems, but with their brain circuits, they have not thought of that amazing possibility. After all, that was a little scary. This matter is not simple, and the Earl of Emo sure is not simple. But after Miles died, he just turned the tide. We can't deal with him for the time being. Don't do anything else. Let's see. 55. Several silver villains quickly made up their minds. Deep in the Holy See, in a building, Succubo and the Queen of the Crescent Moon, surrounded by different magicians, are recuperating. This is what the Holy See's son or holy daughter must do every time after a battle with the power of God. The magician's ability is relatively simple, and it is very powerful when dealing with creatures such as demons. To deal with powerful magicians of the same rank, there are some passives. Some magicians also specialize in healing. The entire healing process lasted an hour. In the process, Succubo also saw the liveliness of the villain forum. He completed the first 10 kills, and the discussion of the villains is relatively less. On the protagonist's side, it is estimated that the vibration caused will be a little bigger. Finally, the treatment is over. The play is here. The goddess of the new moon wants to meet Succubo. Succubo is still accompanied by the Queen of the Crescent Moon into the temple. At this time, the temple has initially recovered some functions. Succubo is just broken, but not completely destroyed. The divine rune itself has some self-recovery abilities, but it just takes time. After the battle, the goddess of the Crescent Moon has activated the energy inside to restore it. Emo, I'm waiting for you outside. This time, after the Queen of the Crescent Moon sent Succubo to the core area, she did not go in. Succubo stepped into the core area of the temple. Here, the holy light has already lit up. In the air, a crescent moon hangs. Not much has changed from the last time. Not much has changed from the inside. After Succubo entered, the door outside the temple closed. He stood in front of the crescent moon and waited silently. In this way, after a short wait, the crescent moon began to glow. In the sky, light spots one after another began to fall. These light spots are like the light of fireflies. Every spot of light that falls can be gathered into a part of the shadow. The whole process lasted less than half a minute. On the crescent moon, a woman with a faint glow appeared. This is the new moon goddess. This is not her body, but a projection of strength or will. Rao is so, in the entire new moon Holy See, there are very few people who have seen her projection. For the gods of the heavens, although it is necessary to perform miracles from time to time, but you can't appear too much in front of people. Otherwise, the sense of mystery will be lost, which will adversely affect the collection of beliefs. There is not so much attention in the abyss, and a big fist is the last word. But the devil usually doesn't show up. After the goddess of the new moon came, the crescent moon began to descend. Soon, it descended not far in front of Succubo. The goddess of the crescent moon is sitting on the crescent moon. Her eyes are like the moon, bright but not dazzling, and her eyes are very soft. Her face was covered with a layer of brilliance, and she couldn't see her specific appearance. Goddess. Succubo spoke first and nodded slightly. Although it is a projection, this is also the first celestial goddess Succubo has ever seen. In terms of temperament, it is completely different from the demon gods like Lilith, the Abyss Banshee. Even if the new moon goddess is a projection, her body naturally has a sacred aura. Seeing it makes people blaspheme. At the same time, people can't help but want to worship. If it is an ordinary person, seeing her projection, I am afraid I've already bowed down. Succubo is naturally not affected by this breath. Succubo didn't look into the eyes of the new moon goddess, but looked calm and calm. On the opposite side, Succubo, who was so calm, also made the goddess of the new moon raise her eyes. Her eyes stayed on Succubo's body, and there was not much pressure. Succubo seemed too calm in front of her. This kind of calm is not deliberately disrespectful or deliberately trying to attract women's attention or the like. That set might be useful against some noble daughters in the human world. But she is God, replaced by an ordinary man. Even if that ordinary man is a love-scene veteran, BBC, seeing her projection, he will not have any blasphemous thoughts. On the contrary, the other party will pay homage to her for the first time. The divine aura in her projection is not something that ordinary people can resist. Just being able to resist In front of such a perfect goddess, even a male demigod cannot be as calm as Sumo. This is true calm and calm. She could even feel that Sumo's heart did not waver at all. Such Sumo also makes the new moon goddess curious. In fact, the last time in the temple, when Sumo communicated with the goddess of the new moon, she had already noticed it. Sumo's soul is indeed terribly pure, and when she communicates with her, the power she can transmit far exceeds any of her previous saints. But Sumo's soul lacks the hot pillow of some devout believers. Yes, it's a hot pillow, like the Queen of the New Moon. Every time she communicates with the goddess of the new moon, once the goddess of the new moon responds, the Queen of the New Moon will also have positive emotions. For example, it will be happy and it will be a little excited. But Sumo didn't. Sumo is very indifferent. Emotions goojing wubwa, not to mention the time to communicate. That is, meeting her projection now, Sumo's emotions are still goojing wubwa. Not even the slightest fluctuation. To say that Sumo is intentional, that is pretending, in the eyes of the new moon goddess, it can't be pretended. It is almost impossible to hide from her. Because of this, the new moon goddess was born curious about Sumo. For a long time, she hadn't been curious about ordinary people in the world of gods. In particular, this ordinary person is still a man. When the power gap is too large, the goddess of the new moon can basically see through a person completely under the eyes of the goddess of the new moon. But this fails here at Sumo. 2 times of communication, 2 times of power down. She failed to learn more about Sumo. This made her more curious about Sumo. She is obviously just an ordinary human being, but she inexplicably sees a little mystery in Sumo's body. Of course, as a god, she also went through all the possibilities. It's not that she didn't think about the possibility of Sumo's disguise. However, she has given power to Sumo twice. How does Sumo pretend? Devil in disguise? If the devil can drive the power of the heaven, then in the face of the powerful heaven, it will not be passive on the whole. The 2 forces are very different. Not to mention, there are no demons who can have a pure soul like Sumo. In the temple, it fell into silence. After Sumo said hello, he stood there calmly, his expression indifferent. After looking at Sumo for a while, the goddess of the new moon was about to speak, but suddenly found that she didn't know how to speak. The atmosphere was too quiet. Sumo is too calm again. Such a calm Sumo, but the new moon goddess has never encountered any believers in the world of gods in front of her. Even if a demigod sees her, will not be so calm. This made her a little wonder, what kind of attitude should she use to talk to Sumo? If it is an ordinary believer, a high-ranking god, it is enough to pass down an oracle without any extra language. The other party will also be ecstatic to receive the divine oracle in person. Even non-believers, such as some sanctuary demigods of other kingdoms, although they are rarely seen. When it can be seen, out of respect for God, the other party is also respectful, and her attitude is naturally still aloof. God himself is high above. However, Sumo's calmness now makes the new moon goddess embarrassed. She has a faint feeling that if she talks to Sumo in a high-profile manner, Sumo is likely to ignore her. But what is she going to do? Sumo is clearly just a human being, so she can't take the attitude of treating other gods, right? Therefore, the current goddess of the new moon cannot speak. This is the first time she has encountered such a situation in her long years as a goddess. She desperately hopes that Sumo can come up with a gesture or attitude first. But Sumo just stood there calmly, with a lady first, waiting for her to speak first. Seeing Sumo like this, the goddess of the new moon is not calm. You did say a word. P.S. It's March. Can you ask for a freshly baked monthly pass? The goddess should make him a holy son, right? Outside the door of the core area of the temple, the queen of the new moon stood there, not knowing whether to be happy or disappointed. However, she quickly recovered her spirits. Even if the goddess chooses him as her holy son, I won't choose another man. The queen of the new moon made a secret decision. In the world of gods, the king has no queen, which is indeed a big problem. But there are occasional exceptions. That is, when a king himself has great power, he can live for a long time. Generally speaking, this situation is rare because there is a contradiction between the king and the powerful force. There are too many things for the king, and he is pampered, so there is no time to practice magic or fighting chi. Besides, the magical talent is not necessarily good. There is a king who is obsessed with practicing magic or fighting chi and may not be interested in worldly power. The Queen of the Crescent Moon was actually put on the shelves by ducks. She didn't want to be queen. The New Moon Queen's magic talent is just very good. Not only that, she also has a high element affinity. She used to be a genius in a magic academy, but later because of her own high purity of soul. In addition, her father wanted to intervene in the Holy See, so she was sent to the Holy See and trained as a saint of the Crescent Goddess. Now, it seems that the Goddess of the New Moon clearly intends to make Sumo her holy son. The Queen of the Crescent Moon is also preparing to take another path. With Sumo, it is impossible for her to fall in love with other men. Therefore, she wants to improve her own strength and become a queen with powerful strength. Then, no one will say anything at all. She also wants to make herself live longer. She has to wait for the day when Sumo is not a holy child. In the eyes of the Queen of the New Moon, a firm expression gradually appeared. When the Queen of the New Moon made a secret decision. In the core area of the temple, the New Moon Goddess wanted to speak several times, but when the words came to her lips, she felt that her proper posture was not right, and she couldn't say it. As if in the silence effect. The longer the silence, the harder it is to break the silence. After several times, the New Moon Goddess became more and more restless. Finally, she heard Sumo's voice. The goddess called me this time. Did she have any instructions? Hearing that Sumo finally spoke, the goddess of a new moon breathed a sigh of relief. The crescent goddess looked at Sumo brightly, and she decided to be direct. As a goddess, her communication method has always been very simple. Dorothy is about to step down as a saint. Originally, I was going to appoint a new saint, but after seeing you, I changed my mind. Will you be my son? The goddess of the crescent moon looked at Sumo, and her slightly cold voice was soft. She didn't notice that, after a long silence, she spoke to Sumo in a different way than she had spoken to anyone in the world of the gods before. If it was before, every time she replaced the saintess, she only showed a little bit of meaning, and the new saintess would be very excited. There is no need to speak in person at all. It is enough to pass down the oracle. Here, at Sumo, for the first time, she speaks so much to a human in person. After speaking, the goddess of a new moon looked at Sumo with her eyes brighter than the moonlight. She was waiting for Sumo to answer. Finally, Sumo's eyes lifted and met hers. When, seeing Sumo's eyes, the eyes of the new moon goddess could not help but be attracted. Sumo's eyes are too good-looking. In Sumo's eyes, she is a goddess of the heavens, and she actually has a feeling of seeing the sea of stars and the endless starry sky, just like how her little angels reacted when they saw Sumo's eyes. The stronger and more defenseless, the more susceptible he is when looking at Sumo. This effect is not what skill Sumo has activated. In a face-to-face situation, if he activates his skills, it is impossible to deceive the goddess of the new moon. This is the charm brought by the eye of the succubus after the transformation of the eyes. Similarly, after Sumo's life level came to the level of God, his cognition and understanding of the whole world was also contained in his eyes. Eyes are the windows to the soul. Human cognition is too superficial for God to see through it at a glance. But Sumo himself is also a god. As a traveler, he also has a super high succubus bloodline. His cognition and understanding of the world is far less than that of the new moon goddess. If you're curious about Sumo when you are unprepared, you will look more and more beautiful. The current goddess of the new moon is obviously defenseless. Therefore, she didn't consciously watch for a few more seconds. However, she was a goddess after all, and quickly realized her gaffe, and she looked away. At this time, she realized that her heartbeat had inexplicably quickened. The new moon goddess did not show any expression on her face. She said again, "You will be my first holy son, and also the best one. I can give you more rights. And even 10 years later, I will allow you married. You can marry Dorothy. Marry Dorothy. Dorothy, the queen of the crescent moon. Not only can the holy son and the holy daughter not get married, but they cannot even touch the hands of the opposite sex. This is already the consensus of the world of gods. But now, in order to make Su-mo her holy son, the goddess of the new moon also made an exception for Su-mo. Of course, there is a premise, and that is 10 years later. This point for the goddess of the new moon can be said to be a bloodbath. She is probably already well aware of Queen Crescent's thoughts. Queen Crescent Moon couldn't hide her thoughts in front of her. Otherwise, she would not have mentioned the Queen of the Crescent Moon as soon as she opened her mouth. Facing the conditions of the new moon goddess, Su-mo was non-committal, and he said lightly, "Why does the goddess want me to be a holy son? Why?" The new moon goddess felt a little tired. To establish a holy son is actually a very simple matter for her. In the past, as long as she revealed a little meaning, she didn't know how many devout believers would compete for it. She didn't have to explain it all, let alone put forward any conditions. Don't even say a word. An oracle goes down, and the Holy See can arrange everything. This is the first time she negotiated terms with people. This made her feel like she was begging others to be a saint. This is the Son of God. Aren't you heartbroken? You can become the most central figure in the Holy See, and even the Archbishop in red has to be respectful in front of you. As long as you take out the oracle, everyone has to obey the order. When God or the incarnation of God comes, only the son and the daughter can see God without kneeling. Not only that, the benefits of being a son are too many. There are even more benefits than being a king. The only flaw is can't touch the opposite sex. But the goddess of the crescent moon also gave Su-mo a way back, allowing him to get married 10 years later. And the point is, she also allowed her to marry the queen of the crescent moon. Such a good condition. Why ask why? I'm so tired. The goddess of a new moon does not speak of these benefits, because she feels, with Su-mo's indifference, these benefits. Su-mo may not be tempted. And when it comes to the benefits, that's really begging Su-mo. So, the new moon goddess looked at Su-mo and said, "This is because your soul is very pure. I can come down with more power. Even if it is a war against the devil, you can completely handle it, just like this time." Oh, Su-mo seemed to understand, and looked at the new moon goddess with pure and flawless eyes. It seems that he is still waiting for the next chapter of the new moon goddess. What's next for the goddess of the new moon? In the past, she didn't need to say this at all. Now, in order to show her sincerity, she did not talk about the benefits of being a holy son. Rather, tell the truth. The reason why she values Su-mo is also for this reason. God came in person, and it took too much power. Unless you use sorcery like blood sacrifice, it is much more convenient to transmit power through the Holy Son and the Holy Maiden. After the battle, this power can be recovered. If there's a holy son or a holy girl who can carry the power of a pseudo-god, for a god, the meaning is not ordinary. This means that even if a demon god comes or fights against other gods, she doesn't have to come in person at all. The son and the holy daughter can solve on their own. And once she comes in person, it is equivalent to having two pseudo-god level combat power in the world of gods. This is a situation that the new moon goddess could never dream of before. For flowers. However, Su-mo didn't seem to understand, and was still looking at the goddess of the new moon with flawless eyes. Looking forward to her next post, the new moon goddess is about to be unable to resist. At this moment, even she had a feeling of wanting to return to the heaven immediately, and she would rather not have the Son of God than face Su-mo's big, bright, and innocent eyes. She is so hard. The goddess of the new moon had to say again, "So, you have helped me a lot. I hope you can become my holy son, and I will not treat you badly. If your lifespan reaches the limit in the future, I can even extradite you to the heavens. Enter my kingdom of God. As long as I exist, you will always be there." After finishing speaking, The goddess of the new moon stretched out her hand towards Sumo with sincerity in her eyes, waiting for Sumo's response. Having said so much, she is a majestic goddess, and she has shown such a sincere attitude. He even stretched out his hand. When she thought about it, even if Sumo was indifferent, she should have agreed. Who knows? After Sumo glanced at her outstretched hand, there was no reaction, but there was thought. The new moon goddess looked slightly embarrassed, but the time was short, and she still protected that elegant and beautiful posture. After 3 seconds, Sumo finally didn't make her wait too long. Otherwise, she would be too embarrassed. Sumo spoke up. His eyes were fixed on the goddess of the new moon, and the expression on his face was very serious. This serious expression also made the new moon goddess become serious. At this moment, she was a little relaxed, because Sumo is finally about to express his position. Even if he refuses, he doesn't need to be so tired anymore. Of course, she still desperately hoped that Sumo would agree. Therefore, in her eyes, there is anticipation and kindness. Then, she heard Sumo's voice. So, the goddess needs me, doesn't she? Need him? The new moon goddess didn't think much. He nodded. Yes, I need you 5. It seems to be waiting for her to say this. A smile appeared on Sumo's face. Then, Sumo stretched out his hand and put on the hand of the goddess of the new moon. Deal. However, I need to try it out for a month, so it's a trial period. Sumo held the little hand of the goddess of the crescent moon. The delicate body of the new moon goddess suddenly trembled. The meaning of her reaching out is just an invitation, a kind of sincerity. But I didn't mean to let Sumo hold it like that. This is the first time she has been caught by a man, or an ordinary human being. Although, this is the projection of her coming. But her will also came, which is not much different from her own. Even her projection, in the past, has never been in such a situation, if replaced by other times. She was already angry. The consequences of the goddess being angry are also very serious. But, now, she found that she couldn't get angry. Can't give birth at all. Although Sumo held her hand, Sumo's eyes were clear, not the slightest blasphemous or anything else. Inside, full of seriousness and sincerity. There's also a hint of joy. This joy is not because of the benefits of being a son, as she said, and seems to be because of the last sentence. She admitted it herself. She needs Sumo, and because of these words, he agreed. But what the heck is a probationary period? The goddess of the new moon is also divided. But looking at Sumo, who suddenly looked at himself enthusiastically, the goddess of the new moon couldn't stand Sumo's gaze again, seeing that Sumo has already held his little hand. She also said, "Then make a deal." Sumo smiled brighter, but still didn't let go of her hand. The new moon goddess reacted. She realized something and also held Sumo's hand. It was as if Sumo was encouraged. "I'll do my best." Then, Sumo finally let go of her hand. The new moon goddess breathed a sigh of relief. Call. Finally got it in the temple. After reaching a consensus with Sumo, the goddess of the new moon is ready to leave. Goddess, wait. At this time, Sumo's voice sounded again. The goddess of the crescent moon looked back at Sumo. Sumo stretched out his hand and poked at her side. What's wrong? The new moon goddess is puzzled. Nothing, I read it wrong. Sumo said, Then I'm leaving the Holy See. I will arrange it. Just do as you wish. 35. After the new moon goddess finished speaking, her projection turned into a large number of light spots. Dissipate quickly. After the new moon goddess left, Sumo looked at the villain panel. Although the crescent goddess came with a projection, Sumo also found a bubble beside the crescent goddess projection. After using the pickup attribute system to puncture, I also got a good harvest. If the deity of the new moon goddess comes, you should be able to pick up better things. This time, the meeting with the goddess of the new moon was generally very smooth. I'm afraid the new moon goddess can't think of it. She thought about it, made a lot of money, made a special case, and even used a lot of tongue to get a holy child. It must be a devil. This matter, on the other demon gods in the abyss, is really enough to brag for a lifetime, because at present, no demon god can do this. Even those congenital demon gods. Suemo came out. The Queen of the Crescent Moon saw Suemo, and a bright smile appeared on her face, because she has just obtained the oracle of the new moon goddess. In the oracle, the goddess of a new moon told her that Suemo would be the new sun, but she would still be the daughter. 10 years later, though, she could choose to marry Suemo. This news, for the Queen of the Crescent Moon, is naturally very good news. Come on, Queen. 070 inch. 5. The Queen of the Crescent Moon has now completely treated Suemo as her husband. She did not expect that the goddess actually set such a precedent for Suemo. She would never have thought that. Goddess of a new moon was almost depressed this time. Soon, the two left the temple and reappeared in the building behind the cathedral through the teleportation formation. Your Excellency, Holy Sun. As soon as Suemo appeared, Cardinal Phelan appeared and saluted Suemo respectfully. He has received the oracle of the Crescent Moon Goddess. Know that Suemo has become the son of the new moon goddess. Therefore, the current Bishop Farron's attitude towards Suemo is also very different from the last time. Just polite last time. This time, it is respectful. Suemo nodded slightly. Bishop Farron said, Holy Sun, I have already received an oracle from the goddess. Since the Holy Sun does not need the coronation ceremony, from now on, I will take the Holy Sun as the official Holy Sun. As for the identity of the Holy Sun, I will confidential. Generally speaking, when a new saint or son of the Holy See takes office, there is a coronation ceremony, similar to the coronation of a king. The saint, the son, and the king are two power systems. One is kingship, and the other represents divine right. In the world of gods, theocracy is definitely greater than the kingship. However, most of the time, as long as the monarchy does not overstep the rules, theocracy rarely interferes with the monarchy. After all, God does not want a kingdom that believes in him to be thrown into chaos. As for letting the Holy See govern the country, that's not realistic. Suemo deliberately didn't want a coronation ceremony. He is not like other devout believers who really want to be his son. For him, in this way, it is enough to be able to actually control the Holy See of the Crescent Moon and to drive the Holy See of the Crescent Moon's power for his own use. After taking control of the Holy See of the Crescent Moon, the Queen Crescent Moon, who has a deep affection for him, controls the kingship. The entire New Moon Kingdom has now initially fallen under Suemo's secret control. This kind of control is still preliminary, but the operational space of Suemo is much larger than before. Suemo looked at the red-clothed Archbishop Phelan and said, Bishop Phelan, when there are outsiders in the future, you can just call me Count. Bishop Farron said, Yes, son. After finishing the question of the title, Suemo said again, Bishop Farron, you will retire in a few years, right? Bishop Farron nodded, Yes, son. Suemo asked, Has the bishop's successor been chosen? Bishop Fei Luan said, It has been selected and is being cultivated in a secret place. This successor has also been recognized by the goddess. He is more suitable to be a cardinal archbishop than me. If possible, I would like to retire early. Make way for him. Oh, Suemo showed a hint of interest. What's the name of this successor? Does he have any special abilities? Bishop Phelan said, His name is Lance, and his talent is very outstanding. He was born to be a bishop. As for his special abilities, I can't see it. But as long as he appears in the church, as soon as he opens his mouth, all believers will incomparable confidence and support. Lance. Suemo is no stranger to this name. When he was investigating the situation of the palace, he had already learned from the two palace guards. This guy seems to be the protagonist of the core training of the Holy See. This guy's gold finger should be silver, but I don't know what gold finger is. Being able to be selected by the Holy See as a core training object in a short period of time is not easy for this protagonist. It's not easy for ordinary villains to move him. This time, if there is no Suemo and Miles succeeds, Miles can kill all the other protagonists, but can't move him. Suemo asked a few more questions. Bishop Farron did not hide it, and told Suemo all the information he knew. The place where Lance was cultivated was still in the royal capital. It's just that in the deepest part of the Holy See headquarters, the high-level magicians of the Holy See have created a special space specially. Even the Queen of the Crescent Moon rarely goes there. Once cultivated, Lance will first be put down to become a regional bishop. As long as the grades are good, Lance will be promoted to the bishop of a city and further become a cardinal. Finally, is the position of the cardinal archbishop. That is the current location of Bishop Pharaon. There are only 10 cardinals in the Holy See of the Crescent Moon. The cardinal archbishop is unique, and there is only Phelan alone. In some Holy Sees, this position is called Pope. However, the goddess of a new moon did not establish the position of the Pope, and she did not want an emperor to appear in her Holy See. After understanding these circumstances, Sumo put this Lance behind to deal with. It's not too late to get the other protagonists in the capital first. By the way, I heard from the Holy Maiden that you have caught some demons. Did you ask anything? This time the demon attack is quite strange. Sumo said again. Bishop Fei Luan nodded. Well, it is indeed a bit strange. The two demon gods both emerged from the royal capital, which means that someone launched a large-scale blood sacrifice, but all traces of the scene were shattered. We have no good finds yet. .99. After a pause, he added, as for demons, these demons have never been able to ask anything, and they won't say anything. Sir Bishop, there is a situation. 99. As soon as Bishop Farron's voice fell, a clergyman hurriedly came to report. What's the situation? Bishop Phelan asked. The clergyman glanced at Sumo and was about to lean in and whisper. Bishop Farron said, Don't shy away from the count. Just say it directly. Only then did the clergyman say. In the court, a jailer used a special method to make a demon confused and tell the reason for this demon attack. When Bishop Farron heard the news, he applauded again and again. They have never given up investigating the reason for the demon god's attack this time. After all, it is no trivial matter for the demon god to appear directly in the capital. If you don't investigate clearly, what if there is another wave in the future? However, when the demon god came out, the aura of the demon god collided with the laws of the world of gods, and everything around was shattered. Couldn't find any trace. They sent a large number of experienced magician. Even some crime-solving experts were dispatched. There was no gain either. The only speculation is that the person who organized this incident is not small. It's definitely not something ordinary people can do. Very simple truth. How can an ordinary person find so many dead men? To summon a demon through the blood sacrifice, 999 dead men are required. One less is 1,000. There are so many people who died voluntarily, but it is not so easy to find. What's more, there are 2 demon gods in the capital, that is 2,000 dead men. It is one thing that these dead men have been found. On the other hand, it must be done flawlessly. Not only must there be a magic circle that summons the devil, but it must also cover up the movement so that no one can notice it. In the capital, there are not many who can do this, but not many. Some great nobles above the marquis are the objects of suspicion. There are also some big businessmen and the like. However, there is no evidence, and people cannot be arbitrarily arrested. The power of these nobles is not weak, and when faced with a common threat, all nobles also like to form a group. For example, in the face of the oppression of the royal power, the nobles often form a group to fight against each other. Therefore, even the Holy See, without any evidence, has no way to take some suspects. If you can't find evidence, you can only ask some captured demons. But how can the devil speak? Ordinary demons may not know. They might also be talking nonsense. Demons are very cunning. They would rather be killed than tell the truth. For them, the cost of betraying the demon god is too great. Not to live in death. But this time there was a breakthrough. Soon, Bishop Farron came to a special place, here, the Inquisition. Sumo also followed. In the Inquisition, a jailer is surrounded by stars. Being surrounded like this jailer has a sense of accomplishment. He is the sign-in protagonist hidden in the Inquisition. The protagonist of this sign-in flow was originally going to hide here and sign in silently to become stronger. But a recent system change made him vaguely uneasy. In particular, this time, Sumo turned the tide. In Lance's speculation, Sumo probably had some privileges in the Holy See. So he decided to show it off and seize the opportunity to climb up. It just so happened that a few captured demons were gathered here. When he saw that something was obviously wrong with a demon, he seized the opportunity and used the skills he had signed in to successfully make the demon tell the truth about this demon invasion. This truth is astonishing. He has already said this in the protagonist group, and in the protagonist group, it has caused a commotion. I didn't expect that this time the demon invasion was actually made by Miles and the others. The purpose is to deal with you. This is too cruel. These villains are indeed ruthless. 35. Longhua. Take the opportunity to kill them. In the group of protagonists, there was a commotion. This time, with this achievement, I should be able to become a backbone of the referee. 99. The sign-in stream protagonist smiled. Then he saw that Cardinal Phelan walked in. When the protagonist of the sign-in stream saw Pharaon, he thought that his opportunity for promotion was coming. Once he became the backbone of the Inquisition, Sumo would not be able to deal with him even if he had privileges in the Holy See. He was about to speak when he saw Sumo, who was following Pharaon. His face suddenly sank. Why is he here? The protagonist of the sign-in stream is not too worried. If he wants to come, this should be the privilege of Sumo after his merit this time. But don't even try to deal with him. Lord Bishop, this demon caught my skill and explained everything. Lord Mibwa has tested it with divine magic, and what it says is true. 99. The protagonist of the sign-in stream did not provoke or pay any attention to Sumo, but hurriedly went to Bishop Pharaon to take credit. Behind Bishop Pharaon, Sumo glanced at the demon who was being interrogated by the sign-in stream protagonist. This demon is a servant of the succubus dynasty. It was also deliberately placed there when the succubuses were retreating. This time, the battle of the royal capital is over. But things are not over yet. This time he cheated a lot of people. The long-nailed demon god was trapped. More than a dozen protagonists were trapped, and Miles even lost his life. The goddess of the new moon, it is not a pit for her. Although swallowed a lot of her divine energy, if it weren't for Sumo, her loss would be too great. In short, this time, the villain and the protagonist, including the silly big man Long Nail, were all tricked by Sumo. Now, it's the turn of the silver-level villains who haven't died yet. These villains are also unstable factors, and they're obviously hostile to him. How could Sumo keep each other? This sign-in stream protagonist jumped out on his own initiative, but it was just right. The protagonist of the sign-in stream is very proud. Under his control, the demon quickly said everything. Next to it, a powerful magician, through his own magic, can ensure that what the demon said is correct. These nobles are really lawless. After hearing this, Bishop Pharaon was furious. Bishop Pharaon subconsciously looked at Sumo. Saint, Count, how do you think 2.7 should be handled? Seeing Bishop Pharaon's attitude, the face of the protagonist of the sign-in flow changed, and a trace of trouble flashed in his heart. A cardinal archbishop, the highest-ranking person in the Holy See except for the Holy Son and the Holy Maiden. When dealing with such a big matter, why should you ask Sumo for the opinion of an outsider? If this is the privilege that Lance speaks of, then it's a bit too much of a privilege. Sumo glanced at the demon and said, "Just punish the first evil. Don't involve their family. Since this jailer can make such a great contribution, he will send out the temple knights after arresting the person. Let him be responsible for the execution. How about it?" Hearing Sumo's words, the Pharaon protagonist felt a little strange. He wonders why Sumo wants this little jailer to execute the nobles who have committed crimes. However, Bishop Pharaon still said, "The Count is right, so let's deal with it like this. He asked me to kill those villains." Next to it, the protagonist of the sign-in stream did not expect that Sumo would actually propose this. In this proposal, Bishop Pharaon actually agreed. Apart from Miles, the villains who planned the demon invasion this time, There are also several silver villains and several marquee-level villains. All are heirs. Once he kills them, the protagonist can definitely upgrade his gold finger. He can also become a silver-level protagonist in one fell swoop. This is simply pie from the sky. 18. This sign-in protagonist is not happy at all. Not only is he not happy, but his mood is slowly sinking to the bottom because he feels like he's an unslaughtered pig. He is still too thin now, but after killing a few villains, he is fat. Then, to be slaughtered. P.S. La la la. As for monthly pass, I will send 3 boxes of oranges to the 3 brothers who voted. Why do you arrest me? Just based on some unfounded accusations. You're going to arrest a Duke family heir who has made great contributions to the kingdom. In the royal capital, outside a gorgeous mansion, a large number of knights held large shields and weapons, blocking the front of a Duke heir. Outside the mansion, there was a team of 100 temple knights. This time, it involved demons and demon gods, so it was the temple knights who took action. Otherwise, even if the nobles returned, the Holy See would not interfere too much. Outside, a large number of people in the royal capital were watching, and there was a lot of discussion, not knowing what happened. Viscount Hoffman, you are accused of colluding with demons and leading this demon invasion together with Viscount Miles. Please investigate with us, the Holy See. If you insist on disobedience, we can only offend. In front of the team of Templar Knights, a judge from the Inquisition said, the heir of a duke, before he formally inherits the title, is usually a viscount, even if he holds the power of the family. But the comprehensive strength in their hands is naturally duke level. What? Colluding with the devil? Did they actually make this demon invasion? Why did they do it? Old Duke Hoffman is highly respected, but he didn't expect his heir to collude with the devil. As soon as the presiding judge's voice fell, the surrounding people became commotion one by one. The discussion grew louder. If you want to add a crime, there's nothing to worry about. I see who dares to touch me today. 35. Hoffman said coldly. Although his expression was cold, he was very flustered in his heart. He never thought that they had been arranged for so long, and they had clearly picked themselves up. Why they were still found. This plan was made by Miles, and it was flawless. Even if it failed, it would not implicate them. It's not that they didn't think that a demon would be caught, but according to their understanding, even if the demon is caught, there is no risk. They communicated directly with the demon gods, and ordinary demons know something, and if they know it, they won't say anything at all. What should I do? The Temple Knights came directly. 35. My side too. I have informed the legends in the family that they cannot be taken away. Otherwise, as soon as we enter the Inquisition and come to a spiritual magician, we will definitely not be able to stand it. Not only was he panicking, in their group of several silver-level villains, the other Duke heirs were also panicked, because they were afraid that they would escape from the capital, and it would be difficult to arrest them after returning to their own territory. Bishop Farron directly dispatched several Temple Knights to cooperate with the judges of the Inquisition, and at the same time blocked the place where the heirs of the dukes lived. In the capital, it is forbidden to fly, and the flying ship cannot fly, and the unauthorized magician is not allowed to fly into the sky. They have no escape. If that's the case, then it's a sin. The presiding judge made a move, ready to let the Temple Knights attack. Wait. 99. At this time, in the sky, a figure suddenly fell. The powerful aura made the people watching from a distance could not help but retreat. This is the legend of the Hoffman family. Judge Hinder, why is this? As soon as the legend of the Hoffman family fell, it stood in the way, said, Elmer, let me answer this question for you. As soon as the legendary voice fell, an old man wearing a robe of the Holy See appeared in the sky. Seeing this old man, Hoffman's heart sank completely. This time, the Holy See is serious, even the legend of his family. I'm afraid I can't save him. Holy See headquarters. Not long after, a group of Temple Knights escorted several Duke heirs back to the headquarters. Following behind these Temple Knights are a large number of people watching the fun, as well as these noble families organized the people who came to protest. Not only that, Other nobles in the entire royal capital also came to support them one after another. These nobles jointly protested against the Holy See's practice. The nobles of this world have some privileges, especially the big nobles. Even if they commit crimes, they are rarely killed directly. Elton, our only hope is on you. Make the noise a little louder. The bigger the noise, the better, and mobilize more nobles to come to protest. In the villain group, although several Duke heirs were arrested, they were still struggling. These nobles who came to protest were all initiated by a bronze-level villain. The nobles themselves have the habit of holding a group, especially when they're fighting against the royal power. Occasionally, they even dared to stand up to the Holy See, just like now. Of course, this is not just a fight, but a group to put pressure on each other. The old dukes of several duke families also brought a large number of people to the headquarters of the Holy See. Under their instigation, many people who didn't know the truth also made a noise. There is no real evidence. Just relying on the devil's planting, you will execute the heir of the duke's family. Where is the law of the king? Where is the law of heaven? Let's pray together. Let the goddess do justice. And we can't let the people of the Holy See do whatever they want. Several old dukes have made great contributions to the kingdom. Do you treat their heirs like this, letting the white-haired people send the black-haired people? Outside the Holy See, the protesters grew larger and larger. Sir Bishop, the 3 Duke heirs, and the 2 Marquis heirs have all been arrested and brought to justice. However, there are more and more people protesting outside, and there are already nearly 1 million people. I am afraid that our forcible disposal will bring great disadvantages. Influences. In the cathedral, a clergyman preached to the Bishop of Pharaon. Bishop Pharaon pondered for a while and looked at Succubi subconsciously. Then give them evidence. Succubi said lightly. There's actually a lot of evidence. These villains do it flawlessly. However, Succubi helped them restore a lot of evidence. For example, the magic circle that the succubuses came out of was reinforced and restored by the succubuses. In addition, as a demon, it is too easy for Succubi to create some evidence. The location of these evidences is already in the mind of that demon. The people of the Holy See have basically got it. Then, after more and more people gathered in the temple square, Succubi appeared, the Earl of the Black Stone Land. When I saw Succubi, the people participating in the protest, the voice subconsciously became smaller. The square was quiet for a while. It could be seen that Succubi's prestige in the eyes of these people is high. This time, the fact that Succubi turned the tide has already spread throughout the entire capital, further increasing his prestige. No, he came out. 39. As soon as Succubi came out, the faces of the arrested villains changed one by one. They originally thought that the protagonist in the Holy See was dealing with them, but now they found that it was not the case. I'm afraid it's not the other protagonists who deal with them. It's Succubi who they see as a thorn in their side. Then, something that changed their faces even more happened. After Succubi appeared, he didn't say much and directly asked the magician of the Holy See to take out all the evidence. As all kinds of evidence were brought out and confirmed, the people let out a burst of sighs. I didn't expect them to actually collude with the devil. 555, my grandma died in this invasion. It's their fault. 5. They must be hanged. On the temple square, the wind turned quickly. Even some nobles, in front of these evidences, have already lost their temper. Not to mention ordinary people. Where did the Holy See get this evidence? No, there's a magic circle that hasn't been destroyed. 35. It's over. This time we're finished. Earl of Mosher Land. It must be the Earl of Moshi Land. I have long felt that something is wrong. He probably already knew our plan, or why did it block it so accurately? Miles? 99. In the villain group, several villains were completely panicked. Their last struggle was useless. In the face of absolute strength and absolute evidence, their struggles are so futile. Moreover, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that something was wrong, and they vaguely felt that the whole thing was probably being manipulated by the Earl of Moshi Land. Although they don't know Sumo's other identity, The terrifying level of the current Earl of Moshi land in their hearts has risen by another level. Finally, all the evidence was presented. In the square, there was already a sound of indignation. Immediately afterwards, Bishop Pharaon personally announced the solution, and these noble heirs would be publicly hanged as punishment. Their families, because they were not involved in this incident, will not be affected. Soon, the villains were escorted to the other end of the square. There is a place dedicated to hanging. Every villain was hung with a rope around his neck. The sign-in stream protagonist Long Hua walked towards the gallows with a bad expression on his face. It will be up to him to pull the planks under the feet of these villains. In this way, in the judgment, these villains were all killed by him. He can get a wave of protagonist values. This kind of pie from the sky didn't make him happy. Although in the protagonist group, some protagonists told him not to worry, get the benefits first, and then fight with Sumo. Wait a minute, Bishop Pharaon, let the Templar also go. The Inquisition and the Templar will judge these sinful people at the same time. This seems to have a better meaning. 99. At this time, the voice of 210 Sumo sounded again. He pointed to a Templar knight. The Templar knight who Sumo pointed to also changed his face, because this guy is the protagonist in the Temple Knights. Longhua, I'm with you. Don't worry. He won't let us go anyway. We'll fight him after we upgrade Goldfinger. This Temple Knight said in the protagonist group. Compared to the sign-in stream protagonist, he is much calmer. The protagonist of the sign-in flow and the protagonist of the Temple Knight stepped onto the protagonist from both ends at the same time. Longhua, the protagonist of the sign-in stream, came to a villain. Big face to small face. The villain's face was naturally hopeless. However, the expression on Longhua's face was also not good-looking. The villain had already recognized Longhua's identity. When he saw that it was actually a protagonist who came to kill him, the villain was stunned for a moment. Immediately, the villain reacted and laughed. You were raised as pigs by him. Ha! It seems that I am not the only one suffering. Damn it! Longhua couldn't collapse. He pulled the rope in one fell swoop, and the villain was hanged. On the other hand, the protagonist of the Temple Knight did not talk nonsense and quickly pulled off a rope. In the end, because Longhua's mentality collapsed, the protagonist of the Temple Knight pulled an extra rope instead. I have risen to the silver level, and my divine talent has taken a higher level. I want to let the Earl of Moshi land know what the idiom of raising tigers means. 35. The protagonist of the Temple Knight hummed softly in the protagonist group. Signing in to the stream protagonist panel also appears in the prompt. After killing these villains, the protagonist value he got has also been able to raise his gold finger to the silver level. Once he reaches the silver level, his growth will be faster. However, he was not happy at all. He looked at Sumo subconsciously, but found that Sumo's eyes were indifferent, not looking at them at all. Such a calm, Sumo made the mood of the main character of the sign-in stream even lower. Although the Temple Knight protagonist is full of confidence, but the protagonist of the sign-in flow felt. Now he and the Temple Knight are like two fattened pigs. Let's see when Sumo decides to start the slaughter. P.S. Continue to ask for a monthly pass. The chapter at 12 o'clock will announce the 3 brothers who got a box of oranges today. The portraits of several silver-level villains in the capital are all gray. It's too ruthless. Judging from their previous speeches, it should be the Earl of the Mwasher land who swept them all away. Hey, the Earl of the Blackstone land is so ruthless with the villain. I'd better leave the New Moon Kingdom. 35. Don't. It's still feasible for the protagonist to leave the Crescent Kingdom. If we leave, our power will be greatly reduced. If we go to other kingdoms, we will be hunted and killed. Just hold your tail and be a man. Just don't provoke the Earl of Moshi land. 5. In a villain group of Crescent Moon Kingdom, when they saw that the portraits of several silver-level villains in the capital were grayed out, all the villains in it also shivered. They were already a little frightened, because the Earl of the Blackstone territory is not only ruthless to the protagonist, but he even kills the villain. Now, in the entire royal capital, all the silver-level villains have been killed. There are only 1 or 2 bronze-level villains who are ready to escape from the capital. The current royal capital, because of the existence of the Earl of Moshi Land, is terrifying in the eyes of the villains. Late at night, Longhua, don't be afraid. He can't move us in public. I'm really afraid. You can find a chance to escape from the capital. Anyway, these silver villains are dead now. In the protagonist group, the protagonist of the Temple Knight is still comforting the sign-in protagonist. Now, they have all become silver protagonists. The other side, Su Mo has returned to the palace. Mo, you can live here for a long time in the future. I will send someone to arrange the surrounding area. There's a separate magic circle here. You can open it when you're resting. The Queen of the Crescent Moon arranged a palace for Su Mo in her inner palace. The inner palace of the palace was originally where her father lived. After the Queen Crescent came to the throne, a lot of renovations were carried out here, and she lived in the new palace. The palace she arranged for Su Mo was not far from her own. After knowing the attitude of the New Moon Goddess, the New Moon Queen is also more bold. Last time she also arranged Su Mo in the outer palace. Su Mo did not refuse. Living in the palace was indeed the best choice for him. If you live in the Holy See, it is too inconvenient to do things. The palace is the territory of Queen Crescent Moon, where he is much more convenient. So, Su Mo lived in the newly arranged palace of Queen Crescent Moon. The maids called hot water and washed Su Mo. Then, Su Mo entered the room. He first opened the magic circle of this palace. After checking the magic circle from the inside to the outside and confirming that there is no problem, Su Mo opened the small magic circle with the magic disc in his room again. After the magic circle was opened, Su Mo released 2 unconscious protagonists from a space bag. One is the one caught at the New Moon Magic Academy. One is in the Temple Square, the succubus finally caught. The 2 protagonists, after most of the day, were still in a coma. A red light appeared in Su Mo's eyes. In a short time, he became clear about the situation of the 2 protagonists. These 2 protagonists, the protagonists who were accepted as disciples by the sanctuary, are silver-level protagonists. This is a talented protagonist. His talent is very powerful. That is crit talent. Silver-level crit talent. This talent allows him to gain 3 times the crit from his magic practice, and the specific crit multiplier depends on the probability. The higher the talent level, the greater the probability of a good multiple of the crit, and the greater the upper limit of the crit. At the same time, this talent also tripled his magic talent at the beginning, so his growth rate is very fast. Unfortunately, before he grew up, he was caught by the succubus. Critical attack talent. Su Mo whispers. This talent is not bad. It can be said that it is a very powerful talent. If this talent is combined with other talents, it will be even more powerful. This protagonist worships under the door of a sanctuary, giving him time. With this talent, the possibility of growing up is too great. Unfortunately, he met Su Mo. Su Mo's thoughts turned the protagonist into ashes. Then, he incorporated this talent. 500 villain value. This talent consumes a lot of villain value, and it needs 500 villain value. It just happened. It was the villain value of killing a silver-level protagonist. Therefore, after incorporating this talent, Su Mo's villain value has not changed in any way. He looked at the villain panel and clicked on the description of the talent. Crit talent, gold finger, silver level, can be crit harvested. This talent can be increased to gold level or above, can crit the protagonist or villain value harvest. The crit effect is half of the normal crit harvest. Described. Can you also crit the protagonist or the villain's value? After seeing the description, Su Mo's brows twitched. This talent, something, even the protagonist value and the villain value can crit. However, the premise is that you need to upgrade to the gold level or above. The current silver level is not acceptable. The crit effect is not as good as the normal harvest of crit, only half, but it is also very good. Gold level crit talent. The multiplier of crit itself is not low, half of the effect. Even if it is only 2 times the crit, it is fine. In this way, after having enough villain value, it is a very good choice to upgrade this talent to the gold level first. The other protagonist Goldfinger is not as good as the crit talent, but it's okay. It's also a bronze-grade Krypton Gold system. However, this person's route is different from that of the previous protagonist, so there are some differences in the rewards in the system. It can be used to integrate the current Krypton Gold system to reduce the villain value required for upgrades. After solving this protagonist, Su-Mo put his Kryptonite system on the protagonist panel. He wasn't in a hurry to compile it. Then, Su-Mo looked at his own panel. After killing the two protagonists, this time in the royal capital, he managed to get 16 protagonists. The previous villain value was 1,500. When the identity is made public, the first one on the record list is rewarded with 200 villain points, which becomes 1,700. The 500 villain value of killing the silver-level protagonist is used to incorporate the crit talent. After killing another bronze-level protagonist, his villain value became 1,800. It's still a bit far from the 5,000 villain value required to upgrade the gold-level Goldfinger. However, there are still 4 protagonists in the capital. Of these 4 protagonists, at least 3 are all silver-level, right? Mo, E, and the others are also dead. It should be the Earl of the Blackstone Land who killed them! Among the protagonists of the New Moon Kingdom, some protagonists soon discovered that the 2 protagonists had died. 66 plus. In the Inquisition, the protagonist of the sign-in stream cursed. 2 more dead. In the capital, there are only 4 left. He wanted to escape from the capital. However, he was afraid that Sumo's eyeliner would be staring outside, and once he left the capital, he would be killed by Sumo's people. Now, he doesn't underestimate Su-Mo in the slightest. Sign in for a few more days, it's half a month, and see if there are any big rewards. I don't go out these days. I don't believe that he dares to kill people inside the Holy See. Although the protagonist of the sign-in flow is uneasy in his heart, he can only carry it on hard. The next day came quickly. As soon as the next day arrived, the Holy See promoted the protagonist of the sign-in flow and raised him directly from a small leader to the presiding judge. For him, this is already equivalent to several levels of helicopters. But the other people in the court are envious. How does it feel to be promoted? Longhua, you are now the presiding judge. Don't worry, he can't do anything about you. After a while, let him taste the taste of being backlashed. 5. The Templar protagonist kept cheering him on. After the Goldfinger of the protagonist of the Temple Knights rose to the silver level, the growth rate was also very fast. According to his estimation, within a few days, he will be able to join the official Knight Order. Seeing that he was promoted, and today, Su-Mo didn't bother him. The heart of the sign-in stream protagonist was a little more settled, but Su-Mo is still a lingering shadow on his mind. It was like a big mountain that weighed him down. He always felt that the fate of his meat pig might not be reversed. He has managed so many protagonists by himself, and even the great efforts of several silver-level villains have been disturbed by Su-Mo. He didn't know the full layout of Su-Mo, but from his observation, the protagonist has died more than a dozen times. The silver-level villains are all dead, and the biggest winner is Su-Mo. How scary is Su-Mo like this? Make him have to be afraid. The other party deliberately fattened him. It is impossible not to kill him. There are demons in the north again. Maurice, take the 5th Reserve Temple Knights to check it out. After a day of anxiety, the next morning, in the Inquisition, a presiding judge said, "What?" When the protagonist of the sign-in stream heard the news, his expression changed. Because his name is Morris, and Longhua is just his name before crossing. Damn, we're going to be called out. 35. The sign-in stream protagonist quickly said in the group, because he knows the 5th Reserve Temple Knights is the team where the protagonist of the Temple Knights is. The 2 of them are actually going to be transferred out of the city. Once out of the city, the opponent's operating space is too large. Moreover, the other party is blatantly calling them out of the city to solve it. Really? Is it going to be slaughtered? Why can he interfere so much with the Holy See? F*CK. I'm not going. I'm going to take sick leave. The Temple Knight protagonist also panicked. Once out of the city, even with other Temple Knights, it is dangerous. What he was in was only the preparatory knights. The other temple knights were all second-order strengths, and the captain was only fourth order. This strength can also deal with ordinary troops. Come to a powerhouse above the 6th rank and destroy it directly. The 5th order ones can't be destroyed because their equipment is too good. Presiding judge, I'm not feeling well. Can someone else go? The sign-in stream protagonist asked. Not feeling well? I'll call a magician to treat you. The bishop has appointed you to go. You can't do it if you don't go. The presiding judge said. What? The heart of the sign-in stream protagonist sank. Fuck, I can't even take sick leave. F*CK, F*CK. 35. The protagonist of the Temple Knights cursed wildly in the group, but his scolding had no effect. There can only be incompetent fury there. In the protagonist group, the other protagonists saw the conversation between the two, and they were happy there. Fortunately, they were not in the capital. Terrible. Even the two protagonists who were hiding in the Holy See, the Earl of Moisherland, actually wanted to forcibly form a group and slaughter them both. Because of their conversation yesterday, the other protagonists already know what happened yesterday. Originally, some protagonists envy them for reaching the silver level. Now, they're naturally not envious at all. This is a typical fattening and then killing. In the end, the two protagonists had to go too. They knew that Sumo would definitely deal with them this time, and they couldn't do anything about it. What can be done? Disobeying the order is definitely not good. Exposing to the Holy See that Sumo wants to kill them? Who believes? After the two protagonists led a group of temple knights out of the city, the sign-in protagonist looked at the panel. No warning was seen. This eased his heart a little. Let's slip away. Miles and the sanctuary are likely to be handled by him. This team of Templars can't protect us. The sign-in stream protagonist suggested. Okay, when the town in front is resting, let's disguise and drive away. The protagonist of the Knights Templar also has a decision. If the other party is determined to make a move, this team of Temple Knights cannot protect them at all. Might as well disguise it and sneak away. Finally, they reached the town. Then, the two guys found an opportunity, changed into another outfit, and, after a makeover, slipped out quietly. Walk. The two moved in one direction and quickly left here. Soon, they were far away from the capital. Ha ha. I didn't expect that we escaped. Let Lance and Wu Fan fight him in the capital, and we will let the birds fly from now on. The two protagonists thought they had escaped and laughed. However, their laughter had just sounded, and there was a change in front of them, and in the next second, they didn't know anything. It's done. I owe him a favor, and finally repaid one. A figure fell, clapped his hands, and put the two protagonists into the space bag. There's no news for these two guys, Lance. Have they texted you back? In the library, the protagonist of the sweeper is asking Lance, who has been trained by the Holy See Corps. I didn't reply. It looks like a lot of bad luck. Lance said lightly, this is not good. The Earl of the Blackstone territory is too strong, and he can directly intervene in the affairs of the Holy See. Lance, what is his status in the Holy See now? Do you know? Will he become the Holy Son? The protagonist of the sweeping monk asked. Impossible. If he becomes a Holy Son, the Holy See will not be silent, and the goddess of the new moon has never chosen a holy child. Don't worry too much. Wait a while. I will let him no longer be able to borrow the power of the Holy See. 5. Lance was still very calm, said. Okay, then I'll stay in the library. I don't believe it. I don't make any mistakes. The old guy can guarantee that I won't make any moves. He dares to move me in the library. The protagonist of the sweeping monk said. After speaking, he closed the panel. Seeing that there were 20 or so protagonists in the capital, and now there are only 2 of them left, the protagonist of the sweeping monk is also a little bit helpless. Although he felt that Sumo dared not touch him here. But what if? He didn't dare to block. He did not dare to escape. You must improve your strength and extract it at any cost. The protagonist of the sweeping monk has made a decision. Last time, he took advantage of the old man who was guarding the gate outside to fight, and he went up to the 2nd floor to extract a lot of benefits. The strength is already very strong, but compared with the Earl of Moshi Land, it is far from enough. That book. Don't want to pick it up? There is a hint of hesitation on the face of the protagonist of the sweeping monk. He found an ancient book on a bookshelf, which contained a lot of divine energy, but that divine energy does not seem to belong to the celestial realm, but to the demon god. Although he is a demon, he can use his gold finger. Once it is extracted, it can also be used for himself. It also leaves no hidden dangers. But this is where he hesitated. In the Holy See, if something happened when he extracted it, that would be too dangerous. Those divine energies are now sealed by a magic circle that exists on the pages of that ancient book. He has a certain grasp of extraction. Once successful, his strength will be greatly improved. Try it. 99. In the end, seeing the protagonists die one by one, the sweeper protagonist decided to take a risk. He glanced outside, then came to the bookshelf, took off the book, and walked carefully to the innermost. Pretend to look up. He also created a very small magic circle covering the book. Then, he loaded his gold finger and started extracting. To his surprise, his extraction went quite smoothly. Soon, those divine energy sources, Tejao, will be continuously extracted. So good. The protagonist of the sweeping monk smiled. It went so well, his gold finger was really powerful. Divine energy entered gold finger and was quickly transformed into his own power, enhancing his strength. This transformation will take some time before the energy in his body can be completely turned into his own. Now, if a strong person comes in, he will notice the abnormality of his body. So it's more adventurous. However, as far as he knew, no one would come to the library at this time, and the old man would not come in. So, as long as you're careful, it's perfectly fine. After a while, more than half of it was transformed. The transformation is about to be completed. At this time, a mutation arose. The remaining divine energy suddenly exploded. This divine energy belongs to the demon god, and as soon as it exploded, the demonic energy filled the entire library at once. Immediately afterwards, the magic prohibition in the library was triggered. All of a sudden, the siren blared. Oops! The face of the protagonist of the sweeping monk changed dramatically. He didn't expect such a consequence at all. Indistinctly, he suddenly remembered. When the Earl of Moshiland came to the library, he seemed to be looking for a book at random in the library. He seemed to have touched this book. Isn't this also his handwriting? The protagonist of the sweeping monk thought of this. If this is the handwriting of the Earl of Moshiland, the other party is so early, even if he wants to move this book. Where does the divine energy in it come from? Although I don't think it's possible, the protagonist of the sweeping monk feels inexplicably. He is 100% in a trap that Suemo laid out for him early on. Bold, how dare you use the power of demons in the library? In the library, several powerhouses have surrounded him, and these powerhouses will know what happened when they are swept away. Although they don't know about his gold finger, he hasn't completely digested that divine energy in his body. It's over. The protagonist of the sweeping monk is desperate. P.S. In addition to the nickname, there are 5 boxes of oranges on the second, and the first brother who casts the monthly vote every day will send it. P.S. Yinyavoluo, Jinjex, Yintiandawi, each of the 3 brothers will have a box of oranges. I will send you a private message tomorrow morning. This time, there's only one protagonist left in the capital. I'm too scared, but fortunately I didn't go to the capital. In the group of protagonists of the New Moon Kingdom, seeing the news sent by the protagonist of the sweeping monk, the other protagonists also followed in trepidation. In this protagonist group, the number of people has been rising, but in the past 2 or 3 days, it suddenly plummeted by nearly a dozen. The grand occasion where the protagonists gathered in the royal capital was not there either, and Su Immo took care of it all by himself. Some of the protagonists who were planning to go to the royal capital also gave up their thoughts and prepared to continue their development in other places. Not long after, Su Immo met the protagonist of the sweeper at the Inquisition. He was locked up in a cell, all chained with enchanted chains. You win. The protagonist of the sweeper saw Su Immo coming in and said desperately. Seeing Su Immo coming so quickly, he was sure. That book is definitely a ghost of Su Immo. However, I don't understand. Why are you sure I will use that book? You don't know what my gold finger is. Wu Fan, the protagonist of The Sweeping Monk, stared at Su Mo and asked. In the eyes, there is the last stubbornness. He doesn't agree. Su Mo waved his hand, and outside, the other clergyman left. Then Su Mo snapped his fingers, and a simple isolation magic circle appeared. The protagonist's eyes narrowed. Sumo's hand shows a very high level of magical attainments. Even in his own strength, Su Mo has far surpassed him. What else do you want to know? I'll tell you together. Su Mo said lightly. The protagonist's eyes were bloodshot, and he said, Then tell me, where did that trace of divine energy come from? Let me understand. I promise you that I won't reveal your secrets to the protagonists. 5. He didn't understand. Why is there a book that contains the divine energy originating from the devil in the library of the Holy See that collects ancient magic books? It is impossible for the Holy See not to check these books. At that time, because the protagonist died one after another, he was stimulated and didn't think about it that much. But after being imprisoned here, he has reached a dead end anyway. After calming down, the more the protagonist thinks about it, the more wrong it is. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that all this was Sumo's plan. But he was not convinced. Why Sumo was so sure that he would definitely use that book? Sumo doesn't know what his gold finger is. He was even more puzzled as to why Sumo was able to obtain the divine energy from the demon god. That kind of divine energy, the Holy See can't even think of getting it. Sumo looked at the protagonist's red eyes and then snapped his fingers. The magic circle in the dungeon increased for a while. Okay, I'll let you understand. After Sumo finished speaking, he raised his finger. On his fingers, a trace of divine power appeared. This trace of divine power is very weak, because if it is stronger, the 2 layers of magic circles cannot cover the movement. But it was enough that the protagonist of the Sweeping Monk noticed. The protagonist of the Sweeping Monk felt the divine aura, and a bolt of lightning flashed across his mind. You are him. His pupils dilated sharply. This trace of divine power is very similar to another demon god that appeared on the temple square at the beginning. Then think of all kinds of incomprehensible places. He understood in an instant and thought of that amazing possibility. His opponent was actually a demon, still a devil mixed in the world. No wonder the 14 protagonists died so strangely. Not even a single message came out. No wonder the silver villain Miles and his family's sanctuary couldn't help Sumo. No wonder all the protagonists and villains lost in this big drama in the capital. Only Sumo got the biggest benefit. The protagonist of the Sweeping Monk is really desperate now. There is actually a villain who is a demon. Moreover, I don't know why, this demon god actually concealed the initial investigation. How does this F*CK protagonist play? However, this has nothing to do with him. He is out. You're talking, it's not really a word. Then, he heard Sumo's last voice. His body froze. Because he was going to spread the news, he was noticed after only 3 words. Then he lost all consciousness as a whole. The court door was closed. With Sumo's current status, it's not a big deal to personally solve a prisoner who used demon energy. After eliminating the protagonist of the Sweeping Monk, Sumo left the Holy See. Here you are, people are in there. On a street in the capital, a small lowly who was only about 1.5 meters tall and looked extremely petite appeared. She threw a space bag to Sumo. As soon as Sumo took the space bag, he saw that this little lowly had turned around. Don't sit and go, Sumo said. No, I don't dare to stay with you for too long. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I will fall in love with you. And I'll talk about it after I become a swordsman. 39. Little lowly left without looking back. Sumo watched her disappear, took the space bag, and returned to the residence. In the space bag, it was the 2 protagonists who were fattened by him. A sign-in stream protagonist. A protagonist with divine gifts. Both have been raised to the silver level. At this time, the 2 protagonists are still in a coma. After setting up the magic circle, Sumo shot directly and solved the 2 protagonists. 3 silver grades. Sumo whispers, The protagonist of Sweeping Monks is indeed not simple, and he is also a silver-level protagonist. Looking at it this way, apart from the two protagonists who were fattened by sumo, the King of the New Moon should have had 3 silver tiers. One is the protagonist of the Sweeping Monk, the one who was accepted as a disciple by the sanctuary, and there's another one. It should be that Lance. There's a certain possibility that Lance will be a gold-level protagonist, but Sumo thinks it is unlikely. A silver-level protagonist with 500 villain points and 20 luck points after being solved. After the 3 silver-level protagonists were resolved, Sumo got 1,500 villain points, and his luck also increased by more than 100 points. 3 protagonists, 3 different gold fingers. A silver-level divine talent. A silver-level check-in system. A silver-grade extraction system. These 3 gold fingers are all good. If they are all included, they need 1,500 villain points, which is exactly the villain value to kill the 3 protagonists. Sumo is hesitating whether to get a few gold fingers first or save them and upgrade to a gold-level gold finger first. He glanced at the villain panel, and there were a lot of gold fingers on the villain panel. The Krypton gold system has been refreshed. At this time, Sumo noticed that everything in the Krypton gold system was refreshed again. He opened the Krypton gold system, then took out a lot of gold coins and began to scan the goods. More than 10 minutes later, the Krypton gold system was empty again. Sumo pondered for a while and also included another Krypton gold system that cost 100 villain points. Then the fusion begins. After the fusion of the 2 Krypton gold systems, Sumo saw that the villain value required for the Krypton gold system to rise to the silver level was reduced by half. The new Krypton gold system has become Bronze Plus. Refreshed again. After the fusion, the things in the Krypton gold system are refreshed again. Sumo was not polite and swept the goods again. 10 minutes later, the contents of this Krypton gold system were swept away by him again. After the last refresh, due to the integration of the Krypton gold system, the things inside are a lot more advanced. 2 ways of sweeping goods cost Sumo nearly 4 million gold coins. It's still not strong enough. Looking at the empty Krypton gold system, Sumo thought. He still had so many gold coins that the Krypton gold system was wiped out. It seems that after rising to the silver level, it will be more powerful. Taking a look at the exchange things, many things still have some functions, and they can also be used to train subordinates and spend some of the huge gold coins on their hands. So, after thinking about it, Sumo simply spent 250 villain points to upgrade the Krypton gold system to 2.7 to the silver level. After this upgrade, the things in the Krypton gold system are refreshed again. After reaching the silver level, the things inside are really much better. Even the intermediate magic experience book appeared. This is something that can directly increase the magic level. Sumo was not polite and swept the goods again. This time, it took nearly 20 minutes. Sumo swept the whole system. In the room, everything was piled up like a mountain, and it was almost impossible to fit. If all of these things are used up, a sanctuary, 2 to 3 legends can be cultivated in a short period of time. Not bad. Sumo looked at the pile of things and smiled. The system will be better. 35. Looking at the empty Krypton gold system, Sumo said with disgust. Krypton gold system. Are you polite? If the Krypton gold system is alive, it is estimated that it will fall into a speechless state again. It was swept away 3 times in a row. As a gold finger, do you want to lose face? P.S. Continue to ask for a monthly pass. There are 5 boxes of oranges today. In the room, Sumo put away everything. Although in his opinion, the silver-level Krypton gold system is not very powerful. But for now, this system is a system where Sumo can sweep all rewards at once. According to the usage of the Krypton gold system, the protagonist of the Krypton gold system is generally not too rich. He needs to earn money, then exchange Krypton gold for items, become stronger, and then earn money. It is also a growing process. Even if another villain obtains this Krypton gold system, there is no way to sweep the goods like Sumo. The 10 dukes added up, and Sumo is not rich. His business, not only in the New Moon Kingdom, but also in other surrounding kingdoms. A large number of merchants from other kingdoms line up every day to buy goods on Sumo's territory. Although in the past 10 days, there have been protagonists or villains who are also inventing things from another world to make money. But how much can they invent after more than 10 days? I don't know how long it will take to catch up with Sumo. What's more, this is just a small side business of Sumo. He doesn't care much at all. After inventing something, it is completely run by people in the territory. In addition, the use of the Krypton gold system still has great strength restrictions, and the more exchanged, the more expensive. These restrictions are completely useless to Sumo. After being swept away this time, I don't know when it will be refreshed. Sumo pondered for a while and walked out of the room. After a while, Sumo came to another palace. Lord Count, the queen said, "You are not required to be notified when you are here. You can go in directly." The female knight who was guarding the door said, "The privileges given to Sumo by the Queen of the Crescent Moon are not ordinary." The entire palace was unguarded against Sumo. Soon, Sumo met the Queen Crescent who was dealing with political affairs in the palace. Sumo walked over. Hearing the footsteps, Queen Crescent raised her head, and when she saw it was Sumo, a bright smile appeared on her face. "You're here." The Queen of the Crescent Moon stood up. "Are you tired?" Sumo walked over and came to her side. Hearing Sumo's words of concern, Queen Crescent's heart was as sweet as eating honey. "Fortunately, since I used the cabinet system you designed, I have less things to do, and finally I don't have to deal with political affairs from beginning to end every day," the New Moon Queen said sweetly. At this time, in front of Sumo, she was like a little girl who fell in love. "Come, Queen, this is for you." Sumo took out an intermediate magic experience book. Visually, that's a glowing book. "What is this?" The Queen of the Crescent Moon is curious. When she touched the magic experience book, the magic experience book quickly turned into a large number of light spots and entered her body. The Queen of the New Moon immediately felt that a large number of magical mysteries were naturally presented in front of her. In a short period of time, some problems that she could not understand before were easily understood by her. That's amazing. After being stunned for several minutes, after completely digesting the information in the magic experience book, the Queen of the New Moon sighed. She did not expect that such a good thing could exist in the world. It allows her to intuitively see the profound meaning of magic, and her magic strength has been greatly improved. "Queen, what you majored in the past seems to be water magic," Sumo asked. The Queen of the New Moon nodded. "Well, I used to major in the water and ice elements, but after becoming a saint, because I had to practice communication with the goddess, I majored in divine arts, and it was a bit of a waste." Speaking of which, the Queen of the Crescent Moon has some surprises. Because Sumo didn't need to practice at all, and he didn't know any magic tricks, the first communication went so smoothly. The second time, he used the power of the goddess to beat away a demon, and now she is able to carry the power of a demigod, which was achieved after many exercises and many attempts. Then this skill book should be just right for you. Sumo took out another intermediate magic skill book. This is also obtained from the silver-level Krypton gold system. After the New Moon Queen touched the magic skill book very curiously, the magic skill book melted again, turned into a profound meaning, and entered her mind directly. She naturally learned this ice magic called Absolute Zero. So amazing. On the hands of Queen Crescent Moon, ice flowers appeared. She could feel that what Sumo gave her was worth her half-month of penance. And the newly acquired magic skills, it takes a lot of time to learn. But now, she has learned directly. These things must be very precious, right? He gave it to himself without hesitation. "Mo, thank you." The Queen of the Crescent Moon looked at Sumo with affection, and her eyes were full of emotion. She remembered the past again. At that time, her father and younger brother were killed, and she had to take the throne to stabilize the situation. However, at that time, there were domestic and foreign troubles. Ambitious families are born. Many great nobles have thoughts, plus threats from other kingdoms. Even if she had the support of the Holy See behind her, it was very difficult. At the hardest moment, Sumo appeared. Under the various strategies Sumo provided her, those nobles were quickly deterred and did not dare to make trouble. Then, Sumo even designed to avenge her. In the following time, it provided a lot of help for the prosperity of the Crescent Kingdom. The current New Moon Kingdom, in terms of national power, is already faintly above the surrounding kingdoms. Especially among the 7 kingdoms that belong to the 7 goddesses of the moon, the development of the New Moon Kingdom is much faster than the other 6 kingdoms. When I think about this, I think that Sumo is still so good to himself now. The Queen of the New Moon was extremely moved. Thinking of the New Moon Goddess, it seems that she has acquiesced in the relationship between her and Sumo. Touched by the Queen of the New Moon, she couldn't bear it any longer and threw herself directly into Sumo's arms. Hold Sumo tightly. This is the first time the Queen of the Crescent Moon has contact with the opposite sex. In the past, even if she fell in love with Sumo again, she never had any overreaching behavior. She used to be very restrained in her speech and behavior. After all, she was still a saint at that time. But this time, she didn't hold back. Burying his head in Sumo's arms, he smelled the very manly scent on Sumo's body. Queen Crescent's heart was pounding. His face also turned red. Such a change made Queen Crescent's heart beat faster, like a deer ramming around. I don't know where she got the courage. She raised her head and gave Sumo a one. This is the Queen's first kiss. After waiting for one, Queen Crescent Moon's face was completely red, all red to the neck. She couldn't bear to leave Sumo and still buried her head in Sumo's arms, because she was afraid that she would not have such courage in the future. Immediately, she became worried again. Would the goddess blame her? Although Queen Crescent allowed Sumo to marry her 10 years later, she did not allow what happened to her and Sumo during these 10 years. Now, she doesn't just hug Sumo. Return. When Sumo, if the goddess finds out, will she be angry or blame? She is not worried that the Crescent Moon is blaming herself, but she is worried that the Crescent is blaming Sumo. Goddess, if you want to blame me. This is my initiative. Because of worrying about the goddess blaming, and worrying that this matter could not be concealed from the New Moon Goddess. When the Queen of the Crescent Moon was in Sumo's 227 arms, she prayed silently in her heart. At the same time, skyline, a holy light is everywhere, incomparably peaceful in the kingdom of God with a large number of little angels flying around. A crescent moon hangs in the sky. The crescent moon is curved, exuding a soft light. It's already afternoon. In the new moon, a pleasant voice sounded. Then, a pair of lotus-like arms stretched out from the crescent moon. Sleep a little longer. Seeing that he was about to sit up, the owner of the arm put his hand down again, obviously preparing to sleep in for a while in the new moon. However, she did not simply sleep in. When she had nothing to do, she would choose to listen to the prayers of the believers in order to control the situation of her own kingdom. She is the goddess of the new moon, a goddess who likes to sleep in. Dorothy's prayer. The goddess of the crescent moon heard the prayer of Dorothy, the queen of the crescent moon. There are too many believers, and it is impossible for her to listen to them all and only select some important ones. The queen of the crescent moon, as a saint, naturally ranks first in the importance of her prayers. The goddess of the new moon will usually listen to it. If it is just a daily prayer, it will naturally be skipped. However, this time, the prayer of the queen of the new moon seems to be a little different. The goddess of the new moon listened carefully. At hashtag, the expression on her flawless face became wonderful, because the prayer of the queen of the crescent is saying, she hugs Sumo, and when Sumo. Also let the new moon goddess blame her, not Sumo. New moon goddess. If there is an internet in this world, at this time, there will probably be a sentence like this on the internet. My holy maiden kissed the holy sun. What should I do? I'm so panicked. Wait online urgent. P.S. Continue to ask for a monthly pass. Isn't the goddess up yet? No, the goddess said she would sleep a little longer. At the exit of the kingdom of God, the voice of two little angels talking rang out. Inside the new moon, the goddess of the new moon is tangled there. A virgin or son of a god breaks the precepts, and this is a big deal. Not only things that break the rules, but also affect the purity of the soul. In other gods, the saintess would probably be abolished directly, and even more serious would be judged. What's she going to do? Could it be that the Queen of the Crescent Moon and Sumo are gone? But she finally made Sumo her holy son, and it was useless. She couldn't bear it. After struggling for a long time, the new moon goddess has no good solution. If other gods dealt with it, she would not be able to do anything at all. A pure soul like Sumo is too rare. Picking one in a million is not enough to describe its rarity. Among 100 million people, there is not necessarily one she hadn't met for many years. And, by itself, she made a special case for Sumo. But don't say it. Will they go too far in the future? E.T. Thinking of this, Queen Crescent's face turned red. She quickly waved away the thought that made her blush. She feels so tired. The goddess of the new moon could not help but have a headache. Simply stop listening to the prayers of the Queen of the Crescent Moon. Let's sleep again. Well, she didn't hear anything. In the Crescent Palace, finally, the Crescent Queen separated from Sumo. The Queen of the Crescent Moon has also finished her prayers. The Queen of the Crescent Moon thought that the goddess would surely punish her. However, after a long time passed, the goddess of the new moon didn't seem to have any response. Such a thing. How could the goddess not respond? Must be angry, right? Or did the goddess acquiesce to her relationship with Sumo and wouldn't blame her? The Queen of the Crescent Moon sat down again 243 times with an uneasy and uneasy heart. She didn't dare to look at Sumo very much. That one just now has exhausted all her courage. Queen, I'm going to go back to the territory and come back to the capital in a few days. If possible, I hope to build a space gate between the capital and the territory, and I can pay for all the expenses. 99. Sumo said to the Queen of the Crescent Moon. Space door. This is also the purpose of Sumo's visit. It is expensive to build a space gate, and among the many kingdoms in the world of gods that are illuminated by divine light, one cannot arbitrarily build it without permission. This thing is high-end, and ordinary people naturally cannot afford it. The energy of each activation is enough for ordinary people to live without knowing how long. Hearing Sumo's words, the Queen Crescent Moon, who is still blushing, agreed without hesitation. Actually, she has long had this idea, but building a space gate is not a matter of building it. If Sumo didn't agree, she couldn't build it unilaterally. Now that Sumo has come forward, the Queen of the Crescent Moon naturally supports it. I'll get the money. The Queen of the Crescent Moon is still a little afraid to watch Sumo, but she is not ready to let Sumo pay. Also, Sumo did not refuse. The Queen of the Crescent was quickly arranged. There are a lot of materials needed to build the space gate, and high-level magicians and the most important magic pattern masters and alchemists need to be dispatched. The price is also very expensive. Its price is no less than building a high-speed rail before crossing. But the practicality of this thing is not as good as that of high-speed rail, and it is destined to serve only a very small number of people. The space gate in a new moon kingdom will not be activated under normal circumstances. It is mainly used to quickly mobilize high-level combat power to support in some emergencies, such as foreign enemy invasion and demon invasion. After Sumo left some people in the capital, he took a flying boat and left the capital quietly. He was going to go to Kima City first, meet Melina, and give her some things that were exchanged from the Krypton gold system to help her get to the sanctuary faster. Then, go back to your own territory. According to the news sent by Shi Wei, there are guests in the territory. Gotta go back and see. In addition, in the Abyss, this guy Spike also wants to meet Sumo. The last time the Spike Demon God suffered was not small. In its demon dynasty, even the Demon King level demon was killed by a little angel who descended from the new moon goddess. This time I want to see Sumo, but I don't know what to do. Koma City. Here is the big city in the north of the New Moon Kingdom. This is adjacent to the Holy Moon Kingdom. The Holy Moon Magic Academy in Kima City was established by the New Moon Kingdom in order to attract some people with magical talents from the border of the Holy Moon Kingdom. Magic knows no borders. It used to be a very loud slogan. In a mountain pass outside the city of Koma, a flying ship was quietly parked there. After a while, another flying ship flew over, and the two flying ships docked side by side. On the flying boat, Melina didn't wait for the flying boat to stop. She couldn't wait to come to Sumo's flying boat, and then threw herself into Sumo's arms. Arya silently closed the hatch and stood guard outside. After more than an hour, Brother Sumo, I have successfully joined the magic house, but I can't sit too high with my legendary strength. I will try my best to climb up. Melina, snuggled into Sumo's arms, said, looking at the red-faced Melina, Sumo. Melina. After another hour or so, Sumo handed her a space ring. The things in here should allow you to quickly reach the sanctuary. After reaching the sanctuary, don't rush to attack the demigods, and cultivate more deeply in the sanctuary realm. Sumo said. Hearing the word deep plowing, Melina didn't know what to think and blushed a little. Brother Sumo, don't you use it yourself? Melina said. Sumo said, no, I have better ones. Hearing Sumo say this, Melina accepted it with confidence. Then, reluctantly left the airship. After Melina left, the airship took off again and returned to Sumo's territory a few hours later. His territory is not close to the capital. On the one hand, this is what Sumo asked himself at the beginning so that he can act on his own. On the other hand, there are too many nobles in the entire Crescent Kingdom, and in the hinterland of the kingdom, there's not much land for rewarding new nobles. Master, you're back. In the castle, when Sumo appeared, Shiwei and Nancy came out to greet her happily. Looking at their BBCH appearance, if it weren't for Sumo's identity, they would all want to pounce. Shiwei, where are they? Sumo asked. Master, in the guest house. 99. Shiwei said. Soon, Sumo was in the hall of the castle and met this visitor. It was two girls who were almost identical. However, unlike human girls, they have a pair of furry, cute-looking cat ears on their heads. They are cat people among orcs. Also a pair of twin cat ears. There are many races in the gods' continent, and naturally it is not only human. Brother Count. Seeing Sumo, two cat-eared girls rushed over and hugged Sumo from left to right. Mia, Miwei, you have grown up. Sumo stroked the little heads of the two girls and said, these two cat-eared girls were acquired by a slave trader from the eastern wild continent a few years ago. The wild continent is still an integral part of the world of gods, but there are too many races living in it. There are also humans, but there are also various other races. Compared to the continent of the gods, it seems too chaotic. There, it is also a favorite area of some of the new gods, because the continent of the gods has been divided up by the powerful gods of the heavens. There is no way for the new gods to compete with the old gods for believers. Some new gods became gods later, so they could only go to the wild continent to find their own believers. At that time, their tribe was attacked by other orc tribes, and the whole tribe was broken up. During their escape, they met slave traders and were caught. At that time, both of them were only 10 years old. Because of their beautiful appearance and distinctive features, they were transported by slave merchants across the sea to the Crescent Moon Kingdom, ready to be sold to nobles. Just when Sumo saw it, he rescued and took them in. However, they care about their own tribe, and after helping them improve their strength, Sumo gave them a lot of weapons and supplies. It also secretly assisted them to regain a firm foothold in the area where the orcs were active, and also rebuilt a huge tribe. Speaking of which, I haven't seen them in years. Although they have always wanted to come to see Sumo, but due to too many things, they have not been able to make the trip. This time, they made a special trip to see Sumo. Both girls have grown up. However, perhaps because of their physique, they still look very petite. The two cat-eared girls hadn't seen Sumo for a long time, and stayed in Sumo's arms for a long time before leaving. Then, the two identical cat-eared girls just stared at Sumo. It seems to want to see enough at one time. Miwei, is your tribe okay? Sumo asked. Miwei nodded. It's okay. The weapons given by the Earl's brother are very powerful, and other tribes dare not attack us. After the two girls opened the chat box, they surrounded Sumo and chatted. They talked about their current situation and their thoughts about Sumo. Brother Count, now the tribe is on the right track, and my mother has been able to deal with the tribe's problems. We can come to see you often at that time. Miwei held Sumo's hand and said. Sumo touched her little head. Seeing this, Mia also came over and hugged Sumo's other hand, saying, Miwei, you stay here this time. I'll go back first. And a goblin suddenly appeared in the east. Tribes fighting everywhere. Many tribes can't beat that tribe. Several tribes are going to join forces to deal with that tribe. I will go back and see, so as not to make any mistakes. Suddenly appearing goblin tribe? 39. Mia's words made Sumo's heart move. Mia's little head nodded cutely. Yes, I don't know where it came from. I remember that there used to be no goblins at all. Their number is increasing, and they're still very powerful. It's not worse than what the Earl's brother gave us. 99. Mia, what else do you know? Sumo asked. Mia and Miwei explained in detail what they knew. The goblin tribe was not big at first, only a dozen or so goblins. But with the passage of time, in just 10 days, the goblin tribe had thousands of goblins. Compared with other tribes, the number is still incomparable. However, these goblins are all soldiers, and they are brave and good at fighting, and the surrounding tribes have no power to fight back. Several tribes have been conquered, and the strength is getting stronger and stronger. Provoked, some large and medium-sized tribes are ready to deal with it. After listening to Mia and the others, soon Sumo basically understood and determined. There must be a protagonist behind the goblin tribe that suddenly appeared. Moreover, the protagonist Goldfinger, Sumo quickly guessed. This should be a leading protagonist. P.S. Continue to ask for a monthly pass and send 5 boxes of oranges today. P.S. Yesterday there were 3 brothers of oranges. You could take a look. The catalog is designed by the people. That chapter of Lilith, that chapter is the hidden head. Shiwei, early tomorrow morning, take someone over to take a look. After listening to the words of the 2 cat ears, Sumo said, There is an ocean between here and the wild continent, where there are many sea gods. Passing ships need to pray to God devoutly in order to avoid all kinds of crises at sea. However, Shiwei used to ask, not a big problem. Her strength is already Demon King level in the Abyss, which is equivalent to Sanctuary. Although she was suppressed in the world of the gods, she couldn't do her best under normal circumstances, but ordinary danger was nothing to her. Yes, master, Shiwei respectfully said. The 2 cat ears settled in the castle, and after Sumo accompanied them for some time, they returned to the top hall. Then, Sumo opened the magic circle, and after isolating everything, he left a passage here and returned to the Abyss. In the Abyss, there is chaos as always. The location of this channel is changing from time to time. The position between the Abyss and the world of gods is constantly changing. Soon, Sumo came to the succubus dynasty. More than half a month has passed, and the several layers of Abyss controlled by the succubus dynasty are already densely packed and full of Abyss creatures. For the dynasty war a dozen days later, Barbara was very well prepared. God, here comes Barbara. Sumo's eyes swept across the countless Abyss creatures below and asked, How are you preparing? Barbara said, God, we are almost ready. So far, we have collected tens of millions of Abyss creatures, enough to consume this war. After seeing the situation of the succubus dynasty, Sumo broke a black stone and appeared in the Abyss. Not long after, a huge devil descended. It's the spike guy. Roar, succubus demon god. The long-nailed demon god jumped out. Sumo saw that there was another big bubble next to this guy. He flew over and burst the big bubble. You picked up Strength 220, Agility 120, Divine Strength 10, and Skill Fragment 2. The prompt to pick up the attribute system appears. The attributes picked up this time are much richer than the last time. Longnail, what big progress has been made recently? Or after the fierce battle, some of the power in the spikes overflowed in this way. Longnail, do you have any plans? Sumo asked. Roar, the succubus demon god. That banshee is too much, and robbed me of the abyss of demon insects that I used to nurture demons. Let's work together to make her. The long-nailed demon god roared furiously. Lilith snatched his abyss again. This start, it's really accurate and ruthless. Taking advantage of the fact that the spiked demon god had just retreated from the New Moon Kingdom, he made a decisive move. This banshee really bullied the long-nailed demon god to the death. Seeing the incompetent and furious appearance of the long-nailed demon god, Suemo said, "Long Nail, has she improved again recently?" The long-nailed demon god hesitated for a while, but still said, "Yes, this banshee has grown too fast, and if it goes on like this, I can't beat her completely." "Don't worry, I'll go see her," Suemo said. After he finished speaking, he flapped his wings and walked along the abyss and ravine towards the Banshee dynasty where Banshee Lilith was. Before flying to Lilith's abyss, Suemo suddenly noticed that the succubus blood was awakening at a very fast speed in his body. The succubus bloodline has been silent for a long time, and finally it has completely completed its transformation. Suemo's heart moved, and he quickly flew towards the depths of the abyss. The abyss and ravine itself is full of danger, and there are some evil creatures that even the devil is afraid of. However, after Suemo flew over like this, those hidden evil creatures could not help but give way. He didn't have time to get out of the way, and was directly smashed into pieces by Suemo. Finally, Suemo flew away from the abyss. In his body, the succubus bloodline was completely released. Roar! Deep in the gully, there seemed to be a roar. The surrounding space trembled. In the distance, some hidden evil creatures were frightened and retreated to a farther place. The surroundings were suddenly filled with demonic energy that was so thick that it couldn't be dissolved. But immediately, these demonic chi changed, and an extremely sacred aura suddenly appeared and shot straight into the sky. It looks like there is an extremely bright holy light, illuminating the abyss and ravines. In the blood of a demon, such a strong divine aura actually erupted. Really, after the transformation of Suemo's succubus lineage is completed this time, it has become an authentic sacred succubus lineage. The power of the abyss and the heavens can be compatible with it. Not good. However, Suemo's complexion changed as soon as he saw the divine aura rising into the sky. Suemo didn't expect such a big movement after the bloodline transformation was completed. He quickly hid the sacred side of the succubus bloodline. Then, the wings fluttered and quickly left here. When he was about to leave, Suemo exuded an overwhelming magical energy and rushed to the place he had just stayed. It didn't take long for him to feel that several powerful demonic auras came out around him. In the sky, the angle of the blood moon that is always hanging high has changed slightly. He also cast his eyes, 99. Suemo thought. This time his movement was a little big. It's like there's an abyss demon god who ran to the heaven to provoke, and it naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, it also proves from the side that Suemo's success in this bloodline transformation. Seeing that many demon gods descended, Suemo's eyes turned and flew to a demon god. What happened here just now? Did a heavenly spirit descend? Suemo flies to the demon god who has never met. The will of the devil is still sweeping the area. Seeing Suemo coming, it became a little wary, but didn't say anything because Suemo actively lowered its breath. These celestial gods are too arrogant. Sooner or later, we will join forces to fight, destroy the celestial world, and rob all the goddesses inside. As Suemo spoke, he approached the demon and took the opportunity to burst the bubbles around him. You picked up Strength 80, Agility 20, Divine Power 3, Skill Fragment *1, Little Secret of the Devil *1. And the little secret of the devil? Suemo stepped back a little, opened it, and was happy. The devil's little secret is, it's ticklish. Interesting, even this can be picked up, and then upgrade the picking attribute system to see what the effect is. After picking it up, Suemo backed away and ran to talk to the other demons. These demon gods who descended did not know that Suemo was the one who caused the movement just now. In addition, Suemo actively lowered his breath. These demons did not stop Suemo from approaching. In this way, Suemo has another wave. picked up a lot of attributes, but also picked up a lot of skill fragments. After picking up this wave, Succubi left here and continued towards Lilith's dynasty. Before reaching her Banshee dynasty, Succubi saw that the Banshees under Lilith's command were transforming the abyss that was snatched from the spiked demon god. As for flowers, as soon as Succubi arrived, Lilith showed her figure and looked at Succubi vigilantly. Succubi saw that a bubble appeared beside her, so the long-nail devil must have had a fight with her. Succubi walked towards Lilith. Lilith's eyes became more and more dangerous. At the same time, she also feels that today's Succubi seems to have some changes. What exactly this change is, she can't say, but she always feels that Succubi is different from before. Soon, Succubi came to her side. "You take one more step, and I'll shoot," Lilith said in a threatening tone. Succubi stretched out his hand and poked around her, popping that bubble. This action almost made Lilith start. "You picked up Spirit 250, Charisma 55, Skill Fragment 2, Rule Fragment 1, Lilith's Little Secret *1. This time a harvest is also good." Lilith's little secret? Succubi opened it and took a look. Lilith's little secret. She's just had a fight with the spiked demon, and she's weak. 55. Really a little secret. Looking at it this way, Lilith and the long-nail demon god probably really had a fight. So, the intense energy consumption during the battle can make the gains from picking up attributes even greater. Succubi thought. He seems to have seen a way to maximize the benefits of the attribute picking system. What are you going to do? Lilith finds it strange that Succubi has done this twice. "Lilith, I heard that you robbed the abyss of the spikes again?" Succubi said lightly. Lilith looked bad. "Are you going to join forces with it?" Succubi approached her. "Yes, I'm going to join forces with Long-Nail to beat you." Succubi's gaze also became terrifying. Hearing Succubi's words, Lilith's aura surged, like a powder keg, ready to explode. Succubi continued to approach, and was less than half a meter away from Lilith. "Stop pretending. I know you are weak. As long as I join forces with Long-Nail now, how much chance do you have?" Succubi said lightly. Lilith's face changed. The reason why she didn't do anything was really because Long-Nail was desperately looking for her before. Although she repelled the other party, it was also very expensive. Plus, she's been in a critical period recently, so she's weaker than ever. If Succubi really joins forces with Spike, she can't beat it. Even though she has always been strong, she doesn't dare to say harsh words to stimulate Succubi now, but just looks at Succubi without admitting defeat. She won't step back. "I can also not deal with you, unless..." Having said that, Succubi has a meal. Lilith didn't cooperate with Succubi, but the meaning in her eyes was obvious, and she wanted to know Succubi's conditions. "Unless..." Halfway through what Succubi said, he suddenly shot, pinched her chin in a flash, and then quickly tapped her lips. Lilith's delicate body shook, and anger appeared on her face. But at this time, Succubi had left her, and with a flap of her wings, she was far away from here. "It tastes good, Lilith." In the air, only Succubi's faint words remained. Lilith's eyes were instantly filled with shame and anger. She, the powerful and evil Abyss Banshee, was actually raped by Succubi. Damn it. P.S. Continue to ask for the monthly pass. The chapter at 12 o'clock announces the 5 brothers who got oranges today. Comments half holy, half evil. In the Succubus dynasty, in a huge magic circle, Succubi sat in it, and the aura on his body kept switching. From time to time, he looked solemn and holy. From time to time, he looked demonic and wicked. This kind of evil is still not the kind that humans understand, and it is not a derogatory term. In fact, when Succubi appeared as a succubus, I don't know how many women would fall instantly. Even if he is evil, women who have seen him will be like moths to a flame, one after another. This is the ability naturally brought by the succubus blood, or rather charm. Of course, the woman who is in love with Succubi now, like the Queen of the Crescent Moon, Succubi doesn't use any of those powers on her. Charm is the bloodline ability, although it can make a woman give up on him or even die for him. But after all, this is equivalent to being bewitched. As soon as the holy light of the gods in the heavens shines, clues will be found. After the bloodline was upgraded to the divine succubus bloodline, Sumo has been able to harness the power of the celestial world. In his body, the two forces can coexist. Two forces in one. Even fusion. As soon as Sumo's mind moved, a large amount of divine energy appeared in his body. This was the divine energy that Sumo had swallowed from the crescent moon goddess the last time he was in the crescent capital. There are a lot of these sacred energies, and a large part was injected into the succubus lineage by Sumo, which helped the succubus lineage complete its transformation. Later, Sumo 243 swallowed up all the power equivalent to a false god. In other words, Sumo swallowed almost 90% of the divine energy descended from the goddess of the new moon. In the end, the new moon goddess only recovered less than 10%. The goddess of the new moon did not notice the abnormality because ordinary saints and saints would not be able to embezzle them if they wanted to. If these powers exist in the bodies of ordinary saints and saints for too long, they will also cause great damage to the bodies of these saints and saints. Now, these energies belong to Sumo. After these energies appear in the body, if it is the previous Sumo, it is difficult to use it as a demon. Although these are the purest energies, there are no limitations in them. The power of one god is poison to other gods. In the divine power of gods, there are a lot of things that belong to a god himself, which can be described as ciphers. If you don't know the password, it is difficult to use the divine power of others. However, the divine energy that the goddess of the new moon descended on the sun and the holy maiden is equivalent to the dilution of divine power, which has no code. So, Sumo can be absorbed into the succubus lineage. But in the past, he couldn't use these sacred energy to attack or anything because he himself was a demon. But now it's different. The divine succubus lineage allows Sumo to harness these energies. With a thought of Sumo, he quickly compresses and purifies these sacred energies. An hour later, a drop of white, divine power appeared in his body. This is authentic celestial power. Don't look at the power of the new moon goddess, which is equivalent to the full power of the two false gods. However, after compressing these powers, in the end, Sumo only got a drop of authentic true god power. There is such a big gap between the false gods and the real gods. Your whole body strength in other people's place, maybe just a drop of divine power. This is also the meaning of the Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden. The goddess of the new moon can bring a pseudo-god level combat power to the world of gods with a drop of divine power. If she came by herself, she would spend at least dozens of drops or even hundreds of drops of divine power. The difference here is not that big. A drop of divine power also takes a lot of time to accumulate. This drop of divine power belongs to the divine power of the heavens. At this time, Sumo still had a large amount of divine power belonging to the abyss in his body. Both powers Sumo can freely use. This is the bloodline of the holy succubus. Allow him to use the power of the heavens. However, utilization is only one aspect. There is another aspect to the sacred succubus lineage. That is the fusion of divine power. Sumo began to fuse this drop of heavenly power with the abyss power within himself. The two divine powers are incompatible with fire and water. As soon as they meet, it is like matter and antimatter, annihilating each other. Fusion is impossible. This is already common sense. But Sumo is in the body and begins to fuse. He didn't know if he could succeed. Divine succubus lineage is fully driven. In his vision, two drops of divine power with completely different colors are slowly merging together. Celestial power is wholly white. Sumo's original power was ink or black. White and black are merging. Finally, the two drops of divine power were completely fused together. Success. Sumo smiled. After the bloodline upgrade this time, it is really powerful. Unprecedented bloodlines, but also to do unprecedented things. The divine power of the heavens and the divine power of the abyss actually merged. A drop of black color was formed, and it looked a bit like a chaotic divine power. This drop of divine power has never appeared in this world. Succubi released this drop of divine power and looked at it. In his observation, this drop of divine power contains endless mysteries. Light and dark both come together. Just call you light and dark divine power. Succubi whispers. Light and darkness intertwined. The power of heaven and abyss merged. It's called light and dark power. Just right. After observing for a while, Succubi opened his mouth and swallowed this drop of light and dark power. On his body, power surged. A feeling that is more than 100 times stronger than before arises spontaneously. Then, Succubi withdrew the magic circle, facing the abyss and ravine, and launched an attack from a distance. Boom! The terrifying attack rushed straight into the abyss and smashed a huge abyss fragment there. It's so powerful. Succubi couldn't help but be speechless. The abyss fragment is not small. When he tried it before, he could only smash a corner. This time they all shattered at once. The power of this light and dark power is quite large. After this blow, that drop of light and dark divine power was almost consumed by about 1/20th. Divine power is very durable. For the rest, Succubi is not going to use it anymore. Keep it as a whole card. I need more divine energy. After seeing the power of light and dark power, Succubi whispered. Now although the blood of the sacred succubus can be compatible with the power of the heavens and the abyss, but in his body, the power of the abyss is still the main thing. The power of the heavens, and those who smuggled the goddess of the new moon before, can be combined with a drop of light and dark power. First solve the last tale, and then plan this matter. Succubi pondered for a while and had a plan. Lance, it turned out that I was going to let you start as a regional bishop first, but you were extremely good in the assessment, and the goddess also appreciates you. Therefore, to directly promote you to a reserve cardinal. As long as you do a good job, you don't have to. How long? My place is yours. When Succubi was in the abyss, New Moon capital, at the Holy See headquarters, Cardinal Phelan was speaking to a tall man. There are many bishops beside this man. Each of these bishops has a high status, but they are very convinced of this man, and they value it very much. This man is the last protagonist in the New Moon capital, Lance. 20 protagonists in the New Moon capital have been killed by Succubi until he is the only one left. However, Lance is very confident. In the protagonist group, this guy is also extremely calm and confident. Whenever he appears in the protagonist group, the other protagonists will even subconsciously calm down. This guy's words seem to have a strange charm. He is confident that he can handle Succubi with ease, even if Sumo's previous performance was so perverted. Bishop, rest assured, I will make the Holy See of the Crescent Moon to a higher level, and let the glory of the goddess shine to more places. Lance said confidently. His words were actually a bit arrogant, but Bishop Farron applauded after hearing it. Okay, young and ambitious, Lance, with you and the Earl of Moisherland, the Holy See of the Crescent Moon will surely create another glory. 95. Bishop Farron's mood could not help but rise. Lance's heart moved. Bishop, what is the status of the Earl of Moisherland in the Holy See now? Bishop Phelan hesitated for a moment and said, This matter cannot be said for the time being. This is the order of the goddess. 99. Cannot say, but what he said was already said. Holy Son. 35. Lance guessed Succubi's identity instantly, although before, he thought it was impossible. However, the recent actions of Succubi in the Holy See have given Lance more speculation. In addition, Bishop Farron's attitude just now made him feel strange. Together, Lance is sure Succubi, 100%, is the son of the Crescent Moon goddess. There was some surprise in his heart. I didn't expect that he really became the son of God. No wonder he could even intervene in the Inquisition. 5. Lance was surprised, but not worried. This guy has absolute confidence. Not the Holy Son. He is now a candidate for the red-clothed archbishop, and even the goddess of the new moon values his abilities. In the Holy See, a large number of bishops supported him. Just look at their means. Who is better than who? Still, beware of his black hands. 35. Lance thought of this and said to Bishop Farron, "Bishop, when I was studying in the past, I accidentally destroyed a powerful demon's conspiracy. I have a hunch that the other party may come to me in trouble recently. Can you send me a strong person to protect me?" Mighty devil, Bishop Fei Lun pondered for a while and said, "Of course, don't worry about it at the Holy See headquarters. Except for the last time when the devil invaded, no one dared to do anything. Once you leave the Holy See headquarters, I will send a sanctuary to protect you secretly. This sanctuary is good at defense. Even if it is a demigod-level sneak attack, he can defend a blow, and then use the rune to take you away." Sanctuary. Rune. Lance smiled. There are some high-level magic symbols in this world that can be shifted. However, in the Battle of the Strong, such as the last time when the devil invaded in the temple square, any magic charm was useless. But there are exceptions, and that is magic. Magic runes, how rare. Bishop Farron actually wants to give one to the sanctuary that protects him. Thank you, Bishop. Thanks, Lance. No, you're my successor. When the Earl of Moshi Land comes back, you will meet officially. In the future, I will leave a lot of my work to you. Bishop Phelan said, "This is to regard Lance as the official successor." It is good. A smile appeared on Lance's mouth. Bring it on. The Earl of the Mwasher Land. It depends on who can beat the other in the Holy See. Sir Bishop, the Earl of Moshi Land is here. At this time, a priest came to report. Say Chow Chow. Chow Chow is here. This was also the first time he had met the Earl of the Blackstone Land. Just right. Let the other party see how powerful he is. The current Earl of Inkstone had a lot of fame on the forum. After all, he was the first person to complete the first kill and the first person to get 10 kills and get on the record list. To solve the opponent, his name Lance will only be louder than that of the Earl of the Blackstone territory. In his view, this is the meaning of the villain. It's just a stepping stone for the protagonist. While he was thinking about this, on the opposite side, a tall and handsome man walked in. Earl of the Blackstone. He has already seen the identity of the other party on the protagonist panel. On the opposite side, the Earl of M.O. Shirling has also raised his head and saw him. Lance showed a playful look.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.